Chapter 1. The system gave away a media company. The morning sunlight swept over his face. Lin Fei shook his head in a bit of a daze. When he was about to get up, he suddenly felt something wrapped around him. His touch was delicate and smooth, and he smelled a faint fragrance. Lin Fei was instantly struck by lightning and instantly woke up. He looked down and saw that it was indeed the beautiful woman who took the initiative to approach him at the bar last night. At the moment, her white lotus root-like jade arm is embracing Lin Fei's waist. Delicate touch. Let a person can't help but marvel at the miracle of the creator. At the moment, the girl's hair was a bit messy, but it still couldn't hide that pure beauty and stunning face. This girl was very pretty, better looking than any beauty Lin Fei had ever seen in the past. 2 eyebrows curved crescent moon, a pair of eyes note microwave, pink face blowing, waist like a weak willow to welcome the wind, face like a delicate flower to brush the water, curvaceous hue said Shizi, wind flow does not let Shui Ying. Just when Lin Fei was sighing for this artwork like delicate body given by heaven, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly swept. On the white sheet, there was a small red plum blossom. My God, my basil. God, what kind of international joke are you playing with me? This blood is certainly not flowing by itself. That can only mean one thing. Lin Fei held his forehead, very depressed. What is this thing? This year can still encounter this in the bar? This is simply a strange world. Recalling what happened last night, Lin Fei slammed his head. This girl should have been intoxicated by those few humanoid things, and then took the initiative to find herself, intending to seek help, but at that time, he was too excited to drink, and he thought that she was the kind of white to sister in the bar, so he was not polite, and in the end, after some intimacy, finished, just the first day of school to squat the bureau. I'm afraid that I am the first person in the ancient world. Right. Lin Fei a face of bitterness, afraid that she woke up to report to warn himself. Just as Lin Fei was sitting on the bed thinking about how to deal with it, the woman lying on her body woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, then gently raised her head. When she saw Lin Fei on the side, her face instantly turned pale. The man in front of her was unfamiliar, yet felt familiar. Soon, the scenes from last night intermittently surfaced in her mind. She also quickly understood what was going on. This might be a misunderstanding. Lin Fei spoke carefully. She paid no attention to Lin Fei, just slowly lowered her head and buried it in her knees. A moment later, she couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a loud cry. Lin Fei panicked, and quickly spoke out to comfort. Don't you cry first, okay? This matter maybe between the two of us may really have some misunderstandings. Last night I thought you, but she simply do not listen to it, just continue to cry loudly. After crying for I don't know how long, she only raised her head and muttered to herself, why are you doing this to me? Why? She did not understand why the heavens always caught her. She was 9 years old without a mother, and since childhood could only rely on her father and her younger brother. Father has no culture, can only rely on doing hard labor to raise the two. She knew that only knowledge to change fate. Has been studying hard, but just to enter the university less than a year, her father fell ill again. Come out to do summer vacation work, but by the leadership in the name of summer vacation work party tricked to the bar, and then now also happened such a thing. Looking at the girl with a tear-stained face, Lin Fei's heart felt as if he had pressed a stone and was a little breathless. This feeling of guilt that was truly experienced was unprecedented. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, is it useful to say this now? She paused, then smiled miserably, wiping the tear tracks on her face. She took a deep breath and then prepared to leave. However, with this kind of atmosphere right now, Lin Fei couldn't produce even a hint of evil thoughts in his heart. Moreover, Lin Fei noticed that her clothes were very plain, and her pants were all washed a little white, so the odds were that she was a girl from a poor family. Seeing this, he frowned slightly, his heart sinking a little. 3 minutes later, she slightly tidied up her appearance, and then silently walked towards the door. Lin Fei hurriedly went forward and pulled her back. She turned her head and looked at Lin Fei with cold eyes. You want to do it again? Lin Fei hurriedly shook his head, then said with a serious face, no matter what, things have already happened. I hope you don't think about it. Don't need your fake feelings, she said in a cold voice, then forcefully pulled her hand out. But Lin Fei grabbed her arm once again. Promise me first, don't do anything stupid. I just started my freshman year, the future is bright. You let go. She stared at Lin Fei dead in the face, and didn't know what to say to make this guy let go. In the end, she really couldn't wear out Lin Fei, so she could only take a deep breath and nodded with hatred. Only then did Lin Fei let her go. After she left, Lin Fei began to make his bed, but he realized that one thing was a bit off. Where was that? Where's the kid's burp bag? Thinking of this, Lin Fei rushed towards the trash can in a frenzy to look through it, but there was nothing in there. Then he recalled, but realized that he seemed to be a bit confused, but it seemed like he really didn't take any measures. This password's really fun. Lin Fei held his forehead, Finished? This time is really finished. They say that the probability of an accident is as high as 99%. In case if there is, he dare not imagine this bloodshed story. He didn't dare to dream like this. Moreover, he did not have the contact information of that girl. I should have known just now. Let her keep one. Just as Lin Fei finished smoking 3 cigarettes and digesting, he was ready to take a shower when the voice in his head rang out. Congratulations to the host for awakening the goddess raider system. System? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Before he could react to what was going on, a blue light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Host name, Lin Fei. Age, 20. Height, 182. Weight, 70 kilograms. Face value, 9. 0. Body, 9. 0. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei was also confused. Real system? He had only seen it in novels before, but he didn't expect it to happen to him now. How does this system work? After the system binds an object, it will give the host a random amount of Goddess Raider funds, but the Goddess Raider funds can only be spent on the corresponding bound object. As long as the host is able to make the system-bound object have more than 90 favorability towards the host, then it will be judged as a successful raid, and will also receive 50% of the Goddess Raider funds that were spent on the object's body. Note, there can't be any kneeling in humble behavior. Once the system finds out, it will directly cancel the binding. P.S. The type of system has little to do with the line. The dog licking system is not the same as the usage. The main thing is to flirt with girls plus cash, people and money. Hearing this explanation from the system, Lin Fei also understood what was going on. Dare I say that I didn't actually get instantly rich. I just had a chance to spend money, and it can only be spent on bound women. And you can't just spend money, you also have to promote feelings to increase goodwill. But Lin Fei is not worried at all. If you have money, it's still easy to make a girl like you, right? And you can't just rely on money to smash off, but just don't know how much money this system can give. Ding! System delayed binding extraordinary target. Name, by she. Age, 20. Height, 169. Weight, 49 kilograms. Face value, 9. 8. Body, 9. 6. Comprehensive score, 9. 7. Purity, 99. Goddess rating funds, 99. 9 billion. Current favorability to host, minus 150 points. After binding the object, when the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 90 points, it will be judged as a successful goddess raider and 50% of the goddess raider funds spent will be rewarded. P.S. After the favorability exceeds 60 points, a skill bonus will be awarded for every 10-point increase. As soon as the words fell, a black and gold bank card appeared in Lin Fei's hand. After reacting, Lin Fei was shocked. 99. 9 billion. It was still just one person's. This takes down anyone. The system is about to release a newbie gift pack. Ding! 50 million renminbi plus McLaren P1 plus Maybach G650 plus Ferrari SF90 plus 100% of the shares of Star Ocean Media Company. The system has already arranged all the company's affairs. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. What? So much? Lin Fei had thought that this was a chicken rib system, but he hadn't expected the newbie gift package to be this bullish. 3 cars, all of which were his dream cars. If he drove them in his freshman year, wouldn't he have the same girlfriend for the next 4 years? Moreover, he had become the boss of Star Ocean Media. You know, Star Ocean Media has a lot of beautiful netizens and anchors under its banner, and every one of them is white and beautiful with long legs. If he became the boss, soon, Lin Fei's bank card was credited with $50 million. The 3 car keys also appeared on the table. The system also told him that the cars had all been parked in the hotel's underground parking lot. I'll go. What days are these days? The facts that happened today were just too much and too bizarre, and Lin Fei's brain was a bit confused. After taking a hot shower and sitting on the sofa for another 2 hours to digest, Lin Fei let out a long breath before leaving the room. Underground parking lot. After picking and choosing, Lin Fei finally drove away the black McLaren P1 and headed to the airport to pick up someone. He was going to pick up someone. It was a female internet friend he met playing King inside the vacation. Because the other person was V10, so Lin Fei often shamefully looked for her to double row, because he could rub the skin to play. Over time, the two added WeChat, became a die-hard party and good friends. But what Lin Fei did not expect was that the other party had enrolled in the same university as him. To know, before this, the two had not talked about things about volunteering. This is completely coincidental. More than an hour later, Lin Fei drove to the airport. The Wumong Mountains are connected to. At this time, the phone rang. Caller ID, Song Jai. Hello, old Song Head. Where are you? Lin Fei laughed. Call me old Song Head again. I'll ignore you from now on. On the other end of the phone, a girl huffed. Alright, Miss Song, where are you people? Exit 3, Lin Fei. Come quickly, it's so hot. Soon, Lin Fei arrived at exit 3. After waiting for a minute, a girl wearing a small beige French camisole undershirt and a light blue bustier skirt walked out with a small suitcase. The girl was about 18 or 9 years old, with a tall figure and outstanding temperament. Appearance is called a fish and geese, skin white as gelatin, a pair of eyebrows curved, almond eyes as soft water waves. The eyes revealed that the pure and clear is rare to see. Although he had already seen the other party's appearance on WeChat, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei was also stunned. Jia, over here. Lin Fei poked his head out of the car window and shouted towards Song Jia. Lin Fei. Song Jia's eyes lit up and she hurriedly dragged her suitcase and ran all the way over, coming to the side of the car. A hint of surprise passed through Song Chio's eyes. She didn't expect that this man who fooled herself into giving away skin every day was driving a supercar like a McLaren. Let's get in the car first if you have anything to say, Lin Fei said, then opened the car's trunk. Good. Song Chio didn't dawdle, and after putting her suitcase in, she pulled up the car door and sat in. Just as Song Jia sat up, the system's voice rang out. System found target 001, about to be automatically bound. Name, Song Jia. Age, 19. Height, 169. Weight, 49 kilograms. Face value, 9.5. Body, 9.6. Comprehensive score, 9.55. Purity, 100. Goddess Raider funds, 88. 8 billion. Current favorability to host, 50 points. Binding another one. Lin Fei was a little surprised in his heart. At the same time, he was also a bit confused that Song Jia already had 50 points of favorability towards him. Could it be due to the fact that he had accompanied her for 2 months to play the game? Lin Fei, what are you staring at? Hurry up and drive. The people behind are honking their horns to rush you. At this moment, Song Jia patted Lin Fei's head and said, "Oh, I was just thinking about something." Lin Fei snorted and started the car. The car quickly drove away from the airport and entered a wide avenue. I didn't expect you guys to be a hidden rich second generation. Song Jia skimmed her lips. Lin Fei froze, thinking that if I didn't have a system I'd have a load of money. However, now that he did have money, he simply went along with Song Jia's words. Yeah, what? Then you're still always fooling me into letting me send you skins. Pay back the money. Immediately. Song Jia huffed and stretched out her hand. What do you mean by snubbing? I've brought you up so many stars. Okay. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you say anything about the ones that fell? Song Jia rolled her eyes. Alright, then how much do you want? I'll give you 10 times as much. Lin Fei suddenly remembered the system's mechanism and hurriedly said. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't look like he was joking, Song Jia thought that Lin Fei was angry and wanted to pay back the money to get rid of the relationship, and her face instantly slowed down a few points. That, Lin Fei, don't misunderstand. I'm just joking. I all voluntarily sent you actually. I didn't even think of asking you to return it. Song Jia said in a hurry. No, how can I not return it? Lin Fei immediately refused. Song Jia thought that Lin Fei was really trying to clear the air. Her eyes turned a few shades of red and she hurriedly shook her head. Lin Fei, I was really joking. Don't be angry, okay? Angry? Lin Fei looked at Song Jia with a confused expression. Song Jia froze, then asked, Lin Fei, you really aren't angry? I thought you were angry when you heard that I wanted you to return the money. Silly girl, what were you thinking? Lin Fei guffawed. Then why do you keep saying I have to pay me back? Song Jia flattened her mouth. Alright, don't return it. Lin Fei waved his hand. This dog coin system encountered this kind of rich family girl is really not a little way. The money cannot spend. The key is that you want to spend, others do not want. That feeling is like a punch in the cotton. Unity, hurry up and give me some realistic girls. Huayang City, Huayan University. Today is the second day of the freshman class reporting to school. The smallest west gate of the school. A Huayan University packed bus stopped at the entrance of the school, and freshmen and their parents dragged their suitcases down from it. The seniors wearing volunteer vests, in order to earn credits, were also very enthusiastic about helping the new students with their luggage. But there are also many people who are taking the opportunity of orientation to lure the new students to do campus cards and fitness cards. The wide school gate square was filled with tall and slim, sweet and lovely, simple and quiet, and lively and cheerful beauties of all colors. At this moment, accompanied by a roaring sound, a black McLaren drove up to the school's main entrance. The person who came was none other than Lin Fei. Many students and parents who knew about cars recognized it as a McLaren at a glance, and they all cast their eyes towards the windshield of the car, trying to see who it was. But the car had no intention of stopping, but drove straight to the gate. The windows came down, and Lin Fei skillfully pulled out a pack of Chinese hua, handing one to the big brother of the security guard who walked up. Brother, the school parking lot is free parking, right? The big brother security guard took the cigarette and said, free is free, but the prerequisite has to be a student or teacher's car. Are you a student or a teacher? I'll just be this year's freshman. Lin Fei laughed, and by the way, he also clicked on the acceptance text message in his cell phone, and shook it in front of the big brother of the security guard. Holy, this freshman class is so hung? They just started college and they're driving a sports car. The big brother security guard was secretly shocked inwardly. That's fine. You go in. The big brother security guard waved his hand, and the lifting bar lifted up at once. Registration was also waived. After all, there were plenty of parking spaces at UW. It didn't matter. Grip grass. Freshman driving a supercar. So powerful. There's another rich kid in our school it seems. I'll go. We're really getting rich at UW. And there's this kind of rich guy. If I could be his brother, I'd be able to eat and drink every day. I think he's probably renting it to pretend to be someone else. I also think it might be rented. College students are very vain nowadays. There are many cases like this. Next to a lot of students and parents, looking at the faraway sports car, talking, but not many people recognize that is a limited supercar McLaren P1. Some people still think it is 720. Following the route that he had previously asked about in the freshman group, Lin Fei managed to park his car. After getting out of the car, Lin Fei looked at Song Jiai. Which building is your dormitory in? The 8th building, Orchid Garden. Song Jiai said. Lin Fei took out his cell phone and opened the school map he had found in the freshman group. Such a coincidence. The 8th building happens to be right across from our dormitory. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Then it's just right that we can be together. And by the way, I'll let you help me pull my suitcase. Song Jiai smiled playfully. Pull it yourself. Lin Fei gave him a blank look. Song Jiai didn't stop there, directly pulling up Lin Fei's hand and shaking it around. Brother Fei, just help me out. Okay. Don't yell like that. Lin Fei's face darkened as he pulled over Song Jiai's suitcase. Seeing this, the latter revealed a sweet smile and followed behind Lin Fei. P.S. Cannot accept the protagonist at once spend too much money can go. Like to see the protagonist get tens of billions of dollars. Every day only know to go to the mall to buy Chanel, buy Apple phones, buy BMW, eat and drink a few bottles of Romane Conti, and finally a spend down. A month even 100 million cannot finish spending on can go, not to say that the god of the novel the more money spent the better. Spent into the Zimbabwean currency is nothing to see, but this book is set up to spend money back to the cash, then naturally is to spend the more the better. And not every woman can accept you to spend a lot of money for her. So this book's super high consumption will only focus on one or two female main body. The latter will be the focus of the book. Not every woman can accept you to spend a lot of money for her. So this book's super high consumption will only be concentrated in one or two female main body. The back are normal. This book is to brush money. How to spend fast. How to spend more. This is the most important. Set now in hand than anything else. Many people scolded that the money spent too much for what? Lin Fei does not spend how to cash. Moreover, the book's heroine each has a plot. Not that a few chapters do not appear as not. The book is not finished. Also, the most important point, Lin Fei is a college student. Normal college students, from a young family conditions and education is good. From a young age did not suffer anything. The psychology is normal. Rich will not be villainous revenge society. Don't substitute him into some kind of foreign returned big brother and immortal cultivator. This book has no rest immortal. Some bad reviews say Lin Fei for the villain is always not abolished or slaughtered. For these, I am really difficult to comment on. Wanna see Huisen God Ho Fast Go? Please thank you. See who is not happy directly a knife chopped on the line. But I see other people God Ho cultivation is also scolded quite bad. Thousands of people. Each person likes to I'm not sure what I'm talking about. But I'm not sure what I'm talking about. This book is not the worldview of the cultivation of immortality. Like to see the hand slap the villains hurry to go I really begged. Okay. Chapter 2 Fei eats so well? Huayan University was very large, covering about 4,000 acres, so the journey from the parking lot under the library to the dormitory building was still quite a long one. But the good thing was that there was a $1 ferry in the school that could take them directly to the dormitory building. After buying 2 cups of lemonade to relieve the heat, the two of them stood on the side of the road and waited. Because of Song Jiai, many boys glanced over from time to time. At this time, a tall, sunny and handsome-looking boy came to Song Jiai and said with a smile, "Classmate, can I add your WeChat?" Song Jiai waved her hand, then pointed to Lin Fei who was looking at his cell phone and giggling on the side. The boy immediately felt embarrassed beyond belief. He even had a boyfriend. "Excuse me." The boy smiled awkwardly and quickly left. "Don't point randomly, or I'll blame you if I can't find a girlfriend in the future." Lin Fei raised his head and bristled. Song Jiai blushed slightly, and then said without a trace of anger, "Humph, narcissist." Because it was the second day of enrollment, the school was very crowded, and the two of them waited for more than 10 minutes before getting on the ferry. 10 minutes later, the car arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory, and Lin Fei and Song Jiai got out of the car. dragging the suitcases to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Lin Fei was ready to leave, but just before he took 2 steps, he was called by Song Jiai. Lin Fei, let's have dinner together tonight. My treat, how about it? When Lin Fei heard this, he was happy and flirted. Getting rich? Song Jiai rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. What? Am I usually stingy? Alright, barely giving you face. Lin Fei stuck his hands in his pockets and smiled. Song Jiai made a face, then said, then I'll wait for you downstairs at 6:30 p.m. Bye. Bye. Since Lin Fei had already come early yesterday, it was easy to find the dormitory. Lin Fei opened the door and found that his 3 roommates were all here, making up their beds. Lin Fei took the initiative to greet them. 3 brothers, coming so early? He. Come early to have a beautiful schoolmate to look at. A somewhat chubby roommate heatedly laughed, then took the Chinese hua Lin Fei handed him. There's too much stuff, gotta pack early. A dark, quite honest-looking roommate smiled. Bro, coming? The remaining, sunny and handsome dude in a ball gown greeted. Lin Fei was relieved to see that the 3 roommates were all still good, then pulled out his Chinese and handed it to a few people. A few roommates also took it very facetiously. It doesn't matter if they smoke or not. The key is that we have a medium to build a relationship. After smoking a cigarette, Lin Fei called the quilt sellers in the school and asked them to deliver the quilts, although it would cost a little extra. Right now the last thing Lin Fei needed was money. Until the evening, when the 4 of them had pretty much packed up their things, they got to know each other. Lin Fei also roughly summarized the 3 roommates. The fat roommate was called Zhao Feng, a person from a small city in this province, with a relatively outgoing personality who liked to play games. The skinny black and thin roommate is called Lu Dachao, from a neighboring province, robust, honest, and worth making friends with at first glance. The man in the ball uniform is called Xia Shiyang, is a local of Huayang. His family lives in the Dongyang district of Huayang City, has a sunny and cheerful personality, likes to play basketball and play the guitar, and his family conditions are very rich from his luggage. Brothers, are you hungry? We're going to military training tomorrow. Why don't we go out for a get-together tonight? Zhao Feng proposed. My girlfriend has already asked me out in advance. Sorry ha. Xia Shiyang smiled embarrassedly. I also have an appointment. Lin Fei spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Song Jiai really wasn't kidding when she said she invited him to dinner in the afternoon, and had already sent out a Weibo saying that she would be waiting for Lin Fei at 6:30 downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Holy, I'll fight you guys with dates. Zhao Feng broke his defense. Right, you won't also. Zhao Feng looked at Lu Dachao. Lu Dachao shook his head. No, I'm dating a guy. Shucks, it's my brother who already asked me out. Forget it, let's go downstairs together. I'll stop by the second cafeteria to eat. Zhao Feng smiled bitterly. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory, Song Jiai, who had changed into a black dress, held a small mirror in one hand to check her makeup, and carried 2 cups of Dear Luck coffee in the other. Song Jiai's face was already stunning, and with the addition of light makeup at this moment, she was even more beautiful. With her tall figure, confident eyes, and her tied twisted braid hanging over her left collarbone, she looked sweet and lustful. I'm going. Quickly look at the 12 o'clock direction. That black skirt beauty. Her body is really wow. Oldly, quick look at 9 o'clock. There's a program that saves energy. See, you shab. So damn loud, really think others are deaf. Many boys who passed by, walked by with a calm face, and then turned their heads indisputably to watch carefully. There are a few bold, would like to go up to WeChat, but thought that this is the boys' dormitory downstairs. This girl is afraid that has already been mastered. They have given up the idea. After all, digging this kind of thing is still risky. Get beaten up is light. However, everyone was still unwilling to leave, because they were all curious about which guy could make this big beauty wait for him downstairs. At this time, Lin Fei and the others came out from the stairway. Zhao Feng, who had a keen sense of smell, saw Song Jiai not far away at a glance. Brothers, 10 o'clock, there's a beauty. Zhao Feng smiled lewdly. When the 3 of them heard this, they looked in unison. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. It wasn't Song Jiai. Brother Fei, why are you smiling like a demented man? Zhao Feng laughed and scolded. Lin Fei didn't bother with him, but walked straight towards Song Jiai. Why are you here so early? Lin Fei guffawed. This is called having a sense of time. Do you understand? Song Jiai grunted. Ha, laughing. Right, this is the coffee I bought for you. Song Jiai handed the coffee to Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't polite. He took the coffee and directly picked it up and drank it. How did you know I love lattes? Oh, do you like lattes too? I was worried that you didn't like lattes. Song Jiai said with some surprise. Yeah, I've always loved lattes. Lin Fei nodded. But Lin Fei actually didn't like lattes. Instead, he liked the bitter blue mountain. But right now, naturally, Song Jie was more important. But Lin Fei didn't notice at all that the surrounding area was already full of envious and jealous eyes. Especially Zhao Feng. I'll go. Brother Fei eats so well. Zhao Feng's eyes were almost glazed over as he was inwardly bursting with envy and jealousy. Looks like we need to learn more from Brother Fei in the future. Lu Dachao said in a serious manner. He hadn't been in love yet. He didn't even know what it was like to be in love. Brother Fei has the means. Have to learn. Xia Shiyang also nodded heavily. Lin Fei drank a few mouthfuls of coffee before he spoke. Jia Yi, have you thought about where to eat yet? Song Jia smiled shyly. I haven't thought about it yet. Song Jia had wanted to invite Lin Fei to eat hot pot, but felt it was a bit perfunctory. She wanted to invite Lin Fei to eat Western food, but felt it was too formal. After thinking about it, she still felt like looking for Lin Fei to discuss it. It's fine. I'll take you there later. Lin Fei laughed. No way. It's clearly agreed that I'll treat you. If you're like this, I'll ignore you. Song Jia fainted, but a beautiful woman was a beautiful woman. Even when she was angry, it was like she was pampered. Lin Fei flicked Song Jia's forehead without any good humor. I'm saying that I'll find a place. The money is still on you as usual. Yikes. It hurts so much. What are you doing? Song Jia caressed her forehead and said miserably. Sorry, I'm used to bouncing my niece in the past. Lin Fei smiled awkwardly. Next time you do this, be careful, I'll clean you up. I've practiced taekwondo. Song Jia waved her fists a few times. The two's bickering had become flirting in the eyes of others. Many of the boys couldn't stand to watch. Can you change the place for your damn show of affection? Family's free love power to give one it. Also, someone asked Lin Fei why rich still live in the dormitory. Alas, a university thousands of acres, sometimes the class have to take the school ferry. This has not yet begun military training on. Someone scolded Lin Fei how not to buy a villa to go outside to live. I ask, Lin Fei has not seen a villa or not seen commercial housing. The first day of school cannot help it? The first few decades of living in the doghouse are so anxious? In the dormitory on the morning 8 are busy, not to mention live outside. And maybe my outliner all are a certain part of the jets right. They know better than me what neighborhoods in the university city. Chapter 3, only 10 million. The two again, you a word I a word to mix a few words. Lin Fei this toward a few roommates shouted, brothers. I go first. Okay, Brother Fei. Lu Dachao gave a thumbs up towards Lin Fei with a smile on his face. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, threw an obscene smile at Lin Fei, the meaning of which was self-evident. After saying that, Lin Fei and Song Jia turned to leave. Are they your roommates? Song Jia asked curiously. A pair of beautiful eyes translucent with an inquisitive look. Lin Fei smiled and nodded, responding, well, they all are. Just met today. Getting along quite well. So familiar on the first day. Boys socializing is so easy. Song Jia said with some envy. She slightly furrowed her brows. I've been with a few roommates, didn't say a few words. It feels like everyone is waiting for each other to take the initiative. That's only because I was lucky and met normal people. Lin Fei said thankfully. Luckily, he hadn't met any of those weird roommates, especially the kind of pussy brother who liked to act like a pussy. I don't even know my roommate's name. Song Jia shook her head with a bitter smile. It's fine, we'll get acquainted during military training anyway. Lin Fei grinned and comforted. Ugh, I don't want military training at all. These days are all sunny. Half a month of military training. I'll be sunburned to charcoal. Song Jia helplessly spat out. Just put on some sunscreen, Lin Fei suggested with a smile. No, sunscreen is actually not much use. If you sunbathe for half a month, mentioning the problem of skin being sunburned, Song Jia immediately spoke at length, chatting all the way. The two came to the side of the library. Lin Fei called out to Song Jia. Jia, wait for me here for a bit. I'll go down and drive. Then you go quickly, just so I don't have to take a taxi. Song Jia smiled playfully, her eyes full of anticipation. Not long after, Lin Fei drove the McLaren P1 out of the underground parking lot. Along the way, the turnaround rate was almost 100%, because this guy Lin Fei deliberately lowered the windows of his car, afraid that others wouldn't know that he drove a McLaren at a young age. Quite a few girls who knew what to do early had already pulled out their cell phones to take pictures of Lin Fei, ready to fish for someone at the confession wall. There's no one in the passenger seat. Gee guys, he doesn't have a girlfriend. It would be so happy to be his girlfriend. Gee guys, the way he drives a supercar with one hand is so handsome. This operation drew a lot of blank stares from the boys, cursing in their hearts, a bunch of superficial goods that only look at money. Coming to the entrance of the library, the car stopped. Lin Fei shouted towards Song Jia, who was on the side of the road. Get in the car. Saying this, he had already opened the passenger door. Coming. Song Jia jogged all the way over. After getting into the car, Lin Fei carefully helped her fasten her seatbelt, his movements gentle and focused. At the moment, their bodies were almost pressed together, so close to each other that they could even clearly feel each other's breathing. Song Jia-e only felt her heart thumping, and her face was instantly hot. This close contact caused a subtle ambiguous atmosphere to permeate the air, but it only lasted for an instant. As Lin Fei fastened his seatbelt quickly, Song Jia-e was as relieved as she could be. She was practically about to lose her breath in that moment just now. Scientific studies had shown that when the opposite sex was close to each other, it would often cause one's brain to fall into a state of confusion and their sanity to become blurred. In such moments, affection can easily grow quietly. Because of this, face-to-face confessions have a much higher success rate than online confessions. After all, when a person is standing in front of, the real sense of presence and emotional communication can touch the heart more directly. Moreover, when girls are in such a close contact environment, their emotions will be aroused and their reasoning will be affected, which makes it easier for them to accept other people's confession. On the way from the school grounds to the school gates, all sorts of turning back and envious eyes could look at Lin Fei with pleasure. Of course, not only because he was driving a McLaren, but also because of Song Jia-e who was sitting in the passenger seat. No wonder successful people like to find young and beautiful. Indeed, bring out the face. After driving out of the school, it entered a wide 8-lane avenue. Lin Fei's car speed also raised up. Playing a jittery recommended driving must listen to pure music. Lin Fei hummed along. Lin Fei, what's a good car? After a while I want to buy a car too, Song Jia-e asked. Her grandfather had just given her an allowance, but only 15 million because of her special status, but it should be enough to buy a car of her choice. Lin Fei thought about it and said, for girls, it's Aston Martin, Maserati, and these are more suitable, but it mainly depends on which one you like because the price is different for different styles. Is it expensive? My budget is probably only about 10 million. Song Jia-e asked with a crooked head. She actually didn't know much about cars, only recognizing the license plate but not the model. But, it's definitely enough. Lin Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking in his heart, you chick Versailles it is. Oh, then at that time you help me to pick it. I also do not know which car performance is good. Song Jia-e looked at Lin Fei blearily. Of course no problem. Lin Fei nodded, but in his heart, he was thinking of not directly send Song Jia-e forget it, but to what excuse it? From what he knew so far, Song Jia-e's background was definitely not ordinary. Not only was she rich, but she was probably also a little powerful. This kind of girl is the most difficult to send out things, because people simply can't see or won't accept. Then you have to think of a good reason. Jia-e, when is your birthday? Lin Fei asked. March, why? Song Jia-e asked curiously. Oh, nothing, just asking. Lin Fei smiled. Song Jia-e rolled her eyes and snapped. I thought you had some kind of surprise to tell me. Half an hour later, the two appeared at a food street. Since the two hadn't discussed anything along the way, they could only go to the food street as they pleased. This side was an old street in Huayang City. Most of them were old stores that had been open for many years, and it wasn't a difficult and expensive Netflix street. Lin Fei brought Song Jia-e with him as he strolled along, and before he could find a place to eat, Song Jia-e was already carrying a lot of snacks in her hands. While walking, Song Jia-e ate with gusto, her white face bulging with food. So delicious this meat skewer, and this potato chips are so crispy. While eating, while also not forgetting to comment, I Lu a big glutton. You eat again or propped up? Lin Fei joked. Will not, I may eat. Song Jia-e waved her hand with a defiant face. Not long after, Lin Fei found a large stall called Zhaoji Night Food House. Walking into the store, Lin Fei ordered 3 bottles of beer, some kebabs, and 2 pounds of garlic crayfish. Song Jia-e ordered a roast chicken out of curiosity, adding up to almost $400. Then, the two of them found a place to sit outside. As the breeze blew by, the girl's hair gently lifted up, and that feeling of youthfulness made Lin Fei look a little dumbfounded. To be honest, Song Jia-e was definitely one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. This kind of beauty wasn't just the beauty of her appearance, but also her temperament, her mannerisms, and her soul. Noticing Lin Fei's gaze, Song Jia-e's pretty face quickly flushed with a blush. Her heart was in turmoil, and she, who had never had any experience in love before, was a bit overwhelmed for a while, but for some reason, there was also some joy in her heart. Chapter 4 Dance Department Sister Kai Xinyan. Due to being shut down in a small black room and plot adjustment, this article has a large number of deletions, specifically for the billiard hall part plus stewardess part plus Star Ocean Media headquarters part. Billiard hall part in order to positive energy some poison. The original plot is to save the strength of the program, and then had to change. The back eye will control the rear. After 85 chapters, because just after the mealtime, not too many people, so the dishes are quickly served. Lin Fei had been busy all afternoon, and was already hungry, so he picked up a skewer of roasted cashews and chowed down. Song Jia-e, on the other hand, carefully picked up a crayfish and slowly peeled it. Half a day passed. finally peeled. But the appearance was really not good. It's so hard to peel this shrimp. Song Jiayi couldn't help but spit out. Lin Fei laughed, casually picked up a shrimp and peeled it in a few tries. Here, taste how it is. Saying this, Lin Fei handed the shrimp meat to Song Jiayi's mouth. Song Jiayi froze, and actually opened her mouth involuntarily. What's up? This one tastes alright, right? Lin Fei asked. Oh, it's delicious. Only then did Song Jiayi react, her face instantly reddening to the base of her neck. This was the first time a man had fed her food other than her closest relatives. This feeling, it was somewhat marvelous, but it seemed quite good. When she came back to her senses again, Lin Fei had already peeled 7 or 8 shrimps in her bowl. Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold later and become tasteless, Lin Fei said with a smile as he jerked the roasted waist. Song Jiayi nodded, looking at Lin Fei with a softer and softer look. Song Jiayi, favorability +5. The meal lasted for almost half an hour. What Lin Fei didn't expect was that Song Jiayi really hadn't bragged about it. She was indeed exceptionally good at eating. Even though she had already eaten a lot of snacks before, she had eaten a lot of what she ordered. It was just that when checking out, the gazes of the people around her were tinged with contempt, as if they were accusing Lin Fei of letting a girl pay. Where was a man's dignity? In response, Lin Fei was also helpless. After all, it was the people who wanted to treat him to dinner. It's not good to back out, right? After dinner, the two went for a walk in the nearby park and chatted for a while. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that the two drove back to the school. After sending Song Jiayi downstairs to the girls' dormitory, Lin Fei went straight back to his dormitory. Along the way, in the grove by the roadside, from time to time there were a few grunts, and I don't know which young couples are doing shy things in there. Back to the dormitory. Before opening the door, he heard Zhao Feng's voice inside. Grass mud horse, quickly go to a point down the bag shake the mud hemplua pussy open the door, only to see Zhao Feng covering his eyes and sighing. This is playing what hukba thing. 13-2. Lin Fei walked into the dormitory and found only Zhao Feng and Lu Dachao. Yo, just the two of you? Shi Yang went to accompany his girlfriend. You know, Zhao Feng hemmed and hawed. Lu Dachao smiled without saying anything. Military training is tomorrow. I hope he doesn't overwork himself too much, Lin Fei teased, then took off the clothes on his body and prepared to take a shower. I'm worried that he'll have weak legs standing in military posture tomorrow. Zhao Feng said with a big smile. After taking a shower, Lin Fei felt fresh and refreshed. After casually wearing a pair of shorts, he got into bed and started brushing Jitterbug. After brushing a few videos, Lin Fei suddenly brushed to a beautiful woman named CC Xiaoyan's live broadcast room, clicked in and saw that it showed 0.2 kilometers nearby. This should be the same school, right? Lin Fei thought in his heart. Clicking into the homepage and flipping through a few videos, Lin Fei acquired some information. Same school, sophomore sister, single, dance major, varied style, makeup can be lustful or sweet, hobby travel, likes climbing mountains. Returning to the live broadcast room, Lin Fei realized that there were only about 50 people in the live broadcast room. System found target 002, about to be automatically bound. Name, Kai Xinyan. Age, 21. Height, 174. Weight, 57 kilograms. Face value, 9.4. Body, 9.6. Comprehensive score, 9.5. Purity, 100. Goddess rating capital, 77. 7 billion. Current favorability to host, 0 points. Successful strategy, 50% cashback. How the hell can you bind in space? The corners of Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. This system was also too powerful. Welcome old bastard loves to eat Quinquin Fortress into the live broadcast room. On the screen, Kai Xinyan, who was wearing a pink halter, made a gesture then a love heart, and also blinked her large Kazairan eyes. Without further ado, Lin Fei directly charged 10 million diamonds, 1 million RMB. Thank you Cheng for the flowers. Thank you. In the live broadcast room, a viewer sent 10 flowers, and Kai Xinyan happily thanked him. She had only just started broadcasting not long ago, and there were only dozens of people watching in the live broadcast room every day, up to 100 and something, and most of them were boys from this school. Basically not brushing gifts, they were just teasing her or blowing off steam to get high. Sister is so pretty, can Peng Ji add a WeChat? Lin Fei deliberately sent a comment first. Anchors don't add VO. Sorry, Kai Xinyan smiled and politely refused. I'm ICAO, bro. Don't think about it unless you're Principal Wang almost. Orochi, bro. If you swipe a carnival, you might be able to add it. Huada Wu Yanzu, bro. The live broadcasting room is all poorer than that. You brush a $50 and you'll be on the top one. Kai Xinyan didn't say anything and just continued to answer the questions of the other people in the live broadcast room. Right at this moment, dazzling gift special effects suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Old Buster loves to eat Koan Fort. Sending out Carnival X1. Old bastard loves to eat koan fort. Sending out Carnival X2. The Carnival special effects were seamless in the live broadcast, and for a moment, it left Kai Xinyan in a bit of disbelief. Returning to her senses, Kai Xinyan covered her mouth. Excited. She had only started live broadcasting for more than half a month, and her total income was only more than $400, which wasn't enough to brush a cloud tower. But now, she had actually received a carnival worth $3,000, and there was more than one. Xin yen. This seems to be that most expensive carnival. One is $3,000. At this time, the roommate behind Kai Xinyan said with a shocked face, "Grip grass, 666666696. Coward. Brothers, too much power. I drop a burn just. The carnival and the castle are being given away as beer. But that's not all. Right after that, there was a mix of carnival and castle of dreams. The company's hands didn't stop. Old Buster loves to eat Quin Castle. Sending out Dream Castle X666. Old Buster loves to eat Quin Castle. Sends out Carnival times 666. Old Buster loves eating Quin Burger. Giving away Carnival. Asterisk. If only I could charge 100 million at a time. The entire live broadcast room had been covered by special effects for almost an hour. Moreover, the number of people in the live broadcast room also soared dramatically. As the last Dream Castle was given away, Lin Fei was also tired. For the first time, he felt so tired of spending money. If only there was a machine that could keep ordering for him. At this time, Kai Xinyan, who had been completely dumbfounded, covered her face, her small mouth slightly open, her eyes full of unbelief. She had only just stepped into live broadcasting for less than a month. She had thought of earning some milk tea money every day, but now this kind of scene. All of a sudden, she was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Ye, quickly pinch my waist, I feel like I'm dreaming. Kai Xinyan felt that it was too unreal, and hurriedly turned back towards her best friend who had already gone to bed and shouted. The best friend was a girl wearing glasses, called Jin Xiaoya. Seeing Kai Xinyan's shocked face, she was a bit puzzled, but when she saw the numbers displayed on the backstage, she almost didn't stand still either. Xinyan, is this true? This person sent you almost $4 million. Jin Xiaoya was even more dumbfounded and stood in place muttering, because Kai Xinyan was live in the dormitory. So this word, the entire dormitory was suddenly aghast. The other three roommates, female dormitory 6 room, hastily get out of bed. Then, Jin Xiaoya told a few people about Kai Xinyan receiving a $4 million gift, which immediately made a few roommates jump up and down in excitement. Although it wasn't them who received the gift, seeing so much money still made a few people excited. I'll go. Xin yen. You're getting rich. Yeah, don't forget about us. You have to treat us to a nice meal at that most expensive buffet restaurant. Chapter 5. The Invitation of the Beauty Sisters. Kai Xinyan reacted at this time and hastily thanked her. Thank you, Mr. Kuan, for the carnival and dream castle. Thank you, Kai Xinyan, favorability plus 20. Can we add a WeChat now? Lin Fei sent another comment. Sure. Kai Xinyan nodded. The other party had swiped so many gifts for her. Adding a WeChat wouldn't do anything, but the fans in the live stream were boiling over. Comment after comment. Many of the UW boys who watched the live broadcast, or the boys from the next school, had their hearts broken. To know, Kai Xinyan is the famous beauty of Huayan University, but also the dream goddess of countless geeks. But now, the goddess was targeted by the Tycoon. They seemed to have imagined Kai Xinyan and a few hundred pounds of Mediterranean Sea in the hotel. It's over. My goddess. It's finally going to be taken down by Big Brother Pungjai. Goddess, don't lottery tickets I'm already buying. Wait for me, mud, bastard. This one's on the list. Guys, let's raise some money and make it real offline. Real foo? Dude, are you out of your mind? Holy, don't talk. I'll ban you all if you keep talking nonsense. Looking at the various anticlimactic speeches in the comments section, Kai Xinyan's face turned red with anger. Looking at the comment area gradually out of control, Kai Xinyan had to casually say a few words and hurriedly off the air, and then broadcast on Do Not Know what rumors will be created tomorrow. After going off the air, Kai Xinyan paid attention to Lin Fei for the first time. She felt that the other party had given himself so many gifts. No matter what, the minimum courtesy should be there. But when she clicked on Lin Fei's Douyin homepage, Kai Xinyan realized that the other party's profile field was filled out with Huayan University, our school. Kai Xinyan and the few roommates behind her were shocked after seeing this. They had thought that the other party was some 40 or 50-year-old tycoon, but it turned out to be an alumnus. Several of the rich second generation in the school had girlfriends, and there was another one who was pursuing Kai Xinyan, who they also knew. So when did another mysterious rich second generation pop up at the University of China? Xinyan, has she added you on WeChat yet? ? Quickly go into your friend's circle and take a look, Jin Xiaoya said with some excitement. Wait, I haven't added him on WeChat yet, Kai Xinyan said. Then, Kai Xinyan sent a private message to Lin Fei, Brother Kun. Thank you for the gift. Send me your micro signal. I'll add you. Soon after, Lin Fei sent her the micro signal. Dormitory. Kai Xinyan's friend request was sent, and after Lin Fei clicked agree, he casually flipped through the other party's friend circle. Family photos, beautiful photos, travel photos. From the friend circle, Kai Xinyan's parents were a teacher and a doctor. The family atmosphere and education should be good. Then from some details of the friend circle, it could be seen that the girl had a good personality. This system vision can really be all high quality. Lin Fei stroked his chin. At this time, Kai Xinyan sent a WeChat message. Brother Cohen, thank you very much for your gift today. By the way, I see that your Jitterbug homepage is the University of China. Are you a student at the University of China? Lin Fei replied back. Well, I'm a freshman this year. Surprisingly a freshman? Jin Xiaoya stared in disbelief. Is this freshman year so powerful? It's a few $1 million out of the gate. Another housemate exclaimed. Xinyan, look at his circle of friends. Look at how good looking he is. Jin Xiaoya continued. Kai Xinyan nodded, then clicked into Lin Fei's friend circle. But there was nothing in Lin Fei's friend circle. Why isn't there a single friend circle? Jin Xiaoya frowned. Maybe it's because other people don't like to post friend circles. Kai Xinyan analyzed. Right, you guys, someone else gave me so many gifts. How should I thank him? How about inviting him to dinner? Kai Xinyan asked. The fact that this guy gave so many gifts as soon as he came up shows that he probably fell in love with you at first sight. But now I don't know how the other person is like. So Xinyan, you can invite him for dinner first. Then look at the character looks. If it's suitable, I think you can get off the hook. Jin Xiaoya said with a twinkle in her eye. Kai Xinyan's pretty face reddened. Take off your big head. Next, the roommates went from one to another expressing their views and plans, making Kai Xinyan's pretty face burn. After the lights went out in the dormitory, Kai Xinyan chatted with Lin Fei on WeChat again. It also knew Lin Fei's name and specialty. Moreover, Kai Xinyan found that Lin Fei knew quite a lot. Whether it was chatting about music or travel, Lin Fei was able to chat with her. Kai Xinyan had no shortage of suitors at school, and from the beginning of her freshman year's cultural performance, she had received 5 confessions almost every month. But those boys were more or less all a bit faulty. Either they loved to pretend or were too dull, making her not interested at all. It can be said that she seldom meets a boy who can communicate with her normally. Kai Xinyan, favorability plus 10. Kai Xinyan, current favorability 30 points. Holy, it reached 30 points so quickly, Lin Fei said inwardly. As he chatted, Lin Fei also realized that this girl's 3 views were quite positive, and her emotional intelligence was particularly high. Although Kai Xinyan looked quite cold, but in fact, when it came to chatting about favorite topics, there were a lot of words. Chatting until the early hours of the morning, Kai Xinyan then sent an invitation to dinner. Lin Fei, do you have time recently? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for giving me a show today. Well, it's all fine. Just set a time. Just call me when you're there. Lin Fei said back. Kai Xinyan returned. Tomorrow night, do you think it's okay? Lin Fei, okay. Kai Xinyan, well, good night then. I have early 8 tomorrow. Lin Fei returned an okay and went to bed as well. However, this night, many people at the University of China couldn't sleep at night because their dream goddess had added Big Brother Pengjiai's WeChat. The main female anchor and Big Brother Pengjai added WeChat. The next day at noon, Lin Fei and a few of his roommates headed to the teaching building to have a class meeting before heading to the cafeteria to eat. Lin Fei casually found a stir-fry stall, hit a 4 meat and 1 veggie, and bought a cup of orange juice. So he and his roommates found a seat by the window, and began to wolf down their food. The male-to-female ratio at UW is 3:7, so the school is mostly female, and there are especially many beautiful women. Zhao Feng ate while sizing up the passing hay-silk beauties and short-skirted long-legged beauties with a lewd gaze. Lin Fei's trio, on the other hand, were concentrating on burying their heads in dry food, occasionally glancing up. Lu Dachao was doing it because he was shy, and Xia Shiyang was doing it because his girlfriend wasn't bad in her own right. Lin Fei, on the other hand, thought that there was no girl he couldn't pick up right now, and the ones who recklessly ogled like Zhao Feng didn't know when they'd go on the confession wall and get cyberstormed. Halfway through eating, the cafeteria suddenly became noisy. Holy, these legs are so long. Moreover, this looks like he's not from our China. Nonsense, with these long legs and blue eyes. It looks like he's from Eros. He must be a foreign student or an exchange student. Seems like an exchange student. Our line teacher said that the school has 30 Eros exchange students this year. It's true. Foreign girls are pretty. Brothers, I want to learn a foreign language. Glancing around, Lin Fei realized that quite a few people's gazes were gathered over at the fruit store. What's going on? Lin Fei looked at his three roommates with a puzzled expression. It seems like there are beautiful women. Zhao Feng had already stood up and turned on his eyes in self-targeting mode. Asterisk. Brother Fei, there's a foreign girl, Zhao Feng suddenly exclaimed. A foreign girl? Lin Fei also stood up and looked towards the side of the fruit store. He only saw a beautiful woman with a height of about 1 meter 8 and a curvy figure, picking out fruits inside the fruit store. The beauty had a typical Slavic look, with a well-defined face and a high nose. Her long brown hair was as smooth as silk, and her blue eyes were deep and charming. The fair and delicate face carried a faint blush, just like a princess coming out of a fairy tale. Brother Fei, I dare say that this is the girl with the best body I have ever seen in my life. This simply can't find a single flaw. Zhao Feng marveled. Lin Fei was just about to express his approval when the system's voice suddenly appeared in his head. System found target 003, about to be automatically bound. Name, Irina. Age, 20. Height, 179. Weight, 64 kilograms. Face value, 9. 4. Body, 9. 8. Comprehensive score, 9. 6. Purity, 100. Goddess Raider funds, 88. 8 billion. Target's current favorability towards the host, 0 points. System special bonus skill, Russian language and Russian culture proficiency. Chapter 6 Eros Irina. Suddenly, Lin Fei only felt a wave of vertigo in his brain. As the vertigo gradually lessened, Lin Fei felt that there was suddenly a lot more knowledge of Russian in his head, as if Russian had all of a sudden become as familiar as his second mother tongue. Hello, Lin Fei tried to say, flicking his tongue and pronouncing the words. He didn't feel the least bit awkward at all. Brother Unity. Awesome. Meanwhile, that Russian beauty was already sitting in a window seat to eat. There were quite a few boys around, eating while glancing a few times from time to time, but none of them dared to go up and strike up a conversation. Alas, pretty is pretty. It's just a pity that we're not blessed to enjoy it. She's a head taller than me. Even if we could take her, it would still be a toothpick stirring the water tank. Zhao Feng laughed bitterly. Do you guys believe that I'll take her down? Lin Fei swept a glance at the three and said, Brother Fei, if you can take her down, I'll pay for today's meal. Zhao Feng had a serious face. Really? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Package really? Zhao Feng patted his chest. Good. Lin Fei grinned, then picked up the dinner plate and got up to walk towards that Russian beauty. Zhao Feng was dumbfounded. You're really going for it? I'm just provoking you ah. Lu Dachao and Xia Shiyang were also shocked. Grass. Brother Fei is so hung up? Directly on? No, doesn't he have a girlfriend? Zhao Feng remembered the girl who was downstairs in the boys' dormitory yesterday, and that girl was no worse than this foreign girl. Brother Fei, you were born. You have such a beautiful girlfriend and you still don't know what to do? Afterwards, Lin Fei sat directly in front of that Russian beauty in full view of everyone. Hello, beautiful. I'm not disturbing you, am I? Lin Fei said in a standard Russian. Hearing Lin Fei strike up a conversation with her in cordial Russian, a hint of surprise flashed in Irina's eyes. She had been in China for almost a week now, and this was the first boy to strike up a conversation with her, and that too in Russian. Immediately afterward, Irina revealed a warm smile and said in Russian as well, Not at all. You're very welcome. Irina, favorability +5. Seeing this scene, one of the surrounding instantly dropped their jaws. No, dude, you're really ing on. Many of the people who still wanted to see Lin Fei's jokes were worse than eating at this moment. People really dared to go on, and they were also damn good at Russian. You know, you're the prettiest Eros girl I've ever seen, as beautiful and elegant as Pushkin's Deiana. I saw you over there just now and was attracted to you. Lin Fei stared into Irina's eyes and said seriously. Irina blushed slightly and covered her mouth as she laughed. Oh, really? Thank you very much for liking me. You are also very handsome and charming. Such earthy pickup lines of affection. Lin Fei would definitely not be able to say them normally, but foreign girls should eat this up. Irina, favorability +10. As expected. Is it convenient to tell me your name? My friend. Irina blinked. Lin Fei. Lin Fei grinned. Hello Lin, my name is Irina Ivanova. You can just call me Irina. Irina graciously extended her hand and raised a confident smile. MS. Irina. Nice to meet you. Lin Fei shook Irina's hand. It was so cold and soft, but Lin Fei only shook it for a second before pulling his hand back. After all, Fei is a gentleman. Mud, if I had known it would be so easy just now, I would have gotten on. Me too. I regretted shaking the grass. Buddy, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Others that brother is tall and handsome. You look like a funky egg. You still wanna pick up a foreign girl? Ha 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 ha. The scene of the two shaking hands was also seen by the surrounding people, which immediately triggered another burst of heated discussion. By the way, are you an exchange student? Lin Fei said curiously. That's right. I'm a student from Arrow South Federal University. and I'm here in China to study Chinese. Irina smiled. You, good. I love Huaxia. Then, Irina showed off her not-so-standard Chinese. You speak great Chinese. I think your Chinese attainments will be very high in the future. Lin Fei praised with a serious face, completely ignoring the death of his conscience. Thank you for your encouragement, but my pronunciation isn't quite standardized yet, but I'll keep up the good work. Irina was a little embarrassed by Lin Fei's praise. Do you use WeChat? Lin Fei stepped into the topic. Irina nodded. Well, I just downloaded it. My teacher told me that this software is very convenient in China, so I downloaded it. Then let's add a WeChat. You can ask me any questions in the future. Okay. Irina was also happy to do so. After all, Lin Fei was also considered her first friend in Huaxia. After adding WeChat, Irina was almost done eating and said goodbye to Lin before leaving the cafeteria. Lin Fei returned to his seat, and the way Zhao Feng's trio looked at him was already completely convinced. Brother Fei, I've never convinced anyone in my life. You count as the first. Brother Fei, in the future, I'll be relying on you to get me off. After the military training mobilization meeting in the afternoon, Lin Fei took a bath, changed his clothes, and headed to the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory building, also called Gui Yuan, was inhabited by girls who were now sophomores, and all of them were from the College of Arts. Almost all of the girls here are white and beautiful with long legs, so there are quite a few guys who like to take a detour from here to the cafeteria. Everyone hopes to meet their own love here. However, most of the girls in the art college were picky, and high, rich, and handsome had to account for at least two things in order to get their favor. Of course, there is also a part of the romantic pure love warrior. They pay more attention to the boy's character in three views. This part of the girls tend to have superior family conditions, and have a gentle character and elegant demeanor, making them the ideal type for many boys, but the number is extremely rare. Lin Fei drove to the dormitory building downstairs, sent a message to Kai Xinyan, then opened the car window to enjoy the roadside scenery. At this moment, the girls' dormitory, Kai Xinyan put on light makeup, changed into a white halter dress. The slender waist supports the skirt, the shoulders have beautiful lines, the collarbone is exquisite, and the legs are long and straight. Black big wave curls hanging on the shoulders, highlighting a few points of charm. Willow eyebrows curved, eyes like autumn waves, nose high and straight, pink lips without pointing in jus, impeccable features. Together with the embellishment of the platinum necklace and pearl earrings, it was even more noble and elegant. Xin Yen, you are really beautiful today. Jin Xiaoya stared blankly at Kai Xinyan in front of her, her eyes beaming. Yeah, this dress is practically tailor-made for you. I can finally understand men now. If I were a man I would have to lick Xinyan for at least 3 years. The other roommates also praised from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't dare to imagine which male could reject the woman in front of them. Thank you all for your compliments. He. I'll help you guys bring delicious food when I come back. Kai Xinyan smiled faintly. Chapter 7. How can you be so pretty? Downstairs, Lin Fei sat in his car, humming happily. Just a little while ago, for more than 10 minutes, there was already a tall schoolgirl in a purple wraparound skirt who came over to ask for his WeChat. Although the system is not bound, but Lin Fei also gave WeChat. After all, other people come up to ask for WeChat has already put down the face. They cannot hurt other people's hearts. Although we are now rich, but also cannot play big. Handsome man, can add a WeChat? At this time, a delicate voice entered Lin Fei's ears, only to see that a girl wearing glasses and a short skirt walked up to the car window with a shy face. The girl was about 1.7 meters or so tall, with a body that wasn't particularly of the thin variety, but was very capitalized. Standard goose egg face, skin white and red, a pair of peach blossom eyes like spring water, belongs to the kind of looks that men like. Lin Fei was just about to open his mouth when the system's voice came in his head. System found target 004, about to be automatically bound. Name, Yin Jiaojia. Height, 168. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 9.2. Body, 9.6. Comprehensive score, 9.4. Purity, 100. Goddess rating funds, 40 billion. Current favorability to host, 30 points. Finally bound again. Lin Fei was secretly happy inside. Handsome guy, can I add a WeChat? Yen Jiaojia spoke again. Yes. Lin Fei immediately tapped his QR code. Yen Jiaojia immediately smiled like a flower and quickly added Lin Fei's WeChat. My name is Yen Jiaojia. I'm in the 3rd class of the sophomore dance performance major. Handsome, contact often in the future. Oh, bye. After Yen Jiaojia finished speaking, she turned around with a shy face and ran away. When Lin Fei saw this, he was a bit unsure. Why did she run away? Is she really so shy? At this time, Zhao Feng suddenly sent a few screenshots, saying that there was a person on the confession wall who looked a lot like himself. Lin Fei went to look at the confession wall. and sure enough, it was the photo he took yesterday when he went out and drove and was secretly photographed, only it wasn't very clear. After flipping through the confession wall again, Lin Fei realized that there were 2 posts looking for him, and they were both female, and the comments section was even better, with a lot of men wanting to add Lin Fei's WeChat. Alas, too much charisma, troubles are really many. Lin Fei held his forehead and smiled bitterly. The Wumeng Mountains are connected to the mountains beyond the mountains. At this time, Lin Fei's WeChat phone rang. It was Kai Xinyan calling. After the call was connected, Kai Xinyan's pleasant voice came. Lin Fei, where are you? I'm right downstairs from you. Just come down. Lin Fei smiled, then walked down from the car. Okay. At the stairway, Kai Xinyan hung up the phone and took out a small mirror to take a look at herself again. Just after walking out from the dormitory gate, Kai Xinyan saw Lin Fei standing next to the green belt. Is that him? Last night, Kai Xinyan had fantasized about Lin Fei more than once. Probably a greasy fat house demolitionist or a fine dog. But how could she not expect that this person would be a tall and handsome man? At this time, Lin Fei also happened to look up. The moment he saw Kai Xinyan, he was also stunned. This woman is 10 times better looking than the live broadcast. A white halter dress will Kai Xinyan's golden body proportion perfectly show. Slightly like mature curly hair and high heels, but also add a few points of charming flavor. It is said that the young girl is precious. The young woman price is higher. Then this kind of young girl body young woman temperament beauty is not priceless. Just by standing there, I don't know how many boys would be fished into a warped mouth. Sister Kai, you look a lot better than in the video. Lin Fei walked forward and revealed a warm smile. Kai Xinyan's pretty face flushed slightly as she said to Lin Fei, you're more handsome than I thought. Then I'm considered to have passed the interview? Lin Fei joked. Young Lin is joking, Kai Xinyan said with some embarrassment. There's no need to call me Young Lin. Just call me Lin Fei. That title is too two-dimensional. Lin Fei said smilingly. Then you can just call me Xinyan in the future. Calling me a senior sister makes me old. Kai Xinyan saw that Lin Fei had a good personality and was also much more relaxed. Good. Then let's get in the car first, Lin Fei said. Aha. Sitting on the co-pilot of the McLaren P1, Kai Xinyan quietly surveyed the interior of the car, and at the same time became curious about Lin Fei's background. Not only did he drive a tens of millions of dollars sports car, but he was also able to swipe millions of gifts for himself at Douyin. This wasn't the average rich second generation Without $1 billion or so in assets at home they wouldn't dare to casually splurge like this. Lin Fei, what does your family do? Kai Xinyan couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Fei smiled and replied, oh, the family is doing some business. Recently let me take over a company, so there's a bit of money in hand. So young to be a boss, so powerful. Kai Xinyan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Lin Fei smiled and didn't say much. In fact, you're my biggest money tree, my Kai school sister. After the vehicle drove out of the school gate, Lin Fei asked, right, where are we going to eat? Have you thought about it yet? This memory of mine, I forgot to tell you. Kai Xinyan slapped her head and hurriedly pulled out her cell phone. Oh, it's called Zhao Ji Private Cuisine, that store in the Shiyu Park, Kai Xinyan said. This was the place she finally chose after picking some from many stores. She knew that normal guys usually didn't like Western restaurants. They paid more attention to service, environment, and flavor. This Zhao Ji Private Cuisine was not only not low grade, but also had a first-class flavor. And most importantly, it was located on the edge of the park, by the mountains and by the water. So the environment was also needless to say. Lin Fei nodded. He had also heard of this Zhao Ji Private Cuisine. It was quite famous in Huayang, but he hadn't been there before. It wasn't too far from the University of China to the stream renting park. Plus there weren't many vehicles on this stretch of road, so it usually only took more than 10 minutes to get there. Along with the music in the car, Lin Fei's speed increased. With the car speeding up, Kai Xinyan was not only not scared, but was instead a little excited. Looking at Lin Fei's serious driving again, a hint of infatuation passed through Kai Xinyan's eyes. Kai Xinyan, favorability +5. Lin Fei noticed Kai Xinyan's eyes, couldn't help but bend the corner of his mouth. Men, what they enjoy the most is the eyes of a beautiful woman's admiration and infatuation. Located in the southeast of Huayang City, Shiyu Park is a tranquil environment with mountains and water, green trees. It is one of the most lively parks in Huayang City. An area located along the river was a small commercial area with multiple stores open, mostly some cafes and high-class restaurants. Those who could come to this place to spend money were basically either rich or noble. Lin Fei drove his car and came to a stop in front of Zhao Ji Private Cuisine. There were already quite a few cars parked here. Land Rovers, Porsches, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces. The clear color of the luxury cars was enough to see that the status of the guests who came here were not ordinary. After the two of them got down from the car, a female welcome guest wearing a pink cheongsam greeted them. Hello, welcome to Zhaoji Private Cuisine. May I ask if the two of you have a reservation? The female welcome guest had a warm smile on her face while secretly sizing up Lin Fei and Kai Xinyan. The female was very pretty, and the male wasn't bad either. It was just that the dress was a little too casual. We've made a reservation in advance. It's on the second floor. Kai Xinyan handed her cell phone to the female welcome guest and said with a smile. The female welcome guest glanced at it and nodded. Okay, the two of you please follow me. Walking into the store, Lin Fei could smell a light fragrance that was refreshing. The store's decoration was also good, simple and elegant. Inside the hall, quite a few people had already come to dine here. Lin Fei casually looked at the dishes. The selling was not bad. All the way to a window seat on the second floor. That female welcome guest only stopped, made a pleased gesture and smiled. Two of you, this is the location you reserved. I wish you a happy meal. Please feel free to call our waiter if you need anything later. After saying that, the female welcome guest bowed and turned to leave. Alright, thanks. Lin Fei nodded. After the two were seated, a waiter walked over and stood respectfully, waiting for the two to order. Lin Fei, you order. Kai Xinyan knowingly handed the menu to Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded and picked up the menu and flipped through it. This restaurant's menu was a thick one, with only 4 dishes per page, complete with illustrations as well as flavor markers, which was quite professional and thoughtful. Lin Fei ordered a few dishes he hadn't eaten before, and ordered 2 more down-home dishes before handing the menu to Kai Xinyan. Kai Xinyan flipped through it a few times and ordered another vegetable salad and pickled dukkha, as well as 2 small snacks. The waiter at the side recorded it carefully. Alright, that's it, Kai Xinyan said. Do you two need any drinks? The waiter asked. Lin Fei looked at Kai Xinyan and smiled. Would you like a shallow drink? Kai Xinyan nodded, and after thinking for a moment, she politely said to the waiter, does your store have any recommended red wines? Chapter 8 Song Jiai's Little Mind. Miss, our store now has 6 brands of red wine. Lou Birch, Petrus, Latour, Lafite, O'Brien, and Chateau d'Auson. May I ask which one you want? The waiter smiled. Kai Xinyan didn't make a decision first, but looked at Lin Fei and said, Lin Fei, which one do you like? Bertus, I guess. Lin Fei thought about it and said. Kai Xinyan nodded, then said to the waiter, does the Petrus have a 82? Sorry, miss, we don't have any 82 Petrus in our store, but we still have 92. The waitress smiled in embarrassment. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. This Petrus was still something he had read about in a magazine before, and at the time, he was thinking of trying it when he had the money, but it turned out that he actually didn't have the chance. However, on second thought, this is also normal. Like Pontus, this kind of famous wine, the production itself is extremely small, not to mention this kind of old vintage. Even if there was one in the store, it was probably at the store manager's house. Kai Xinyan, on the other hand, looked at Lin Fei, seemingly asking for advice. The 92 is fine. Lin Fei nodded. Well, then take a bottle of 92. Kai Xinyan smiled. Alright, the two of you please wait. The waiter smiled and nodded before turning around and leaving to get the wine. Lin Fei looked towards Kai Xinyan and asked with a smile, Xinyan, you know some red wine too? I took a red wine culture appreciation class in my freshman year. Plus I'm more interested in red wine culture, so I know some. Kai Xinyan smiled and said, so that's how it is. Lin Fei nodded. Soon after, the waiter delivered the red wine and didn't open it first. Because of this older vintage of red wine, there was basically no need to wake up. Otherwise the red wine would lose its better tannin firmness and fragrance due to oxidation. But there were also people who preferred a softer flavor and would wake up for 1 to 2 hours. While waiting for the food, Kai Xinyan also chatted with Lin Fei about interesting things at school and big melons. Couples do shy things in the garden in broad daylight. Someone in the boys' dormitory in someone else's wash basin. A guy steals dozens of pairs of underpants. And a girl who talks about 6 guys at the same time ends up getting raked out. Kai Xinyan told a colorful story. Laughing while talking, the image of an elegant beauty was completely abandoned. Lin Fei listened while secretly smacking his lips. College is really much more exciting than high school. Soon, a dish began to be served. Baked Australopithecine with black truffle, crab meat tofu, chicken fur braised chicken, steamed Eastern Star garupa, pickled dukkha fresh. There were 8 dishes in total, almost filling up the table. It looked colorful and flavorful, which made people's appetites grow. After the dishes were served, the waiter asked, Sir, Miss, do you need to open the wine? No need. You go down first, we'll just do it ourselves. Kai Xinyan politely said, Okay, if you need anything, just call me anytime. The waiter nodded and walked away. After Kai Xinyan served the meal, Lin Fei turned on the eating broadcast mode, one bite after another. Watching Lin Fei wolf down his food, Kai Xinyan didn't have a trace of disgust. Instead, she felt somewhat amused, the same as watching an eating broadcast. Moreover, She actually felt her appetite increase as she watched him eat. Hurry up and eat. The flavor is really quite good, Lin Fei greeted. Kai Sinyan nodded and started moving her chopsticks. However, a beautiful woman was a beautiful woman, and she ate with elegance. Halfway through eating, Lin Fei opened the bottle of red wine and poured some for each of the two. It slightly sobered up the wine for a while. Come on, cheers, Lin Fei said with a smile. Kai Sinyan elegantly wiped her mouth, raised her wineglass and looked at Lin Fei with a charming smile. Ding! The two red wine glasses collided with each other, making a crisp and melodious sound. Meanwhile, Huayan University, by the school's artificial lake. Song Jiayi was walking by the lake alone, checking her cell phone from time to time. She had sent a few messages to Lin Fei in the afternoon, and the other party hadn't replied to her until now. Although the two of them weren't a couple, Song Jiayi just felt strangely uncomfortable in her heart, and without eating dinner, she ran to the lake to take a walk. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe Lin Fei has always taken me as a friend. He's so good. There must be many girls who like him. So what does that make me? Song Jiayi said to herself. But he chatted with me every day during the vacation. And he also fastened my seatbelt that day and fed me shrimps and prawns. When Song Jiayi thought of the scene that day when Lin Fei fastened his seatbelt and fed himself, her face flushed with a slight blush and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. This kind of feeling that seems to be in love but not in love, simply makes Song Jiayi, a loved little white person, have no power to fight. Even sleeping at night, one closed eye is Lin Fei's appearance. Before going to college, she has been tightly controlled by her family. To and from school the whole car pickup, if and the opposite sex clothes. Back home at least 2 hours of interrogation. That kind of life being strictly bound, led her very dislike. That's why Song Jiayi chose Huayan University, which is far away from her home. While thinking about why Lin Fei didn't return her messages, the phone rang. Song Jiayi took a look and saw that it was her grandfather Song Mingjong calling, so she answered the phone. Compared to his father's strictness, this grandfather was practically doting level towards her. Hello, Grandpa. Song Jiayi said softly. Xiao-yi, how is it over there? Are you still used to eating and living there? On the other end of the phone, an old man's concerned voice came. Well, the dormitory environment is quite good. The cafeteria over here is huge, and there's also something that suits my taste. Song Jiayi softly said. That's good. Grandpa is still worried that you can't get used to living in the dormitory. He is discussing with your father and them to buy you a house. Grandpa, buying a house is not necessary. I will finish my undergraduate studies here and will be going abroad. It's a waste to leave it empty at that time. Now the house price is dropping so fast. Won't it be a loss at that time? Song Jiayi said. That's also true. And, by the way, I forgot to tell you, you are now studying in the university of the governor of this province. Is your uncle Lu, is last year to our family to pay tribute to the one. You are over there if there is any trouble. Just hit his phone. I will give you the phone later. Song Mingjong said. Aha, okay. Song Jiayi nodded. This Uncle Lu she also knew. Was her grandfather's secretary when he used to be a hand in Anhui province? Didn't realize that he was at this level now. And Grandpa nagged a few sentences of family life. Song Jiayi before reluctantly hanging up the phone, came to the lakeside chair to sit down. Song Jiayi again remembered Lin Fei, and continued to open emo. But before she could emo for a few minutes, the mosquitoes sent her a few big red packets. Song Jiayi had to curse and leave the lake and turn to the soccer field. The UW soccer field at night is comparable to the food market during the day. Campus runs, romances, walks, and club activities gathered all the students here, and it was very lively. At this time, half of the soccer field was playing a soccer game. Half of the schoolmates were singing and dancing. Shrieks and shouts rose and fell, and the atmosphere was cheerful. Song Jiayi found a seat by the side and sat down, listening to the songs and watching the soccer game. Her brother is a professional player, so she has been influenced by some of her childhood. Some interest in soccer. The last World Cup she also went to see a dozen games with her brother. At this time, the soccer field, the game on both sides of the confrontation is intense. Suddenly, a figure with a very fast speed with the ball breakthrough, relying on skillful technology over two defenders. Fierce kick. The goalkeeper could not react in time, and the ball went into the net. The ball is in. Suddenly, a cheer rang out from the playground. It's Chao Shuayu, my male god. Ah, is that the one who won the Golden Boot Award in the province's college soccer tournament last year? Yeah, that's him. Our counselor is also his fan. Around the playground, quite a few girls became nymphomaniacs, looking adoringly at Chao Shuayu, who was running in celebration. However, at this moment, Chao Shuayu completely ignored them, as his gaze was already all over Song Jiayi on the sidelines. This girl, her temperament was completely different from the others. That kind of pure clarity and aura was simply rare to see. If you can get her into bed, Chao Shuayu didn't move on the surface, but inside he was already secretly thinking about how to take Song Jiayi. He was in his third year of college this year, and relying on his good looks and fame, he had already talked to more than 40 girlfriends since enrolling in school, covering students from more than 10 universities in 3 provinces. At the most, he had talked about 6 at the same time, comparable to a time management master. Chapter 9. You want to hit me? Because many people in the surrounding area were cheering. Song Jiayi also noticed Chao Shuayu on the court, but after just a casual glance, Song Jiayi continued to swipe the video on her cell phone. On the court, a few teammates beside Chao Shuayu, seeing that Chao Shuayu had been staring at Song Jiayi on the sidelines, immediately understood. Hey, old Chao, is it because you want to get food again? How about we go and ask for WeChat for you? Chao Shuayu smiled without saying anything, and the few people immediately understood. Let's wait until the game is over. Chao Shuayu was not in a hurry. Fine. Then, the match continued. In the next half an hour, Chao Shuayu scored 2 more goals in a row, completing a hat trick and pulling the score to 4-2. The atmosphere on the sidelines was even more completely filled, and there were people with stereos playing high-flying music. A lot of girls are asking for Chao Shuayu's contact information, want to communicate with him in depth. While Chao Shuayu gave these girls his contact information, he intentionally ran towards Song Jiayi's side during the celebration, but Song Jiayi barely looked at him squarely, completely uninterested in him. However, the more this happened, the more excited Chao Shuayu became. It was too easy to get, instead it wasn't so exciting yet. After the match was over, the playground was also much less crowded. Chao Shuayu saw his chance coming, so he straightened his hair and led a few of his teammates towards Song Jiayi. Classmate, how are you? My name is Chao Shuayu. I'm the president of the school's soccer club. Can I add your contact information? Chao Shuayu revealed what he thought was a sunny smile and said. Song Jiayi raised her head and looked at him with a little cute eyes at him, then turned away. Chao Shuayu's face instantly became ugly. Damn it, unexpectedly rejected? Usually those girls squeezed their heads to add him on WeChat. Now he was even rejected. Classmate, convenient to ask. Which class are you in? Chao Shuayu was unwilling to do so, and ran in front of Song Jiayi in a flash, continuing to pester him. What? You want to call someone to beat me up? Song Jiayi rolled her eyes, then walked around him and left without looking back. She was still depressed that Lin Fei hadn't returned her messages yet, and this guy was still coming up to harass her. It was thanks to her high quality that she didn't curse. Chao Shuayu was once again slapped in the face. Hold the grass. What kind of high quality is he pretending to be? I'll go. This girl really has personality. Chao Shuayu's teammate laughed. I didn't think that you, old Chao, would also have today, ha ha ha. Another teammate also laughed out loud. Marred. You guys watch, I'll catch up to her in the back. Chao Shuayu swept a glance at a few people and gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lin Fei had already finished his meal with Kai Xinyan and had come to wander around in Wanxiang City. Along the way, although the two weren't holding hands, they were walking so close together that passers-by thought they were a couple. After all, the two did look like a good match. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was fair-skinned and beautiful, so it was a perfect match. Lin Fei's inner vanity was also satisfied, and the envious eyes of those people looked at him with great pleasure. Of course, Lin Fei also found that since the money, he seems to become more temperament, and more confident. That kind of confidence in his bones made him instantly reach the realm of being able to do everything without desire. Kai Xinyan also enjoyed the process of shopping at the mall with Lin Fei because Lin Fei was just too good at picking up conversations. No matter what he said, there was always something to talk about. Soon, the two entered a Chanel boutique. As soon as they entered the store, they smelled a faint fragrance. The female shopper wearing a black suit with a professional smile immediately greeted them. Hello, welcome to Chanel Wanxiang City Store. May I ask if you need to see our family's new bag or something else? The female shopping guide's voice was gentle and professional. Kai Xinyan smiled faintly. Let's take a casual look first. Okay. The female shopping guide didn't say much, smiled and bowed before walking away. Lin Fei and Kai Xinyan strolled through the store. Kai Xinyan asked Lin Fei for suggestions while looking around. Lin Fei didn't understand. He could only imagine the bag being carried by Kai Xinyan and then give a little bit of bad advice. There were a lot of goods in the store, not only bags, but also earrings, sunglasses, shoes, clothes and so on. It should be said that some of them are really durable and advanced, but some of them are really ugly to no end. Kai Xinyan quickly fell in love with a pair of earrings full of rhinestones, so she called the shopper and asked to try them on first. The guide brought some disinfection tools to Kai Xinyan ear disinfection, then began to give Kai Xinyan wear earrings. Soon, a beautiful heart-shaped earring was worn on Kai Xinyan's earlobe, flashing with a bright light. How's that? Does it look good? Kai Xinyan looked towards Lin Fei and blossomed into a charming smile. Beautiful. Lin Fei gave a thumbs up, praising from the bottom of his heart. Sir, you have a good eye. finding such a beautiful girlfriend. These earrings are simply customized for her in general. They really look especially good on her. The female guide said sincerely. He's not. Kai Xinyan just wanted to say that he is not, but on second thought, if the shopper knows that the two are not a couple, then will not be wildly guessing the relationship between the two. At that time, he had either become a mistress or an adopted college girl. Lin Fei didn't care. Instead he grinned. I feel the same way. I'll take this pair of earrings for this beautiful lady, Lin Fei said in a cloudy manner, as if that 48,888 price tag was $488. Okay, sir. The guide forced down the corners of her upturned mouth and began to prepare the packaging. Kai Xinyan was about to open her mouth to refuse, when Lin Fei came to her ear. These earrings are beautiful. They should be worn on your ears. What's more, won't it make me lose face if you don't take them? Although Lin Fei had only known Kai Xinyan for less than 2 days, he could tell that this girl was not a gold-digging woman. She was just a girl with normal feelings and desires, with her own bottom line and standards for choosing a spouse. If Lin Fei was simply rich, it would be nonsense to take her, because in Kai Xinyan's heart, face value, character, money, talent. Kai Xinyan turned her head to look at Lin Fei. Seeing that the other party's strong attitude was not like a clinical pretender, Kai Xinyan could only nod her head. Then you can't pay for everything I buy next. Kai Xinyan came to Lin Fei's ear and said in a serious tone. She really felt that if she accepted too much at once, her heart didn't feel very secure and she felt like she would be shortchanged. Lin Fei didn't expect Kai Xinyan to be so tough, so he could only nod his head. Next, Kai Xinyan had hit on an exquisite bag and a knit sweater, and also bought herself and Lin Fei a pair of sunglasses each. Lin Fei was initially refused, but could not resist Kai Xinyan softly. Can only agree. Moreover, after Lin Fei tried the sunglasses, he found that they were quite handsome. In half an hour, more than $200,000 was spent. However, this amount of money is still acceptable for the current Kai Xinyan. Out of the store, Kai Xinyan, in order to make their heartos less, they cannot help but pull Lin Fei into an Armani store. But Lin Fei by that sentence poor Nike rich Audi. Shop only wear Armani of the jingle influence. It is suggested that Kai Xinyan take him to Prada. Prada is also an Italian luxury brand, known for its fashionable and sophisticated design. The design focuses on the combination of innovation and tradition, because of the unique materials and novel design elements, creating a lot of personality and fashion sense of clothing. Thus, Kai Xinyan pulled Lin Fei into the Prada franchise again. After entering, Lin Fei was like a little daughter-in-law, being pulled by Kai Xinyan to try on various clothes and shoes. At that moment, it really felt a bit like life after marriage. A random ordinary-looking t-shirt in here was a few $1,000s at the bottom, and the suits were even in the tens of thousands. Lin Fei hadn't felt that there was any difference between cheap goods and high-end brands before, but just now he casually touched the fabric of those t-shirts a few times, and he knew that it was because he had been too short-sighted before. That kind of touch was not at all in the same class as the ground floor goods, and it was no wonder that a t-shirt he had previously bought for over $200 had been worn for over a year without losing its color or getting wrinkled. Sure enough, expensive things basically only have one drawback, like being expensive. Chapter 10, You Spied on My Girlfriend? Soon, Kai Xinyan picked out a suit for Lin Fei. Lin Fei, try this one on. It'll look great on you. That goes without saying? Lin Fei said rightfully. Shameless, quickly go in and try it on. Kai Xinyan pouted, then pushed Lin Fei towards the fitting room. Lin Fei guffawed. Just try it on. Wait for this grandpa to change and come out to handsome you a face. After Lin Fei went in to change his clothes, Kai Xinyan then continued to pick out short sleeves. Xinyan, right at this moment, a slightly surprised voice came. Kai Xinyan only felt that the voice sounded familiar, so she turned her head, only to see that a guy wearing a black t-shirt with a strong body was walking towards her with a tall female companion. The female companion was carrying all sorts of luxury goods in her hands, Parisian house, Hermes, Chanel and so on. Xinyan, I didn't expect to meet you here. The two of us are really destined to meet, the boy said with a smile, a pair of eyes looking Kai Xinyan up and down. His today's set, really have a feeling worthy of being the woman I do Yonghui look at. Senior Du, quite a coincidence indeed, Kai Xinyan said expressionlessly. This surname Du had been chasing her for more than half a year, and during that time, he had even sent a set of more than $1 million house and a BMW, but she didn't accept it. She, Kai Xinyan, did like the life of rich people, but she despised the scum of the people like Du Yonghui 10,000 times over. Give her more money she is also not willing to take care of, not to mention the general appearance. Du Yonghui had long been used to Kai Xinyan's indifference, and continued to smile. Xinyan, this is a men's clothing store. You came here because you remembered how good I am, and wanted to buy clothes to send to me, to be with me? When these words came out, the female companion standing beside Du Yonghui's body, her face was obviously a little unsightly, but she didn't dare to snap. Kai Xinyan inwardly sneered. With you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? But this is something she definitely won't say either. After all, it's a public place. Senior Do, I think you misunderstood. I came here because I accompanied my boyfriend to buy clothes. Kai Sinyan said. Boyfriend? Du Yonghui froze. Then he had an expression of I know it all. Sinyan, I'm so concerned about you. Do I not know if you have a boyfriend? You spy on my girlfriend? At this moment, Lin Fei, who had changed into a black suit, walked over. Lin Fei. When Kai Sinyan saw Lin Fei, her heart instantly settled down a lot and she hurriedly came to his side. But just as she approached, Kai Sinyan felt her waist being swept over by a large hand. And when she realized that it was Lin Fei who was swooping over her waist, Kai Sinyan's heartbeat immediately sped up. Lin Fei wrapped Kai Sinyan's waist and looked at Du Yonghui with a smile. Aren't you curious about who Sinyan's boyfriend is? It's right in front of you now. So look carefully. Seeing the goddess in his heart being wrapped around his waist, Du Yonghui's face instantly looked worse than eating. But on second thought, he has been in contact with Kai Sinyan's roommate. Kai Sinyan has a boyfriend, this kind of thing. It is impossible for her not to know. So, in the past, this guy was either a relative of Kai Sinyan or a friend or something like that. Sinyan, this man is your cousin or friend, right? Du Yonghui swore. He is my boyfriend, believe it or not, Kai Sinyan said, and took Lin Fei's hand. Let him keep standing here thinking. Lin Fei lightly laughed twice before pulling Kai Sinyan's hand and walking to an open area. How about it? Did this outfit handsome you? Lin Fei let go of Kai Sinyan, then stuck his hands in his pockets and grinned. After looking up and down, Kai Sinyan said in a serious manner, not bad, my eyes are still good. Is it the person, or the clothes? Lin Fei said with a smirk. Of course it's clothes. Kai Sinyan rolled her eyes. Looking at the scene of the two flirting, Du Yonghui felt like he was being green, but this was a shopping mall, so he couldn't have a fit, so he could only hold back his anger and leave with his female companion by his side. Malagobi, kid, I don't have the surname Du if I don't get you, and that surnamed Kai. Give me wait. Only after Du Yonghui left did Kai Sinyan look at Lin Fei with a face of shame and indignation. Who let you touch my waist just now? Didn't you also take my hand? How about the two of you count as even okay? Lin Fei spread his hands and said, you. Kai Sinyan pointed at Lin Fei and couldn't say anything because she was directly made to laugh by Lin Fei's words. Forget it, I'll clean you up next time. Kai Sinyan waved her hand. By the way, that person just now is your suitor? Lin Fei joked. Kai Sinyan nodded, then added, I've rejected him many times, but he still keeps pestering me. Oh, so it's a dog licker. Lin Fei hemmed and hawed. Kai Sinyan didn't say anything because it was true. However, not as handsome as me. No wonder you can't look at it. Lin Fei laughed again. Put, you're really narcissistic, you know that? Kai Sinyan couldn't help but laugh out. Kai Sinyan, favorability plus 10. After forcing Lin Fei to buy a few more t-shirts and jackets, as well as shoes, Kai Sinyan left the mall with Lin Fei. By the time the two of them returned to the school, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Only after driving Kai Sinyan back to her dormitory did Lin Fei return to his dormitory with a large bag. Back in the dormitory, when the three roommates saw Lin Fei carrying several bags of clothes, they all came forward. The sharp-eyed Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang instantly recognized the Prada logo and called out that Brother Fei was great. Lu Dachao, on the other hand, was a bit confused, but looking at the two roommates, this thing seemed to be even more powerful than Nike Adi. Don't blow me off. This is a gift from someone else's girl. How can I afford it? Lin Fei waved his hand and said with an indebted face, asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Fei, you're ing killing people to kill them, aren't you? Zhao Feng covered his heart with a pained face. On what grounds? On what grounds? He had chased after 10 girls and failed with each one of them, yet others were already eating soft food. Is this the world of handsome guys? Brother Fei, I've decided. I'll study with you in the future. I want to get off the hook too, Lu Dachao said with a serious face. Well, in the future, Brother Fei will definitely teach you everything, so that all the brothers can get off the hook. Lin Fei had a sincere face. I just want to say that Brother Fei is awesome. Xia Shiyang also had a face of admiration. He had talked to 7 or 8 girlfriends, and none of them were willing to spend money for him yet, but now others received gifts of tens of thousands of dollars from girls, which simply made him envious to death. Lin Fei said low-key and low-key on the surface, but in reality, he was so cool inside. After taking off his clothes, Lin Fei walked into the bathroom and started the shower mode. On the other hand, the girls' dormitory, Kai Sinyan's roommates, all gathered around to scrutinize the earrings of over $40,000 and the bag of $100,000. Sinyan, these earrings are really pretty. It would be great if my boyfriend sent me a pair too. The texture of this bag is really good. Is this Chanel? I want it too. No, I must find a rich boyfriend in the future. I'll buy and buy and buy every day. Several roommates were talking. Their faces were indescribably envious. and their hearts kept wishing that God would give them a handsome and rich boyfriend. Jin Xiaoya, on the other hand, came up to Kai Xinyan's ear, with a narrow look on her face. Xinyan, how about it? How about this Lin Fei? Kai Xinyan pursed her lips and told Jin Xiaoya all about today's events. That must be taken down in a hurry. This kind of high-quality boy is super sought after. If you're not careful, you'll be hooked by another vixen. Jin Xiaoya said with a serious face. It's not like Lin Fei. He doesn't necessarily like me. And besides, what if he likes someone else? Kai Xinyan said with some worry. When Jin Xiaoya heard this, she immediately raised her face. Xinyan, are you so unsure of yourself? You are one of the 3 flowers of our art academy. Moreover, as the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain. A woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. As long as you use a little bit of tactics, the district Lin Fei is still not a handful. I feel, he's different, although he's quite oily, but it seems like he really doesn't show too much of how much he adores me. Kai Xinyan said. This was also one of the points that Kai Xinyan was curious about. Lin Fei clearly looked immodest, but there was surprisingly no revulsion from him. This also made Kai Xinyan feel that Lin Fei and those lickspittles who pestered him seemed really different. This man should be a good man who could be relied upon. Chapter 11 Military Training begins. Jin Xiaoya blankly glanced at Kai Xinyan and said, that's just for the sake of building up a good image in front of you. If he didn't like you, would he swipe a few million for you? Kai Xinyan was silent, as if this was really the case. Otherwise who would be bored to give a stranger a few $1 million? Even if it's to pretend to be a bully. You have to find a live room with a lot of people. Why come to her small anchor's live room? But she doesn't know. If she accepts, Lin Fei can give her tens of billions of dollars, and then cuckoo a cashback. How about it? I'm making sense, right? Jin Xiaoya had a smug look on her face. Kai Xinyan nodded, then asked, Xiaoya, then what should I do back there? Jin Xiaoya stroked her chin and after a moment of contemplation, she said, Xin Yen, doesn't our club have a modeling runway show the night after tomorrow? Yeah, why? Kai Xinyan nodded. He, listen to me. Jin Xiaoya came to Kai Xinyan's ear and whispered a few words. Kai Xinyan's white and tender face immediately surfaced a trace of redness. Would this not be too good? Jin Xiaoya saw that her best friend was still reserved, and immediately hated it. This is a necessary sweetness. We can't be stingy. Think about it. A guy like Lin Fei must have a lot of girls chasing after him. At that time if a vixen gets there first, won't you have no place to cry? Jin Xiaoya said. It seems like this is the truth. Kai Xinyan murmured. However, had she already made Lin Fei a boyfriend candidate by default? She had only known him for 2 days. In the boys' dormitory, Lin Fei came to the bed to lie down after taking a shower and opened his cell phone, only to realize that there were a whole bunch of WeChat messages. The first is some notifications in the class group. Military training time location and so on. The second thing was the 3 messages from Song Jai. Video. Lin Fei, look at the way I look in this military training uniform. It's so funny these pants are so big. And, let me tell you, these military training shoes are so hard on my feet. I don't know what kind of pain I'd get if I stood in military postures wearing these. Lin Fei clicked on the video and burst out laughing like a pig. In the picture, Song Jie was wearing her normal military uniform, but the size of her camouflage pants was 2 sizes too big. As soon as Song Jie pulled her pants, the space next to her could almost fit a person. Although it may be the reason that Song Jie's waist is thin, but this pant size is really too big. But the clothes are normal. I do not know what this manufacturer is thinking. Lin Fei returned an emoticon of a cat with an open mouth laughing, and replied again, there's still a biased new chicken fillet inside the pants. In the end, what Lin Fei didn't expect was that the 2 sisters he had just added in the afternoon had also sent him a message. Those 2 sisters, one was called Yan Jiaojiu and the other was called Zhao Meichin. Both of them were sophomores in the College of Arts. Only their majors were different. Yan Jiaojiu was a dance performer and Zhao Meichin was a broadcaster. The face value and figure of the 2 were not much worse than Kai Xinyan, especially Yan Jiaojiu. The combination of her pure appearance and her arrogant big thunder made people look at her and couldn't help but associate her with the word contrast. The messages sent by Zhao Meichin totaled 2. Handsome guy, you are so handsome. Which major are you? What's your name? Handsome man, do you have a girlfriend? Yan Jiaojiu sent 2 messages. Which class are you in? Are you free? Do you want to have a midnight snack together? Yan Jiaojiu's last message was sent at 10:30. Just over 10 minutes from now. Lin Fei looked at his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, eating a late-night snack. The dormitory access control of the University of China is very strict, and it's almost as hard as heaven to get into the dormitory after 11:30, unless the hostel manager is your own mother. If you go out, ahem. I was about to reply I can, but suddenly remembered that I have military training tomorrow. Forget it, I have military training tomorrow. Lin Fei replied. Just after the message was sent, Yan Jiaojiao's side immediately replied in seconds. It's fine. It's fine to go out again next time you have the chance. Oh, right. You're going to military training? Yeah. What's up? Lin Fei said back. Nothing. Just did not expect freshman inside, and you such a handsome man. It. Today people are a little embarrassed to go up to ask for your WeChat. It. Shy. Right. Handsome. What's your name? Which major? Software engineering. Lin Fei. Lin Fei said back. So you're an engineering student. No wonder you're so handsome. Yan Jiajiao said back. After chatting for a few more sentences, Lin Fei sent a sleepy to end the chat. This kind of girl didn't interest him much mentally. Yan Jiajiao also immediately stopped sending messages, but also sent a dainty voice to say goodnight. Listening to Lin Fei's body, a burst of heat. This Yan Jiajiao's body and face value are not bad. There is an opportunity to communicate. Not more than a few minutes later, Kai Xinyan sent Lin Fei a goodnight, and Lin Fei also returned a goodnight. After brushing the video for a while, Lin Fei fell back to sleep. The following morning, Lin Fei and his 3 roommates, who had already changed into a camouflage uniform, appeared at the soccer field. At this time, there were already quite a few people at the soccer field. The 4 of them, Lin Fei, sat on the field and ate their breakfast with relish. Lin Fei was eating while replying to messages. Early in the morning, Kai Xinyan and Yan Jiajiao had sent messages, the contents of which were pretty much the same. It was to ask if he had eaten breakfast yet, and if he hadn't eaten, to buy one and personally send it to the soccer field for him. It was a pity that when the 2 sent the message, Lin Fei had already arrived at the soccer field. After breakfast, Lin Fei and his 3 roommates came to the meeting point according to the message in the class group. Lin Fei's class had a total of 60 people, 37 boys and 23 girls, which was considered to be more girls in the engineering majors. The counselor was called Chen Zhan, not very old, just turned 30, with a humorous personality, and was talking to the crowd about some of the rules during military training. Standing neatly after the team is the head of the military training corps speech, followed by the instructors gathered. After the instructors finished assembling, the chief gave the order that the instructors should come to their respective companies, and the counselors could also leave. Soon, a dark-skinned, tall instructor walked over with the company flag. On the red company flag, the emblem of Huayan University and the words of the 12th company were printed. Attention! As soon as the instructor came over, he said in a neutral tone. Everyone immediately stood at attention, surreptitiously sizing up the instructor with their eyes. My name is Zhao Donglai. I will be your company's instructor from now on. I'm a person who doesn't like to torture others, but the premise is that everyone cooperates with me. As long as we do it well, we'll rest. If we don't do it well, we'll practice. Is that clear? Zhao Donglai looked at the crowd and said with a serious face. Understood. Everyone immediately shouted in unison. Very imposing. Not bad. I hope the next 15 days will be like this. Zhao Donglai nodded and said. Chapter 12, Hospital Flowers Delivering Water. Just as Zhao Donglai finished speaking, the head of the military training group on the podium spoke. First stand in military posture for half an hour. Then the instructors of each company will bring them to the designated location for training. The moment these words came out, there was an outpouring of grief. To stand in military posture for half an hour in such a big sun was a double torture for many people, both mentally and physically. Lin Fei didn't feel anything in his heart. He himself liked to exercise and his physical fitness was much better than most people. Standing for half an hour was really not challenging for him. After standing in military posture, Zhao Donglai led the crowd to leave the soccer field and came to an open place to train. Following along, there were several other companies. Because this session of military training almost 7,000 freshmen, all in the soccer field training, it is estimated that people to stick to people. So they were scattered in various places in the school for military training. Lin Fei, they are lucky. This place is located next to the teaching building, surrounded by a lot of big trees, can take a cool. Moreover, due to the fact that there were teaching buildings on 3 sides, the area covered by sunlight in this place was very small. It was simply a piece of military training treasure land that countless freshmen dreamed of. After standing in formation, Zhao Donglai began his training. The content of the training was also very simple. Turn to the left, turn to the right, turn backward, and military posture. After practicing for an hour, only then did Zhao Donglai tell the crowd to sit down and rest. Lin Fei had just sat down when Zhao Feng moved next to him and whispered, Brother Fei, look at that company across the street. The 4th girl in the 2nd row. How about it? Lin Fei looked according to the coordinates given by Zhao Feng and realized that she was really good looking. It was just that her makeup was a bit thick, but he could still tell that her foundation wasn't bad. What? Fancy someone else? He. Zhao Feng, the social cow, was still a little embarrassed. Good looking. I'll support you to take it. If there's anything you need help with, just ask. Lin Fei supported. He. Do you think I'm really hopeful? Zhao Feng was happy to hear this. Don't worry, you just go on. The package will work. Lin Fei grinned. I'll ask for WeChat later when we dissolve. You have to be brave at least once in life. Zhao Feng clenched his teeth and said. Lin Fei patted his shoulder and gave a heavy hum. At this time, Lin Fei felt a vibration in his pants pocket. Pulling it out, it was a WeChat call from Kai Xinyan. Hey, Xinyan, what's up? Lin Fei smiled. Can't call you if there's nothing wrong? Kai Xinyan said in a slightly petulant tone. Of course I can. I can't wait for you to call me every day. Lin Fei grinned. Oily mouth. Right. Which location are you in for military training? This side of the beggar's tower. What's wrong? Lin Fei asked. Just asking. Kai Xinyan smiled wryly. You're on the wrong medication. Kai Xinyan. Lin Fei laughed and scolded. You dare to scold me? See if I'll beat you to death later. On the other end of the phone, Kai Xinyan huffed and hung up. Lin Fei looked at the phone and shook his head with a smile. Brother Fei, on the phone with your sister-in-law? Zhao Feng hemmed and hawed. Don't you dare call. It's not yet. Lin Fei laughed and scolded. It's fine. It will be in the future anyway. Zhao Feng was unimpressed. You brat. At this time, Lu Dachao and Xia Shiyang also came to the side of the two and joined the chat. At the same time, Kai Xinyan carried 2 cups of lemonade and a box of fruit salvage and walked over this way. Unlike her usual charming and attractive appearance, Kai Xinyan changed into a white t-shirt and short jeans today, adding a bit of youthful sweetness. While walking, Kai Xinyan looked for Lin Fei's figure. I'll go. These legs are longer than my life. That seems to be Kai Xinyan, the first flower of the art academy. I've seen her on the confession wall. This temperament, it's no better than a star, worthy of being the flower of the academy. I actually want to look like this. Woo woo. Many of the students who were resting raised their heads and looked at Kai Xinyan. Holy, Brother Fei, that girl seems to be the one you went to harass that day. Zhao Feng came over to Lin Fei and asked, what do you mean harassment? Can you ing talk? Lin Fei scolded. Cough. Hook up. Hook up. Zhao Feng immediately changed his words. ing. Lin Fei wanted to hit someone. Kai Xinyan also saw Lin Fei at this time, and after a slight smile, she walked towards that side. The boys of the 12th company were a little excited when they saw Kai Xinyan walking towards this side. Gosh, she's coming this way. What's going on? Can it be that it's the instructor's girlfriend? I don't know, but I guess it's not far off. Zhao Donlai was chatting with the instructor of the next company when he heard the words of these bastards and almost didn't die of fright. This is not something to joke about. Shut up. Zhao Donlai stood up and shouted at a few people. The few boys immediately closed their mouths like quails. Seeing this, Zhao Donlai let out a sigh of relief. He wouldn't dare to make these jokes. Kai Xinyan carried something and came to squat beside Lin Fei, looking at him and smiling. How is it? Tired? Saying this, she also thoughtfully inserted a straw into the lemonade and handed it to Lin Fei. This scene directly let the boys in Lin Fei's class immediately not calm down, have wide-eyed look at Lin Fei. Holy, it turns out that this kid, is the school sister's boyfriend. Holy, this dude is too powerful. This damn just started school a few days ago and picked up such a pretty schoolmate. Grass. People are more angry than people. I've been a female solo for 19 years. Other people have just started college and they're already talking about their schoolmates. Talk even if, but also ing talk about the hospital flower. This buddy in his past life has saved the galaxy? The boys from the 2 companies next door had red eyes. Lin Fei drank a few mouthfuls of lemonade and felt cool. The ones from a beautiful woman are different, much sweeter than the ones I usually buy. Lin Fei looked at Kai Xinyan and grinned. Kai Xinyan pouted at Lin Fei, then opened the fruit salver and inserted a piece of watermelon to Lin Fei's mouth. Open your mouth. After saying these 2 words, Kai Xinyan's face was already like a ripe peach, looking very endearing. Lin Fei wasn't polite and directly ate the watermelon, but with so many people watching, he was embarrassed to let Kai Xinyan keep feeding him, so he picked up the bamboo stick and ate it himself. After eating another piece of watermelon, Lin Fei then remembered that the brothers next to him hadn't eaten yet. Brothers, come over if you want to eat. Don't be polite. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and finally shook their heads neatly. Okay. At this time, Zhao Feng walked forward with a smile, picked up a bamboo stick and forked a piece of watermelon into his mouth. Sister-in-law, Brother Fei, having a girlfriend like you is simply a blessing from a previous life. Zhao Feng said to Kai Xinyan while eating. Sister-in-law? Kai Xinyan looked at Lin Fei, somewhat at a loss for words. Lin Fei shrugged with a helpless face. Kai Xinyan was also a smart person and immediately understood that this boy thought he was Lin Fei's girlfriend. Kai Xinyan wanted to explain, but there was a fatal problem. She wasn't Lin Fei's girlfriend, yet she came to send water and fruit to Lin Fei. If the people next to her knew, they might make some outrageous yellow rumor. Therefore, Kai Xinyan could only smile and nod. Yes, it's cheap for him. Lin Fei was also very cooperative and introduced Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang to Kai Xinyan. Don't ask why he didn't introduce the others, because Lin Fei didn't recognize them either. Kai Xinyan also enthusiastically introduced herself to the few people. However, Xia Shiyang and Lu Dachao both were a little puzzled. This girl seems to be not the same person as the one who waited for Lin Fei downstairs in the men's dormitory last time. Forget it, just think of her as the second sister-in-law. Chapter 13, what the hell are you saying about the floor? After eating fruit salvage, rest time is also almost. Lin Fei led Kai Xinyan first back to the dormitory, but this girl said almost finished training, must wait for him to eat lunch together. Lin Fei had no choice but to agree. Zhao Donglai shouted stand up. Everyone immediately stood up and aligned. Kai Xinyan found a chair and sat down, listening to a song while watching Lin Fei's military training. This was one of the joys of being a sophomore. The freshmen training in the sun and sitting on the sidelines watching by themselves. 1-2-1. 1-2-1. Attention. At ease. Turn left. Turn back. That soldier. Step out. Suddenly, Zhao Donglai bellowed. Zhao Feng in the queue was instantly startled and was busy looking up at the others. As a result, this time, he looked up and saw the brother opposite him looking at himself and smiling. He was about to say brother you've turned the wrong way, but suddenly realized that the situation was not right. That soldier, you're still looking at others. It's you who's talking. Zhao Donglai sneered. Zhao Feng was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly stepped out. Stand straight for me. Just as he stepped out of the column, Zhao Donglai let out another loud shout. Zhao Feng hurriedly stood in standard military posture. Put. A few girls in the class clammed up and burst out laughing. Zhao Donglai gave a look and a few people immediately held it in again. Instructor. Just now I might have heard it as an instructor's command from the next company. Zhao Feng cried out. The next door company instructor just shouted to turn left. Who are you fooling you? Zhao Donglai was exasperated and laughed. Zhao Feng was a bit embarrassed when he saw that he was just broken up. Push-ups. 50. Zhao Donglai had a serious face. Zhao Feng immediately the sky collapsed. 50 was no different from killing him for a geek like him, but with so many girls watching around him, and his own goddess in the opposite company, Zhao Feng could only go on with his head. But just after doing a burst of laughter erupted around him. Ha 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 ha, this dude this posture let's be so lewd. A few girls were also a little embarrassed and skimmed their heads. Kai Xinyan covered her mouth and snickered from the side. Zhao Donglai was also unable to strain himself and almost laughed out loud. Who did you learn your push-ups from you? Zhao Donglai forced himself to hold back his laughter and showed a still serious look. Zhao Feng was unsure. What were these two arms laughing at? Also, why is this instructor asking this? He raised his head just in time to see Lin Fei frantically hinting at him with sign language and lips. You, to, day, earth, board, it's, you. After Zhao Feng slowly translated it out, he immediately understood what was going on. He hated to die and turned his head to look at the goddess on the opposite side. Fortunately, she didn't notice this side. Knowing the shame, Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and held on for 30 push-ups in order not to lose his part in front of the goddess. In the end, when the instructor saw that he couldn't do it anymore, he let him go back to the company. Holy, I'm exhausted. Zhao Feng returned to his position, panting. Not bad, didn't lose any weight. Good job, Lin Fei said as he turned his head. Zhao Feng just smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. If it wasn't for the goddess, the 10th one I would have gotten down. It had been training until 12 noon before the companies disbanded for dinner. Starving old me. I must have a good meal at noon today. Zhao Feng took off his jacket with a tired face. Why don't we go outside to eat? I saw on the confession wall that there's a chicken pot that's good. Let's go and try it. Xia Shiyang proposed. It can be. Lu Dachao nodded. Afterwards, the three of them looked towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at Kai Xinyan beside him. Want to come with us? No problem. Kai Xinyan laughed. Well, I was worried that you'd be embarrassed. Lin Fei laughed. What's embarrassing about it? There were almost 50,000 students plus graduate students at the University of China. So many merchants chose to do business near the University of China. As a result, there was a food street near the UW. Moreover, most of the stores basically didn't have poor taste, because all of the difficult ones couldn't stay dry for long. Coupled with the limited spending power of the students, the prices over here were much cheaper than outside. Xia Shiyang recommended chicken pot at the entrance to the food court. Is a young couple operating? Store is not big, but business is booming. Just before mealtime, the store was full of people outside the store. But fortunately, Lin Fei's luck was good, and he happened to meet a table of guests outside who had just left, so they didn't have to wait in line. After being seated, Kai Xinyan's beauty attracted the gazes of many boys in the neighborhood. In order to take care of Lin Fei's status and face, a few roommates asked Lin Fei to order. Lin Fei ordered an extra large pot of chicken casserole, added quite a few meat dishes and vegetables, and finally ordered a few bottles of drinks, adding up to almost $200. This meal today, my treat, Lin Fei said with a bold face. Since it's Fei's treat, I can't be polite. I have to add another bottle of Red Bull. Zhao Feng hemmed and hawed, picking up his pen and adding a can of Red Bull. 1 can is enough for anyone? 1 more can. No. 1 person 1 can. Lin Fei waved his hand. Good. Zhao Feng wasn't polite and directly changed 1 to 5. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Feng suddenly slapped himself, making Lin Fei look confused. What are you mad about? Lin Fei scolded with a laugh. Brother Fei, I forgot to ask for that girl's WeChat. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Fei with a face of remorse. Lin Fei's face went black. You're excited about this fart. You're a hooker. You're not going to military training this afternoon? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Seems like it, huh? Zhao Feng smiled awkwardly. Just now all of a sudden he had a brain fart. Lin Fei, what kind of WeChat do you want? Kai Xinyan said with some curiosity. Seeing Kai Xinyan's anxious melon-eating face, Lin Fei didn't sell the story and directly told Zhao Feng about the girl in the next company. Go for it, classmate Zhao, Kai Xinyan joked. Sister-in-law, let me borrow your good advice Ao. Zhao Feng hemmed and hawed. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the chicken casserole was ready and served on the table. A whole big pot with chicken, beef, and various added side dishes was continuously emitting a tantalizing aroma. Kai Xinyan was also playing the role of sister-in-law seriously, taking the initiative to feed everyone. Thank you, sister-in-law, Zhao Feng and the others shouted with smiles on their faces. This was the one flower of the art academy who had prepared the meal. In normal times, this was a woman they wouldn't even dare to think about. You're welcome, Kai Xinyan smiled faintly, and actually felt a few moments of joy inside. After all, this meant that she had been recognized by everyone. Seeing this, Lin Fei inwardly felt a few more points of favor towards Kai Xinyan. This woman was simply the ideal companion for career-oriented men. After the meal was served, everyone started moving their chopsticks. However, Kai Xinyan's first chopsticks were to Lin Fei's bowl. Eat more meat, it grows muscles, Kai Xinyan said softly. Lin Fei was also very facetious, directly chucking it up and sending it into his mouth, saying several times that it was delicious. Watching the two of them crazily spreading dog food, the three of them also pretended to be invisible, using dry rice to distract themselves. While eating, Lin Fei's cell phone suddenly vibrated a few times. Picking up his phone, it was a message from Yan Jiajiao, asking him if he wanted to go to the cafeteria to have lunch together. Lin Fei casually replied that he had already eaten, and continued to dry his meal. As he ate, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Song Jai. The content was probably spouting off about a certain restaurant at school that was particularly bad. Lin Fei casually replied with a few emoticons and continued to dry rice again. However, when Lin Fei sent the message just now, Kai Xinyan had accidentally glimpsed it. It seems that Xiaoya was right. A boy like Lin Fei is very sought after. However, looking at his perfunctory appearance, those two girls shouldn't be as attractive as himself, Kai Xinyan said inwardly. A meal was eaten like this for almost an hour. In the end, a whole pot of chicken casserole froze dry with no juice left. Chapter 14, Lin Fei makes a move. After eating, Lin Fei naturally honored his previous promise and directly settled the bill. Lu Dachao and Xia Shiyang still wanted to transfer money to Lin Fei. After all, everyone was a student, not a rich second generation. Of course Lin Fei didn't want it. Instead he told the two that he would just not pay for the next get-together. It's 1:50. We have to order back quickly. At this time, Lu Dachao glanced at his cell phone and said, it's too late to walk, let's ride a small yellow bike. Lin Fei pointed at the neat row of small yellow bikes across the street. Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang agreed. But, Lin Fei, I don't know how to ride. At this time, Kai Xinyan said with some embarrassment. Sister-in-law, Brother Fei can't just take you. How big of a deal is it? Zhao Feng hemmed and hawed. That car is so small. How to sit or I'd better walk back by myself. Anyway, I don't have military training, Kai Xinyan said. It's fine, it can carry. Lin Fei smiled. His mind conjured up the scene of a shared bicycle sitting 4 people in high school. Kai Xinyan was half convinced, but still followed Lin Fei to the place where the small yellow bike was parked. At this time, a Porsche 911 drove up to the curb. A tall and sturdy man wearing a burgundy t-shirt and white shorts walked down from the car, then walked straight towards Kai Xinyan. Xinyan, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Du Yonghui laughed. Holy, is that a Porsche 911? Ah, that's the president of the basketball club. Du Yonghui? Right. Look at this height. That's him. Is this the one center of the University of China? He's really strong, and he's almost 2 meters tall. Moreover, I heard from my friend that his family is especially rich, and he seems to have several $100 million in assets. His dad even knows our school leaders. Many of the surrounding boys who love to play basketball recognized Du Yonghui and let out loud exclamations. Some girls who didn't know Du Yonghui, after listening to the explanations of the people next to them, also revealed their infatuated eyes. Xia Shiyang. Several people also secretly marveled when they saw Du Yonghui's size. Is there something wrong, Senior Du? Kai Xinyan asked directly. In the past, she might still be polite, but now that she had Lin Fei by her side, she was full of energy. Nothing much, just passing by and seeing you here, so I came over to take a look. Are you preparing to go back to school? I happen to buy a new car. Why don't I send you? Du Yonghui said, and deliberately pointed at the Porsche 911. No need, Senior Du. I'm not used to sitting. Kai Xinyan directly refused. Holy, I just realized that this girl is so pretty. That's Kai Xinyan, the first flower of the Art Academy, the one who danced at the Arts Festival last year and was liked hundreds of thousands of times on Shivering Voice. You guys don't know that Du Yonghui is chasing after her, right? The last time 9,999 roses were placed in the playground, it was Du Yonghui who was chasing Kai Xinyan. But, from the looks of it, Kai Xinyan doesn't seem to like Du Yonghui. At this time, the students next to him once again boiled over. At the same time, there were two popular figures on campus, and there was also a relationship dispute. Who wouldn't want to eat this kind of big melon? Du Yonghui naturally also heard the surrounding people's discussion, but when he heard someone say that Kai Xinyan didn't like him, his face instantly became ugly. Xinyan, that poor bee is really your boyfriend? Du Yonghui pointed at Lin Fei and questioned. Du Yonghui, I ask you to respect my boyfriend. She's not some poor bee. I love him very much. I hope you won't pester me in the future so that she doesn't misunderstand. Thank you. Hearing Lin Fei being scolded, Kai Xinyan immediately said angrily. Kai Xinyan was all loud, and many people around her heard it. Kai Xinyan had a boyfriend. This shocking explosion of big news would definitely become one of the must-talk topics in the boys' dormitory tonight. Du Yonghui only felt that his heart was dripping blood. Why? I have money. I have money. I have a body. I have a height. I have a queue of girls chasing me. I'm not as good as this kid in any way. At this time, Lin Fei rode a small yellow car and came to Kai Xinyan's side. Seeing Du Yonghui, Lin Fei smiled. Buddy, can't catch up with another can't? Have to stalk her? None of your mom's Kiba business? Du Yonghui had long been looking at Lin Fei with great displeasure, directly pointing at Lin Fei and cursing. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. He directly threw away the small yellow car, took an arrow step forward and smothered Du Yonghui's face with a heavy punch. Before Du Yonghui could react, Lin Fei kicked him again. Lin Fei has been playing soccer since he was a child, and has been playing center forward. Leg strength is not ordinary people can compare. This kick directly to Du Yonghui kicked over on the ground. This was not over. Lin Fei went up and kicked Du Yonghui in the abdomen again. Only to hear Du Yonghui let out a miserable scream, and then curled up like a river shrimp. This kick was fully energized, almost kicking out Du Yonghui's bitter water. Keep your mouth shut in the future. Lin Fei looked at him condescendingly and said. Du Yonghui's face was pale and blood kept flowing out of his nostrils. Fearing another two kicks from Lin Fei, he hurriedly nodded his head. He only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen right now, and it was a bit hard to breathe. Although he was tall, he had grown up in a greenhouse and was a mama's boy. When he encountered the soft kind he punched hard, and when he encountered the tough ones he actually wimped out. From Lin Fei's hands to Du Yonghui begging for mercy. Less than 40 seconds. Grass. Brother Fei hit so hard? Zhao Feng swallowed his saliva and muttered. Looks like we can't just mess with Brother Fei in the future. Lu Dachao felt some vague pain in his abdomen when he remembered the kick that Lin Fei had just given him. The students who were eating or drinking milk tea next to him also reacted at this moment. Holy, this dude is awesome. He directly ed over the basketball president. If you ask me, this is a sneak attack. Sneak attack is also a part of strength. But there's one thing, this dude hit really hard, and he's wearing a military uniform. Surprisingly, he's still a freshman. Everyone watched the fun, and at the same time began to analyze who had a better chance of winning if the two continued to fight. Lin Fei, are you alright? Kai Xinyan also reacted from her shock at this time, and busily went up to her with concern. I'm fine. Lin Fei shook his head, then picked up the little yellow car and sat on it. Lin Fei, he'll be fine, right? Why don't we call an ambulance for him? But don't get me wrong, I'm not concerned about him. I'm just afraid that if anything happens to him it will affect you. Kai Xinyan said with a worried face. Just lie down for a while. You have to believe that the human body's ability to heal itself is very strong, Lin Fei said. Seeing that Lin Fei had said this, Kai Xinyan was also relieved. See if you can squat in front. Lin Fei moved his butt back, then said towards Kai Xinyan. Kai Xinyan wanted to laugh a little. This way of sitting in a car went back to when she was a child and her dad rode an electric bicycle to buy groceries. I'll try. Kai Xinyan laughed, then tried to squat, but the space was too small, and she couldn't stand up even if she forced herself to squat. Forget it, you sit in front of me. Seeing that he really couldn't squat, Lin Fei said. In front? Kai Xinyan looked at the small space. If she sat on it, wouldn't they be stuck together? Stick together is nothing, but this posture is also too indecent. Sit or not? Don't sit, I'm leaving. You walk back by yourself, Lin Fei urged. Kai Xinyan hesitated. Or walk back, but on second thought, she was ready to be his girlfriend anyway, so she should either sit. Thus, Kai Xinyan sat in front of Lin Fei under the gaze of the crowd. Holy, I didn't think there were really girls willing to smile on a bicycle these days. It's really not easy. It seems that not all the girls in the art academy are gold diggers. There are still good girls, worthy of being the first flower of the academy, refusing money for the sake of love. If I can find such a girlfriend, let me live in a big villa and drive a Maybach. I'm also willing to Chapter 15 Pure Desire. Sweet sister Luo Xiaoshi. Du Yonghui staggered to his feet and watched the two ride away on a small yellow bike. His face was blue and his eyes were filled with resentment. This beggar in the end, which point let you Kai Xinyan look at? More handsome than me? At most, it is just a little bit. Then I have money? Didn't see it. The hand even a watch or not? Du Yonghui was puzzled, but just in case, he still decided to observe first. Kai Xinyan is by no means the kind of girl who would look at a beggar. This man may have some strength. However, I don't believe that if you are even more powerful, you can still be more powerful than my Du family. Du Yonghui had a gloomy face, then drove away from the place. Although he had just been knocked over by Lin Fei and seen by others, he wasn't worried at all. He would get whoever dared to spread this matter. Xin Yen, you just made me feel so touched. On the little yellow car, Lin Fei flirted. Say what? Kai Xinyan hadn't reacted yet. I love him very much. Please don't pester me in the future so that he doesn't misunderstand. Ha 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 ha, Lin Fei said in Kai Xinyan's tone. You're going to die. Kai Xinyan was instantly infuriated and angrily pinched Lin Fei's thigh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This one directly caused Lin Fei to scream in pain. 5 minutes later, the east gate of the school. Kai Xinyan got on the school's ferry to head to the school building for classes, while Lin Fei headed to the soccer field with Zhao Feng and the others to gather. The sun at noon was extremely hot. On the soccer field, waves of heat could be seen. After gathering, the first thing to do was to stand in military posture for half an hour. With the scorching sun in the sky, the students all put on their pain masks, but they didn't dare to slack off at all. An afternoon of military training quickly passed. After dismissal, Lin Fei was supposed to go to the cafeteria with a few roommates to eat, who expected Song Jiayi to send a message asking if he wanted to go eat together. Not having much contact with Song Jiayi in the past few days, Lin Fei felt a little bad in his heart, so he agreed to the sister's invitation. After all, Song Jiayi's favorability towards him was not far from 90 points now, so he had to step up his game. The two agreed to meet on the second floor of the third cafeteria, because it was all hot pots and teppanyaki and such, more suitable for two people to dine. Arriving at the second floor of the third cafeteria, Lin Fei quickly managed to meet up with Song Jiayi. Song Jiayi was wearing the camouflage t-shirt and military uniform issued for military training today. Even though there were fewer decorations of pretty clothes, she still couldn't hide her divine face and proud body. There was not a single passing boy who didn't turn around when he saw her. There were a lot of pretty ones at the University of China, but there really weren't many who could still look this pretty in their military training uniforms. What do you want to eat? I'll treat today, Lin Fei said with a bold face. That's what you said. Then I'm going to slaughter you. Song Jiayi smiled playfully. Order whatever you want. You can have a gas tank if you want. Lin Fei laughed. Put. Song Jiayi couldn't help but laugh. After picking and choosing, Song Jiayi finally chose a spicy hot pot. After finding a seat by the window, Song Jiayi began to order. But after ordering a lot of side dishes and drinks, the final tally was only more than $100. Looks like I can't rip you off. School is too cheap. Song Jiayi looked at Lin Fei and flattened her mouth. Looking at the cute girl in front of him, Lin Fei guffawed. It's fine. Next time, we'll slaughter somewhere else. Hands up. Song Jiayi put her hands up and said with a happy face, her eyes smiling into a crescent moon. After not seeing her for a day and a half, Song Jiayi seemed to have held back a bellyful of words. From the dormitory roommates to the cafeteria food, then the military training instructors to the express post. All sorts of spewing and gossiping, just like Mr. Storyteller, Lin Fei. I'll tell you, that family's food is really bad. It's worse than poop, Song Jiayi said with an exasperated look on her face. And in the end, she even spouted out a Jinling dialect. Lin Fei immediately covered his stomach and laughed. Song Jiayi's dialect just now made him clam up. Song Jiayi then realized that she had just said a hometown dialect and instantly turned red. She said that Jinling dialect was all about arguing or cursing, and she didn't realize that she had just accidentally given away a sentence. No laughing, Song Jiayi said viciously. Fine fine, no laughing no laughing, ha 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 ha. Halfway through the meal, Song Jiayi suddenly chatted with Lin Fei about that day at the soccer stadium when she was asked for WeChat. And then what? You gave it to him? Lin Fei asked casually while chewing. Well, because that senior is sunny and handsome, and he's especially good at soccer, and after adding his friends, he still chats with me a lot, and his messages are all returned in seconds, Song Jiayi said with a happy face. After Lin Fei heard this, he directly stopped his chopsticks. His heart was a bit blocked, and he had the feeling of being tapped. So, you two talked about it? Lin Fei squeezed out a smile and pretended to gossip. Song Jiayi saw Lin Fei fall for it, so she continued to start performing. Well, Song Jiayi looked embarrassed. Then after this meal, we don't need to contact each other in the future, so that your boyfriend doesn't misunderstand. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said. Song Jiayi realized that Lin Fei's eyes were not quite right. Her heart thumped. Oops, played big. However, she was also a little happy. Lin Fei was angry. That means he still cares about her. And he didn't reply to the message because he was too busy. Actually, I just lied to you. I can't believe you didn't see it with such poor acting skills. Song Jiayi laughed as she came to sit beside Lin Fei and said playfully. It's not like it's any of my business. What are you explaining? Lin Fei laughed. You, indeed. Song Jiayi sullenly returned to her seat and continued to dry her rice. Lin Fei laughed inwardly. Little ninny, playing this kind of trick with brother. What are you thinking? After eating, the two went back to their respective dormitories to rest, because they still had to gather at 7 in the evening. Of course, the night is generally not military training. Are singing or perform a program or something? Can feel free to fish. Some classes were not strictly regulated, and they could even skip training. Back to the dormitory, Lin Fei rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. An afternoon of military training so that he was covered in sweat. After taking a shower and coming out, a few of his roommates had also returned. However, Zhao Feng had a sullen face. Lin Fei walked up and asked, "What's wrong, old Zhao? Brother Fei, does being ugly mean you don't deserve love?" Zhao Feng looked at Lin Fei and asked, "What? Rejected by others?" Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Zhao Feng nodded with difficulty. When he thought of that girl's disgusted eyes, he just felt his heart dripping blood. If the first one doesn't work, charge the second one. If the second one doesn't work, then the third one. If you're rich, you're precise. If you're poor, you're covered in firepower. Lin Fei patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. When Zhao Feng heard this, he felt that it made perfect sense. Right, why am I only chasing one? I'll chase 10, 20, 30 at the same time. There will always be someone who looks at me. Brother Fei, I've come to my senses. Zhao Feng nodded solemnly. The child is teachable. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Fei dressed and headed to the soccer field with a few people to gather. Military training at night was too much easier than during the day. For one thing, the temperature was suitable, and for another, one could touch the fish. After half an hour of casual training, the head of the military training regiment asked each battalion to circle a piece of land and sing the military song. After singing the song a dozen times, each battalion began to prepare for the performance. Whenever this time comes, it is the time to fight for the right to prioritize the choice of spouse. As long as your performance was good enough to make you famous enough, then you might not lack for a date in the future. Of course, if you are engaging in abstraction, you might be losing the right to choose a spouse for 4 years. Before long, there were many students signing up to perform, but most of them were from the art school. Accompanied by a female student's passionate and unrestrained Korean dance performance, the atmosphere of the entire playground began to come alive. All sorts of cheers and screams were heard. However, Lin Fei had little interest in any of these performances, as these people were all wearing military training uniforms, which didn't inspire much interest. Before it was time for dismissal, Lin Fei went straight back to the dormitory with Zhao Feng and the others. The lighting was bad at night, plus the instructors turned a blind eye, so it would be fine at all. After returning to the dormitory, Zhao Feng proposed that we all go to the bar to have some fun together. Lin Fei also saw that this guy was still in a bit of a bad mood, so he agreed. Xia Shiyang was also someone who often went to bars, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. As for Lu Dachao, he didn't want to go at first, but he couldn't help Lin Fei and the others with some pua, so he also agreed in a confused manner. Several people took a shower one after another, changed their clothes again, and went out. The 0-degree bar that they were going to was not far from the University of China. It was inside a nearby shopping plaza, so Lin Fei didn't choose to drive either, but walked with a few people. The summer night at the UW had a beautiful scenery, and all sorts of long legs and big thunders could be seen everywhere. Before he even walked out of the school, Zhao Feng fell in love with 10 more, completely forgetting about being rejected today. At this time, a girl in a pink princess dress ran all the way to Lin Fei. "Classmate, can I add your WeChat?" the girl said to Lin Fei with a shy face. Lin Fei froze, then looked at the girl in front of him, about 168 in height, a head of ice blue curly hair, thunderous thighs, and a face of pure lust that looked blown away. A proper natural sweet girl saint body. Wonderful, wonderful. System found target 005. About to be automatically bound. Name Luo Xiaoshi. Age, 20. Height, 167. Weight, 52 kilograms. Face value, 9. 2. Body, 9. 5. Comprehensive score, 9. 35. Purity, 100. Goddess Raider funds, 99. 9 billion. Current favorability towards host, 1 point. Soon, the 9 billion in rating funds arrived. But Lin Fei doesn't have much joy right now, because he's already confused. Why is the favorability 1 point? Aren't you asking for my WeChat? It's logical to be handsome by me. Why is it 1 point? Chapter 16, the schoolgirl wants WeChat? I won't give it to her either. This girl will not come to spoof old man, right? After watching so many short videos, Lin Fei also knows the routine of this kind of whole person. First pretending to go to ask for someone else's WeChat, after adding the success, and then delete it in front of the other party's face. This girl should be this kind. After all, 1 point of goodwill cannot deceive people. Lin Fei pretended to hesitate. A moment later, Lin Fei waved his hand and said, "Thank you." No. Luo Xiaoshi was about to pull out her cell phone. When she heard this, she instantly froze in place. No give? She wondered if she had a problem with her ears and hurriedly looked at Lin Fei. What did you just say? Lin Fei grinned and spread his hands. I said not to give. What's wrong? Not to give. Luo Xiaoxi doubted if the man in front of her had a problem with her eyes. Such a closed moon. Shy flower-like girl asked you for WeChat and you even refused? You have no idea what's wrong with you? Even if you refuse, it should be me who refuses you. Who is she? A linguistic genius who is fluent in English, French and Spanish. She's a grade 6 pianist. In addition, she is also recognized as the second flower of UW's College of Foreign Languages, and the 9th flower on the school's confession wall. But now, she was unexpectedly rejected by a boy. Even Zhao Feng and the others on the side were dumbfounded. Brother Fei, are your eyes blinded by lard? Such a beautiful girl wants your WeChat and you still reject it? Don't give it to me. Alright, let's go. Lin Fei said to Zhao Feng and the others. Oh, good. A few people immediately followed Lin Fei. You, stand still. Seeing that she was being ignored, Luo Xiaoxi was furious and stomped her feet. Although it was true that she had come over to ask for WeChat because she had lost a bet with her best friend, being rejected was simply a disgrace to her. Go to the hospital sometime to have your brain checked to see if there's something wrong, Lin Fei said without looking back. Although this girl has $99 billion to spend on her body, but a rash attack can only be at the mercy of others. You have to first want to capture some. When the time is right to take it down is not too late. Luo Xiaoshi stood in place, looking at Lin Fei's distant figure, so angry that she clenched her pink fists. Hey, Xiaoshi, was it fun? Want another hand? At this moment, a girl wearing a pink t-shirt with short jeans quietly appeared and looked at Luo Xiaoshi and playfully laughed. Meowling, no more fun. I was even rejected outright. Luo Xiaoshi gritted her teeth and said, how is this possible? Yu Miaoling was astonished. She was far away just now and didn't see much. She only knew that Luo Xiaoshi's state was a bit odd, but she didn't think that she was rejected. Humph, this asshole. Better not let me know which class. Luo Xiaoshi looked at the distant back of Lin Fei's few people and took out her cell phone to take a picture. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Fei's few people had arrived at the bar. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the bar, mostly college students from the surrounding area. The colorful lights intertwined and flashed. The dynamic music was deafening. The bar was crowded, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol and perfume mixing. In the center of the dance floor, a group of young people swayed to their heart's content. Of course, the most eye-catching were the beautiful women, of all types. The slender waist twists recklessly with the rhythm of the music, and the slender legs are even more charming under the light. There was a hint of fascination and charm in their eyes, and the smile that rose from the corners of their mouths was full of temptation, attracting many gazes. Compared to the calmness of Lin Fei's trio, Lu Dachou looked a little formal. This was his first time coming to this kind of place. Don't be nervous, these are all students like us. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. Once Lu Dachou heard this, he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. He really didn't expect these people to be like this in a bar. No wonder high school classmates used to like to go to bars. Finding a card seat with a good location and ordering some drinks, Lin Fei opened his mouth. I'll pay for today's consumption. Brothers must have fun. Money is not a problem. Brother Fei, how can this be? Xia Shiyang hastily refused. Right, the last time we ate was also you who paid the bill. No, this time you're exempt and the three of us will drive, Lu Dachou said. Zhao Feng also nodded his head in agreement. After all, bar spending wasn't low. Lin Fei also did not nag, directly opened a certain treasure, showed the balance. Looking at the balance of 49,999, 544 above. Zhao Feng and Lu Dachao and the others instantly froze in place. A 10 million father-grandfather ancestor. Zhao Feng muttered. Brother Fei, originally you hit it so deeply. Lu Dachao spoke a bit unsteadily. Xiaoshi Yang was also too shocked to speak because Lin Fei's balance was almost catching up with his family's entire assets. So yeah, you guys feel free to order as much as you want. Feel free to play, Lin Fei said with a smile. Brother Fei, the one driving the McLaren on top of the confession wall. It can't be you, right? Zhao Feng suddenly remembered the post he saw last time. Not bad, it's you Brother Fei. Lin Fei nodded and graciously admitted. My goodness, Brother Fei, what exactly is your identity? Zhao Feng covered his head, and his speech was a bit unsteady. It's not that he hasn't fantasized about his roommate being a rich second generation and finally taking him into business to get rich overnight, this kind of thing. But now his roommate is really a rich second generation. When he thought that he could still hang out with Lin Fei after graduation, the corners of Zhao Feng's mouth almost grinned to the back of his ears. What McLaren? What are you talking about, Zhao Feng? Lu Dachao was dumbfounded, and so was Xiaoshi Yang. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and then started talking about Lin Fei's visit to the confession wall. Awesome, Brother Fei, I want to hang out with you. Lu Dachao was the most excited and directly hugged Lin Fei. Don't worry, Brother Fei isn't a thin-skinned person, since we're destined to be in a dormitory. Then from now on, your things are my things, so feel free to say what difficulties you have, Lin Fei said boldly with a wave of his hand. Lin Fei's horrifying financial strength made a few people have no worries. After all, the money spent on this playdown once wasn't enough to cover a fraction of someone else's balance. Then, Lin Fei ordered an extremely good dancer for Zhao Feng and Lu Dachao each. Brother Fei, allow me to call you my righteous father. Zhao Feng's mouth was grinning to the back of his ears, and a pair of big hands kept roaming around the waist of the beautiful woman in front of him. Brother Fei, I'm a little nervous, although the light was a bit dim, but still could see Lu Dachao blushing into a monkey's butt. Beauty, this brother of mine is a bit shy. You help me to temper it a bit. The tip won't be less for you. Lin Fei lit a cigarette and said to the beautiful woman who was constantly dancing in front of Lu Dachao. Good. That beautiful woman smiled evilly, and then her movements became even more daring. Lu Dachao only felt that his face was hot as hell, and his eyes were somewhat afraid to look at the beauty in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoshi Yang and Lin Fei glanced at each other and laughed out loud in unison. On the other side, the bar. Yan Jiaojiu was holding a glass of Around the World and was chatting happily with the bartender. This beauty, want to have a drink together? A hipster-dressed boy walked up with a confident smile. Scram! Yan Jiaojiu faced disdain. This kind of bar hipster male seems to be very. In fact, 9 out of 10 is to hit the face and pretend to be fat. It is also to cheat the kind of world-weary little girl is okay. Meet her this kind of not be scolded a dog's blood counted as light. You, hipster man, some embarrassment. He did not expect the other side directly let him roll. Beautiful woman, maybe you still don't know my identity? Tide man cleared his throat, said, at the same time pretending to accidentally reveal the green water ghost on his wrist. What is your identity? Yan Jiaojiu snorted coldly. Sister Jiaojiu, this person seems to be quite rich, and has spent almost more than $100,000 in the bar. At this time, the bartender whispered, 100,000 is called rich? Yan Jiaojiu laughed coldly in her heart. It's only in a small bar like this one near the university that she could pretend a bit. She could tell at a glance that the big name brand clothes on this guy were all A goods. Spending $100,000. I don't know how many loan companies he borrowed money from. My name is Zhang Yang. I'm a regular customer of this bar now. Many people here know me. My dad runs a building materials factory in Yucheng, with a net profit of a few thousand per year, I guess, the hipster said in a breezy manner. So powerful? Yan Jiaojiu made a shocked look. When Zhang Yang saw Yan Jiajiao's look, he was ecstatic. He had taken the bait again. However, he did not move on the surface. Actually, it's just average. You still need to keep a low profile. That watch on your hand, is it a green water ghost? Yan Jiaojiu pointed at the watch on Zhang Yang's hand and said with a surprised face, although it was fake at a glance. Yan Jiaojiu decided to tease the guy. Oh, this one. I've gotten my hands on it for a long time, although I still have a couple of others of the same price. But still this one is a bit more comfortable to wear. This watch is actually not that expensive right now. It's just a dozen or so, Zhang Yang said, and deliberately raised his hand to show it, fearing that the people around him could not see the Rolex on his hand. Holy, that dude is wearing a Rolex green water ghost on his hand. It seems to be true. I saw it on the video, but I just don't know if it's real or fake. Nonsense, I bet it's real. You guys see? That dude wears little black shoes on his feet. Nike and Tiffany co-branded models. Tens of thousands of it. Many of the sharp-eyed ones around were instantly attracted by the Rolex on Zhang Yang's hand. Chapter 17, the Zhang Yang who played a deadly role. hearing the bursts of envy from the people around him. Zhang Yang looked at Yan Jiaojiao with some complacency. At that moment, Yan Jiaojiao put down her wineglass and walked towards him with a smile. Zhang Yang laughed inwardly. Didn't you pretend to be pure just now? Now you want to kneel down and lick me? Get out of the way. Yan Jiaojiao pushed Zhang Yang away, almost pushing the latter straight to the ground. Then, with elegant steps, she walked towards a card seat in the corner. Upon reaching that card seat, Yan Jiaojiao stopped her steps. Afterward, she directly stretched out her jade arms to encircle a man's neck from behind, came to his ear, and exhaled. Lin Fei, what a coincidence. The voice was fluffy and charming to the bone, making people think about it. Lin Fei was drinking wine and almost choked to death. He hurriedly turned his head to. When he saw that innocent and sweet face with a few points of charm, Lin Fei instantly lost his temper. Why are you here? What? Don't want to see me? Yan Jiaojiao pouted, then directly crossed the sofa and sat next to Lin Fei. It was said that slightly intoxicated women were the most beautiful, and at the moment Yan Jiaojiao was in this state, her face was flushed and her eyes were slightly mesmerized. How come? Lin Fei smiled, one hand directly wrapped around Yan Jiaojiao's waist. Yan Jiaojiao didn't have the slightest intention of resisting either, and the way she looked at Lin Fei was even more tender. Tall, handsome and golden. This was the man Yan Jiaojiao appreciated the most. She didn't care what other people thought, she just wanted to make the most of her innate conditions and make a good life for herself. Lin Fei looked better to her compared to those other middle-aged uncles. Yan Jiaojiao, favorability plus 10. I throw. This can even go up? The corners of Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. Mad. Sure enough, most girls won't like honest men and lickspittles. Those can only be used as receivers. Zhao Feng, Lu Dachao, Xia Shiyang, awesome. The scene of the two being so intimate directly left the three speechless. They really wanted to issue a soul-torturing question. Which sister-in-law is this again? Yan Jiaojiao didn't show any weakness either, directly raising her leg and placing it on Lin Fei's thigh. Yan Jiaojiao was wearing a Japanese college-style white shirt with a short plaid skirt today, and her calves were wearing knee-high white stockings, which were very alluring. This set today, it's very charming. Lin Fei came to Yan Jiaojiao's ear and said with a bad smile. When the latter heard this, her face, which was already a little flushed, became even more red, and with a delicate smile, she punched Lin Fei's back a few times. Stinking Biaozi, what do you mean you just pushed lousy? At this moment, Zhang Yang walked over with a six-parent pace and pointed at Yan Jiaojiao and cursed. Although Yan Jiaojiao's push just now didn't make him fall, but being pushed away by a woman in front of so many people, if he didn't get it back, how could he still have the face to come to this bar to get a girl in the future? It means what you think it means. It means I don't take you seriously. What's wrong? Yan Jiaojiao looked at him and said bluntly. Who is he? Lin Fei frowned. A beggar who wants to pick me up. Yan Jiaojiao hummed lightly. Lousy ba. Finding you for a drink is trying to pick you up? A broken shoe like you. I won't even eat it when it's sent to my mouth. Zhang Yang sarcastically laughed. His voice was extra loud and drew the eyes of many people in the bar. Isn't that young Zhang? Young Zhang? Which young Zhang? It's the same young Zhang who scattered money last time. I even picked up 2 at that time. Brother Fu. In the bar, many of the regular students recognized Zhang Yang. Lin Fei's eyes became a bit cold as he looked at Zhang Yang. Although Yan Jiaojiao wasn't his girlfriend, at least she was still next to him now. Zhao Feng and the three of them were also looking at Zhang Yang with unfavorable faces. Only then did Zhang Yang notice the eyes of the four, and he could not help but feel a bit scared. However, when he took a look at what the few people were wearing and how they looked, they were just a few college students, he hardened a few more points. Hurry up and apologize to me, or this matter is not over today. Zhang Yang's eyes widened angrily. His finger viciously pointed at Yan Jiaojiao and scolded. That look was arrogant to the extreme, completely disregarding the few people in his eyes. Silly asterisk. Yan Jiaojiao rolled her eyes with a disdainful expression. Ignoring. Naked ignorance. Asterisk 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 Nima. Zhang Yang was instantly furious and violently raised his hand to throw the thick-bottomed wineglass in his hand fiercely at Yan Jiaojiao's head. That action was extremely fast, so that no one could react in time. Thunk! A dull sound came from the thick wine cup that solidly smashed onto Yan Jiaojiao's head. Ah! Yan Jiaojiao immediately let out a painful cry, her hands covering the part that was smashed, her face filled with the color of pain. That wasn't all. The remaining wine inside the cup also spilled all over Yan Jiaojiao and Lin Fei's bodies, the wine splashing and wetting their clothes. Lin Fei wiped a handful of wine from his face. Afterwards, he slowly stood up and walked towards Zhang Yang with a face as heavy as water. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Fei was about to beat someone up. For a while, everyone around was silent, expecting Lin Fei to make a move. Zhang Yang was only 1.73 meters, and when he saw Lin Fei approaching step by step, his body couldn't help but tremble. But thinking of the many gazes around him, he braced himself and straightened his back, trying to look calm. Don't you dare to put on airs in front of me. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, I'll make sure that you won't be able to walk out of this bar, Zhang Yang said as he took 2 steps back, his trembling finger pointing at Lin Fei threateningly. Lin Fei cursed stupid asterisk in a low voice and then violently kicked Zhang Yang in the chest. The force of this kick was so fierce that it directly kicked Zhang Yang out by more than a meter. You. Zhang Yang instantly collapsed to the ground with a face of pain, looking at Lin Fei unable to speak for half a day. Just as he struggled to get up, Lin Fei quickly stepped forward again and grabbed his collar, opening his arms left and right, and wildly slapping him with several loud slaps. After a few slaps, Zhang Yang's face swelled up like a pig's head. Well played. Yan Zhaozhao clapped her hands. Seeing that Lin Fei had no intention of stopping, Zhang Yang hurriedly yelled, "Do you believe that I'll make a call and shake someone to get you killed? It's that time of the day and you're still pretending you." Lin Fei snapped 2 more big than pockets and finally kicked him out. "A bar in a university town, what are you coming to pretend?" Zhang Yang fell heavily under the sofa opposite him, his wretched appearance attracting gusts of ridicule. "Good fight, brother. That was brilliant. Simply a one-sided crushing." Many college students who were just like Lin Fei and the others clapped their hands and shouted, and a few of the females were itching to confess their love for Lin Fei on the spot. When Yan Zhaozhao saw Lin Fei return, she couldn't care less about the pain in her head and directly jumped into his arms. Lin Fei looked down at the woman, who was looking at him with peach blossom in her eyes, with a few tears in her eyes. "Lin Fei, you did it for me?" Yan Zhaozhao asked with an expectant face. Looking at the young girl with this look, Lin Fei couldn't tell her that he had moved his hand because he had been splashed by the wine and committed nausea, so he rubbed her head and laughed. "There is such a reason for one of them." Yan Zhaozhao received a satisfactory answer and her heart was like eating honey. Yan Zhaozhao, favorability +10. Boo! Without waiting for Lin Fei to react, Yan Zhaozhao left a mark on his face. Lin Fei froze, forcibly suppressing the upturned corners of his mouth, and said, "This kind of behavior won't happen again now." "Ugh. Well then, it won't happen again." Yan Zhaozhao looked regretful. Just kidding. On the other side, Zhang Yang stood up with great difficulty, looking agonized. The sneering laughter and disdainful eyes of the bystanders made him feel even more disgraced. He had been in the bar for so long, and the rich second-generation persona that he had managed to establish with great difficulty had collapsed at this moment. What made him feel most suffocated was that after being beaten, he didn't even dare to fight back. After glancing at Lin Fei with spiteful eyes, Zhang Yang slipped out of the bar. "Kid, I'll do whatever it takes to get you killed. Some people hang on the neck, I do not know what kind of head. This is a bar in the university town, not downtown. Do not say what hit people do not run still sitting here. Here people do not have so much energy to mess with you. Lin Fei is not a wimp. The family is not afraid to cause trouble. Specifically look behind. Here is to scold the book review area too if she child." One said Lin Fei does not please bodyguard. One said Lin Fei hit the people do not run. Really is to see the urban cultivation of the brain to see. Don't substitute the worldview of the immortal cultivation text into this book, thank you. The protagonist does not have the ability to split missiles with a sword, nor does he have the ability to block guns. And those who like to see high martial arts literature and cultivate immortals can't accept the protagonist's style of dealing with normal people. So you can go. We are all normal people here. Thank you. Chapter 18 Mad Dog Fist. Coming out from the bar, Zhang Yang found a corner where no one was around and dialed a phone number. Soon, the call was answered and a low voice came out. "Which one are you?" Zhang Yang immediately said in a low voice, "Brother Xiong. It's me, Little Yangzi. We met last time at the KTV." "Little Yangzi?" The caller uttered a question and then remained silent. A few moments later, the phone caller said faintly, "Oh, remember, you are the big dog, his nephew. Why, what's the matter? Brother Xiong, I want to ask, what is the price of a hitman now? I'll just hire 1 days." Zhang Yang swallowed his saliva and asked somewhat nervously. It was also his first time to look for a hitman. He had heard it from others before. "We're all 600 a person here, but seeing as you're a member of the family, I'll count 500 for you." "So expensive?" Zhang Yang didn't expect that a person would need $500 for a day. This was no different from robbing money. "Expensive? Find someone else if you damn well think it's expensive." "Hang up. Brother Xiong, don't hang up. Can I contact you later?" Zhang Yang said in a hurry. "Then look for me when you have enough money." Brother Xiong, on the other end of the phone, laughed disdainfully. "Beep beep beep. Asterisk. Zhang Yang cursed into his cell phone and then tapped on PayPal to check his balance. But without tapping on it, he was shocked by the balance of 278.9. Geez, the paycheck is spent so fast. Zhang Yang's paycheck of 3,880 was only sent last week, and now there is 278 left. Looking at WeChat again, it was even more miserable, with only $80. Altogether, it could only order 0.7 beaters. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and remembered his girlfriend who was a sophomore at the University of Finance and Economics. Thus, Zhang Yang dialed the phone without hesitation. Soon, the call was connected and a girl's voice came. Hey, baby, miss me? How much money do you still have? Zhang Yang asked directly without any nonsense. Baby, what's wrong? Did something happen? The tone of the girl on the other end of the phone became a bit worried. I drove someone into the hospital. Hurry up and transfer 3,000 to me, Zhang Yang said in a panic. Ah, how come? But I don't have 3,000. I transferred half of my living expenses for this month to you last time, and now I only have more than 1,000 left in my whole body. Transfer all of it to me first. I'll send you 2,000 in a few days. Can you tell me what happened first? Do you want to transfer it? Forget it if you don't, Zhang Yang said coldly. I'll turn it right away. Seeing that Zhang Yang was angry, she said in a hurry. Soon, the other party transferred $1,087 over. After Zhang Yang clicked to collect the money, he then dialed the phone numbers of a few of his good buddies as well as some of his drinking buddies he met at the bar. However, the result made him so angry that he wanted to slam his cell phone. One by one, they either didn't answer the phone or they didn't have the money. In desperation, Zhang Yang could only adjust the amount downward and borrow only $100 each, although this would make his rich second-generation persona to be suspected. But after a little more fooling around, those people will surely believe again. The trick worked. After all, $100 was not much. Plus Zhang Yang was using the excuse of urgency. Most people still lent him in order to maintain the relationship. In half an hour, Zhang Yang finally managed to gather more than $3,000. With this money, hire 3 thugs to teach that kid a lesson, and the rest can still be used for dashing around. Zhang Yang was calculating in his mind. Soon, he dialed brother Xiong's number and hired 3 thugs. After doing that, he found a chair outside and sat down, quietly squatting. More than an hour later, in the bar, the drunken Yan Jiaojiu was paralyzed in Lin Fei's arms, her mouth constantly muttering, "Keep drinking." Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang and the others weren't much better. They all looked drunk. Only Lu Dachao and Lin Fei were still slightly better. Ever since he had experienced the last one-night stand, Lin Fei didn't dare to get drunk again for fear of doing something out of the ordinary again. If he met a healthy person, he would have no place to cry if he met someone who was infected with a disease. Lu Dachao, on the other hand, because he was an ethnic minority himself, his drinking capacity was extremely good, and the alcohol in the bar was completely useless to him. It's almost time. We have to go back, Lin Fei said. Drink for a little while longer. Brother Fei, Zhao Feng shouted in a daze. Dachao, give him 2 slaps to sober him up, Lin Fei said towards Lu Dachao. Good. Lu Dachao wasn't polite and slapped Zhao Feng heavily on his ass. Ah, this blow directly gave Zhao Feng a miserable scream. Ouch, it hurts. Zhao Feng kept rubbing his butt. Lin Fei, you guys are leaving? Yan Jiajiu asked breathlessly. What? You still want to drink? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Then you have to take me with you. Oh, I don't have any strength at all right now, Yan Jiajiu mumbled. Lin Fei nodded and got up to buy the bill. After buying the order, Lu Dichao also woke up Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang for a few minutes. Afterwards, Lin Fei supported Yan Jiajiu, Lu Dachao supported Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang, and slowly left the bar. However, just after walking out of the bar and arriving at a corner outside, a few people were blocked in their way. Seeing the person who came, Lin Fei shook his head breathlessly. Why was it this little pussy again? What do you guys want to do? Looking at the 4 people with bad faces, Lu Dachao asked with a serious expression. Pry less into the affairs of the society. Stand aside immediately by yourself later or I'll even beat you together. Zhang Yang glanced at him and sneered. But if he wasn't afraid of trouble, Zhang Yang couldn't wait to clean up together. Just beat him up. The others don't move, Zhang Yang said as he pointed at Lin Fei. The 3 beaters beside him with baseball bats in their hands nodded, then raised their baseball bats and slowly walked towards Lin Fei. Seeing this, Lin Fei hurriedly helped Yan Jiajiu to lean against the wall, and then copied a rusty guardrail pole from the ground. Brother Fei, let me help you. Lu Dachao threw the 2 on the ground as he clenched his fists and came to Lin Fei's side. Ding! Host danger detected. Skill reward about to be issued. Rewarded skill, proficiency in all martial arts. In an instant, Lin Fei only felt a warm current pass through his entire body, followed by a transformation as if he was shedding his bones. His muscles became firmer and his reflexes increased by a few notches. Taiji, Baji, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, Mad Dog Fist. All things martial arts techniques entered his brain at once. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he quickly threw away the iron bars, took an arrow step forward, and raised his foot to heavily kick one of them in the crotch. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the other 2 didn't react, he did the same move again. Ow! Ah! Jiao! Accompanied by 3 screams, The three of them fell to the ground in unison, their faces pale as they covered their crotches and rolled all over the ground. The attacks were flowing, and the strikes were extremely vicious. Is this Teacher Chen's mad dog fist? Lin Fei muttered as he looked at the agonized expressions of the three. Lu Dachao froze in place, slow to speak. His clenched fists hadn't even been loosened before the fight was over. However, why did it feel like there was some coldness in his crotch? Swallowing his saliva, Lu Dachao looked at Lin Fei. Brother Fei, what kind of leg technique is this? Mad dog fist. Lin Fei grinned. Chapter 19, Chatting. Mad dog fist. What kind of martial art is this? Why is the name so corny? The corners of Lu Dachao's mouth twitched slightly, and in his heart, he secretly felt that Lin Fei was definitely joking. Son of a, I'm going to get you killed. Hiss. The three thugs were rolling around on the ground in pain while still letting out harsh words. On the other hand, Zhang Yang, who was on the side, was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? The three thugs were lying down before they even touched anyone? Lin Fei didn't bother to pay attention to those three people's harsh words and walked straight towards Zhang Yang. When Zhang Yang saw Lin Fei walking towards him, without saying a word, he pulled out his legs and ran without the slightest hesitation. Asterisk. Lin Fei couldn't help but spit out Feng Yang as he looked at Zhang Yang, who had already run a dozen meters away. Next time let me catch you. If I don't beat the out of you, I'll count it as a tight clip. Lin Fei shouted. Seeing that the people had already run out of sight, Lin Fei walked over to the side of those three thugs and slowly squatted down with a faint smile on his face. A few brothers, just now I'm really sorry. In order to protect myself I didn't pay attention to the lightness of the situation for a moment. How about this? I'll give you one person $10,000. It's considered a moral damage fee. How about it? When the three of them heard this, they were a bit confused. What's going on here? Are you telling the truth? One of them asked doubtfully. Of course. Lin Fei nodded. What are your demands? The other man asked with a frown, secretly speculating about Lin Fei's intentions in his heart. Good question. Lin Fei applauded, thinking in his heart that these people weren't stupid. The three of them glanced at each other. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Beat up that kid who brought you guys here just now. Lin Fei smiled, a trace of coldness flashing through his eyes. No problem. We'll definitely make his skin crack. The trio patted their chests in assurance, completely forgetting who caused the pain in their lower bodies. There's one more request. In the future, you guys will help me with one thing, but I haven't thought of what exactly. Lin Fei said slowly. Okay. The three immediately agreed. $10,000. How long would they have to work as thugs to earn it? And now that it was a society of law, thug jobs weren't available every day. That's it then, Lin Fei said, already opening PayPal. After giving the three people $10,000 each and leaving a few people's phone numbers, Lin Fei left with the crowd. After walking for a while, Lu Dachao couldn't help but ask, Brother Fei, why did you give them money? These people are the ones who don't do anything without thinking. It's not cost-effective to get into a relationship with them. In case the dog jumps over the wall and bites someone someday, it's not good. Lin Fei smiled faintly, thinking in his heart that it would be better to do more than less. Now that his days had gotten better, he didn't want to be pestered by these little troubles. Moreover, these few people just now dared to use a baseball bat to smash people, showing that they are not afraid of death. There may be a use for them in the future. As she walked, Yan Jiajiu unexpectedly fell asleep leaning on Lin Fei. Hey, wake up! Lin Fei gently patted her face, trying to wake her up, but after calling several times, Yan Jiajiu didn't have the slightest intention of waking up. What is this? Lin Fei held his forehead and laughed bitterly, a wave of helplessness in his heart. He didn't know what to do if this girl didn't wake up. Brother Fei, why don't you open a room for senior sister Yan and let her sleep for the night? I'll take Xiao Feng and the others back first, Lu Dachao said in a serious manner. Get a room. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments. In his heart he secretly spat out. Do you believe in my character too much, or are you too skeptical of her figure? That's it, Brother Fei. I'll take the two of them to go first. Lu Dachao also didn't care about Lin Fei. He directly brought the two of them to run away first. Dachao, what do you mean? Brother Fei, what did you say? I can't hear you. In the end there was really no way out. Lin Fei could only bring Yan Jiaojia to a hotel and open a room. Only when registering, the two hotel receptionist ladies asked a dozen times about the relationship between the two, and repeatedly emphasized not to do anything illegal or criminal. Lin Fei's heart was straightened by the questions. Inside the room, after Lin Fei placed Yan Jiaojia on the bed, he turned around and prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, Lin Fei felt like he was being held from behind. Aren't you asleep? Lin Fei was puzzled, sensing that you were about to leave. I woke up. A petite voice entered his ears. Hiss. What was meant by contrast? What was meant by seduction? Lin Fei had sort of deeply experienced it at this moment. Just this voice alone could make people tingle. Lin Fei. I'm so scared to be alone. Yan Jiajiao came to Lin Fei's ear and said pitifully. Scared? Don't you think that? Alone. I'm even scarier? Lin Fei turned his head and looked at Yan Jiajiao's beautiful eyes. His heart throbbed, but he still warned. So what? What can you do? Yan Jiajiao said in a slightly provocative manner. Can this be tolerated? Can this not be taught a lesson? As soon as he grabbed Yan Jiajiao's waist, Lin Fei directly swept her into his arms from behind. Yan Jiajiao's body belongs to the kind that looks thin, but actually has meat. The whole person looks like a soft cotton candy. Moreover, this girl is especially good at expression management, holding the man's little mind to death. Yan Jiajiao fell into the man's arms. Her face was shy. She knew that the time to change the class had come. Accompany me to chat tonight. Good. Lin Fei agreed with his mouth. Yuming Mountain. This was the 10th ringing of Lin Fei's cell phone this morning. Fortunately, this ringing finally awakened Lin Fei for a few moments. Hello, who is it? Lin Fei picked up the phone and said with some irritation. Brother Fei, you're still not awake. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Feng was shocked. Lin Fei sat up violently from his bed, the blinding sunlight almost giving him away. Blinking, Lin Fei looked outside. It was already full of traffic and the sun was shining. This was at the very least a scene after 10:30. Glancing at his cell phone, as expected, it was 11 o'clock. Is everything alright? Lin Fei hurriedly asked. The guide found us twice to ask. What we said was that you got out of bed this morning and fell on your ankle. You're in the hospital now, Zhao Feng said bitterly. Phew, thanks good brother. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief while not forgetting to thank him. It's fine, just try to come back earlier, and by the way, give your guide a vacation, Zhao Feng said. Aha, Lin Fei nodded. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fei then remembered everything that happened last night. The two of them were chatting quite a bit last night. Looking back, Yan Jiajiao was still asleep, a head of hair messily covering her delicate face. Underneath the bed, there was a mess, and it was normal for a little bit of fighting to happen inevitably from chatting. Self-control is still too poor. Lin Fei sighed, then pulled out a cigarette and lit it. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined. A penny hadn't been spent and it had come to this. Could it really be that his charm was too great? I just hope that the favorability will not break through to 90 points first. Halfway through the draw, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Yan Jiajiao, favorability plus 20. Yan Jiajiao, current favorability 70 points. Bonus skill, musical instrument proficiency. Turning back, Lin Fei realized that Yan Jiajiao was staring at herself with a shy face and some complexity in her eyes. Awake? Lin Fei casually touched her face. Aha, the latter answered, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Lin Fei gently embraced her into his arms and gently stroked her hair. At the same time, he began to calculate how to spend these tens of billions. He and Yan Jiajiao's development was too fast, making it a little difficult for him to operate for a while. This woman is highly accepting and obedient to him. It's easy to spend fast money on her, so he must seize the opportunity to. Yan Jiajiao just lay quietly in Lin Fei's arms, quietly enjoying this moment. Last night's matter, although it was her initiative, there was also the effect of alcohol in it. Otherwise, she hadn't opened up to this extent. After all, both of them weren't a couple yet. At best they were ambiguous objects. Jiajiao, what is your dream? Lin Fei asked softly. Chapter 20 Yan Jiajiao's shock. Get rich overnight. Travel around the world. Empty the shopping cart. Grow 5 centimeters taller. Eat wildly without getting fat. Buy villas around the world. Yan Jiajiao listed her dreams with a giggle on her face. So many wishes? Lin Fei couldn't help himself. They are all dreams anyway. 1 is also a wish. 100 is also a wish. Yan Jiajiao playfully spat out her tongue. I can help you realize all of them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Are you joking, Lin Fei? Yan Jiajiao snorted, clearly not believing it. In her opinion, even if Lin Fei was rich and liked her, at most he would just buy her a house and a few bags. After all, a rich second generation was just rich, not a cutie. I dare to buy it. You dare to take it, right? Lin Fei stared into her eyes and said seriously. According to the settings of this system, the more he spent, the better, and only after accumulating raw funds could he straighten his back. Yan Jiajiao saw how serious Lin Fei was. Her heart was a little shaken. Could it be that what he said was true? But buying villas and yachts all over the world, this would cost tens of billions of dollars. Even if Lin Fei is Ma's own son, he can't spend like this. Although Yan Jiajiao was a bit skeptical, but in line with the principle of making a man happy, she still revealed a smile. If what you say is true, then I, Yan Jiajiao, will follow you in this life, be your man in life, and be your ghost in death. If there is any betrayal, I will be struck by heaven and thunder and immersed in a pigsty. That's not necessary. Lin Fei smiled and touched her head. After checking out of the hotel, Lin Fei softly persuaded the guy to take a half-day off, and then brought Yin Jiajia to a high-class Chinese restaurant for lunch. While eating, Lin Fei contacted a few agents who sold villas in Huayang. The agents replied extremely fast, which made Lin Fei very satisfied. Lin Fei didn't care about money at all nowadays. He had bound 5 objects and already had over 300 billion in his black gold card. What was the concept of over 300 billion? Spending $1 million a day. One would have to start spending from the Northern Song dynasty to spend it all. The villa sent by the intermediary has a beautiful environment, luxurious decoration, comes with a garden, and can be moved in with a handbag, but altogether less than 1.5 billion. Too cheap. So, Lin Fei directly asked the agent there are better, but the reply was that this is already the best in Huayang. Forget about it, just buy all over the world. So, Lin Fei directly sent the agent 7 villas all want. Agent see Lin Fei so fast, and quickly asked Lin Fei when to see the house, and said that you can send a car to send, but Lin Fei didn't have time, so he looked at Yen Jiajiao who was eating silently. Jiajiao, do you have time in the next 2 days? Yen Jiajiao put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth and said, well, I don't have class today. I don't have class until tomorrow afternoon and evening. What's wrong? I bought a few villas for you. You and the agent go do the paperwork. I'll just pay when it's done. Lin Fei laughed. What did you say? Yen Jiajiao suspected that she had heard wrong. Bought you a few villas not much, just over 1 billion. Lin Fei pinched her face. Yen Jiajiao was a little incoherent, her pretty eyes full of incredulity. I'll have the agent come over and take you to see it slowly. These villas are all good. You just need to go through the formalities, and you can move in with a bag after I pay. When the words came to this, Yen Jiajiao completely believed Lin Fei's words. This man wasn't joking, he really had the strength to do all of this, just because of a few wishes of his own. He was willing to spend more than $1 billion to buy himself a villa, and without hesitation, he did it first. For a moment, Yen Jiajiao's deepest inner strings were touched fiercely. Lin Fei, why are you so good to me? Yen Jiajiao's eyes were glistening with tears and her speech was a little shaky. Lin Fei gently held Yen Jiajiao's hand and didn't speak. Because you're my woman now. Lin Fei looked into her eyes and said indifferently. Of course, this was all bull ********. The purpose was because I wanted to swipe money. Yen Jiajiao's body trembled as she looked at Lin Fei for a long time. Unable to speak, 2 hot teardrops sliding down her cheeks. But soon she seemed to realize that she was a bit out of it, and broke into laughter again. It's only been 1 night and you're like this. Aren't you afraid that I'm just doing this for your money? Lin Fei almost laughed out loud. Girl, I'm not afraid that you won't spend. I'm afraid that you won't spend enough. I have a lot of money. You can't finish cheating for the rest of your life. Oil death. Yen Jiajiao glanced over her head, wiped her tears and scolded with a laugh. Yen Jiajiao, favorability plus 15. Current favorability, 85 points. Unlock skill bonus, proficiency in all languages of the world. After eating, Lin Fei brought Yen Jiajiao to a cafe to meet with the agents. Several of the agents were local netizens of Douyin and knew each other. They were all confused when they realized that the other party was at this coffee shop and had the same client phone number. Lin Fei appeared with Yen Jiajiao and swept a glance at them before sitting calmly on a bench. Seeing that Lin Fei was a young man and didn't have anything on him that showed the strength of his property, the agents were a little skeptical that they had been tricked. Sir, are you sure it's you who wants to buy our villa? A female agent couldn't help but ask. She was skeptical but her years of experience made her very polite. I'll credit you the money now. But you have to take care of everything for me. Lin Fei sat on a chair, crossed his legs, wrapped his arms around Yen Jiajiao, and smiled lightly. When the few people heard this, the corners of their mouths rose, and they hurriedly stood up with a more respectful attitude. Lin Xiao, don't worry, we've been agents in Huayang for a long time. We'll make sure you're satisfied and the procedure process is reduced to the shortest. A man wearing glasses and a suit said. Right, we have people in black and white. We will definitely not let you trouble us. Several other people also assured. Alright, let me know the account directly. I'll immediately make the payment to you guys. Lin Fei was satisfied. Several people scrambled up. Half an hour later, the money was all paid. A few people were completely convinced and began to wonder about Lin Fei's identity. They had basically heard of the rich second generation in Huayang, but they hadn't heard of this Lin Fei person. They guessed that Lin Fei might not be from Huayang, but rather a top-notch rich young man from somewhere else. A few people started sending rainbow farts and tried to ask Lin Fei's identity. A flurry of rainbow farts came down, making Yen Jiajiao almost laugh out loud. Although Lin Fei was having a great time listening to it, he was a bit nauseous after hearing too much of it, so he waved his hand to signal the few people to pause. At this time, Lin Fei suddenly opened his mouth. Right, I forgot to tell you guys. I don't have time to look at the houses. Moreover, All of these villas have been transferred under the name of this lady beside me. Ah, this sentence was even more shocking than Lin Fei taking out over $1 billion in cash. Lin Xiao, you're not kidding, right? All 7 villas transferred to this lady's name? A few people wondered if Lin Fei was crazy. More than $1 billion to buy a few villas to give away to a woman? Even the top-tier gentry didn't play like this, did they? Moreover, although this woman was pretty, there were quite a few prettier than her, so what right did she have? No? Lin Fei frowned. It was so hard to find one with a high level of acceptance. Was it hard to keep the money to look at if you didn't swipe it? Lin Fei thought he could make Yan Zhaozhou feel 100% favorable towards her with $100,000, but to no avail. Spending money to return cash was the hard truth. Not every bound girl can accept you spending a lot of money on her. If you don't make a strong effort to find a way to spend it now, it wouldn't be good if none of the bound girls could easily spend it in the future. No, young Lin throws away thousands of dollars for love. We admire it. Several people hurriedly shook their heads and praised Lin Fei for throwing away thousands of dollars for the sake of a redhead, an example of a man. Then they sent a flurry of rainbow farts to Yan Zhaozhou, using all the good words and phrases. Yan Zhaozhou, an outgoing girl, was praised to the point where she blushed a little. Get it done for me. If you don't get it done, be careful, I'll take you guys to task. Lin Fei stood up and warned a few people. He had paid in advance and was afraid that these few people would be lazy, so he couldn't be too polite. The few people hurriedly assured that they didn't dare offend this god of wealth. As long as they did this order, they could lie flat for several more years. Soon, Yan Zhaozhou sat in the car driven by the intermediary, followed by a few people to see the house. But it was just a process. After all, Lin Fei had already paid the money. These villas were actually already hers. Chapter 21. Lu Jinglun. When he returned to school, it was only 4 o'clock, and military training hadn't even ended yet. Lin Fei went back to the dormitory and took a shower. Perhaps because he was overworked last night, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep not long after. When he woke up again, it was a few roommates who returned to the dormitory and woke him up. When the 3 saw Lin Fei, they all had a lewd expression on their faces. Brother Fei, you were tired last night, weren't you? Zhao Feng smiled lewdly. Off. Lin Fei laughed and cursed, then got up to change into his military training clothes. He had taken the afternoon off, and he still had to go in the evening as usual. Just after changing his clothes, Lin Fei's cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was a WeChat call from Kai Xinyan. After picking it up, Lin Fei smiled and said, Xinyan, what's up? Kai Xinyan hesitated and said, Lin Fei, tonight our club is going to have a modeling runway show at the soccer stadium. Can you come over to support me? Modeling runway show? Lin Fei was instantly interested. Yeah, lots of big beauties. Kai Xinyan flirted. Then I have to come. Of course, I'm definitely here to support you, Lin Fei said in his serious manner. But, I'm afraid I'm here to see the other young ladies, right? Kai Xinyan said deliberately. A smooth thing. Lin Fei grinned. Stinky Lin Fei, Kai Xinyan said without a trace of anger. I'm just kidding. No one else is as pretty as you. Xinyan, don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed sardonically. Man's mouth, lying ghost. Kai Xinyan grunted. I'm not the same as them, Lin Fei said, patting his chest. As soon as these words came out, several of his roommates looked at Lin Fei with a look of contempt. Yes, brother Fei, you are too different. Less than a week after the start of the school year, we have seen 3 sister-in-law. After chatting a few more times, Lin Fei hung up the phone. Then he looked to his roommates. Brothers, a female friend of mine has a modeling show tonight. How should I support the show? Female friend? Brother Fei, which girlfriend again, right? Zhao Feng smiled crookedly. It's the one who gave away fruits in military training yesterday. Lin Fei glared at him. So it's second sister-in-law. Then brother Fei, you have to be a bit more solemn. You have to be a bit more rowdy. I agree with Zhao Feng. Seconded. The 3 of them had the best impression of Kai Xinyan, so they were very supportive of Kai Xinyan. Allow me to think about it. Lin Fei nodded, then stroked his chin and thought. But after thinking about it, Lin Fei decided not to send anything. He was worried about another situation like Yan Zhaozhou's, where he hadn't spent much money yet and his favorability was almost full. In the end, not only would the basket be empty, but he would also owe a love debt. Lin Fei's idea was that even if he owed a love debt, he should at least make himself enough money first. Forget it, let's not send it off first. Lin Fei shook his head. Tonight, the military training only lasted for half an hour of standing in military posture, and then the training ended early. Then, everyone was split into 2 halves, sitting on both sides of the soccer field, leaving an empty space in the middle. Many people knew through the grapevine that there were many exciting performances tonight, so they were all looking forward to it. Did you guys know? I heard that you can see at least 3 of the top 10 school beauties in tonight's performance. 3 school beauties? Which 3? Wait for me to see what they sent in the group. Oh, there's Kai Xinyan, the first flower of the art college and the school's 3rd flower, as well as Lu Jinglan, the 2nd flower of the arts college and the school's 4th flower, and the last one is Luo Xiaoqi, the 2nd flower of the foreign language college and the school's 9th flower. That sister Lu Jinglan is really pretty. I've seen it on the confession wall. Luo Xiaoqi is our favorite. The show hadn't even started yet, and there were already quite a few freshmen who started arguing heatedly. As the music played on the playground, the atmosphere was hyped up. Everyone unanimously sang loudly along with the music, and the entire playground was buzzing with activity. As the 2 hosts, who were dressed to the nines, walked into the center of the field, the entire playground was once again abuzz with excitement. Dear instructors, dear students, good evening to everyone. After a day of grueling training, we are gathered here, in this wonderful night. Let's temporarily put down the fatigue of military training and enjoy this joyful time that belongs to us. After a burst of opening remarks, the performance was about to begin. Lin Fei sat in the crowd, and some anticipation rose in his eyes. The first program is the Peep a Peace Ambush on 10 Sides brought by Lu Jinglan, a student from the first class of Chinese language and literature majors in the College of Arts. Let's welcome student Lu Jinglan. As soon as the words fell, the playground erupted into a wave of applause like a furious tide. Soon, a woman with a tall figure and gentle temperament, carrying a small stool, walked from the podium side towards the center of the playground. The woman's typical oriental beauty features were exquisite without losing atmosphere. A cheongsam with a green pattern on a white background outlined the wonderful curves, and with her knitted brows and smile, it was as if she had walked out of a classical beauty from a painting. Arriving at the center of the playground, Lu Jinglan first politely waved at everyone, then elegantly sat on the stool. Sister Jinglan, I love you. Senior Sister Jinglan, do you have a boyfriend? With this wave, many boys around the playground instantly stood up and loudly confessed their love. Lu Jinglan hid her mouth and smiled, then waved her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. In order to leave a good impression on the goddess, the boys obediently shut their mouths, incidentally reminding the people next to them to keep their mouths shut. Due to being too far away, Lin Fei couldn't really see what Lu Jinglan looked like. He could only vaguely tell that the figure was very wow. He was about to turn around and ask Xiao Feng, but then he realized that the guy didn't know when he pulled out a telescope. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where the hell did you get that equipment? Lin Fei was shocked. Brother Fei, this is called professionalism, Xiao Feng said with the corner of his mouth curled. Show me. Lin Fei grabbed it. Brother Fei. Without looking, Lin Fei realized that this girl's face and body were really in perfect proportion. Oriental beauty's atmospheric features. Slightly powdered is enough to overpower the presence of do not know how many girls. System found target 006. About to be automatically bound. Name, Lu Jinglan. Age, 20. Height, 170. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 9. 6. Body, 9. 4. Comprehensive score, 9. 5. Purity, 100. Goddess Raider funds, 111. 1 billion. Current favorability to host, 0 points. Brother Unity, I've only taken one look at you, how come you're bound to it? The corners of Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. Quality target. Rare. Must bind. The system's voice rang out. Alright. Lin Fei nodded, happy and at the same time a little bitter. This was bound for 6. He was now feeling a little short of time. In the center of the playground, Lu Jinglan sat on a stool, his right hand gently raised, holding the lute in his arms, his left hand gently pressed on the string shaft, adjusting the pitch. Lin Fei, who had received the system's instrument proficiency reward, could naturally see that this Lu Jinglan was very professional and had played the lute for at least 10 years. Chapter 22 Model Walking Show. As the playground gradually turned silent, Lu Jinglan's performance officially began. The soft lights focused on her, and the entire audience of more than 7,000 people held their breath. When her jade fingers lightly wheeled, a stirring melody instantly erupted. Many people in the audience stood up in sweat. The fierce rhythm poured out from her fingertips, as if bringing the crowd into the ancient battlefield of Chuanhan. Although Lu Jinglan was a woman, her fingering was very strong and powerful. The pipa strings clanked under her fiddling, and every note seemed like jingo and iron horses. Majestic. Her expression changed according to the melody. Sometimes her brows were tightly locked, sometimes her eyes were stern, as if she was commanding thousands of horses and armies to charge into battle. Her body leaned forward slightly, devoting herself to the performance, as if she was the warrior in the duel. The audience was gripped tightly by the shocking music, and did not dare to utter a word. As the melody progressed, the rhythm became more and more compact, and Lu Jinglan's playing became more and more passionate, as if one could see swords and smoke. When the last note fell, the entire audience was first silent, Then thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Brother Fei, I really like this one. Zhao Feng hugged Lin Fei and shook him. Alright. How many of these have you fallen in love with? Lin Fei said contemptuously, but his gaze focused on Lu Jinglan. However, there was one thing to say. This Lu Jinglan's pipa skills were really good. Even he who had gotten the instrumental proficiency skill couldn't underestimate it. Moreover, she had an elegant, gentle and virtuous temperament of a girl from the Jiangnan water town. Senior Sister Jinglan, I'll be your hardcore fan from now on. If I were to marry Sister Jinglan, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. School Sister Jinglan, can we have another song? Many male compatriots stood up and shouted. In the face of these cheers, Lu Jinglan faintly smiled, then got up and bowed. Thank you all for enjoying it, but I'm sorry that I can't play any other tunes for you, as we still have a lot of students who haven't performed yet. Ryu Jinglan said softly as he stepped aside to the microphone. Oh no. A sigh filled with regret resounded through the soccer field. Lu Jinglan bowed again in 3 directions before getting off the field. The 2 hosts reappeared. Alright, thank you for our senior sister Ryu's wonderful performance. Next, please watch the dance brought by the school's Qi Xing Dance Club. As the host's flurry of nonsense ended, a pair of pairs of white reflective thighs walked towards the crowd in unison. There were 7 people in total, all in white halter tops and small short skirts, with exquisite makeup and tall figures. Their sexiness index was as high as 10 stars. Wow! I said you immortal, this school didn't come to the wrong place. School sister, your legs are really long. School sister, I La Question Jean real name invite you to have dinner later. Tired from military training. The male compatriots love to watch some saving programs. Brother Fei, what do you think? It's alright, middle of the road. Lin Fei smiled faintly. It wasn't that he was bragging, because although these school sisters had wow figures, only 2 or 3 of them had 5 points or more in looks. But the prettiest one wasn't even as pretty as Yen Jiaojiao, not to mention Song Jiayi and Kai Xinyan. Thinking of beautiful women, Lin Fei remembered that woman called Bai Shi. That was really the most beautiful he had seen until now. I knew that these mediocre girls couldn't fit into your eyes, so I'll go to the front with Da Chao and the others to watch. Zhao Feng let out a bitter smile, so he called on Lu Da Chao and the others to leave. Lin Fei hurriedly called out, wait for me, you, Brother Fei. I'm waiting for Kai Xinyan's performance. Don't think too much. I'm not interested in this. Fine, whatever you say. After circling around a few times, a few people finally squeezed into the front position. At this moment, those 7 schoolgirls were already dancing. Their seductive eyes and passionate dance moves made Zhao Feng and Lu Daxiao unable to move their eyes. Of course, Lin Fei's bastard was the same. It had to be said that the Styx girl group dances were truly provocative. No wonder those plutocrats liked to keep girl groups. These schoolgirls had just danced for less than a minute, and the cheers from the stage were already comparable to waves. Thinking of this, Lin Fei remembered his media company. According to the system, this company was currently running normally. Only the shares were all in his hands. It was equivalent to already having a hitman help him manage it fully. He could go over there or not. As for the revenue, he could go get it anytime. I forgot to tell you, you can't use this company's money for the time being, unless you are able to raid more than 3 people successfully. At this time, the system's voice rang out. You can damn well know what I'm thinking? Lin Fei said in shock. Of course, grass. I can't move this company money, so what's it giving me? Lin Fei was speechless. I forgot to tell you, there are a lot of beautiful anchors and artists under Star Ocean. It's not really useful to have more of this money. Then again, Lin Fei felt that this company was really good. Female anchors, female entertainers, being the boss himself. It seems like I have to take some time to inspect the company's work. Lin Fei stroked his chin and muttered. With the exit of a few girls, the next one to be ushered in was a boy, performing a street dance. The boy's classic street dance guy outfit caused many girls to cheer as soon as he stepped onto the stage. The next performance also showed not bad street dance skills. The movements were very smooth and ornamental. Even Lin Fei applauded. At this time, Lin Fei felt his cell phone vibrate and picked it up to see that it was from Kai Xinyan. Kai Xinyan, Lin Fei. When the next person finishes performing, it's going to be me. Lin Fei, Xinyan. Cheer up, don't be nervous, I believe you are the most beautiful. Kai Xinyan, shy, emoji. After the street dance performance, it was a girl majoring in law who sang. Singing is the Cantonese version of 8,000 K songs. The moment she opened her mouth, the entire playground was instantly in an uproar, followed by immediate silence, and then an unanimous chorus. For no other reason, this girl sang simply comparable to Chen Huixian. One song down, the atmosphere of the entire playground was once again rekindled. Let's thank student Ji Jingwen once again for her performance. And next, a modeling runway show brought by the school's most popular Zero Dance Club. Let's applause please. As soon as the host's words fell, a burst of applause erupted from the scene once again. As the spotlight illuminated 24 girls clad in black robes walked head-on. What the hell is this? Walking in this? No way. I thought it was going to be a good one, but it turned out to be a big one? This is a ing none, isn't it? What a trashy catwalk. Next, this kind of black robe covered the face and body completely. Everyone was unable to see either the legs or the face, and there was an avalanche of curses. However, many sharp-eyed ones in the front row could still see the clues, and they could clearly see the flash of white lace on one girl's legs. Soon, 24 girls clad in black robes walked to the center of the playground. Amidst a chorus of curses and cheers, the black robes suddenly slipped off their bodies in unison. In an instant, the entire playground was quiet. Sexy, beautiful, elegant, fiery, flirtatious. These were the first words that came to their minds. There isn't a single ugly girl in the 20-some girls. All of them are class flower level, and their average height is around 170. One can't help but wonder if this club is Cayenne. Dressing up is even more varied, highlighting the charm of women. There are elegant atmosphere of the evening dress. There are passionate and unrestrained small skirt. There are also dignified and generous cheongsam. Of course, black silk and white silk is inevitable. Chapter 23 Song Jiai Jealousy. Dressed in a black French halter hot diamond evening gown, Kai Xinyan stood firmly in the C position. Like a bright and dazzling star, the gown was like a tailor-made one, fitting her petite body tightly and outlining the graceful and delicate lines perfectly. Hot diamonds in the light of the illumination, flashing like the starry sky like bright light, highlighting the high-level luxury. A waterfall of hair elegantly coiled behind the head. An evening dress complement. The foot silver circle earrings hanging on both ears added a few more points of charming and cold flavor. Brother Fei, second sister-in-law, is simply gorgeous. Zhao Feng's eyes went straight and said to Lin Fei with an envious face, "It's just average law." Lin Fei had a calm face and waved his hand pretending to be unconcerned. The three of them immediately threw eyes that could kill at him. "Don't look at me. Look at the girls." Lin Fei hurriedly changed the subject. As the music started, the people at the scene instantly snapped back to their senses from the amazement they had just experienced. I withdraw my previous tirade. This is simply better than the Victoria's Secret show. These legs, this body, this face, it's definitely the best of the best. In the sound of music, the schoolgirls began their runway show. The first one to make an appearance was a girl wearing a short skirt and a halter top, and her body was also hot as hell. With a confident smile on her face, she twirled her body and began to walk the runway. The catwalks proceeded in order, and every time one came on, a burst of screams would ring out from the stage. Since the venue was not big, it was soon Kai Xinyan's turn. She had just taken 2 steps when a burst of cheers and applause erupted from the side of the field. Quickly look at that. That's the school's third school flower, Kai Xinyan. It's worthy of being a sunken fish and goose. I'll go. She's so pretty that she's only ranked third. I can't even imagine what the first school flower must look like. Sister Kai, can you sign an autograph for me? I've been a fan of yours for 10 years. MS. Kai, my roommate wants your micro. Because quite a few people had already seen the confession wall, they knew that Kai Xinyan was the third school flower's name. Moreover, from the warmth of the cheers, Kai Xinyan herself was indeed much prettier than the photos on the confession wall. Kai Xinyan was unmoved, still hanging a faint smile as she continued to walk the runway. It is not that she is playing the big game, but there is an interactive session later. Kai Xinyan's own temperament is outstanding, coupled with the 174 tall figure. Walk the show that is full of imperial sister model. Really born charming bona. Lin Fei murmured. The show soon ended, followed by the long-awaited interactive session, only to see the 20 or so school sisters who had just appeared on the stage, with enthusiastic smiles on their faces, start walking from the very edge and actively high-five and interact with the students who were training on the sidelines of the field. Kai Xinyan deliberately only high-fived the female students because she was worried about Lin Fei being jealous. Looking at those white flowery thighs swaying around in front of their eyes, the boys on the sidelines all laughed so hard that their mouths couldn't close. It's almost on our side. So excited. Zhao Feng yelled with excitement. See, they haven't even made a move yet, and this one is already mesmerized and can't find his way out. Lin Fei pointed at Zhao Feng and turned his head to Lu Dachao and Xia Shiyang. Xia Shiyang immediately laughed and scolded. Old Zhao, you're bound to be the most unproductive one amongst the dog lickers in the future. Asterisk 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 off. Zhao Feng glared at him and continued to wait blearily for the school sisters to come over. Soon, the schoolmates came over here, and Zhao Feng excitedly stretched out his hand and high-fived the schoolmates in front of him. His mouth was almost crooked to his ears from smiling. His demented look almost made Lin Fei and Lu Dachao burst out laughing. At this time, Kai Xinyan also came over here. Lin Fei raised his head, and the two of them happened to be looking at each other. Sister, you're so pretty. I like you so much. Can I hug you? Lin Fei grinned. When these words came out, many of the people beside him who heard them looked contemptuous and disdainful. Is this person brain dead from jerking off too much? I guess he's brain dead. Sister Kai is afraid that she wants to slap him twice. But what made the crowd's jaws drop in shock was that Kai Sinyan actually stopped and said to Lin Fei with a delicate smile, "Then what are you still sitting for?" Lin Fei hurriedly got up and directly went up to Kai Sinyan for a deep hug. Just as the crowd was about to let out a gasp of amazement, something even more explosive came, only to see Kai Sinyan gently kiss Lin Fei on the face and then run away with a shy face. Kai Sinyan, favorability +10. This kiss was tantamount to directly announcing to everyone present that she, Kai Sinyan, had a master. The #1 flower of the art academy, the school's third school flower, already had her heart in the right place. This news was undoubtedly a super invincible bomb in the school. This time, Lin Fei was a bit confused. What is the situation? Also did not say there is such a link. My god, am I blind? School Sister Kai actually kissed that boy. No, you read it right. Sister Kai really kissed him. No, my goddess. How could she have a boyfriend? Forget it, powder to passerby. Have a boyfriend, resolutely do not powder. Many of the male compatriots made heartbreaking noises, looking at Lin Fei with envy and jealousy in their gazes, especially Du Yonghui in the corner. He simply wanted to eat Lin Fei alive, but compared to Lin Fei, he hated Kai Sinyan even more now. How much he liked her before, how much he hated her now. Kai Sinyan, you, Du Yonghui cursed viciously in his heart. However, many girls were more interested in Lin Fei, because being able to chase after the school flower was definitely an excellent man in their eyes. For a while, the entire scene was buzzing with activity, and almost everyone was talking about Kai Sinyan and Lin Fei, but she wasn't the only one, because there were also a few other girls from the Zero Dance Club who were also ruthlessly spreading a wave of dog food with their boyfriends at the scene. On the other side, Song Jiayi sat frozen in place, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Could it be that I'm looking at it wrong? Song Jiayi secretly comforted herself in her heart. However, Lin Fei's face that was a bit handsome and a bit, how could she possibly recognize it wrong? For a moment, Song Jiayi's nose was sore. The moment Kai Sinyan and Lin Fei hugged and kissed Lin Fei's face just now, her heart instantly sank to the bottom. Wait, what if it was that vixen who unilaterally liked Lin Fei? Song Jiayi suddenly thought of a possibility, her expression instantly turning from bitter to serious. Lin Fei had only been enrolled for a few days. How could he be in love? And his own looks weren't worse than hers, and he had also known Lin Fei for so long. If Lin Fei wanted to fall in love, he must have chosen himself first. I'm pretty, gentle, well-built, considerate, able to play games with Lin Fei, able to do laundry, and smart. Song Jiayi thought and inexplicably revealed a silly white sweet smile. Lin Fei is mine. No one can steal it. Song Jiayi clenched her pink fist, then got up and walked towards Lin Fei's side. On the other side, Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Song Jiayi's favorability towards him just now suddenly dropped by 30 points, then suddenly rose back up again. What's going on here? Lin Fei racked his brain and couldn't figure it out, even suspecting that there was something wrong with the system. As he was pondering, his eyes were suddenly blindfolded, and his touch was delicate, soft and slightly cold. Sniffing the odor, Lin Fei was speechless. Song Jiayi, what the hell are you doing? How did you know it was me? Song Jiayi jumped in front of him in a flash, revealing a row of white teeth. A man's eighth sense. Lin Fei looked at her and smiled triumphantly. Chapter 24, The Flame of Gunpowder. The eighth sense. I still have the ninth sense. Song Jiayi rolled her eyes. By the way, why did you run over here? Lin Fei asked. I was bored, so I came over to chat with you. Song Jiayi blinked, then suddenly remembered something and waved at Zhao Feng and the others. Hi guys, my name is Song Jiayi. Lu Dachao, Zhao Feng, and Xia Shiyang and the rest of them were stunned at first, then smiles piled up on their faces. Zhao Feng reacted the fastest and immediately shouted, Hello sister-in-law. Lu Dachao and Xia Shiyang followed suit and chimed in, Hello sister-in-law. Song Jiayi's face instantly reddened. Don't call me anything, I'm not. A few people looked at each other and smiled, and didn't say anything. Song Jiayi hurriedly changed the subject and approached Lin Fei's side with a gossipy look. Lin Fei, who was that pretty girl just now? I see that she seems to have an unusual relationship with you. Lin Fei froze, thinking about how to answer. Song Jiayi continued, Don't be nervous, I'm just curious to ask. It's okay if it's not convenient to say. Lin Fei felt that there was nothing to hide, and graciously admitted, Her name is Kai Sinyan, she's a sophomore sister, we're quite familiar with each other. Song Jiayi's eyes flashed with a hint of sultriness. Then she continued to ask, Just quite familiar? Quite familiar enough for a kiss on the face. Song Jiayi felt a little too reserved. Why does it smell sour? Lin Fei purposely made the appearance of sniffing the odor. Who's jealous? I'm just worried that you'll be seduced by those bad women, and when the time comes, there's no place to cry even if you lose both your wealth and your money. Song Jiayi suddenly said excitedly, with a righteous look on her face. Lin Fei laughed evilly. How do you know that Xin Yen? She's a bad woman. People are good to me. Yo, all called on Xin Yen. Looks like you really took the bait. Humph. Song Jia-yi huffed. You're so excited. It won't be like me, right? Lin Fei came to Song Jia-yi's ear and asked. Whoever likes you is a dog. Song Jia-yi's eyes flashed with a flash of evasion before she punched Lin Fei in the waist. Well, Lin Fei covered his waist with a pained look. Even if you don't like it, why are you still hitting people? I'm going to hit. Song Jia-yi grunted, but in her heart, she was still a little worried. After another program ended, Luo Xiao she finally made her appearance. Today, she was dressed in a light yellow halter dress, her feet stepped on a pair of small white shoes, and her whole person looked cute and agile. As soon as she appeared on stage, the entire playground's male compatriots were not calm again. Tonight's program was definitely a big wave of benefits for the male compatriots. This song love story is brought to you all, accompanied by the music intro. Luo Xiaoshir's body began to shake. Many people also began to pick up their cell phones and turn on the flash to start shaking. We were both young when I first saw you. When Luo Xiaoshir's pleasant and melodious voice sang the first line, the entire audience steeply erupted into a burst of cheers. Holy this F***king original song on. This. Forget it old man uneducated. Awesome. Luo Xiaoshir gripped the microphone pole with both hands, immersed in the music. Lin Fei. She sings so beautifully. Song Jia-yi excitedly hugged Lin Fei's arm for a while. Lin Fei also nodded his head. Although this girl had some brain problems, her singing was really good. Plus she was from a foreign language institute. There was no problem with her English pronunciation at all. Halfway through the song, Luo Xiaoxi took off the microphone and turned the microphone towards the audience. The entire scene was suddenly like a concert scene, loudly chorusing. And I say, Romeo take me somewhere we can be alone. As she sang, Song Jia-yi couldn't help but take Lin Fei's arm. Her innocent smile contained a few moments of sweetness and happiness, as if all the beauty in the world was condensed in this moment. Song Jia-yi, favorability plus 10. Lin Fei turned his head and looked at Song Jia-yi, his eyes somewhat complicated. As Luo Xiaoshir's last lyrics were sung, tonight's performance came to an end. A few bold male students directly rushed into the center of the playground to find Luo Xiaoshir for a photo. Luo Xiaoshir wasn't an unkind girl, so she naturally smiled and took pictures with them. But the consequence of this is that a whole lot of people rushed over to find her for a photo. And in the end, Luo Xiaoxi could only find an excuse to leave in a hurry. On the other hand, Lin Fei had wanted to go to Lu Jinglan to ask for WeChat, but Song Jia-yi kept sticking to herself, so he could only give up for the time being. He was about to leave the soccer field when Kai Xinyan suddenly appeared, only to see Kai Xinyan walked quickly towards him with a smile on her face. Lin Fei. Song Jia-yi, who was on the side, immediately frowned and looked at Kai Xinyan with a face full of hostility. It was this female Jean who had just kissed Lin Fei. She knew him even if he turned into ashes. Xinyan, why are you here? Lin Fei gave a dry laugh. The several people on the side, Zhao Feng, seeing this situation, immediately gloated and looked at Lin Fei. Brother Fei, Brother Fei, two sisters-in-law appearing at the same time. Let's see what you do. The three of them smiled at Kai Xinyan as a greeting, then wiped their feet and quickly withdrew from the scene. Kai Xinyan saw that Lin Fei was a bit odd and was a bit puzzled. Then she took a look at Song Jia-yi next to her and instantly understood what was going on. Oh, our club is going out for a get-together later. I wanted to ask if you could accompany me, Kai Xinyan said, then looked at Song Jia-yi beside her. Lin Fei, no introduction? Oh, her name is Song Jia-yi. She's my friend and also from your art academy, Lin Fei said smilingly. Kai Xinyan nodded and began to secretly measure up the little beauty in front of her. The figure and face value and temperament were all first class. This guy Lin Fei really took her as a friend? Lin Fei, who is she again? Song Jia-yi looked at Lin Fei with a grudging face. Oh, her name is Kai Xinyan. She's also from your art academy. She's considered your schoolmate, Lin Fei introduced. Song Jia-yi nodded and also sized up Kai Xinyan in front of her. The person was quite pretty, and her body was even more invincible. But so what? Lin Fei is mine. No one can snatch him away. Hello, Sister Jia-yi. Kai Xinyan was unassuming and graciously extended her hand. However, Song Jia-yi still saw the hint of provocation in the bottom of Kai Xinyan's eyes. Song Jia-yi cursed a vixen in her heart, but she still extended her hand with a smile. Hello there, Sister Kai. After a brief shake, the two of them let go. Song Jia-yi turned around and shook Lin Fei's arm, saying somewhat petulantly, Lin Fei, I'm a bit hungry. Why don't we go to that street from last time together for a late-night snack? Kai Xinyan's eyes flashed a hint of displeasure, equally unwilling to show weakness, holding Lin Fei's arm, softly saying, Lin Fei, my friends and the girls all want to meet you, and the place where we'll get together for dinner is the same private restaurant we went to together last time. When these words came out, Song Jia-yi immediately raised her eyebrows. How come they all went out to eat together? It must be this vixen seducing Lin Fei. Thinking of this, Song Jiayi looked at Kai Xinyan with even more hostility in her eyes. Kai Xinyan, on the other hand, the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she continued to provoke. The two women, seemingly calm, were in fact full of gunpowder. Chapter 25, Why is money so hard to spend? Lin Fei was sandwiched in the middle. The taste was unbearable. To the right, Song Jiayi's pitiful, expectant little eyes, as if a deer praying for mercy. Looking to the left, there was Kai Xinyan's soft, watery gaze, just like the spring water. Many people passing by saw the scene, directly looked dumbfounded, and exchanged words. What is this situation? Isn't that school flower Kai Xinyan? How is she holding a man's arm? Who is that man? How can he let two big beauties surround him? It's too unreasonable. I'll go. Is that really MS? Kai? No way. No way. I must have blurred my eyes. It's Kai Xinyan. I didn't expect her to be so indiscreet in her private life. It's a disgrace to the name of the school's flower. Some of the people passing by were pointing and talking. Lin Fei. I'm really hungry. I'm starving and skinny. I want to eat a late night snack well. Song Jiayi continued to shake Lin Fei's arm, whining. Her voice was delicate and glutinous. Lin Fei. Kai Xinyan also looked at Lin Fei blearily, pouting. Lin Fei's head was instantly big. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, then opened his mouth again. Still wanted to say something. This is simply a deadlock. With whom to go to the other side will certainly not be satisfied. At that time the goodwill rubbing down. Then it will be a bloody loss. Forget it, let's fight. Lin Fei fiercely pulled out his hands, pretending to be impatient, and said loudly, go go go. Go to a fair I'm going back to bed. After saying that, he turned around and walked away at a hurried pace. Song Jiayi first froze, then glared angrily at the other party and said indignantly, it's all your fault, making Lin Fei angry. When Kai Xinyan heard this, she let out a cold laugh. He, if it wasn't for you messing around here, Lin Fei would have left with me a long time ago. Humph, who do you think you are? If it wasn't for you coming over and interfering, Lin Fei and I would have been out of school. Song Jiayi said with an angry grunt. The two of them went on like this, not giving in to each other. 5 minutes later, when the two came back to their senses, Lin Fei's figure was long gone from the playground. In the boys' dormitory, Zhao Feng and the others hadn't come back from going to buy late-night snacks. Lin Fei sat alone on a chair and took a long breath. At the same time, Lin Fei started thinking about what to do in the future. It was necessary to increase goodwill, but also to prevent a fire from starting in the backyard. This felt difficult no matter how one thought about it. After all, the girl jealousy that is really terrible. Cold violence you 10 days and a half months are considered light. Thought for half a day. Lin Fei froze and did not think of a good way. Can only take a step and see what happens. At this time, Yan Jiajiao's phone suddenly called. Lin Fei picked up the phone and said with a smile, Jiajiao, what's wrong? Lin Fei, the formalities have all been completed. You can move in with your bags at any time. Yan Jiajiao's voice was full of happiness. She had never thought of owning a house of her own before, but now she had several villas. Well, how about it? Those villas are okay, right? Well, the environment and location are very good. It's just too big. I'm a bit scared to live alone, so I'm planning to live there on weekends and vacations, and live at the school during the week, so classes are convenient. Yan Jiajiao said softly, that's true. When it comes to weekends I'll have time to accompany you. Lin Fei nodded. Well, thank you, Lin Fei. Yan Jiajiao's voice was sweet and greasy. Don't say the word thank you again in the future. It's too raw. Lin Fei said with a smile. Well, Yan Jiajiao answered obediently on the other end of the phone. After chatting for a while longer, the two of them hung up the phone. Lin Fei took a shower, changed his clothes and went to bed. Just as he opened his phone, he saw an apology message from Song Jiayi and Kai Xinyan. This made Lin Fei look a little embarrassed. It was clearly his fault as a bastard, but he made people apologize. After casually replying to a few sentences, Lin Fei leaned back on the quilt and started racking his brain to contact the agents of international real estate companies, as well as some luxury car collectors and yacht dealers. He had to spend Yan Jiajiao's $40 billion in a hurry. 5 days passed by in a flash. In the past few days, Lin Fei had been so busy with spending money that it was the first time in his life that he found spending money so agonizing. First, he had bought Yan Jiajiao a few mansions in all the first-tier cities in the country, and then he had acquired a number of bars, hotels, KTVs, and other entertainment venues in those places, as well as BNBs and hotels near famous tourist attractions all over the country. Not only that, Lin Fei had also acquired several sets of mansions in Magnesia, England, France, Switzerland, Finland, Ghana, Italy, New Zealand and other countries. Apart from that, Lin Fei has also bought a yacht worth $3 billion. The process in between could be described as very complicated, and if it wasn't for the ability to rely on trenchant money, a lot of things really couldn't be squared away. But when a wave of money goes down, nothing is a problem. However, even if this is comparable to the way of spending money, only about $25 billion were spent. If it wasn't for the fact that the system stipulated that he couldn't donate, he really wanted to donate all of it. In order to spend the rest of the money, Lin Fei immediately contacted a luxury car collector to meet up after his military training at noon today. This luxury car collector was called Lu Minglong, who Lin Fei had met a few days ago through an intermediary who sold cars, and had a very unusual identity. Originally, the other party did not want to take care of Lin Fei at first, but Lin Fei just casually demonstrated his financial strength, and then let the other party completely convinced. Although the other party is also a big man among big men, but has not seen someone casually transferred to him $1 billion, just to prove that they have money. After all, many listed companies could not immediately take out $1 billion in cash, while the other side of a nameless person even casually is $1 billion. Only after seeing Lin Fei's strength did the other party add Lin Fei's contact information. School gate. Yan Jiajiao sat on a chair, holding a mirror to carefully organize her makeup. The makeup she wore was actually almost light, as her skin itself was white and red, and there wasn't a single pimple. She didn't need to cover up her concealer at all, and even her lipstick was just a little bit lighter in color. However, her outfit today was very pure lust-esque. The top was a V-neck strapless halter pink jumper with white lace vaguely visible inside. The lower body was a short black skirt with black silk. The sexiness index was simply explosive. Today was the first time Lin Fei had taken the initiative to ask her out, so she paid extra attention. Are you Yan Jiajiao? While she was arranging her hair, Yan Jiajiao suddenly heard someone call out to her, so she raised her head. When she saw the person's appearance, a flash of fleeting disgust flashed in Yan Jiajiao's eyes, but she quickly recovered as before. Yan Jiajiao looked at the person in front of her and asked with some uncertainty, "Are you Chen Yuzhu?" How could she not expect to meet her former high school classmate here? After all, both of them were not local to Huayang, but from Anhui province, thousands of miles away. The girl called Chen Yuzhu had a tall figure and exquisite makeup, wearing an extremely sexy black halter wraparound long skirt and carrying a Chanel bag. She looked quite a bit like a celebrity. She first looked Yan Jiajiao up and down, then looked at the bag next to Yan Jiajiao, and when she realized that it was not a luxury brand, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Yan Jiajiao, Yan Jiajiao. So what if your grades are better than mine? So what if you look prettier than mine? But now you're still not as good as me. Yan Jiajiao is really a precious person who forgets a lot of things. It's only been less than 2 years since you graduated, and you can't recognize me? Chen Yuzhu said with a slight hint of mockery. Chapter 26, Breaking the Internet. Yan Jiajiao naturally heard Chen Yuzhu's gloomy and mocking intentions, but it was simply degrading herself and out of style to argue with such a shallow person. Yan Jiajiao swept her eyes indifferently. Her tone was as flat as water. I just didn't expect to run into you here. You also go to school in Huayang? Chen Yuzhu was slightly stunned, then proudly ruffled her hair, twisted her waist, and slowly said, I'm at the University of Finance and Economics, and my boyfriend is at the University of China. Today, we had an appointment to eat French food, so I reluctantly came over to wait for him. Humph, if it wasn't for the fact that he gave me a diamond ring of over $30,000 last month, I wouldn't have come. After saying that, she also deliberately put her hand in front of Yan Jiajiao and vigorously shook the diamond ring. The bragging intent on her face was undisguised. Yan Jiajiao casually glanced at it, with a careless light smile on her face. Then your boyfriend is quite generous to send you such an expensive ring. Generous? It's just average. His family's assets only amount to a few tens of millions of dollars. Among the boys who are chasing me, he is considered the poorest one. But well, who let him be devoted to me? I will also agree to him. Chen Yuzhu lifted her chin high, with an unrivaled look, as if the whole world should revolve around her. At the same time, she also secretly observed Yan Jiajiao's expression, expecting to see envy or jealousy on the other party's face. However, Yan Jiajiao remained indifferent and only nodded gently, which made Chen Yuzhu's heart feel like it was blocked with a ball of cotton, which made her extraordinarily unhappy. She was one of the people who knew Yan Jiajiao the best, and decided that this woman was a complete gold digger. But now, in the face of her own Chanel bag and big diamond ring, Yan Jiajiao was actually so calm. Pretending, definitely pretending. She was definitely jealous in her heart, but she was just pretending to be calm. Several minutes passed. Yan Jiajiao remained silent, just quietly playing with her cell phone, occasionally looking towards the school gate a few times. This made Chen Yuzhu couldn't help but wonder if Yan Jiajiao didn't recognize the Chanel logo at all. At this time, a black BMW 5 Series slowly drove out from the school's gate and parked on the side of the road. When they saw that it was driven by a young student lookalike, Many students cast envious gazes. My boyfriend came to pick me up. As soon as Chen Yuzhu saw the license plate number, her face instantly blossomed into a smile of supreme triumph. Yan Xiaojiao just casually glanced at it and continued to look down and play with her cell phone, as if none of this had anything to do with her. From the BMW, a man wearing gold glasses walked down. He had dyed yellow hair, was about 1 meter 8 in height, and was wearing a t-shirt with the Gucci logo on it, and a pair of co-branded shorts on his bottom, wrist wearing a piece of tens of thousands of dollars worth of Mont Blanc mechanical watch, that willfully show off the appearance. Let a person feel very pretentious. The man was precisely Chen Yuzhu's boyfriend, Li Jiangang. Brother Gang. Chen Yuzhu couldn't wait to greet him. Her voice was so whiny that it gave people goosebumps. As soon as Li Jiangang saw Chen Yuzhu, who was wearing a wraparound skirt, he immediately hugged her colorfully, and his hands were still not honest. Zhu, have you been practicing yoga recently? How come it's so soft? Li Jiangang had a lewd face and smiled extremely disgustingly. Deadly immodest. It's not for you. Chen Yuzhu pouted, but did not resist in the slightest, instead catering to him. Then Li Jiangang came to Chen Yuzhu's ear and smiled lewdly. Then I'll buy a Hermes bag. Chen Yuzhu raised her eyebrows and took the opportunity to make a request. No problem. Li Jiangang agreed without even thinking. Only then did Chen Yuzhu nod her head in satisfaction. At this time, Chen Yuzhu looked like she suddenly remembered something and shouted towards Yin Jiajiu with a face full of triumph. You're still not ready after taking a taxi for so half a day? Where are you going? If it's on the way, we can give you a ride. After Yin Jiajiu heard this, she just waved her hand. No need. My boyfriend has already come over. After saying that, she continued to lower her head and play with her cell phone, not the least bit moved by Chen Yuzhu's showing off. Chen Yuzhu gave a cold snort in her heart, cursing Yin Jiajiu for not knowing any better. At this time, Li Jian just now noticed Yin Jiajiu, who had been sitting there without saying anything. It's actually her. Li Jiangang narrowed his eyes slightly, not expecting to meet this woman he had been salivating over for a long time here. You guys know each other? Li Jiangang asked as he walked to Chen Yuzhu's side. Used to be in the same class as me. Average relationship. What's wrong? It's hard to believe that you know her? Chen Yuzhu said, her gaze fixed on Li Jiangang, her eyes filled with suspicion. Li Jiangang quickly shook his head. He did not dare to reveal his recent intention to pursue Yan Jiajiao. In order to dispel Chen Yuzhu's doubts, he said with a disdainful face, this woman is a dance major in our school, and I heard that you can get laid if you have money. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuzhu immediately revealed a disgusted expression on her face and laughed conspiratorially. I didn't see it before in high school, but it turns out that she's really a wannabe. Although the two were not speaking loudly, Chen Yuzhu's caustic words were still heard by Yin Jiajiu. However, in order not to ruin the good mood of the day, Yin Jiajiu took a deep breath and chose to remain silent, no longer bothering with this disgusting pair. At this moment, Lin Fei walked over from the school entrance humming a little song. Lin Fei. Yin Jiajiu hurriedly got up and greeted him, a flower-like smile blooming on her face. Sorry for the long wait. Lin Fei tenderly touched Yin Jiajiu's head, an apologetic smile on his face. It's fine, Lin Fei. Yin Jiajiu gently hugged Lin Fei, as if she had found the most solid support. As the warm fragrance and soft jade entered her arms, Lin Fei also followed the trend and gently embraced her. What's wrong? Seeing that your mood is a little off, Lin Fei asked softly, his eyes full of concern. Nothing. Yin Jiajiu shook her head, not wanting to affect her time with Lin Fei because of Chen Yuzhu's matter. Well, no matter what happens, just tell me. Lin Fei gently patted her back, his tone incomparably gentle. Yin Jiajiu answered as thin as a mosquito fly, her face overflowing with a happy blush. At this time, Li Jiangang and Chen Yuzhu walked over. Seeing his former dream girl and a man so close, a trace of cynicism flashed in Li Jiangang's eyes, but he didn't dare to show too much obviousness due to Chen Yuzhu being beside him. After Chen Yuzhu looked Lin Fei up and down, she asked in a conspiratorial manner, Yin Jiajiu, is this your boyfriend? Yin Jiajiu nodded her head with a cold expression and looked at Chen Yuzhu. Yes, what's wrong? Nothing, just casually asking. Chen Yuzhu skimmed her lips, a look of disbelief on her face. Lin Fei swept a glance at the two and looked at Yin Jiajiu. Are they your friends? She's my high school classmate. Her name is Chen Yuzhu, the one next to her is her boyfriend. I don't know him either, Yin Jiajiu said, her tone filled with detachment from Chen Yuzhu. Lin Fei nodded and casually scanned the two again as a greeting, his eyes filled with perfunctory. Yin Jiajiu's attitude towards Chen Yuzhu had already shown that the two were not on good terms, so there was no need for him to be too polite to these two. Lin Fei's perfunctory attitude made Chen Yuzhu and Li Jiangang feel very unhappy in their hearts, but the two of them couldn't afford to snap. At this time, Chen Yuzhu said, Yan Jiao, if I may say so, instead of waiting for an online car here, why don't I just ask my boyfriend to send you guys on a trip? Anyway, we're classmates and my boyfriend won't mind. Right, my broken BMW 5 Series can just fit 4. You two should be going to the city as well. Right, if so we just happen to be on the way, Li Jiangang said. He also deliberately raised his wrist and shook the Mont Blanc watch, trying to get Lin Fei's attention. Thank you for your kindness, but we already have someone to pick us up, Lin Fei said with a pale expression, without the slightest bit of gratitude in his tone. When the two men heard this, they both sneered in their hearts. Having a BMW and not sitting in it to take an online car, what a poor man who wants to save face. Just at this time, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove to the side of the road. From the car down a suit-wearing, stout man. The burly man glanced at the picture on his cell phone, then walked quickly to Lin Fei's side and said respectfully, Young Lin, my name is Zhao Hu. I'm the driver that Mr. Lu sent to pick you up. Chapter 27, Mysterious Mr. Lu. Lin Fei smiled as he pulled out a pack of Zhonghua from his pocket and handed one towards Zhao Hu. Brother Tiger, please. He originally planned to drive himself today, but that Mr. Lu insisted on sending someone to pick him up, so he really couldn't refuse this good intention. Zhao Hu looked at the handed-over Chinese, hesitated a little, but still took it. Thank you Lin Xiao. However, you can just call me Little Zhao. Zhao Hu said respectfully. It's fine. You're older than me. It's fine to call you Tiger. It's just a name. Lin Fei had a bland face. Although the other party was a driver, he didn't have the slightest intention of belittling him. Once these words came out, Zhao Hu couldn't help but respect Lin Fei a little more in his heart. Although this person in front of him was a young master of a rich family, he was better at dealing with people than those young masters he had seen in the past. Zhao Hu solemnly thanked him and quickly walked to the side of the Rolls-Royce, gently pulling open the door and making a gesture of please. Lin Fei nodded slightly and led Yan Zhao's hand to the back seat. Zhao Hu closed the car door and jogged all the way to the driver's side. The appearance was just like a professional bodyguard. My God, when did our school have such a character? Is this young master coming to our school to experience life? I don't know if the young master still lacks a stone lion in front of his home. Rolls-Royce aside, that boy is really handsome, totally my ideal type. Many handsome men and women passing by on small yellow bicycles in front of the school stopped, their eyes following this Rolls-Royce Phantom. A burly man in a black suit inviting a student to get into a Rolls-Royce. Such a scene would attract attention no matter which school it was in. Chen Yuzhu and Li Jiangang, who were on the side, couldn't help but swallow their saliva, staring blankly at the Rolls-Royce fading away. A moment later, Li Jiangang slowed down and cautiously asked, Yuzhu, this high school classmate of yours, shouldn't be looking for trouble from us, right? A character who could make someone send a Rolls-Royce to pick him up. He could hardly imagine the power behind this person, either an official or a noble. Should not. I just did not offend her much. By the way, just now we said something she should not hear it. Chen Yuzhu's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear. Her relationship with Yan Zhaojiu was already not good, and there were even contradictions. If the conversation between the two just now was heard by Yan Zhaojiu, the consequences would be unimaginable. She had more or less seen the world, and knew how terrible the power of the rich was, and how easy it was to take revenge on someone. Moreover, people have the means to make you have bitter words. Find a few scapegoats as a piece of cake. Should not hear it. Just now she did not react. Li Jiangang looked at Chen Yuzhu. The tone of speech is obviously a little bottomless. Chen Yuzhu can only nod stiffly. The heart can only pray so. On the other side, on the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Yan Zhaojiu looked slightly nervous. This was the first time she had ever sat in such a luxurious car. She had fantasized about it countless times in her previous daydreams, but after she really sat in it, she really felt the constraint. The luxurious interior and spotless seats made her cautious even to move a little, for fear of getting dirty. Yan Zhaojiu quietly glanced at Lin Fei, who was humming a little song next to her, afraid that Lin Fei would see her embarrassment. Lin Fei naturally sensed Yan Zhaojiu's nervousness, and in order to make her relax a bit, Lin Fei reached out with a bad smile and pinched her cheeks. This outfit today is even prettier than the one from the other day. It seems like the pink color suits you. Yan Zhaojiu was fuming when this sudden pinch from Lin Fei startled her. After seeing that it was Lin Fei, she pouted. I won't be done with you if your makeup is pinched. Yo, you've put on makeup? If you hadn't said it I really wouldn't have seen it. Lin Fei pretended to be surprised. Put. Yan Zhaojiu couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile. Her face flushed with a delicate blush. Just know how to tease me. Yan Zhaojiu hummed, and the tension in her heart dissipated quite a bit. What I said can all be sincere. Lin Fei patted his chest and said, Alright, people believe you. Reward you won. Yan Zhaojiu smiled and gently kissed Lin Fei on the cheek. The flirting between the two made Zhao Hu, who was driving in front, feel slightly embarrassed. Mr. Lu, you have to give me a bonus this time. This dog food has fed me. Zhao Hu thought secretly. After the car drove into a ring road, Lin Fei looked for Zhao Hu and struck up a conversation. Brother Tiger, where are we going? This doesn't seem to be the way to the city. Zhao Hu paused for a moment, then laughed brightly. Lin Xiao, we're going to the suburbs. Mr. Lu's car is too much. The villas in the city can't fit it in, so it's basically all parked in the manor over there. After all, the downtown villa is no bigger than the manor and it's not as spacious as the manor. Lin Fei nodded. It seems like you Mr. Lu has quite a number of cars. Indeed, our Mr. Lu is the earliest group of people to play with cars in the country. Those limited edition supercars in his collection are worth at least 100 small golds when added up, Zhao Hu said with a face of admiration. Lin Fei heard this and was a little shocked in his heart. After all, this old Lu didn't have a system to add to his collection. He completely relied on his own real financial strength. Moreover, the owner of Koenigsegg, the chairman of Fiat Chrysler, and some other big names are all friends of our general manager Lu. Zhao Hu continued. After Lin Fei heard this, the idea of befriending Lu Minglong arose in his heart, but it also depended on how the other party was as a person. If he was too arrogant, he wouldn't go and make a fool of himself. After all, Lin Fei's financial strength nowadays, being on Forbes wasn't a concern, and the future was unlimited. As long as he bound enough objects, his future wealth would be incalculable. On top of that, Lin Fei was also curious about the intermediary selling Ferraris on a certain app who could know such a big shot. To be honest, I'm actually not too familiar with your Mr. Lu. Is it convenient to reveal what kind of business your Mr. Lu does? Lin Fei asked. This will be clear when you meet Mr. Lu. It's a serious business anyway, Zhao Hu replied with a smile. Lin Fei nodded, no longer pursuing the question. After all, Zhao Hu was just a driver. What he could know was limited. Lin Fei, where are we going? Yan Xiaojiao on the side couldn't help but ask. Lin Fei had been chatting with Zhao Hu about something about Mr. Lu and the manor, and she was so confused that she couldn't hear it. When she thought about how Lin Fei had always asked her for all sorts of information these days, Yan Xiaojiao became more and more curious inside. Lin Fei looked at Yan Xiaojiao and just wanted to say that he would buy her a car, but he swallowed his words. However, his favorability was still 5 points short of breaking through 90, so he couldn't say anything yet, including the matter of buying Yan Xiaojiao a mansion and acquiring a hotel. Lin Fei hadn't even confessed to her yet. You'll know later. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to sell you. Lin Fei smiled mysteriously. When Lin Fei didn't say anything, Yan Xiaojiao also stopped pursuing the matter and obediently nodded her head. She now had complete trust in this man. Chapter 28. Pick anywhere in the garage. After traveling for more than half an hour, the car arrived at a private manor in the outskirts of Huayang City. At the entrance of the manor, there were two tall and heavy carved iron gates, and after entering, one could see patches of lawn and a sparkling artificial lake. Beech trees, French sycamores and other trees are either concentrated or scattered in the lawn. As far as the eye can see, there are Western garden-style buildings. These buildings are mostly white in color, with blue spires and golden decorative lines, looking noble and elegant. The buildings were surrounded by neatly trimmed bushes and chic flower beds, appearing serene and peaceful. Yan Xiaojiao looked out of the car window and was shocked inwardly. She really couldn't imagine that people could have such a large residential area. It wasn't even a home anymore. It was more like a park. Lin Fei, on the other hand, didn't have much of a feeling because he had bought Yan Xiaojiao several such estates in both Magnesia and Canada, and the area and environment crushed this manor. The car kept going along the path and came to a stop in front of a European-style villa. Zhao Hu stopped the car, then got out and opened the rear door. Young Lin, please get off. Lin Fei nodded and pulled Yan Xiaojiao's hand out of the car before following Zhao Hu into the villa. Not only was the villa atmospheric in appearance, the interior decoration was also luxurious. Huge crystal chandeliers hung in the high hall, and various expensive oil paintings hung on the walls. The sunlight shone through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire house. Inside the house, several maids were cleaning. At this time, a butler who was about 50 years old walked up. After Zhao Hu whispered a few words to him, the butler walked up with a smile on his face and said slightly respectfully, "Young Lin, Mr. Lu is waiting for you in the study. Please follow me." Lin Fei nodded and said to Yan Xiaojiao, "Feel free to wander around here first. I'll go up for a while and come back soon." However, it wasn't that Lin Fei didn't take her with him, but he was worried about letting Yan Xiaojiao know in advance that he was buying her a car. Although Yan Xiaojiao didn't want to be separated from the man, she still obediently nodded. The butler took Lin Fei up to the second floor to the study. At the entrance to the study, there were two tall, solemn-faced bodyguards standing. Inside the study, Lu Minglong was sitting and drinking tea, and when he saw the butler and Lin Fei, he immediately got up to greet them. "Elder brother Lin, you're finally here." He had briefly checked Lin Fei's identity yesterday, but in the end, he realized that Lin Fei's parents were both ordinary public officials. It was probably impossible for such a family to come up with so much money. So that could only mean one thing: Lin Fei's real identity should have been hidden or modified. To be able to make even him unable to find out his true identity, Lu Minglong no longer dared to imagine what was behind Lin Fei's back. A consortium, or a first-rate official in his family. Such a person had to be befriended. But if Lin Fei knew what Lu Minglong was thinking, he would probably have to laugh his teeth off. Lu Minglong got up and greeted him with a smile in this scene, leaving the butler on the side looking dumbfounded. He had never seen Mr. Lu pay such attention to a young man in his early 20s. This young man, what exactly was his identity? The butler quietly sized up Lin Fei's looks and began to compare them with those big names in his head. On Lin Fei's side, he similarly smiled and extended his hand to shake Lu Minglong's. Mr. Lu, long time no see. At the same time, he also sized up the man in front of him, dressed in a white striped shirt and suit pants. He had a sharp gaze, a circumspect appearance and a powerful aura. Based on looks and aura alone, this looked like a man in his early 30s, but Lin Fei knew that the person in front of him was already almost 5. If it was before, facing such a big shot, Lin Fei would really have some stage fright. But now, he felt incredibly calm, because he was no longer on the same level as the other party no matter what aspect he started from. A man with a belly and a pocket full of money. A man's greatest strength. After blowing each other up commercially for a few more sentences, Lu Minglong then took a seat with Lin Fei. After pouring Lin Fei a cup of tea, Lu Minglong ordered towards the butler. Old Chen, have someone prepare some more pastries up. Okay. The butler nodded and turned around to go downstairs. Lin Fei quickly waved his hand. Mr. Lu, I'm in a bit of a hurry today. Can I go see the car as soon as possible? Lu Minglong was also a fastidious person. After a pause, he smiled and said, since you're in a hurry, old brother Lin, let's make this quick and go straight to the garage. Downstairs, Yan Jiaojiao held a cup of coffee and sat calmly on the sofa. Although it was her first time coming to this kind of place, in order not to lose Lin Fei, she still forced herself to be calm and kept telling herself that she was now a rich person and had to learn to be calm. At this moment, Lin Fei and Lu Minglong walked down. Lin Fei. Yan Jiaojia immediately got up and greeted Lin Fei, taking Lin Fei's arm. And this lady is? Lu Minglong glanced at Yan Jiaojiao and then at Lin Fei. My name is Yan Jiaojiao. I'm Lin Fei's girlfriend. Yan Jiaojiao said politely. So it's MS. Yan. Hello. Lu Minglong smiled and extended his hand. Yan Jiaojiao didn't respond immediately, but instead looked towards Lin Fei. How shrewd Lu Minglong was. Seeing this scene, he immediately withdrew his hand. Ha ha, let's just hurry up and look at the car. Lu Minglong laughed cheerfully. Lin Fei cried and laughed when he reacted. It wasn't like he was jealous of everything. What was this shaking hands? However, Yan Jiaojia, this woman really knew how to make a man happy. Even shaking a hand had to ask for his opinion. Lu Minglong's garage, located on the left side of the villa. It was a specially built 3-story garage, with 2 underground floors and 1 above ground. The area of the 3 floors of the garage adds up to at least a few thousand square feet. The first thing that several people visited was the -2 levels underneath. Once inside, Lin Fei saw a lot of limited edition supercars that were completely unseen on the market, as well as some models that had been around for a long time. What Lamborghini Countach, Lamborghini Diablo, Ferrari F40, 1, Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, Pagani Wind God. Looking around, the Aston Martin DB11 is the cheapest one inside. Yan Jiaojiao's eyes were even more glowing. Looking at the rows and rows of neatly parked luxury cars, she realized that she was still too conservative when she used to dream. She didn't dare to imagine that people could be rich to this extent. Lin Xiao, how is it? Is there anything you fancy? Lu Minglong asked smilingly. All very good. Lin Fei smiled, then asked, Mr. Lu, can all these cars be offered? Lu Minglong hesitated for a moment and said, apart from individual old models, you can just pick any of the others. I'll always give you the best price. Lin Fei nodded. Then as he took Yan Jiaojiao's shoulders, he pointed at the luxury cars inside the garage and said, Jiaojiao, I'll give you a task. Pick at least 10 cars that you like. The moment these words came out, Yan Jiaojiao froze. Pick 10 cars? Yan Jiaojiao swallowed her saliva. Yeah, and it's at least. I brought you here today to buy you a car, so feel free to pick. Don't worry about the money. Lin Fei cast a look that reassured her. When Yan Jiaojiao heard this, she was both happy and nervous inside. Although she didn't really recognize any of these cars, but just by looking at that flirty appearance, she knew that they were worth a lot of money. And now, Lin Fei was actually letting her pick 10 at random. Chapter 29, You're pretty fast. Is it okay if we pick it together? Yan Jiaojiao asked. Good. Lin Fei wanted to do just that, so he could borrow Yan Jiaojiao's name to buy a few cars that he liked. In that case, Brother Unicorn couldn't do anything about him. Thus, accompanied by Lu Minglong and 2 bodyguards as well as a hot female secretary, the 2 of them began to pick out a car. Yan Zhaojiu was still a little bit reluctant at first, but soon entered the shopping state. Lin Fei's bank card balance gave her the confidence to shop like a mall. As expected, supercars were not just for men to be obsessed with, but women still couldn't get enough of them. After shopping around, Yan Zhaojiu had picked out 16 cars. Moreover, her aesthetics were almost the same as Lin Fei's, picking the ones that were Lin Fei's favorites: Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari Laffa, Pagani Wind God, Lamborghini Poison, Koenigsegg Regera, etc. Young Lin really has a good eye. These cars aren't the most expensive in my garage here, but they definitely have the best performance, Lu Minglong said smilingly. Lin Fei smiled and nodded, then asked, Mr. Lu, do you have any more big stuff upstairs? That must be there, Lu Minglong said proudly. Arriving at the negative floor, Lin Fei's eyes lit up once again. There were almost all kinds of models from Porsche, Maserati, Bugatti, Koenigsegg and other brands, including rare models like the Ferrari 16M, Ferrari 355, Ferrari Purisang, Koenigsegg Agera R, and Mercedes-Benz SLS Black Series. Zhaojiu, what do you think of that one? Lin Fei pointed at the Koenigsegg Agera R. Super good looking. Yan Zhaojiu nodded heavily, her eyes full of little stars. Mr. Lu, I'll take this one too. Lin Fei looked at Lu Minglong. This, Lu Minglong's face glowed with difficulty, somewhat reluctant, because this car was very rare. He had gone through a lot of trouble to buy it in the first place. 100 million. I'll bid 100 million. Lin Fei compared a number and smiled faintly. It's not a matter of money. Lu Minglong shook his head. 200 million. Lin Fei didn't talk nonsense. Lu Minglong hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Lin, since you really want this car, then I'll bear the pain and take it as us making a friend. Lin Fei cursed an old fox, but still had a smile on his face. Mr. Lu, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, just feel free to ask. Lu Minglong was waiting for these words, and quickly nodded. Good. Lin Fei ignored it and continued to choose a car with Yan Zhaojiu. Soon, the 2 of them chose 5 more. These included the Mercedes SLS Black Series and the Ferrari Purisang. Lu Minglong was reluctant at first. After all, these were his favorite cars that he had managed to get with great difficulty, but he couldn't resist the bombardment of Lin Fei's money abilities. This was the first time he felt the rich second generation who spent money as if they were drinking water. In the past, those rich second generation people he knew had spent up to a few $1 billion on their cars, and they still spent on themselves, but Lin Fei even gave it all to women. This made Lu Minglong even more determined that Lin Fei was a member of some of the country's major consortium families, and such a person had to be befriended. Although he had reached a very high segment now, he didn't know much about certain higher worlds in the country. Those families, their assets were all measured in trillions. In the end, Lin Fei and Yan Zhaojiu picked out 2 more nice supercars on the 3rd floor before ending the fight. The parlor inside the garage. Mr. Lu, do the math. How much are these cars? I'll transfer them to you together. Lin Fei crossed his legs, a cup of hot coffee in his hand. Do the math. Lu Minglong instructed the female secretary beside him. Okay, Mr. Lu. The female secretary nodded and began to calculate. Soon, the female secretary said with a straight face, Mr. Lu, the total is $168 billion. Of course, it's not just the value at the time of purchase that's being counted. There's also the collection value, the rarity value, etc. In the end, if averaged out, each car was estimated to cost more than double the price of the purchase. $168 billion. Yan Zhaojiu's eyes were filled with shock. She had thought that these cars would be very, very expensive, but she really hadn't thought that they would require this much money. Then when she thought that Lin Fei was going to give her all of these cars, she was even more moved beyond words. This man, just by having a one-night fling with her, was willing to spend billions of dollars on her. So his love for himself, just to what extent? At this moment, in Yan Zhaojiu's eyes, this man was her whole life. No matter what happens in the future, she is willing to do anything for him, including death. Yan Zhaojiu, favorability plus 15. Current favorability, 100. Favorability over 90. About to return Goddess Raider funds, 15 billion. Reward skills x2, all car skills mastery plus all ball skills mastery. Bank card arrival, 15 billion. Grass, 100 so soon. Lin Fei laughed wildly inwardly. 15 billion, just like that it had arrived in a watery manner. The next step was to complete some transfer procedures. With Lu Minglong's heavenly means, and Lin Fei's heavenly financial power, the entire transfer procedure was a lot simpler than normal. In less than half an hour, everything was settled. Yan Zhaojiu only needed to wait to get a new driver's license as well as a registration certificate. Young Lin, Are these cars temporarily stored here with me, or should I have someone send them to your home? Lu Minglong said smilingly. I'll trouble Mr. Lu to have someone deliver them for me, since Jiaojiao and I don't have time lately. Lin Fei laughed. That's no problem, just give me the address. Lu Minglong was also very quick. After Lin Fei told Lu Minglong the address of the 7 villas, the other party immediately had someone call and arrange for someone to come over to transport the car. Mr. Lu, happy cooperation. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and smiled. Young Lin, if you don't mind Mr. Lu, just call me Brother Lung. It's too awkward to call Mr. Lu. Lu Minglong had a smile on his face. Alright, then in the future, if Mr. Lu has any financial difficulties, remember to contact me. I'm a person who has nothing but money. Lin Fei said with the same smile. Befriending someone like Lu Minglong was definitely more beneficial than harmful. Coming out of the manor, it was already more than 150. It was still Zhao Hu who sent the two back. In the car, Lin Fei leaned on the seat and fell into a deep sleep. Yan Jiaojiao quietly leaned on Lin Fei's shoulder, digesting what she had seen and heard today. This man, what exactly was he? Could it be the son of the richest man in China? Or the young master of some consortium? Looks like we need to find a chance to ask Lin Fei. Yan Jiaojiao thought inwardly. When she returned to school, it was 2:20. Yan Jiaojiao went to class, while Lin Fei went back to his dormitory in a hurry to change into his military training uniform. But Lin Fei was ultimately a human being, and there was a limit to how fast he could go. By the time he got changed and came to the soccer field, everyone had already started to gather and stand in military posture. Lin Fei took advantage of the instructor's inattention and rushed into the line with an arrow step, but he was still glimpsed. Yo-ho, you kid moves pretty fast. Zhao Donglai sneered. Chapter 30, there are a lot of beautiful women. Oh. Lin Fei looked at Zhao Donglai and tried to squeeze out a smile. Zhao Donglai snorted coldly and did not pull Lin Fei out for punishment. After all, at this time, all the companies were standing together in military posture. If Lin Fei was pulled out, he would definitely be seen by the chief instructor, and then he himself would have to be scolded twice. After half an hour of posturing, the companies returned to their respective military training points together as usual. On the way, Zhao Feng lowered his voice and said, Brother Fei, why didn't the instructor punish you? I'm afraid it's not that simple. An unpleasant premonition surged in Lin Fei's heart. Until 5 in the afternoon, when the military training was about to end in half an hour, Zhao Donglai had just given the order to sit down and rest, and then he asked Lin Fei to come out of the line. Zhao Donglai looked at Lin Fei and asked, push-ups, or performing a program? Choose one yourself. Perform the program. Program. A number of young girls in the class excitedly began to coax. Zhao Donglai glared fiercely, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. Lin Fei rubbed his nose and said, Instructor, I didn't bring anything. What can I perform? Singing and dancing is fine. There has to be a program anyway. Zhao Donglai said firmly. Just when Lin Fei was worried, a silhouette appeared in the corridor of the nearby teaching building. Dressed in a light blue dress, Lu Jinglan, carrying a guitar, elegantly walked out of the corridor slowly. As soon as she appeared in the crowd's line of sight, she instantly attracted many gazes. Isn't this the schoolgirl who played the people last time? Yes. It's schoolmate Lu Jinglan. She's really as beautiful as heaven. Is she Lu Jinglan, the fourth flower of the school on the confession wall? She really lives up to her name. Quite a few students exchanged pleasantries, and some had already quietly waved their hands at Lu Jinglan to greet her. Lu Jinglan faced the many gazes and smiled openly and generously. When Lin Fei saw Lu Jinglan, his eyes rolled and he instantly thought of an idea. After whispering to the instructor's side, Lin Fei rushed in front of Lu Jinglan like an arrow out of a string, blocking her path. Lu Jinglan was startled by this sudden move, and when she reacted, she looked at Lin Fei, who was blocking her way, with some tears and laughter. Classmate, what are you doing? Sister Lu Jinglan, can I borrow your guitar? Lin Fei wore a warm smile. Lu Jinglan was slightly stunned, then she smiled and nodded, removing her guitar and handing it to Lin Fei. Sure. She was not surprised that Lin Fei knew her name. She was clear that she was hot on the confession wall, and it was normal for many people in school to recognize her. Lin Fei took the guitar and carried it to feel the weight, then smiled. Thanks, senior sister. No need to thank you. Lu Jinglan gently waved her hand, then smiled and asked, You were drawn to perform a talent? Alas, yes. Lin Fei shrugged helplessly. Lu Jinglan smiled warmly. Normal. Freshman year military training is inevitable, and performing programs can also exercise yourself. Go for it. This scene made many people envious. What is this situation? Schoolgirl Lu is not a cold goddess? How can a schoolgirl be so enthusiastic? If I had known, I would have rushed up too. That soldier, are you alright? Zhao Donglai asked loudly. Alright. Lin Fei hurriedly put his guitar on his back and turned around to run back to the company. Lu Jinglan, on the other hand, settled gracefully on a chair under the tree and quietly watched. Lin Fei returned to the edge of the field and took his guitar out and cradled it in his arms, intending to play a random song to cope with the situation. Mr. Lin Fei, can you play Sunny Day? A pretty-faced girl in the class asked with a red face. I want to hear this too. Me too. Several other female classmates chimed in. Lin Fei nodded his head in response, then looked at the boys, and seeing that they were fine with it as well, he prepared to start performing. Since acquiring the skill of instrumental proficiency, Lin Fei was already comfortable with these instruments. As soon as he got started, he felt like a generation of masters. Lin Fei gently plucked the strings, and the beautiful melody of Sunny Day instantly made the crowd unconsciously quiet down. Zhao Feng and Lu Dachao, on the other hand, looked at Lin Fei with a bewildered expression. No way, dude, you're really good at this? As Lin Fei softly sang out the lyrics, the girls in the class also began to gently hum along. Will you wait or will you leave? Especially that girl who had just red-facedly asked Lin Fei to play Sunny Day. Her eyes were full of adoration and tenderness as she looked at Lin Fei. On the other side, Lu Dinglan was enjoying Lin Fei's performance with interest. Through Lin Fei's movements such as hooking the strings and sliding the notes, she could probably tell that Lin Fei had an extremely deep understanding of the guitar, and that he at least possessed a level of guitar grade 8 or above. Such a talent must be pulled into my music club. Lu Jinglan looked at Lin Fei's figure and muttered. Lu Jinglan, favorability plus 20. On the other side, Lin Fei was singing with devotion when the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Surprisingly, 20 points have been added. A hint of surprise flashed through Lin Fei's eyes as he looked up to Lu Jinglan's side. He only saw that the latter had her hands on her cheeks and was looking at him earnestly, her mouth reciting words, her appearance still a little bit cute. 5 minutes later, the performance ended, and the scene erupted into a round of applause. Many girls even looked at Lin Fei with a face of infatuation, and began to look for Lin Fei's contact information in the class group. I didn't see that your class still has quite a lot of talent, so let's play drum roll and draw 2 more people to perform, Zhao Donglai said smilingly. As soon as these words came out, many people's faces below suddenly changed. Ah, how come it's this again? Don't ever draw me. Draw me and I'll be finished. Is there a crack in the ground? Is there a crack in the ground? Quickly let me drill in first. What is the most frightening thing about freshman military training? It's not the wind and sun. It's not the instructor's targeting. It's going up on stage to perform a talent show. After all, everyone is an ordinary person, can neither sing nor dance, limbs are not coordinated. Where so many programs, but the university military training at least half a month, many people cannot escape the fate of being drawn to perform the fate of talent. Since Lin Fei had already performed, he didn't need to participate in the drumming, and Zhao Donglai asked him to return his guitar. Lin Fei put away his guitar and came to sit next to Lu Jinglan. Senior sister, thank you so much for today. Lin Fei sincerely thanked. Thank you is not necessary. Will you promise me one thing? Lu Jinglan blinked her eyes, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile. Lin Fei grinned. That depends on what it is. I won't do it if it's a promise in return for my body. Lu Jinglan's face instantly reddened, poutingly glaring at Lin Fei. You're thinking beautifully. Just kidding. Lin Fei hemmed and hawed, then said, let's get down to business. Senior sister Lu. Lu Jinglan cleared her throat, then said softly, I would like to invite you to join the Qinglan music club that I created. After saying that, he looked at Lin Fei with an expectant face. After hearing this, Lin Fei stroked his chin with a contemplative look. Lu Jinglan hurriedly continued seductively, our society doesn't have many things to do. We don't hold meetings very often. Together with me there are only 8 people in total, and there are a lot of beautiful women. Oh. Chapter 31, going to Aunt Zhang's house for dinner. Lin Fei froze, then said with a serious face, whether it's a beautiful woman or not is secondary. The main thing is that I'm full of enthusiasm for music myself, and since senior sister has built such a platform, then I'll reluctantly join. Lu Jinglan secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. Humph, man, right, there really isn't much going on with the club, is there? Lin Fei asked again. Don't worry, okay? I'm a puppy for lying to you, Lu Jinglan hurriedly assured. Okay, Lin Fei nodded. Lu Jinglan had 1 billion to spend. He didn't want to just miss out on it. Joining the club was just a chance to increase his goodwill. Lu Jinglan's face was filled with delight. Then let's add a contact first. I'll just send you a form to fill out when the time comes. After adding WeChat, Lu Jinglan then asked, by the way, senior, what's your name? Lin Fei, Doublewood Forest, Flying Bird Fei. Lin Fei replied with a smile. Good. Lu Jinglan smiled faintly. The afternoon of military training ended quickly. After dismissal, Lin Fei didn't go to eat, but returned to the dormitory to take a shower. After showering, He was putting on his pants when his cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Auntie Zhang. Lin Fei picked up the phone, and a woman's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is it Little Fei? Lin Fei smiled and responded. Aunt Zhang. What's up? Aunt Zhang's name was Zhang Yujie, a single mother who had just turned 40 this year. Lin Fei had tutored her daughter, Mi Shuman, for 2 months during her vacation. Zhang Yujie pondered for a moment before saying, It's like this, today is Xiuman's birthday. I wanted to ask if you have the time to come over to the house and have a meal together. At the mention of the word Xiaoman, Lin Fei's old face immediately flushed, and some thought-provoking images came to mind. Clearing his throat to ease the embarrassment, Lin Fei then said, Well, there's time. I'll be there later. Alright, then Auntie Zhang hung up first. I still have soup that isn't stewed. Aha. Hanging up the phone, Lin Fei quickly put on his clothes and headed to the parking lot. Driving on the McLaren, Lin Fei then drove towards the city. However, he didn't rush to Auntie Zhang's house, but first came to the mall. If he remembered correctly, Mi Shuman had told him the date of his birthday back then. It was just that he had forgotten all about it recently due to the many things he had to do. I don't know if this girl will be angry. Arriving at the mall, Lin Fei didn't know what to buy. As far as I can remember, this girl every day in addition to listening to songs, paintings, play the piano, basically no other hobbies. Moreover, although Aunt Zhang is a single mom, she doesn't seem to be poor. For a while, Lin Fei was caught in a dilemma. Why don't we just send a cake? Lin Fei thought to himself, but the odds are that Aunt Zhang has already ordered. Send a piano? Forget it, that piano at home is in its prime. Send a car? Forget it, this girl lives in deep seclusion. Sending a car is also idle. After shopping in the mall for a long time, Lin Fei finally decided to buy a necklace. A Heron Winston necklace inlaid with gemstones and diamonds, worth more than $700,000. Aunt Zhang's family lives in the upscale neighborhood of Huayang City, Junyue Huafu. It has a pleasant environment and convenient transportation. The average house price in this neighborhood is more than 60,000 per square meter, and the smallest house here has more than 200 square meters. In other words, the cheapest house here costs over $10 million. If it wasn't for the strict checks on teachers doing tutoring nowadays, Lin Fei wouldn't have had the chance to come here to tutor. But Lin Fei himself is also very good. Do not rely on the system. The college entrance examination physical and chemical ground 643 points, total score of 750, including geography and chemistry almost full marks. I have to say, the entry and exit management of high-grade neighborhoods is strict. Even if Lin Fei drove a McLaren P1, he was still stopped by the security guard. In the end, it was Auntie Zhang who called, and the security guards let him in. After parking his car, Lin Fei hurriedly took the elevator to the upper floors, because from the time Auntie Zhang called to the time he came over, more than an hour had passed. At the same time, inside the house, Zhang Yujie held her cell phone and was hesitating to call Lin Fei to hurry him up. After all, the dishes were getting cold. Beside the dining table, Mi Shuman sat quietly on a chair, her expression as calm as a lake. She had purposely changed into her favorite dress today just because Lin Fei was coming. Just as Zhang Yujie was about to dial Lin Fei's number, the doorbell finally rang. It should be Little Fei coming. Zhang Yujie rushed to open the door. Mi Shuman's originally calm demeanor finally changed a little. Outside the house, Lin Fei carried the gift bag and took a few deep breaths. For some reason, he was a little nervous. After that last incident, he didn't even know how to face Mi Shuman now. The door was opened, and the first thing that caught his eye was Zhang Yujie, dressed in a long white lace dress and coiled hair, a delicate and attractive face with skin as fair as snow, a shapely figure and a gentle temperament. From appearance alone, I'm afraid no one would believe that this was a 40-year-old woman. Auntie Zhang, Lin Fei greeted with a smile. System found target 007, about to be automatically bound. What the hell are you up to? Unity, bind immediately. Name, Zhang Yujie. Age, 40. Height, 170. Weight, 54. Face value, 9. 3. Body, 9. 6. Comprehensive score, 9. 45. Purity, 98. Goddess rating funds, 999. 9 billion. Current favorability to host, 40 points. Lin Fei greeted the system thousands and thousands of times in his heart. Luckily it wasn't mandatory to do the mission. Otherwise he wouldn't know what to do. 999. 9 billion. Don't want it. Fei, what are you gawking at? Come on in, Zhang Yujie said with a smile. Okay, Auntie Zhang. Lin Fei smiled dryly before following into the house. Aunt Zhang's house was more than 280 square feet, decorated in a simple and stylish style. The floor was spotless, only because there were only 2 people in the house. There was less of a cozy atmosphere. After entering the house, Lin Fei also saw Mi Shuman, who he hadn't seen for a long time. It was as beautiful and touching as it was back then, but it still had a hint of melancholic temperament. Wanda, happy birthday. Lin Fei walked forward and handed the gift to Mi Shuman. System found target 008. About to be automatically bound. Name, Mi Shuman. Age, 18. Height, 169. Weight, 52 kilograms. Face value, 9.5. Body, 9.5. Comprehensive score, 9.5. Purity, 100. Goddess Raider funds, 122. 2 billion. Current favorability to host, 60 points. Holy, how did it bind again? Lin Fei kind of wanted to cry. The one that should be bound isn't bound. What the hell are you binding now? Forget it, don't want this money. After all, he is no longer a beast but also not a beast to this point. Lin Fei still has the principle of being a human being. Seeing Lin Fei, Mi Shuman's fair face flushed with 2 faint blushes, and her expression was somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing the gift in Lin Fei's hands, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes again. Thank you, Lin Fei. Mi Shuman accepted the gift, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. The two of them looked at Zhang Yujie. She was a person from the past. How could she not understand her daughter's mind? But she didn't show anything, just pretended not to notice. Lin Fei is good enough, and both parents are intellectuals with serious jobs. Her daughter was also about to enter university, so if there were really feelings between the two, she would never oppose it. After all, she understood her daughter's character and rarely showed affection for the opposite sex. Lin Fei was the first, receiving the gift and saying thank you. Mi Shuman did not say anything for a long time, just hanging her head low. In order to alleviate this awkward atmosphere, Lin Fei could only look at the dozen or so dishes on the table and exclaimed, Auntie Zhang, your cooking is still as good as ever, colorful and fragrant. I happen to be starving. Can we hurry up and start eating? Zhang Yujie froze for a moment, then smiled with an apologetic face and said, Open the meal, open the meal. I was just thinking about the stock market. I'm really sorry, Xiao Fei. Saying this, she quickly walked to the table and sat down, saying to the two of them, Fei, Wanda, quickly move the chopsticks. If you don't eat it will get cold. The rice had already been served in advance, so Lin Fei wasn't polite and picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. Mi Shuman tenderly glanced at Lin Fei who was wolfing down his food, and also picked up her chopsticks and picked up a green vegetable, and ate it in small bites. Chapter 32, A Gift for You. As she ate, Zhang Yujie suddenly slapped her head and laughed. This memory of mine. Xiao Fei, I forgot to ask you if you drink alcohol. There happen to be a few bottles of red wine at home that were given to me by a friend. Don't bother, Auntie Zhang. I don't really like drinking red wine. Lin Fei waved his hand. If Lin Fei didn't drink it, it wouldn't be very appropriate for her to drink it alone, so she could only give up. In that case, fine then. After a while, Zhang Yujie asked, By the way, little Fei, you were admitted to the University of China, right? What's wrong, Auntie Zhang? Lin Fei nodded as he chewed. Zhang Yujie hesitated for a moment before she spoke. It's like this. Xiaoman is in her 3rd year of high school now. I'm usually busy with work and don't have much time to tutor her. I just want to ask you if you have time on the weekend. Come over and tutor Xiaoman in her homework. They just finished their exams last week, and she only scored over 80 points in math. After Lin Fei heard this, he didn't immediately agree. After all, now is not the past. He is not short of money to spend now, but he didn't refuse either. After all, Aunt Zhang and Wanda were both good to him. Seeing Lin Fei hesitate, Zhang Yujie immediately said, I'll calculate 700/hour for you. What do you think? If it was before, at 700/h, Lin Fei would immediately agree without even thinking. After all, 2 hours of drying was a month's living expenses for most college students. Cootie wouldn't do it, but now he casually bought a bag for a girl and gained tens of thousands or even over $100,000. A salary of 700/h is obviously not enough. Seeing that Lin Fei still didn't respond, Zhang Yujie couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in this little guy inside. I thought he was not a bad person, but it turned out that he was now playing the sitting duck and being so greedy. Lin Fei put down his chopsticks and smiled helplessly. Auntie Zhang, it's not a matter of money. It's really because there are other things that I can't get away with. As soon as these words came out, a hint of loss flashed in the eyes of Mi Shuman. Her face that was still somewhat joyful immediately turned a few points colder. Mi Shuman, favorability -10. Current favorability, 50. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Yujie also stopped mentioning this and said with a smile, Since you don't have the time, Xiaofei, forget it, I'll find another one for Xiaoman in the next few days. Let's eat first. I'm full. Mi Shuman put down her chopsticks and walked into the room without looking back. Zhang Yujie's face stiffened slightly, then returned to normal. Xiaofei, this girl is just like this. Don't mind her. You eat your food. Lin Fei laughed dryly and continued to bury his head in his food, but with the atmosphere being like this, Lin Fei didn't have much of an appetite left. After casually plowing through a few mouthfuls, he put down his chopsticks as well. Auntie Zhang, is she alright, Wanda? Lin Fei asked cautiously. Zhang Yujie waved her hand to signal Lin Fei to rest assured. Don't worry, this girl is like this. She'll be fine in a few days. Auntie Zhang, if I have time, it's fine if I come over on Saturday morning to tutor her, Lin Fei said. Fei, she's in a critical period right now. I need to find a long-term stable tutor to tutor her. If you come for a while and don't come for a while, it will have an impact on her too, don't you think? Zhang Yujie looked at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei nodded stiffly. Indeed, that's also true. Finished eating, Zhang Yujie started to clean up the dishes, and Lin Fei followed suit for fear of embarrassment. But after cleaning up the dishes, there was nothing left for him to do. Lin Fei had to go sit on the sofa and watch TV, but the variety shows on TV were really too awkward, and watching them for a while made him physically sick. After watching for a while, Zhang Yujie finally came out of the kitchen. Lin Fei hurriedly said, Aunt Zhang, it's getting late, I have to go back, otherwise the school dormitory will have to close. Ah, leaving so early? Why don't you sit for a while longer? I'll go call Schumann out, we'll eat the cake before we leave, Zhang Yujie said. Lin Fei hesitated and nodded. Alright then, after all, it was Mi Schumann's birthday, and it really wasn't appropriate for him to leave after eating. It made it seem like he had specifically come over to rub his nose in the meal. At the same time, inside the room, Mi Schumann sat quietly on the edge of the bed, holding a large goose doll in her arms. This was something that Lin Fei had secretly taken her out to catch dolls when she was on vacation to make up lessons, and had redeemed it with the dozens of dolls she had caught. She still remembered how happy she had been for a long time that day, as no one had ever brought her along to play with these things that were considered childish. Thinking about it, a slight blush rose on Mi Schumann's face. She also remembered that day when she had come out of the bathroom only to accidentally bump into Lin Fei, with her bathrobe still torn off by the doorknob. She was a conservative girl, so since that day, her state of mind towards Lin Fei had changed qualitatively. Knock knock knock. At this moment, the door was knocked on, and Zhang Yujie's voice came from outside. Wanda, it's time for cake. If you don't come out, Lin Fei is going back to school. Once Mi Schumann heard that Lin Fei was leaving, she got up and opened the door. What Zhang Yujie had ordered for Mi Schumann was a small cake, not too big, but very delicate and beautiful. After the lights were all turned off, Zhang Yujie lit candles and then sang a birthday song to Mi Schumann with Lin Fei. Happy birthday to you. While singing, they also clapped their hands, as if they were giving a birthday to a child. Mi Schumann was slightly moved and her nose was a little sore. Wanda, make a wish, Lin Fei said softly. Mi Schumann nodded, closed her eyes, and clasped her hands together. Mom and Lin Fei, peace and safety. I must get into Huayang University myself. After making a wish, Zhang Yujie turned on the lights and cut the cake for the two. She personally paid a lot of attention to figure management, so she rarely ate cream products. But today is her daughter's 18th birthday. She has also unprecedentedly cut a small piece of cake for herself. The time came to 9:30. Lin Fei could finally leave in a big way. At this point in time even the Heavenly King had no excuse to keep anyone. Aunt Zhang, Wanda, it's getting late. I really have to go, Lin Fei said. Zhang Yujie looked at the time and nodded as well. It's really not early. Why don't Auntie Zhang send you back? It'll save you from taking a taxi. How troublesome, Zhang Yujie said. No need to be so troublesome, Auntie Zhang. I'll just take a random cab and go back, Lin Fei said with a smile. That's fine. Pay attention to safety if you go back by yourself, Zhang Yujie instructed. Aha. Lin Fei nodded and glanced at Mi Schumann before turning to leave. Zhang Yujie and Mi Schumann also got up to send Lin Fei to the door. Lin Fei. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter the elevator, Mi Schumann suddenly called out to him. Wanda, what's wrong? Lin Fei turned around and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yujie also looked at her daughter with uncertainty. I'll see you off. Mi Schumann looked at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei wanted to refuse, but looking at Mi Schumann's eyes, he softened again. Then, okay, it just so happens that it's a big night, and I'm afraid of getting lost. Ha! Lin Fei laughed sardonically. Zhang Yujie was almost amused by Lin Fei's words, but after looking at her daughter, her heart sighed again. Chapter 33, Beautiful Liangyun. In the elevator, Lin Fei and Mi Schumann both remained silent, the atmosphere a little odd. Wanda, how are your grades these days? Lin Fei was the first to break the silence. Average. Mi Schumann pursed her lips and faintly said. It's just this year. You have to do well. Lin Fei smiled. Since you care about my grades, why do you still refuse to give me extra lessons? Mi Schumann suddenly raised her head and stared straight at Lin Fei, her eyes somewhat complicated. I don't necessarily have the time to come over every week. I just talked to Auntie Zhang as well. She said that I have to find a stable one. Moreover, now that the internet is so advanced, it's fine for me to video tutor you. Lin Fei comforted. Mi Shu-man was silent. Indeed, Lin Fei was now in college. He also had to have a new life of his own. It was impossible for him to come every week to tutor himself. Then is it okay if we play video for half an hour every night from now on, and you help me with my math? Mi Shu-man asked with anticipation in her eyes. Of course. Lin Fei grinned. After Mi Shu-man heard this, her face eased up. Mi Shu-man, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 60. At this time, the elevator also arrived at the underground parking lot. Mi Shu-man had a strange look on her face. Lin Fei, did you press the wrong button? Actually, I drove here today, Lin Fei said. You bought a car? Mi Shu-man was a little surprised. She had heard her mom talk about Lin Fei's family background, and although it wasn't poor, it wasn't very rich either. She hadn't expected to buy a car in his freshman year, so it seemed like she had underestimated people's financial strength. No wonder mom drove him 700 for an hour he didn't want to come. Yeah, I won tens of millions in the soccer lottery a while ago. Lin Fei made up a random excuse. Lin Fei, you're not going to lie to me, are you? Mi Shu-man said half-heartedly. Lie to you for what? Lin Fei was happy. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't look like he was joking, Mi Shu-man then asked with a serious face, did you really win? Although there was a sense of guilt in his heart for lying to a child, Lin Fei's mental resistance was relatively strong. Yes, 8 strings of 1. I bought a lot of sheets. All 1. Lin Fei said in his serious manner. Mi Shu-man knew that Lin Fei liked to play soccer, but he didn't expect him to be able to guess 8 matches, which was simply stronger than AI. When she saw Lin Fei take out the McLaren's car keys and open the car door, the only trace of doubt left in Mi Shu-man's heart was dispelled. No wonder you don't give me tuition. So you're rich, Mi Shu-man teased. Girl, that's just one of the reasons. Lin Fei held her shoulders and said seriously, the feelings between us can't be measured by money. If I have time, even if you don't give me money, I'll still come and help you with your tuition. Mi Shu-man looked at Lin Fei dumbfounded. Her heart mixed. Are you telling the truth? Mi Shu-man looked at Lin Fei's eyes and sincerely asked. Aha. Lin Fei nodded heavily. He really wasn't joking. Mi Shu-man and Aunt Zhang had treated him very well, and he had always remembered it in his heart. Lin Fei, I believe in you. Mi Shu-man's originally lifeless eyes seemed to have light all of a sudden. Even her face, which had always been cold and icy, showed a rare smile. Well, it's getting late. Go back early. You have classes tomorrow. Lin Fei patted her shoulder. Mi Shu-man didn't say anything. She just opened her arms and looked at Lin Fei with a blushing face. Lin Fei stepped forward and gently hugged her. Alright, go back quickly. Aha. Mi Shu-man gently nodded. Lin Fei, be safe on the road. Before leaving, Mi Shu-man did not forget to exhort. Don't worry Wanda. Back upstairs. Mi Shu-man's previous gloom was swept away, replaced by a slight sweetness within. Noticing the back and forth change in her daughter's demeanor, Zhang Yujie didn't need to think to know that something must have happened between the two. But she was not an old-fashioned person. Her daughter had already become an adult, and she was unwilling to care more. But she has experienced the harm of 2 relationships, naturally not willing to let her daughter follow in her footsteps. Some words that should be said, he still had to say. Wanda, come to mom's room. Zhang Yujie said softly. What's the matter? Mi Shu-man curiously said. Mommy has something to say to you. Zhang Yujie revealed a gentle smile, signaling her not to be too nervous. Aha. Mi Shu-man immediately followed into the room. Mother and daughter sat on the edge of the bed. Zhang Yujie gently held Mi Shu-man's hand and softly said, Xiao Man, tell mom, do you like Lin Fei? Mi Shu-man froze, and when she reacted, her face instantly reddened to the heel of her neck, and her heart pounded even more. She did not expect her mother to be so direct, without any padding at all. 0 frame starting hand. How do you dodge this? Although Mi Shu-man did not say anything, Zhang Yujie also knew the answer through her daughter's violently beating pulse at her wrist. Mom knows the answer. Zhang Yujie smiled warmly. Mom, I don't like him. Mi Shu-man hurriedly denied. Mom hasn't even said what the answer is yet, and you're in a hurry to skim off the top? Zhang Yujie sometimes really felt that her daughter was adorably stupid. Mi Shu-man was a little embarrassed and stopped talking. Lin Fei is a nice young man. He's handsome, his studies are good, and mom admires him. But what mom wants to tell you is that falling in love isn't a momentary impulse. What you need to do now is not to think about Lin Fei all day long, but rather you should get motivated and study hard for the university exam. If you can't even score 600 points, and you can't even get into a mid-level 985 like Huayang University, how are you going to catch up with Lin Fei? Then how are you going to catch up with Lin Fei? How are you going to stand shoulder to shoulder with him? How are you going to have a romantic relationship with him? Zhang Yujie said seriously and gently. Mom, what do you you mean by this? What talk about a romantic relationship? Ah. Mi Shuman looked shy. Still pretending? Really think mom hasn't been in love? Zhang Yujie rolled her eyes. Mi Shuman lowered her head in embarrassment. She didn't even know how she exposed herself. As long as you can score 600 points on the exam, mom will no longer bind your freedom in the future. How about it? Zhang Yujie said. Really? Really? Mi Shuman blinked. When has mom ever lied to you? Zhang Yujie touched her daughter's head and said softly. On the other hand, after Lin Fei drove away from the Grand Hyatt mansion, he wanted to go straight back to school, but Zhao Feng and the others sent a message saying if they wanted to go play pool together. Lin Fei naturally agreed. After all, he hadn't gone for a long time either. Brother Fei, Jade Dragon Plaza on this side of Normal University. GK Pool Club. Zhao Feng sent the location. Okay, Lin Fei replied, then drove to his destination. The GK Pool Club was relatively famous in this area of University City. The reason was simple. Many of the assistant coaching ladies inside were young and beautiful college students working part-time, and dressed very sexy, either JK with white silk, or buttocks with black silk, so business is very hot. Not only college students like to come, even some rich second generation or tycoon also like to come over here to find fun, book a most expensive box, and then order a coaching assistant, and then lonely men and women in the inside playing billiards. Half an hour later, Lin Fei driving a McLaren appeared in Jade Dragon Plaza. McLaren P1 just stopped at the side of the road. Immediately there are a lot of people stopped to watch. After all, in the vicinity of a university town, it was rare to see a several $100,000 BMW, let alone a supercar like the McLaren P1. However, there was also a portion of people who scoffed. They wouldn't believe that a college student could afford to drive this kind of car. It was mostly a forced brother renting it to pick up girls. Holy, Ming Jie, look over there. There's a McLaren P1. See, it's just a McLaren. What's all the fuss about? It's just a rental car. You'll see if you can see it again in a few days. I think Ming Jie is right. After all, some men's vanity is strong. Even if they eat the chaff, they still want to rent a car to pretend to be a bully. Especially this kind that specializes in driving to the vicinity of a university town. It's even more canonical. For Brother Pussy, they were 10,000 times more contemptuous. When Lin Fei stepped down from the car, a few female college students with fashionable clothes and a decent temperament walked towards Lin Fei as if they had seen some kind of prey. Handsome guy, can you add a WeChat and make friends? A girl with a hot body and exquisite makeup walked up to Lin Fei and said daintily. Lin Fei swept a glance at her, and seeing that the system wasn't bound, he simply waved his hand and bypassed her. When the beautiful girl saw that she was rejected, her face collapsed and she kept outputting at Lin Fei's back. What's the point of pretending? It's a rental car at first glance. Just before taking a few steps, 3 beautiful women with exquisite figures and bold fashionable outfits walked up and surrounded Lin Fei. Handsome, she wants your WeChat. Yeah, she thinks you're her ideal type. Oh, the 2 beauties, separated on the left and right sides, pointed at the girl in the center who was covering her face and said with a delicate smile. Lin Fei guffawed. McLaren is your ideal type is more like it. Sure enough, if you don't have money, you'll never know how proactive girls are. Liang Yun, why are you still shy? Hurry up and ask for contact information, or else the other handsome guys are going to leave. Yeah, Liang Yun, why are you wimpy? Didn't you just say you want to take the handsome guy? Liang Yun was even more embarrassed by her roommate's words. She could only sneakily look at Lin Fei quietly through the slits in her fingers. Cough cough, can you move over? I have something to go. Lin Fei coughed lightly. Liang Yun, handsome guy is leaving. Liang Yun. When the 2 sisters heard this, they immediately said loudly and pushed the girl in the middle towards Lin Fei. As soon as Liang Yun heard that Lin Fei was leaving, she mustered up enough courage and walked up to Lin Fei, her face blushing as she asked, handsome man, can I add a Weibo for you? Liang Yun looked at Lin Fei, her eyes full of expectation. Only then did Lin Fei see what the girl looked like, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. System found target 009, about to be automatically bound. Name, Liang Yun. Age, 22. Height, 170. Weight, 50. Face value, 9.6. Body, 9.6. Comprehensive score, 9.6. Purity, 100. Goddess rating funds, 66. 6 billion. Current favorability to host, 30 points. Bound again. Lin Fei was inwardly delighted. Liang Yun's kind was her favorite. It must be very spendable. Moreover, what made Lin Fei a bit surprised was that he had just thought that this girl was just like those mediocre fans who relied on makeup to maintain their beauty. As a result, this girl only had light makeup, and her face value wasn't generally high, even compared to Song Jiayi and Kai Xingyan. He had previously thought that looking pretty and being reserved were linked, but now he realized that a girl's looks and her behavior were actually not very much connected. This was also why, sometimes when you watched small movies and saw that kind of particularly stunning female lead, it would leave you puzzled. You're so pretty. Why would you go into that kind of work? You're so pretty. How did you make those unspeakable moves? You're so pretty. How did you do those behaviors that make people hard to talk about? People always think that pretty girls must be very reserved and unappetizing, very difficult to chase, and they must be very conservative and clean. Ugly girls, on the other hand, is labeled with a variety of bad labels, so that people feel very good to chase, as long as a chase will be able to get. But in the end, you will find that the beautiful girls were chased by average-looking boys, and some ugly-looking girls. On the contrary, the requirements are still very high. Chapter 34. Billiards. Beautiful assistant coach. Of course, Lin Fei quickly showed her the WeChat QR code. After adding Lin Fei's WeChat, Liang Yun blinked her eyes and asked, "Handsome guy, my name is Liang Yun, the one with the cursive character you know. What's your name?" "Lin Fei, the fly of flying." Lin Fei grinned. "Okay." Liang Yun smiled sweetly and made a note to Lin Fei. "Right, handsome. I'm from the University of Finance. Which school are you from?" Liang Yun then asked. "I'm from the University of China." Lin Fei smiled. Aha! Hearing that Lin Fei was from the University of China, Liang Yun looked at Lin Fei with a trace of admiration. After all, that had once been her dream school. "Wow! UW's Liang Yun, you have a good eye." The two sisters beside Liang Yun also followed the coaxing, looking at Liang Yun with a promising face. What are you guys talking nonsense about?" Liang Yun hurriedly denied it, but her eyes still couldn't help but look at Lin Fei. After saying goodbye to the three beauties, Lin Fei finally arrived at the GK Pool Club. At this time, there were already a lot of people inside, and there was hardly an empty table in the large hall. Taking a look around, there were all the long legs in black and white silk fishing net stockings. I don't know if this club has strict requirements for part-time jobs. Many of the female assistants and escorts inside are not bad looking. Their face value is about 7 or 8 points, and their body is very good. The dressing was also very sexy. The ditch that should be exposed to waist are all exposed. "Brother Fei, here." At this moment, Zhao Feng, who was in the corner, shouted towards the side. Lin Fei nodded and walked towards the ball table in the corner. On the table, Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang each had 2 more balls, while Lu Dachao was sitting on the sidelines watching the battle. "Brother Fei, let's see how I'm going to take Shiyang." Zhao Feng smiled smugly, laughing. "I bet you can't hit it." Xia Shiyang bristled. Ta! Zhao Feng hit a shot, and the white ball brushed against a fancy ball, which fell into the pocket. Hey, how was it?" Zhao Feng was dejected. Xia Shiyang snorted coldly. "Let's talk about scoring the next one. Watch and learn." Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows and lifted the pole again. Leaning down, squinting, his expression becoming solemn, Zhao Feng slammed a low shot. Ta! The white ball hit hard against another ball, and that ball fell into the net after a few consecutive hits. What's worse, the white ball ended up staying in a position that formed a straight line with the black 8 in the net. Asterisk. I admit defeat. Xia Shiyang was also completely convinced this time, as he had already lost 3 sets in front of him. "How is your kid so good?" Xia Shiyang asked. "My family used to open a farmhouse. There are a dozen or so pool tables. When I was young and idle, I liked to poke a couple of rods, and now I've been playing for more than 10 years. He. Zhao Feng smiled and said, "No wonder, so there's still a child's skill." Lin Fei patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. "That's not true." Zhao Feng hemmed and hawed. "There's just one table outside here. Why don't we open a box to play?" Lin Fei looked at the trio. "Brother Fei, the big box here is $100 an hour. Lu Dachao scratched his head. Brother Fei, I'm in a good mood today. I'll pay for everything." Lin Fei finished speaking and didn't care if they agreed or not. He directly turned around and walked towards the front desk. The cashier at the front desk was a charming young woman with coiled hair. Seeing Lin Fei come over, she hurriedly smiled enthusiastically and asked, "Handsome man, do you want to open a table or a private room?" Lin Fei sized up the young woman in front of him. Her temperament was charming. Her skin was moist and white. Her body was plump. She was considered a beauty. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Help me open a large private room." The beautiful young woman looked deeply at Lin Fei and bent down slightly to operate on the computer. Lin Fei accidentally glimpsed a deep gully. Indecent exposure. Lin Fei hurriedly shifted his gaze and pretended not to see anything. Soon, the private room was opened, and the young woman called a young guy to take Lin Fei to the private room. The young guy was about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a flowing fashion. Lin Fei guessed that he should be a school dropout who came out to work. After all, kids nowadays like to work in these entertainment centers, firstly because it's easy, and secondly because there's no cultural requirements here. Lin Fei asked Zhao Feng to settle the original bill, and then called on Xia Shiyang and Lu Dachao to go to the private room. The private room is on the second floor. The entrance is located in a corner behind the cash register. The location is still a little hidden. If you do not purposely go there, it is really not easy to see that there is a stairway. Arriving on the second floor, Lin Fei found that the door of each private room was locked, and did not know what was being done inside. Soon, the young man brought Lin Fei and the others into the 211 private room. Although this was a large private room, there were only 3 tables in total, but Lin Fei understood. After all, it was a billiards club near the school, so the requirements couldn't be too high, but the environment inside wasn't too bad. The sofas and the floor and all that were pretty clean. Handsome guy. Later on, if you order assistance or snacks, just scan the QR code on the wall directly, the young guy said to Lin Fei. Okay. Lin Fei nodded and the young guy turned around and left. Brother Fei, Da Chao doesn't know how to play. How are the 3 of us going to play 3 tables? Xia Yang looked at the 3 tables and asked. Lin Fei was a bit confused, looking at Lu Da Chao, asking, Da Chao, you don't know how to play pool? Lu Da Chao smiled awkwardly. Brother Fei, I won't lie to you, I really don't know how. It's fine, the brothers put together money to order you a beautiful assistant coach. Let her teach you well. At this time, Zhao Feng walked in and said with a bad smile on his face, that's a good suggestion, Zhao Feng, but since I've said that I'm treating you today, don't mention anything about pooling money. Lin Fei said. Brother Fei, how can this work? Even though you're rich, you can't keep ripping you off. Xia Yang felt that if Lin Fei was the one who opened the money every time, then they would be too embarrassed to play. Lu Dachao and Zhao Feng also nodded in agreement. Lin Fei thought for a moment and said, in that case, let's order 3 assistant coaches to come over and play together. If I'm able to beat the 3 assistant coaches and the 2 of you, I'll open the money for today. If I lose 1 game, then we'll AA. Yes, Xia Yang and Zhao Feng said in unison. Seeing that both of them had spoken, Lu Dichao also nodded. They didn't believe that Lin Fei would be able to win 5 in a row. They had to know that those who came here to work as assistant teachers basically had a couple of tricks up their sleeves. After all, Lin Fei wasn't old ding. It was impossible for him to have the strength to crush 5 people. Otherwise, if you were just pretty and couldn't play billiards, the guests wouldn't be too satisfied. Good. Lin Fei gave the 2 a rather appreciative look. Last time, he had been rewarded with the skill of being proficient in all ball skills. Billiards was also a ball, and his current level of billiards, although it couldn't crush the world champion, it was still in the middle of the pack. After scanning the QR code on the wall, Lin Fei began to pick out an assistant coach. The other 3 also came up behind him and followed along to pick. It had to be said that this billiards club had a really large number of female assistant coaches, a full 26. Moreover, the small program can not only see their photos, but also provides information such as height, weight, personality, wearing style and so on. What's more explosive is that you can also specify what to wear. Of course, that's all a program that adds money. Brother Fei, number 10, number 10. I want number 10. Zhao Feng shouted excitedly. Brother Fei, are these assistant coaches good with their temper? Will they curse? Lu Dachao asked cautiously. Chapter 35, Welfare for the Brothers. The moment Lu Dachao said this, all 3 of them were a bit tense. Ha 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 ha, Dachao, don't laugh me to death. Zhao Feng thought that Dachao was really a bit cute sometimes. Lin Fei stifled his laughter and said, don't worry, Dachao, they're all very gentle. Lu Dachao looked at a few people and scratched his head awkwardly. No, 10, Su, it does look okay haha. Lin Fei clicked on the homepage of the assistant coach that Zhao Feng had just mentioned and looked at her other pictures. My vision is still okay. Zhao Feng hemmed and hawed. 98 an hour. And the price is okay. Lin Fei stroked his chin, then directly clicked on 5 hours. Then, Lin Fei continued browsing up the other assistant teachers. Soon, no. 17 Anna attracted Lin Fei's attention. Clicking into the homepage, Lin Fei realized that this female's price was more than a little higher than the others. 168 an hour. Clicking on her photo to take a look, Lin Fei quickly realized why. This female's features were very good. She wore the kind of pure desire style. Her makeup wasn't very flashy, and she was a junior in college. Brother Fei, this girl is really pretty. At this time, Lu Dachao opened his mouth and complimented. Yo, Dachao, fancy this one? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Lu Dachao smiled in embarrassment, but once he remembered that 168 per hour price, he was a little worried again. If it was AA later, he didn't know how much of his living expenses would be left. Lin Fei took Lu Dachao's shoulders. Since you like it, I'll order it. I'll let her teach you personally later. Right, you like what she's wearing? Come straight over and order the pictures on here. Lin Fei handed his cell phone to Lu Dachao and said with a bad smile. Lu Dachao took the phone and without hesitation clicked on a picture of Anna wearing a pink t-shirt and short jeans. Oh, so Dachao likes the sweet girl style. Ah, The trio looked at Lu Dachao and teased. Lu Dachao's dark face instantly turned a little red, but some anticipation rose in his eyes. There was still one last spot left, and Lin Fei ordered a 21st assistant coach named Belle. This female's dressing style was Lin Fei's favorite kind of imperial lady style, and she was also good looking, so she was estimated to be able to have an 8-point-something. After ordering the assistant coach, Lin Fei ordered some snacks and alcoholic beverages. Dachao, don't be shy later. Lin Fei patted Lu Dachao's shoulder. Lu Dachao nodded heavily. I'll try my best, Brother Fei. 5 minutes later, the 3 beautiful assistant teachers entered the private room one after another. The first one to come in was Su Su, a beautiful woman with a marvelous figure and unassuming looks. A head of curly brown hair hanging behind her head, wearing a gray wraparound dress, black silk net stockings wrapped around her slender legs. Very seductive. Right behind her was Belle, wearing a white cheongsam, revealing her slender white thighs, with a seductive smile on her face. A head of black hair was coiled behind her head, her body was plump, her features were atmospheric, and her temperament was charming. The last to appear on the scene is the pink t-shirt with jeans Anna. Compared with the first two, her dress is obviously not so sexy, but there is a hint of youthfulness. But with her innocent looks and good face value, she was not sure how many people's goddesses she would be again when placed in the school. Beauty, this brother of mine wants to learn billiards. You help me teach him well. If you teach him tonight, I'll give you a $10,000 tip. Lin Fei pulled Lu Dachao over and then said to Anna, 10,000, boss, are you serious? Anna stared with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief. So many people are watching here, do you think I'll lie to you? Lin Fei said smilingly. Anna thought about it and agreed. After all, since the other party could afford a private room and ordered 3 assistant teachers, it meant that there was still strength. $10,000, to be honest, wasn't much. The other party didn't need to cheat. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely teach this handsome man, Anna guaranteed. Good, Dachao, you go fight with this beauty at that table. Lin Fei pushed Lu Dachao towards Anna with one hand. Lu Dachao was unsteady and directly bumped into Anna, but the other party not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled daintily and took his arm. Anna said to Lu Dachao with a gentle face, handsome, we two go over there. I teach you to play billiards. Oh, Lu Dachao, who has never been in love once, where has he seen this kind of scene? Subconsciously he wanted to break away, but the other side of the arm tightly. He is really not easy to break away. Moreover, Anna's pasty and charming voice, his heart has been melted by listening. Good. Lu Dachao nodded stiffly. Just like that, the two walked hand in hand towards the ball table in the corner. Over here, Lin Fei took Xiaofeng's shoulders and said to Su Su, beauty, this brother of mine is also a beginner in billiards, not very familiar with some of the strokes, very much in need of a patient and gentle young lady to teach him. Can you accomplish that? Su Su glanced at Xiaofeng. A hint of dislike flashed in her eyes. Average looking, wearing some dirt, and looking at me with such a lewd eye. However, since it was hidden deeply and Xiaofeng didn't deliberately look at her eyes, he didn't see it. However, Lin Fei still noticed it, so he directly stretched out a finger and smiled lightly. Tip, also $10,000. When Su Su heard this, her eyes instantly lit up, and the look she gave Xiaofeng changed from dislike to tenderness and full of love. In fact, this handsome man is also quite durable, chubby and somewhat cute. Handsome guy, don't worry, I guarantee that I will let him learn. Su Su bit her lips and laughed. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. After distributing them one by one, there was only one Belle left. Coincidentally, Xia Shiyan's girlfriend called at this time. Handsome guy, you want to learn pole technique too? Belle looked at Lin Fei and blinked, her seductive eyes very seductive. Do I look like that to you? Lin Fei shrugged. Then let's have a game? The corners of Belle's mouth rose slightly. Win me a game and I'll give you 100,000. How about it? Lin Fei looked at Belle and said, handsome guy, you're quite humorous. Belle covered her mouth and laughed, while a cold smile flashed in her eyes. 100,000. You just opened your mouth? Do you have 10,000 in your entire body combined? She didn't know how many such bullshits she had heard, and in the end, they were all scoundrels who didn't recognize their accounts. How about this? I'll let you have 4 balls. If you can win, I'll give it to you as usual. Lin Fei laughed. Although Belle didn't believe it, she was still willing to gamble on such a great deal. Even if Lin Fei didn't have any money, winning him herself and punching him in the face would be pretty cool for herself. I just hope that this person wouldn't give himself a bad review. Then what if I lose? Belle asked. If you lose, just give me a massage. Lin Fei smiled. Good. I hope you don't lie to me, handsome, or else I'll be very sad. Belle revealed a seductive smile. Chapter 36, Billiards is good. You have to learn billiards. Beat me first. Lin Fei walked up and pinched Belle's face with abandon. Belle didn't care about Lin Fei pinching her face. After all, She had long been used to this kind of thing. However, Lin Fei's provocative look irritated her. She had at least been in contact with billiards for 7 or 8 years. She didn't believe that she couldn't beat a student. After setting up the ball, Lin Fei took the initiative to let Belle tee off first. Belle wasn't polite either, and with a powerful and heavy push, the billiard balls scattered in all directions, but only one fancy-colored ball dropped. Belle observed the situation on the table and still chose to continue hitting the fancy-colored ball. Ta! Another one went in. Belle revealed a smile. As long as she scored 2 more and then scored the black 8, Lin Fei would have to pay. However, heaven forbid, Belle's next ball didn't go in because of her lighter power. Pity! Lin Fei smiled at Belle before picking up the cue and starting to find a suitable position. Belle squinted her eyes slightly and scrutinized Lin Fei's movements. Lin Fei leaned down slightly and set the cue in his hands, then slammed the white ball. Ta! The white ball hit a solid colored ball hard, knocking it into the pocket. It looked like the white ball was about to go into the pocket as well, but it backed off. It was a very perfect low shot. However, Belle's expression didn't change much. After all, this was actually nothing. But what Lin Fei did next directly made her speechless, only to see Lin Fei suddenly hit a jump shot, crashing the solid colored ball that had originally been blocked by the 3 fancy colored balls into the net. That wasn't all. Lin Fei struck again, the white ball rushing out like a meteor, and after completing multiple crashes, the 4 solid colored balls fell into the net. Moreover, Lin Fei perfectly avoided all dangerous routes. Although the black 8 and the flower-colored balls were also hit, none of them posed any danger. At this point, Lin Fei only had the last 2 balls left, as well as the black 8. Belle's eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly open, and she was slow to speak. She had been working at this club for 2 years now, and had seen thousands of customers without 10,000, but had never seen a billiard ball played like this. The way Lin Fei played gave her a feeling that he was playing in a chaotic manner, and at all times gave the impression that he was going to give his opponent a free shot. But what was strange was that his playing style was rough and unstructured, and in the end, it was extremely efficient. Watch this, beautiful. Lin Fei leaned over and turned his head to look at Belle, his eyes completely off the club. Then, without looking back, Lin Fei directly hit the ball blindly. Ta, ta, ta. The last 2 balls, too, went into the net. How is this possible? Belle's eyes widened. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that this kind of brainless play could be so powerful. At this moment, there was only the last black 8 left on the court. Lin Fei struck again. The black 8 crashed out a few straight lines on the table before falling into the net. A shot to the end. Terrifying as hell. Belle looked at Lin Fei, her voice trembling a little as she spoke. Boss, you a professional player, right? No. I'm a wild card player, Lin Fei said very tartly as he lit up a piece of Chinesehua. Continue? Lin Fei asked smilingly. Belle gritted her teeth and said, continue. She couldn't believe that Lin Fei didn't make mistakes. She only had to score 4 balls and a black 8 to win. She didn't believe she couldn't do it. On the other side, Anna's soft and boneless body that emitted a gust of jasmine fragrance was gently pasted on Lu Dachao's body. This is called a low shot. After hitting out, the ball will come back on its own. If you want to hit, Anna said gently. Gusts of hot air spit on the side of Lu Dachao's face. Lu Dachao did not dare to move. As soon as he breathed, he could smell the refreshing aroma on the other side, letting him hold the club unsteadily for a while. As for those what pole method, he was not able to listen to a word. Handsome, have you learned it? Anna turned her head and looked at him with a gentle face. The two were already leaning together. Anna turned her head this time. Her noses touched each other just a little bit. Looking at this pure and somewhat charming face in front of him, Lu Dachao's heart was pounding. The last time he went to the bar, the dancer that Lin Fei ordered for him didn't make him so nervous. Was this the feeling of a heartbeat? Lu Dachao swallowed his saliva and said dully, then let's learn the high bar. Anna blinked, then got a few points closer to Lu Dachao's body. Soft body, good smelling body odor, let Lu Dachao feel all in love. Compared to Lu Dachao's restraint, Zhao Feng on the other side was much bolder. Su Su was seriously teaching him pole technique for the sake of the bounty, but he was not listening to it at all, and one of his hands was only focusing on other people's small hands. So slippery, so soft, so cold. Zhao Feng's surface didn't move at all, and he looked like he was listening carefully, but in reality, he was already floating. Handsome boy, did you understand? Su Su held back her anger, squeezed out a smile and asked, I don't actually understand a pole technique very well yet, but I can't describe it in words. Zhao Feng looked confused. What move? Su Su's eyes were full of questions. You make a striking position and I'll point it out to you, Zhao Feng said in a serious manner. Su Su nodded, then picked up the club and bent her body down. Zhao Feng walked to Su Su's side and naturally held her up. Su Su subconsciously had to break free, but quickly calmed down. It wasn't the first time anyway. Just let him be. How do I hit this jumping pole? Zhao Feng asked seriously. Su inwardly rolled her eyes, but thinking of the tip Lin Fei said, she still patiently explained it to him. Jumping pole it's about observing the distance of the ball first. It couldn't be helped. She didn't want to, but Lin Fei was giving too much. Downstairs, a fat man wearing Givenchy short sleeves and a thick gold necklace walked into the hall. The fat man was about 1 meter 8 tall. All the fat was squeezed out of the folds. His face full of horizontal meat revealed a trace of ferocity. At a glance it was not a good to mess with the lord. At his side, followed by a few thin and tall, airplane head shape of the social youth, mouth with a cigarette, once in the hall with an evil eye to measure up the female teaching assistants. At this time, the young woman at the front desk, as well as another young man in a suit, hurriedly walked quickly to the fat man wearing a gold necklace. Brother Nyo, why did you come over without saying hello, so I can personally greet you at the door? The young man in the suit smiled fawningly. This fat man in front of him, called Nyo Dahai, although he looked like a straw man, he was the personal nephew of the second largest shareholder of the company behind the club, and he had a bad temper. Right, Brother Nyo, we haven't prepared anything here. The young woman also chimed in. Quite a few people in the billiard hall, seeing the two stewards treating this fat man with respect, suddenly became a bit curious. Who is that dude? So powerful? I don't know, but looking at this appearance, the identity is estimated to be extraordinary. Look at the Givenchy he's wearing. He's probably quite rich. Everyone discussed it with one word from you and one word from me. Nyo Dahai looked at the two fawning looks, eyes full of complacency. Also learned those big shots, gently waved his hand, laughed and said, I come over this time, just come over to have fun. You guys are busy with yours. Help me open a big private room. Call a few headliners to come over on the line. By the way, especially the one called Jing Jing. Chapter 37, tell them to get lost. The moment these words came out, both the man in the suit and the young woman's face changed, because the private rooms were all booked out. Anna was also ordered. Mad. You can't come when you want. You have to pick the busiest time to come. The two people really want to curse their mother in their hearts. Nyo Dahai saw the two people's face ugly, delayed to speak. Suddenly eyes narrowed, questioned, what's wrong? Can't you? No, Brother Nyo, don't misunderstand. It's that the private rooms are all booked out. The man in the suit cried and said with a trembling voice. Nyo Dahai heard, laughed, then a face arrogantly said, randomly draw out a. Give them a free bill. Let them hurry to get out. If not, I personally go over to ask them to roll. Brother Nyo is mighty. Big brother. Awesome. Big brother. Domineering. These words immediately gave the several little brothers around him the opportunity to slap rainbow farts. Nyo Dahai coldly grunted, pulled out a huazi and sent it into his mouth, and the little brother next to him immediately pulled out a lighter and scrambled to light a fire for Nyo Dahai. Nyo brother. This, I am afraid it is not good. If we offend others, our future business cannot be good. The man in the suit said with a bitter face. Right, Brother Nyo, if it becomes a big deal, we can't explain it on Mr. Su's side. The young woman also advised. After hearing this, Nyo Dahai also felt that there were a few truths. But today, he brought a few juniors over to play. If there is no private room, then what kind of platitude is there? How else was he going to establish authority for this gang of dog legs? At this time, the man in the suit's eyes rolled and suddenly had a flash of insight. Brother Nyo, I have a plan. The man in the suit said in a serious manner. Nyo Dahai swept him a glance and raised his eyebrows. What? Tell me. The man in the suit glanced around, then lowered his voice and said, Brother Nyo, there's a large private room that should have been booked by a few college students. I think it can be operated. When these words came out, the young woman on the side couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. Well, just like to bully people's students is it? Then why don't you hurry and tell them to get lost? Nyo Dahai's eyes glared and said angrily, Immediately. The man in the suit hurriedly said with a smile. After saying that, the man in the suit hurriedly ran to the second floor, while the young woman first took Nyo Dahai and several people to the lounge to sit first. Inside the private room, Belle was already in love. She had lost to Lin Fei 7 times in half an hour. She hadn't won any of them, and what was even more infuriating was that she only had one chance to play each hand. Once Lin Fei made a shot, the game was basically over. Boss, you're here to fry fish, right? Belle looked at Lin Fei and smiled bitterly. Don't talk nonsense, I'm here for entertainment. Lin Fei winked. Alas, it seems like the prize money is not going to be with me. Belle leaned against the ball table and sighed. Alright, I'm tired too. Come over and massage me. Lin Fei put down his cue and came to sit on the sofa. Belle was also willing to gamble and obediently walked behind Lin Fei and gently pressed up his shoulders. Lin Fei had a look of enjoyment on his face. He had to say that this woman not only played billiards well, but also had a hand in massage, and he didn't know if she was a professional in the past. While enjoying the massage, Lin Fei looked at Zhao Feng and Lu Dachao. One was only thinking about mooching, one was honestly learning billiards, and giggling from time to time. This kid shouldn't be heartbroken, right? Lin Fei saw Lu Dachao's expression and immediately felt bad. If this is truly move, that's not good. Lu Dachao, this kind of honest and good boy, how can play with these women who often mix in the workplace? If you really take the bait, will not be treated as a dog to play. However, at this time Lu Dachao completely did not consider these. Anna, are you part-time? Lu Dachao somewhat embarrassedly opened his mouth and asked. Yeah, come to earn some pocket money. Anna laughed. Then which school are you from? Lu Dachao continued to ask. Anna's eyes flashed a trace of impatience, but still continued to answer. Early childhood college. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, just asking. Lu Dachao giggled. Knock, knock, knock. Right at this moment, the door of the private room was knocked. After Xia Shiyang opened the door, the man in the suit walked in with two pool hall staff. One of them was the young guy who had sent Lin Fei and the others up just now. Can I help you? Xia Shiyang swept a glance at the few people and asked with some displeasure. Lin Fei and Zhao Feng and the others also walked over. Looking puzzled, the man in the suit cleared his throat, then said without blushing, that, just to let you guys know, this private room has already been booked in advance by someone else, but then our front desk side messed up and forgot. So we booked this private room for you guys, now that the guests have come, so we can only aggrieve a few people to leave. Of course, the main responsibility for this matter lies with us, so everyone's consumption today will be free of charge. The moment these words came out, Lin Fei's eyes instantly went cold. Ordered in advance? Teasing us? Even the three female teaching assistants on the side of the room were a little bashful at these words. Forget about the free bill. I'm not that bad. As for letting us go, that's even more out of the question. Lin Fei sneered. Right, this matter is your problem. You guys figure it out yourselves. Xia Shiyang also said nonchalantly. Zhao Feng also nodded. Lu Dachao wanted to open his mouth to persuade everyone to choose the free bar, but seeing the three people's resolute attitude, he didn't dare to say anything more. The man in the suit froze. He obviously didn't expect the free bill to be useless. Is this a real college student? Can they even refuse the free bill? Is not the brain not normal? The man in the suit thought that a few people might have thought that only the money for the private room would be waived, and added, I'm talking about all of it, including the snacks and drinks that you ordered, and a little bit of the money for the teaching assistants is also waived. I still have the same words for you. The bill waiver is not necessary, and we won't leave. Lin Fei stepped forward and patted the other person's shoulder. The man in the suit saw that a few people had such a strong attitude. He was also out of options, and after compensating with a couple of smiles, he turned around and left with his two followers. Brother Zhao, why don't we just whisk the people away? Anyway, it's just a few college students, so it's fine to be offended. Beside the man in the suit, a sharp-tongued youth whispered, Are you stupid? Just kick them out? If something goes wrong, Mr. Su will definitely make an example out of them, and it's not Zhao who will suffer. So I say, let's just tell Brother Nyo about it and let him handle it himself. He'll be the one to take the blame if things get out of hand. The young guy who had sent Lin Fei up earlier said bluntly, Bai Chi, you've got some brains. The man in the suit gave him a rather appreciative look. The young guy who was called Bai Chi was the one who had sent Lin Fei up just now. It's just average. He. Bai Chi smiled smugly. Chapter 38 give you $5 million. In the lounge, Nyo Dahai was sitting on the sofa, with the young woman on his left hand and a few of his juniors who were drinking on his right hand. Nyo Dahai constantly rubbing one hand on the young woman's thighs, and one hand constantly stuffing popcorn into his mouth. Although the young woman was disgusted with Nyo Dahai in her heart, she didn't dare to say anything more and could only barely squeeze out a smile. Sister Chang, I damn well don't know how you take care of yourself. You even look more tender than those college students, Nyo Dahai said with a bad smile. Sister Chang, is this beautiful young woman? Her original name is Dong Chang. Brother Nyo, don't joke around. Dong Chang smiled stiffly. Right, where is that Anna here of yours? Nyo Dahai had just focused on eating, forgetting his main purpose for coming over today. Anna, she's already been ordered. She should be in the private room right now accompanying the guests to play billiards. Dong Chang said. Hurry up and make her come down. Nyo Dahai's face changed and said angrily. Dong Qing was about to say something when Zhao Shuang, the man in the suit, walked into the room with two boys. People blasted away? Nyo Dahai said as he looked at the three men with fierce eyes. Zhao Shuang didn't know why. Seeing Nyo Dahai's face full of horizontal meat made him a little afraid. After swallowing his saliva, Zhao Shuang then narrated what had just happened. After listening to it, Nyo Dahai laughed back in anger, stood up and copied a beer bottle, while shaking while saying viciously, at least, a few small pussy brats. To give them a free bill and then let them go, is to give them face? Even dare not go. Good. Have to let the old man go up to please, is it? Lead the way. Niu Dahai walked forward and shouted towards Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang was startled, and after reacting, he hurriedly smiled and led the way. The few juniors who followed Niu Dahai over also quickly got up, copied the beer bottles, or pool cues in the house, and quickly followed. Inside the private room, a few people didn't care at all about what happened just now, and continued to play billiards as they should, and play as they should. Not bad, not bad. Very comfortable. Lin Fei leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed. Behind him was Belle, who was concentrating on serving. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang 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 bang! Just at this moment, there came a sharp knock on the door. To be precise, it should be a slamming sound. Lin Fei frowned. Which strawman is this, Nima Boichi again? Grip the grass, Nima, who is it again? Zhao Feng's pleasure was disturbed. He was instantly enraged and directly cursed. Then copied the club. Quickly walked up to the front. We'll open the door. I said Nima's right. Just open the door. Zhao Feng directly cursed. You're damn tired of living. Dare to curse our brother Niu. Before Niu Dahai said anything, the little brother beside him pointed at Zhao Feng and cursed. Zhao Feng just wanted to talk back, but when he saw that the other party had a lot of people, he was also a bit scared. But in order not to lose face, Zhao Feng still pointed at the other party and said, "You better keep your mouth clean. What the hell do you want?" The little brother was halfway through cursing when he was pulled back by Niu Dahai. Quiet. Niu Dahai walked up and scanned inside the room, just ready to ask who was the talker. But then he saw Anna, and his ferocious look turned into a demented smile all of a sudden. "Anna, so you're here," Niu Dahai said with a smile. Anna looked at Niu Dahai. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, but when she thought of his last statement that his family had just been demolished and relocated, she immediately changed to a smiling face again. Although this dead fat pig looks ugly and black, but at least the family still has a few sweets and more than $700,000 in savings. It is not impossible to fish for him first. "Brother Dahai, why did you come without saying anything to others?" Anna walked up and said somewhat petulantly. "Hey, this is not the family contracted a fish pond in the countryside. Recently busy." Niu Dahai laughed, smoothly wrapped his hand around Anna's shoulders, and his anger subsided by a large margin. Anna's body slightly trembled, but did not break free. Lu Dachao looked at this scene, only feeling a little blocked in his heart. His fists involuntarily clenched. At this time, Lin Fei, who hadn't said anything, slowly got up from the sofa and walked towards the side with an indifferent expression. For a moment, the gazes of Zhao Feng, Xia Shiyang, and Lu Dachao all converged on Lin Fei. Niu Dahai looked at Zhao Feng and the others, then at Lin Fei. The corner of his mouth curled. This kid should be the head. "You're the head of these brats?" Niu Dahai asked with his head held high and a disdainful face. "You smashed the door?" Lin Fei didn't care about his words at all, but asked indifferently. "Old man's private room. I can smash it as much as I like. It's none of your business." Niu Dahai held his head high and said to Lin Fei with a disdainful face, "Your private room?" Lin Fei was amused. "Humph, didn't he tell you guys just now that the front desk made a mistake? This private room, I booked it last night. If it's not mine, whose is it?" Niu Dahai sneered. "I'll give you guys a minute to get the hell out of here. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." Niu Dahai's eyes narrowed and threatened. How ungracious. Lin Fei took a step back and sat on the ball table, looking at Niu Dahai with a bland face. Niu Dahai froze, then laughed coldly. "College students nowadays, they're really reading their brains silly. Look at what my brethren are holding in their hands." After saying that, Niu Dahai also deliberately twisted his neck and waved the beer bottle in his hand a few times. Dongqing saw that the situation is not good, hurriedly came to the side of Niu Dahai to persuade, "Brother Niu, do not make trouble. This is a university town. There are SWAT patrols in the neighborhood every day." Dongqing didn't want Niu Dahai's rat to mess up a pot of porridge. She had been running this store in the university town for more than 2 years, and it was not easy for her to get on good terms with these students. If Niu Dahai caused trouble here today and injured someone, who would dare to come here in the future? Once Niu Dahai heard Dongqing's words, he calmed down a bit. At this time, Dongqing again came to Niu Dahai's ear and whispered, "Brother Niu, why don't you just give them $500, plus a free bill, and let them leave? I'll pay for it." When Niu Dahai heard this, he also felt that this was a good idea. He doesn't suffer anyway. Niu Dahai gathered Anna close to himself and looked at Lin Fei with a magnanimous look, saying, "I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want to mess with you bunch of student waifs, so let's do it this way. I'll give you $500, plus a free bill, and you guys can just leave." When these words came out, Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Pretending to be a big spender in front of Brother Fei? Who gave you the courage? You stupid fork, just sold yourself to be able to get on Brother Fei's zero? Lin Fei clapped his hands and laughed. "Let's do it this way. You learn to bark from here. Climb all the way to the gate. I'll give you 5 million. Pay on the spot. No installments." When these words came out, Nyo Dahai and his few juniors were laughing. Brother Nyo, is it him? Ha 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 ha. Also 5 million. Laugh me to death. 5 million joy beans? Ha 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 ha. Even Su Su and Jing Jing, they felt that Lin Fei was really addicted to bragging. The young woman Dong Qing was also looking at Lin Fei with a speechless face. You're a college student. What are you pretending for? It's already this time and you still don't recognize reality? If it wasn't for me persuading Nyo Dahai, you guys would have been beaten up long ago. Alas, college students nowadays really want to save face and live to suffer. Chapter 39, To Climb or Not to Climb? Lin Fei swept a glance at a few people. He wasn't angry. He just looked at Nyo Dahai and laughed. Dare you promise? Nyo Dahai was happy and laughed rampantly. Fine, I promise you, as long as you can take out $5 million. Not to mention crawling to the door. Crawling to the square below is no problem, but if you can't get it out, then drill through Lousy's crotch and climb all the way to the door. Call me Nyo Dahai 3 times grandpa. Nyo Dahai then added. Good, then I'll satisfy you. Lin Fei sneered, then directly pulled out his cell phone. What's your bank card number? Lin Fei asked. Yo, your ing really acting up. Nyo Dahai lit up a cigarette and said disdainfully. Don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Fei said. Then I'll tell you. I want to see how you spin it. Nyo Dahai snorted coldly, then took out his cell phone, because he couldn't remember what his bank card number was either. Soon, Nyo Dahai read out the bank card number to Lin Fei, who also began to operate it. Alas, young people nowadays, really. Dong Qing looked at Lin Fei and waved his hand. Zhao Shuang, the man in the suit, and his little brother Bai Qi, as well as the sharp-tongued youth, also felt that Lin Fei had overplayed his hand. Su Su and Jing Jing also shook their heads in disappointment. Originally thought Lin Fei was quite handsome at the beginning, but it turned out to be a rash young man who could only pretend to be a pussy. That's $5 million, not $50. How can you just say take it? Belle, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on her face. She always felt that Lin Fei wasn't as simple as he looked. Too calm, too relaxed. A minute passed and Nyo Dahai's account was still untouched. The mocking colors on the faces of the crowd were also getting stronger. If you ask me, you'd better hurry up and drill our brother Nyo's crotch. Don't pretend. Ha 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 ha. Right. Keeping getting it there for half a day. You're really good at acting. The few airplane head minions around Nyo Dahai mocked madly. Nyo Dahai, on the other hand, had already crossed his legs, expecting Lin Fei to drill through his crotch. It's finally done. It's kinda troublesome. At this time, Lin Fei muttered, then put his cell phone away. You can look at your balance now. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at Nyo Dahai with a smile. Nyo Dahai was just about to scold Lin Fei for being a shob when his cell phone suddenly rang a beep. It was the beep of a text message. However, Nyo Dahai still didn't believe that Lin Fei would have the strength. A college student, even if he sold his kidneys, he couldn't possibly have $5 million unless he had 20 kidneys. Pulling out his cell phone, Nyo Dahai was about to see which stupid operator sent the harassing SMS, but then he saw a bank card collection SMS. His heart immediately thumped, and hurriedly clicked to see. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. A look suddenly changed his face. This, 10,100,000. Nyo Dahai looked at a large series of numbers on it, and his expression gradually condensed. 5 million. Really 5 million. The others saw this reaction of Nyo Dahai and his mouth was still chanting. They immediately understood what was going on and all of them looked at Lin Fei with a shocked face. Nyo Dahai's reaction could only mean one thing. He had really received 5 million. For a moment, Su Su and Jing Jing's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Fei. They didn't expect even to death that Lin Fei was actually really rich and not just pretending. Moreover, it was $5 million right out of the gate. This was simply the tycoon of tycoons. If this 5 million was given to them, how good would it be? Not only would they be able to travel all over the world at that time, they would also be able to buy all sorts of bags and cell phones. Belle, on the other hand, revealed a smile. Sure enough, I guessed right. Although she also felt that Lin Fei was faking it at first. From the conversation he had with Nyo Dahai just now, Belle suddenly realized that the confidence in Lin Fei's eyes was by no means faked. A few juniors saw Nyo Dahai's expression and hurriedly brought their heads forward. Grip grass. Brother Nyo, you're rich. I drop a mom, yeah. Is this $5 million? Ha 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 ha. Brother Nyo, we're rich. A few juniors forgot what this $5 million meant for a while and just sang and danced. Hair you mom. Nyo Dahai kicked the little brother who screamed the loudest and flew 2 meters away. Alright, now you can crawl your way out. Lin Fei stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at Nyo Dahai, smilingly saying. Nyo Dahai stared at Lin Fei and remained silent. To his death, he didn't think that Lin Fei could really take out $5 million, but to let him, Nyo Dahai, crawl down, it would be better to kill him. Making our brother Nyo crawl? What kind of thing are you? The few little brothers around him immediately rushed forward, pointing at Lin Fei and cursing, and had the posture to make a move at any time. Young just out of society, for the sake of the so-called righteousness like to be in the limelight, especially when there are a few beautiful women around. It's all about pretending. You guys don't recognize when you lose. Right. Zhao Feng and Xia Shiyang they quickly rushed forward to protect Lin Fei. I'll ask you again. Are you climbing or not? Lin Fei looked at Niu Dahai, his eyes a little cold. Niu Dahai was actually very frightened in his heart. After all, he could take out $5 million. The other party would definitely not be simple, but with so many people looking at him, and a few beautiful women, it would be too humiliating for him to concede so quickly, so he could only continue to play hard to get. I won't climb. What can you do to me? However, from his self-proclaimed old man turning into me, it showed that he was already a little scared. Fine, then I'll help you. Lin Fei smiled faintly, then directly copied the club on the side and violently rushed forward to smash Niu Dahai. The movement was so fast that many people present didn't react, and the cue had already smashed into Niu Dahai's head. Dang! Lin Fei took the thin end, and the thick side directly and heavily smashed into Niu Dahai's head. Ah! Niu Dahai shouted and hurriedly covered his head. Grip the grass, Nima. I'll kill you. After reacting, Niu Dahai quickly copied the bottle and slammed it at Lin Fei. Lin Fei easily dodged with a sideways turn, and before Niu Dahai could adjust his center of gravity, he received an elbow to the face. Lin Fei quickly turned around and slammed another punch into Niu Dahai's face. This punch directly hit Niu Dahai's eyes, and he fell onto the table without standing still. Paralyzed. Beat him to death. Niu Dahai pointed at Lin Fei and shouted. A few juniors heard this and quickly pounced on Lin Fei. However, these few monkey-thin mental boys were no different from sandbags in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei didn't even look at them squarely, and raised his fists to deliver an output. Dum 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 dum. With a few muffled sounds, a few of the spirit guys' faces were knocked askew for a few moments. Xia Shiyang and Lu Dachao reacted and also went forward to add a few kicks. A few spirit guys usually smoked and drank to pick up girls. They were weak and frail themselves, and with this beating, they immediately lay on the ground and wailed. To be honest, at this moment, they somewhat regretted following Niu Dahai over. The girl did not pick up, but instead was the first to receive a beating. Niu Dahai looked at a few juniors who hadn't lasted more than a minute, and suddenly his face changed drastically. Crawling now or not? Lin Fei looked at Niu Dahai and raised his eyebrows. Chapter 40 Fortunately not your son. Niu Dahai fists clenched, eyes fierce, face reddened into a pig's liver color. Nima, this is too humiliating simply. I thought that the other party was just a random college student, but I didn't think that I had kicked the iron plate. Seeing the situation is not right. Dongqing quickly walked to the side of Lin Fei, said with a smile, this handsome, or not, let's forget it. I'll apologize for brother Niu for you. Today's consumption is also all free of charge. Next time you come over to play, we do not charge. How do you think? She really didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, this is not the city, it's a university town. Once things got out of hand, the club would not be able to do business in the future. Lin Fei, on the other hand, completely treated her as heir and continued to look at Niu Dahai, handsome man, which made Dongqing a little embarrassed all of a sudden. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Dongqing had no choice but to run out and dial a phone. You're going to cheat? Lin Fei looked at this guy with extreme displeasure. First he got someone to come over and try to occupy the private room, and then he smashed the door and disturbed his fun. He didn't know how much he would hold back in his heart if he didn't give him an engraved lesson today. Kid, you do have some money, but don't be too arrogant. This society isn't just about having money. Today this thing counts as my bad luck. I'll return the money to you, and this will be treated as if it never happened today. Niu Dahai stared at Lin Fei and said, you're threatening me? Lin Fei laughed. No, just choosing a better way. Niu Dahai snorted coldly. But what greeted him was a heavy punch that appeared out of nowhere. The force of this punch was so great that it directly sent one of Niu Dahai's teeth flying out, and blood mixed with saliva continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Asterisk 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 Q. Niu Dahai was just about to break out in curses when Lin Fei kicked again. Dang! With a muffled sound, Niu Dahai fell on the edge of the table. The powerful impact made him just feel like his waist was going to break. Good. Belle's voice was a little trembling, but there was more than a trace of admiration in her eyes. This hit is also too hard, right? Su Su looked at Lin Fei with some fear. I go. Really handsome. Bai Qi looked excited, but only dared to whisper it. This brother's block doesn't look very big, but the strike is also too ruthless. Zhao Shuang muttered. Brother Fei is still so handsome. Zhao Feng waved both fists in excitement. Lu Dachao and Xia Shiyang also looked admiring. After all, that fat man's block was a full 2 circles bigger than Lin Fei. Climb? Lin Fei copied the club and put the tip against Niu Dahai's neck. I'll climb. However, what Lin Fei didn't expect was that Nyo Dahai suddenly stormed off, yanking the cue away with both hands, then heavily headbutted Lin Fei's chest. Dang! Nyo Dahai's head hit Lin Fei's chest solidly. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throats. After all, that was the chest and Nyo Dahai this time can be said to be full of force, in case if Lin Fei was hit out of something. However, Lin Fei's screams did not come. Nyo Dahai's cries of pain advanced into the ears of the crowd. You've got pieces of iron inside your clothes. Nyo Dahai covered his head and retreated a few steps, pointing at Lin Fei and roaring. Silly cocksucker, Lin Fei said breathlessly. Hurry up and climb, or I'll break your legs and throw you down the stairs. Do you believe me? Lin Fei's eyes narrowed and said in a chilling voice. Grass Nima old me you to death. At this time, one of Nyo Dahai's minions suddenly stabbed at Lin Fei with a small knife. Watch out, brother Fei, watch out behind you. Lin Fei frowned and said something bad. You want to shark people. Lin Fei quickly turned around, only to find that the young guy who had sent himself in earlier was twisting together with an airplane head little brother from the Sea of Cows. In the hands of that airplane head little brother, he was still holding a fruit knife in death. Bright red blood was constantly seeping out of Bai Chi's hand. Lin Fei reacted and quickly stepped forward, kicking that airplane head little brother in the lower body with a mad dog leg technique. The airplane head immediately issued a pig-like scream. The fruit knife in his hand fell to the ground, and the whole person covered his little Gigi and wailed in pain. Ooh-hoo! Hiss! Airplane head's face was pale, and his face was filled with the color of pain. This kick he felt like his eggs were broken. The male compatriots present, none of them did not feel a cool breeze below. This foot goes down. I don't know how long it has to hurt. Are you okay? Lin Fei hurriedly asked towards Bai Chi. Bai Chi hurriedly shook his head. It's just a cut on my hand. It's fine. Little brother. Thanks to you just now. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. I just don't want to make a scene. Bai Chi hurriedly said. He didn't dare to just take sides now. It would be bad if his job was gone, and he still owed a lot of medical bills on his old man's side. Nyo Dahai also did not expect his newly recruited little brother to be so desperate, and was also stunned. You don't have to be so desperate even if you're underage. The old man only took you to eat a few times, shopping a few times, nightclubs. So desperate? Right at this moment, Dong Chang with a big belly middle-aged man, hurried into the box. Upon seeing the mess in the box and a lot of blood on the ground, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. What is going on here? The middle-aged man pointed at Zhao Shuang and questioned with an angry face. Mr. Su, you can be considered to have come. Zhao Shuang hurriedly stepped forward and smiled. This middle-aged man was none other than Su Dong, the big boss behind GK Pool Club. What the hell happened here? Su Dong pointed at those bloodstains on the ground and shouted angrily. Zhao Shuang glanced at Nyo Dahai, who glared at him viciously, giving Zhao Shuang a jolt of fear. Thus, Zhao Shuang continued to follow the previous script and spoke to Su Dong. After a few words, not only was Nyo Dahai not at fault for anything, he had instead become a victim. When Su Dong heard Zhao Shuang speak of Nyo Dahai's name, he then noticed Nyo Dahai not far away. It was this asshole again. Nyo Dahai, is what Zhao Shuang said true? Su Dong looked at Nyo Dahai and said solemnly, Uncle Su, everything Zhao Shuang said is true. I really booked this box in advance. Nyo Dahai did not blush and made an oath gesture. Coupled with his beaten and swollen appearance, Su Dong also chose to believe it for the time being. Asterisk. You're doing all the bull right. Zhao Feng pointed at Nyo Dahai and cursed. Be shameless. Xia Shiyang spat in spite of his image. You're the boss here, right? Lin Fei walked in front of Su Dong and asked without haste. Su Dong sized up Lin Fei and straightened his clothes again before nodding. Yes, I'm the owner of this club. Su Dong, this straw man beside you, shouldn't be your son, right? Lin Fei pointed at Nyo Dahai and asked. Su Dong glanced at Nyo Dahai and shook his head. No, if he had this kind of son, he would rather just kick him to death twice. If it wasn't for the sake of an old friend, he wouldn't even look at Nyo Dahai squarely. It's a good thing it's not. Otherwise you should really consider having another one. Lin Fei grinned. Chapter 41, Lies are exposed. What do you mean? Su Dong frowned and asked. Lin Fei smiled faintly, then told the story in detail. During this time, Nyo Dahai attempted to retort, but they were all glared back by Su Dong. After listening, Su Dong's face turned iron blue. He never thought that Nyo Dahai, this asshole, would be an asshole to such an extent. But what concerned him more was that Lin Fei, who looked like a student, was actually able to easily take out $5 million. This young man, I'm afraid his identity is by no means simple. So, now you should be clear about what's going on, right? Lin Fei shrugged and said in a flat tone. Do you want to explain? Su Dong turned his head and looked coldly at Nyo Dahai. He didn't know Lin Fei, but he knew Nyo Dahai like the back of his hand. This bastard, Every day, he relied on his eldest uncle Nyo Baichuan's power and went around committing crimes. If it wasn't for the fact that Nyo Baichuan was his good brother, he would have taught Nyo Dahai a hard lesson. Uncle Su, he's talking nonsense. The private room was originally booked by me, and when I came over, I was also courteous enough to let them leave, and was willing to help them waive the bill, Nyo Dahai said hurriedly. The moment these words came out, the suit man Zhao Shuang, the young woman Dong Cheng, and the 3 female teaching assistants couldn't help but blush. This is too shameless. Polite? You're damn close to smashing the door down, and you're still being polite. Right. Brother Nyo was especially polite and asked them to leave, but not only did they not leave, they even struck Brother Nyo. Right. It was all because they started it and hit especially hard. We were forced to fight back. The few spiritual boys brought by Nyo Dahai also hurriedly chimed in. Mouth talk is not evidence. Where is the evidence? Su Dong said in a cold voice. Evidence. As soon as evidence was mentioned, Nyo Dahai and the several spiritual boys were dumbfounded. The current situation, not finding evidence is the best. If they really find evidence, then they will be completely unreasonable. It's not that simple, since he said he booked the private room first, then take out the chat logs and show everyone. And since he said he's polite, then call up the surveillance in the corridor outside and let's see just how polite he is, Lin Fei said with a smirk. When these words came out, Nyo Dahai's face instantly changed. Su Dong nodded, feeling that it made sense. Nyo Dahai, bring out your evidence. Uncle Su, I deleted the WeChat chat records a long time ago, and booking the box that was ages ago, Nyo Dahai hurriedly explained. Then who did you find to book the private room? Su Dong asked. Nyo Dahai was suddenly speechless. He looked for a ghost but in this situation right now, he could only make something up. Zhao Shuang. I looked for Zhao Shuang to book it. Nyo Dahai pointed at Zhao Shuang and kept winking as he said it. Zhao Shuang was confused. When did you look for me to order? But when he saw Nyo Dahai's threatening eyes, he wimped out again and hurriedly nodded his head. Right. Brother Nyo did find me to book it. Take out your cell phone and tap on the chat log. The screen is facing us. If you dare to clear it, I'll break your legs. Lin Fei raised his cue and pointed at Zhao Shuang, saying viciously. He could sort of see that this suited little white boy was a coward. Hurry up and do as you're told. Su Dong also ordered with a serious face. Nyo Dahai panicked again and hurriedly said to Lin Fei, you're violating someone's right to privacy. You don't have the right to look at other people's cell phones. Nyo Dahai, shut the hell up. Su Dong slammed the billiard table with force and droned in a cold voice. Nyo Dahai hurriedly shut his mouth, but he knew that this Uncle Su, although he looked gentle and elegant, he was ruthless without mercy. Zhao Shuang, come here and take out your cell phone. Su Dong ordered. Okay. Zhao Shuang walked quickly to Su Dong's side and quickly pulled out his cell phone. Compared to Nyo Dahai, he was more afraid of Su Dong in front of him. If he offended Nyo Dahai, he would at most receive a few beatings, but if he offended Su Dong, he would not be able to keep his job. Cell phone, open it, and tap the chat log, Su Dong said sternly. Nyo Dahai frantically glared at Zhao Shuang at this time, but the other party kept avoiding his gaze. Seeing that the chat logs were about to be tapped, Nyo Dahai also simply had a heart of gold and rushed forward with an arrow step to smash Zhao Shuang's cell phone, but just halfway out, he was kicked away by Lin Fei. Dang! With a muffled thud, the crowd's gazes swept towards the ground, only to see Nyo Dahai covering his waist and lying on the ground with a pained expression. Still want to smash a cell phone to destroy evidence? Lin Fei sneered and looked at him. You fart! Nyo Dahai pointed at Lin Fei and cursed. Su Dong swept a glance at the two and didn't say anything, only picking up Zhao Shuang's cell phone and checking the chat logs. But there was nothing in the chat log, only a few messages from Nyo Dahai, all asking if there was a new beautiful assistant teacher recently. Su Dong picked up his cell phone, approached Nyo Dahai and questioned. Nyo Dahai, how come there are no messages from you booking a private room? Nyo Dahai saw that his lie had been uncovered, and for a moment, he did not know what to do. It seems that what this little brother said is true. Su Dong also did not give him a chance to sophistry and said directly, Uncle Su, listen to my explanation. Nyo Dahai said in a hurry. No need to explain. You hurry up and return the money to this brother. Then call up your several fox friends to apologize to the little brother. Su Dong said without question. Uncle Su, he's a little kid. Let me apologize to him. Nyo Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't want to say it a second time. If my words don't work, then I'll have your eldest uncle come over personally. Su Dong said coldly. Nyo Dahai, you have not inherited your eldest uncle's intelligence at all. People a student can come up with $5 million to accompany you to gamble? Identity can be ordinary? I'm afraid that the family behind this is as easy to kill you as it is to kill a chicken. Once Nyo Dahai heard this, he also knew that Su Dong was not joking, and was determined to make him apologize. Looking around, Nyo Dahai realized that he had become the center of attention. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on himself. For a moment, he felt a hot flash on his face. Seeing Nyo Dahai's delayed response, Sudong urged, "Hurry up!" Nyo Dahai gritted his teeth. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Paralyzed, "I'm going to give up. All of you roll over and apologize to this brother." Nyo Dahai slowly stood up and waved his hand towards the several spiritual boys behind him. Although a few spiritual boys were full of disbelief, but their big brother had spoken. They could only do as they were told. Soon, Nyo Dahai and the several spirit boys lined up in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei swept a glance at the few people, feeling like they were like elementary school students admitting their mistakes to their teachers. "Brother, I'm sorry, I've offended a lot today. I still hope that brother will be generous and let us go." Nyo Dahai almost said these words through clenched teeth. The remaining few little brothers also followed Nyo Dahai's words and said words of apology, but their faces were filled with defiance. "This little brother, today is really sorry. Look at it like this. All the consumption today is counted on my head. In the future, you guys go to any of my GK's pool clubs or bars to play. No matter what you play for free. The point of the beautiful women is also the same as counting on me." Sudong walked up and said smilingly to Lin Fei, also handing Lin Fei a business card. His attitude was very sincere. Lin Fei did not take the business card, but swept a glance at him and said, "This sincerity?" Sudong reacted and hurriedly kicked Nyo Dahai twice, and then coldly asked a few people to kneel down and kowtow to Lin Fei to apologize. Although Nyo Dahai was cross, he also knew the relationship between this Sudong and his elder uncle. Once he offended him, his good days in the future would be over. Thus, Nyo Dahai led a group of spiritual boys to kowtow and apologize to Lin Fei and the others several times. Only then did Lin Fei wipe his hands and look squarely at Sudong. "This brother, I wonder what your name is?" Sudong asked respectfully. "Lin Fei," Lin Fei said indifferently. "Twin Woods Forest?" Sudong asked. "Aha." Lin Fei nodded. "Surname Lin." Sudong slightly narrowed his eyes. This young man could not be the son of the old president of the Tianli group, right? Forget it, go back and check at night. First solve the matter at hand. What are you still standing around for? Hurry over and return the money to this little brother. Sudong sank his face and shouted towards Nyo Dahai. Chapter 42, give you $500,000. After refunding the money, Sudong pulled Nyo Dahai to the innermost corner, looking serious and not knowing what he was doing. Lin Fei, on the other hand, beckoned towards Belle and the others and said with a smile, "Come here." Belle and Su and Jing Jing, all of a sudden, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. A reward was going to be given. After looking at each other, the three of them hurriedly quickly stepped forward, looking at Lin Fei with anticipation. Receipt code point out. Lin Fei grinned towards the three beauties. "Aha!" The three of them nodded heavily and hurriedly tapped out the collection code. Lin Fei swept it open one by one, then sent out 20,000 per person. "No, isn't it 10,000? Anna asked dully. "Then you return 10,000 to me." Lin Fei flirted. Anna also saw that Lin Fei was joking, so she pouted. "Money out of the bag. Not responsible. Handsome guy, will you come back next time?" Belle walked forward, her eyes glowing as she looked at Lin Fei and asked softly. "Depends," Lin Fei said smilingly. "Then can I add a WeChat of yours?" Belle blinked. "Can." Lin Fei didn't want to embarrass her by rejecting her, so he agreed. "I want to add too." Anna and Su were also eyeing Lin Fei. Add it. Lin Fei didn't care. It was nothing to add anyway. It wasn't like he would get pregnant. The three added Lin Fei's WeChat and asked for Lin Fei's name to type in a note before they were satisfied. Lin Fei had undoubtedly already stabilized the image of a rich and handsome man in their eyes. As long as Lin Fei had a word, they could offer everything at any time. After all, casually rewarding $20,000. If the relationship went further, wouldn't that be buying a house and a car? Just like those girlfriends of Principal Wang, the breakup fee could take much more money, and they wouldn't worry about food and drink in the future. But Lin Fei reward is only to fulfill the previous words. For the posture of a few people, play can be. Lovers are not their turn. Anna, can I add a your WeChat? At this time, Lu Dachao gathered enough courage and said to Anna. After saying this sentence, Lu Dachao's face was already red to the root of his neck. Anna froze. She did not expect that this honest boy would dare to take the initiative to look for her to add WeChat. However, Lu Dachao's character was completely the opposite of her favorite type. Lu Dachao's character was just too formal and honest. It was impossible for her to like such a person. What she liked was the likes of Lin Fei. So, Anna squeezed out a smile, and intended to politely refuse Lu Dachao. But when the words reached her mouth, Anna suddenly stopped. Lin Fei is too good. Simply high, rich and handsome, all three. Around certainly not a lack of suitors. And she, although the body looks good, but the university city then her good looking a lot to go. She did not dare to guarantee that Lin Fei can look on her. But this honest man, Lu Dachao, is different. He and Lin Fei close. I'm afraid that in the future will not be bad. And he had a good feeling about himself. Why didn't he use him as a spare tire? Thinking of this, Anna's eyes instantly became gentle, and her expression deliberately revealed a few shy colors. Yes, there is time I can also teach you to play billiards. Oh. Anna tapped the QR code open. Blinking her big eyes to Lu Dachao said. Lu Dachao was so excited that his hands were shaking a little, and his mouth was even grinning to the back of his ears. Goddess agreed to add WeChat. Good. Lu Dachao hurriedly scanned the QR code and clicked to add friends. Anna is also doing a play in the end. Quickly agreed, and asked Lu Dachao's name to type a note. After adding friends, Lu Dachao mood are a lot more pleasant. He felt, his love is coming. At this time, Su Dong walked up and said to Lin Fei with a sincere face. Young Lin, I don't know if you have time recently? What is it? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Su Dong said with an apologetic face. This incident today has caused mental damage to a few of you, so I'm planning to pick a good day. Prepare a slight amount of wine, and make amends to young Lin as well as a few of your friends. What do you think? How about it? Lin Fei looked towards Zhao Feng and the others. It's for nothing, Zhao Feng casually said. Alright then, call me when you're ready. My number is 1. Lin Fei was now just short of a few veteran oilmen who would help him run errands in Huayang. Now this Su Dong should be a good choice. He could make use of it later on. One more friend is always much better than one more enemy. After saying that, Lin Fei took Zhao Feng and they were ready to leave. Su Dong hurriedly took out his cell phone and saved Lin Fei's number, then shouted towards the few people by the door. Zhao Shuang, Dong Chang, join me in seeing off young Lin. Zhao Shuang Dong Chang hurriedly walked over and followed Lin Fei along with Su Dong. Arriving downstairs, Lin Fei suddenly stopped in his tracks. He suddenly remembered someone, that witty-looking youngster. Lin Fei looked at Zhao Shuang and asked, where's that young guy? It's the one who was cut by the knife. Zhao Shuang froze, then reacted and hurriedly said, You mean Bai Qi? He's in the restroom right now getting bandaged up. Take me to him, Lin Fei said. Zhao Shuang hurriedly nodded, then hurriedly led the way. The others looked at each other and also hurriedly followed. In the lounge, Bai Qi was bandaging himself up, humming a little song. Lin Fei walked up and teased. It doesn't seem to be very serious, and you're still in the mood to hum a song. Handsome, have you guys taken care of it? Bai Qi asked with a smile. Lin Fei smiled and nodded before sitting on the sofa. Brother Zhao, Bai Qi shouted at Zhao Shuang again. At this time, Su Dong and the others also walked into the room. Mr. Su, Sister Chang, Sister Bella, Bai Qi shouted one by one. I heard from Dong Qing that you injured your hand today in order to save little brother Lin? Su Dong asked smilingly. Bai Qi nodded with some embarrassment, saying saving people. He felt that it was a bit too much. He really didn't have the idea of saving people at that time. He just looked too scary and subconsciously put out his hand to block it. Not bad. Later on I'm going to personally give you a bonus of $10,000. Su Dong looked at Bai Qi rather appreciatively. Ah, really? Bai Qi was a bit excited. $10,000. That was more than 2 months of his salary. Mr. Su could still lie to you. Zhao Shuang hemmed and hawed. Thank you, Mr. Su. Bai Qi was busy thanking him. Ha ha ha, it should be. Su Dong laughed and said. At this time, Lin Fei spoke. Give me your bank card number. Ha, me? Bai Qi asked with some uncertainty. Aha. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. Bai Qi hurriedly spoke his bank card number backwards. Lin Fei also quickly memorized it, and then without hesitation hit $500,000 over. Transferred some money for you. It's a little bit of my heart. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. Bai Qi froze, then pulled out his cell phone. The result was that this look directly scared him silly. The bank card arrived at 500,000. Brother, did you hit 2 more zeros? Bai Qi stared at Lin Fei with wide eyes. The cell phone in his hand was a bit unsteady. It's just for you. Keep it. After all, you kind of saved my life today. Lin Fei smiled. Although Bai Qi wouldn't be able to do anything if he didn't block him, but people were at least willing to help themselves, and they couldn't be too cold to other people's hearts. Brother, thank you. Bai Qi's complexion suddenly became serious. Lin Fei didn't know how this kid became so serious all of a sudden. He just smiled faintly and said, alright, the thank you thing will come later. The crowd suddenly looked at the two with odd expressions. They were all curious as to how much Lin Fei had actually transferred to Bai Qi. 20,000? 50,000? Or maybe even more? But Lin Fei didn't say, so they couldn't be bothered to ask. Alright, let's go. Lin Fei got up and said to Zhao Feng and the others, Little brother Lin, why don't I send someone to see you off? Su Dong smiled. No need. We'll just find a hotel nearby and sleep. Lin Fei waved his hand and refused. After leaving the GK Pool Club, Lin Fei and his 3 roommates found the nearest hotel and opened 4 rooms, and made up a reason in advance to give the counselor a leave of absence before falling into a deep sleep. At noon the next day, Huayang City First People's Hospital, inpatient department. On a hospital bed, there was a middle-aged man with a yellow face and thin muscles lying next to a running dialysis machine. On the bed next to him sat a middle-aged couple, talking to him about something. The woman is a chubby woman. There is a mole on the chin, she said with a thoughtful expression. Third brother, your disease, is a chronic disease, to be always medical. You cannot work now. Xiaoxi is still studying. Shao Qi and outside the ghost. You say the cost of how to come. How do you think? How to get the money? You say this cost how to come. We borrowed that 20,000 yuan. All spent, and now is not a penny. It would be better to follow what I said. Let Xiaoxi do not study. Married to a woman. Let Xiaoxi do not study. Married to the Zhang family doll as a daughter-in-law. So that your medical expenses do not have to worry about. Xiaoxi after the day is also good. Do not you think so? Chapter 43, By She's Helplessness. No way. Xiaoxi has to read. Big deal. I won't heal. The man on the hospital bed immediately said with a serious look. This was clearly asking him to sell his daughter. How could he possibly agree? He, Bai Jianjun, would die, but he wouldn't agree to such a thing. There are so many college students now. When she graduates and comes out, it will be even more difficult to find a job. It would be better to marry a good family now. Why let her study? The woman rolled her eyes and said. Bai Jianjun on the hospital bed heard, eyes full of bitterness. Indeed, now the college students, not before, but did not read and read useless are 2 different things. If the sacrifice of the daughter's happiness in exchange for the so-called glory and wealth, he will not agree in any case. When he thought of this, Bai Jianjun simply closed his eyes and waved his hand. This is not something I can decide, and I won't say anything to Cece on her side, so don't mention this. At this time, a young woman walked into the hospital room. When she saw the 2 people sitting there, she looked a little surprised. Fourth uncle, fourth aunt, why are you guys here? When the middle-aged couple saw the woman, they immediately revealed a smile. Shao Shi, your fourth uncle and I came over to discuss something with your father. Hearing a familiar voice, Bai Jianjun on the hospital bed also opened his eyes and looked at the woman, revealing a smile as he said, Cece, you're here? If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize that the plainly dressed woman in front of him was none other than the Bai Shi that he had a one-night stand with. Bai Shi looked a little haggard today, because she had gone to work all night last night sorting vegetables in the logistics park, then went to class in the morning, and now she had rushed to the hospital. Despite having a fairy-like face value, her clothes were very ordinary, and she was afraid that her whole body would add up to less than $100. Dad, how is it? What did the doctor say recently? Bai Shi went to the bedside and sat down, softly asking, don't worry, nothing major. Bai Jianjun cast a reassuring look at his daughter. That's good. Bai Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Fourth uncle, fourth aunt, have you guys eaten yet? I'll go buy it for you if you haven't eaten. Bai Shi looked at the middle-aged couple and asked. Next to the middle-aged couple, the man was called Bai Jianyong, his father's blood brother, and the woman was called Chen Guiying. Although they were relatives, Bai Shi had always had a bad impression of the two, especially the fourth aunt Chen Guiying, who was snarky and stingy. Shao Shi, no need. Your fourth uncle and I already ate before we came to Huayang, Chen Guiying said with a smile. All right. Bai Shi nodded. It just so happened that she didn't really want to buy it either. Shao Shi, you're at school. You don't have a boyfriend, right? Chen Guiying asked tentatively. Bai Shi's willow eyebrows slightly knitted, somewhat not understanding what the other party was asking this for. Haven't talked yet. I'm not interested in thinking about this right now, Bai Shi faintly said. Chen Guiying was overjoyed to hear this news, and quickly said, Shao Shi, you're not too young now. It's time to find a boyfriend, or else when you go out to work in the future, it'll be hard to find a boyfriend again. Bai Shi rubbed her temples and squeezed out a smile. Fourth aunt, I really don't have the idea of finding a boyfriend yet. You young people nowadays really don't know anything at all. How old are you and still don't want to find a boyfriend? Then what will you do in the future? Are you going to support your dad all by yourself? Don't forget that Shao Qi is still fooling around outside. You're under a lot of pressure, Shao Shi. Chen Guiying taught Bai Shi with her finger. Bai Shi skimmed her head, looked out the window and didn't speak. She didn't want to communicate with this person at all. Chen Guiying saw Bai Shi not speaking. She thought she was looking at consideration, and quickly made a wink towards Bai Jianyong on the side. Bai Jianyong immediately reacted and said to Bai Shi with a smile, Shao Shi, do you know what we came over to discuss with your father today? Bai Shi turned her head, a puzzled look on her face. When Bai Jianjun heard this, he immediately glared at Bai Jianyong, signaling him not to say anything. But Bai Jianyong ignored it all and just looked at Bai Shi and said, do you remember the Zhang family's one named Zhang Kuei? When Bai Shi heard this name, it felt a bit familiar, and after thinking for a while, she said with some uncertainty, "Is it the Zhang Kuei from the family that opened the supermarket?" "Yes, that's him," Chen Guiying hurriedly said with a smile. "What about him?" Bai Shi was puzzled. This person in her impression has always been an uneducated jerk. Junior high school is her next class, did not get into high school and did not read, and finally do not know where to fool around. People Zhang Kuei family, now that is really developed, not only in the county open 2K TV, but also in Huayang this side of the 3 hot pot restaurant. Every year just the net profit are 2 or 3 million na. Zhang Guiying spoke as if it was hers. "Yeah, I heard that his family just bought a 4 million plus house in Huayang City, and specifically bought it for Zhang Kuei." Bai Jianyong also chimed in. "So what? What's it got to do with us?" Bai Shi had an expression of disinterest, but in fact, she did have a trace of imbalance in her heart. Other people have been playing for more than 10 years, and did not suffer from high school, but now they are mixing well. Maybe this is fate. Chen Guiying smiled mysteriously, and then said, "A few days ago, when we chatted with Zhang Kuei's father, his father said, Zhang Kuei's kid is now engaged in his own car rental company, which is also considered a small boss, but has not been able to find a serious object, This ask I'll only know. The original Zhang Kuei that kid, junior high school when you like, so until now are not looking for objects it, like me." Bai Shi wanted to laugh. "Yeah, he even called me a few days ago to ask for your contact information." Chen Guiying nodded her head. Bai Shi frowned. No wonder a boy with a very flirty avatar added her on WeChat a few days ago. Luckily she didn't agree. "Fourth aunt, why did you just give my WeChat to someone else?" Bai Shi said with some displeasure. I'm not looking at the young man's sincerity towards you, so I thought I'd let you guys get familiar with each other." Chen Guiying looked like she was taking it for granted. "I don't like him, there's no need to get acquainted," Bai Shi said directly. "People now grow up. 1 meter 8 big brother, people long and square, more handsome than before. Do not believe that I put the photo to you to see." Chen Guiying said, already opened her cell phone and clicked on a photo. On the photo, it is a burly man wearing sunglasses. Behind him is a black Cadillac CT5, which looks and feels like young and promising. "Look, not bad, right?" Chen Guiying raised her cell phone up, still looking at Bai Shi with a smug expression. "I don't like this," Bai Shi said breathlessly, saying you don't like it when you haven't even seen it. "You child." Chen Guiying rolled her eyes, then made a wink towards Bai Jianyong. Bai Jianyong sighed and slowly said, "Xiao Shi, I forgot to tell you, your father's medical expenses, your eldest uncle and I, your second uncle and they, borrowed and scraped together that $20,000 from last time. We can't really do anything about it in the future." Bai Jianyong had a helpless expression, as if he had really tried his best. Chapter 44 Sister. I met a nobleman, but in fact, Bai Jianjun is the most miserable one, has been outside the work, coupled with the people and honest, and finally even after the death of his mother left more than 100,000 yuan did not share. The funeral collection of the gift money also did not share a share of him. Bai Shi heard this, immediately felt a sinking heart. She has been still insisting on studying, did not quit school to work, is because there are 3 uncles in. She thought, no matter what, they are dad's own brother, should not see death to save, but dad has chronic renal failure. The treatment process is very long, and the cost is high, even if the 3 uncles can contribute money, but it is still a drop in the bucket. Moreover, so what if the relatives, they are all at this age, each with their own family matters, who would empty out their family's money for you alone? Xiao Xia, we are not forcing you, we are just giving you a discussion. After all, sooner or later you will have to marry someone. There is a suitable one right now. Why don't you consider it? Chen Guiying continued. After listening, Bai Shi fell into deep thought. She knew very well that the treatment process of chronic renal failure was absolutely long and costly. Moreover, her father did not know how long he would have to lie in the hospital bed, unless she can get a new kidney. But the money for a new kidney is an astronomical figure for her. Even if she lets a few uncles empty out their family funds, she may not be able to come up with enough money. At this moment, Bai Shi felt very helpless. Could it be that a girl from a poor family could only change her fate by marrying someone else? Jianyong, Guiying, you guys stop talking. Xiao Shi, she doesn't like the Zhang family boy. It's a waste of time for you guys to talk here. Bai Jianjun, who hadn't said anything, finally spoke up. He hadn't said anything all this time. He just wanted to see his daughter's attitude. If his daughter was willing, then he would support it, and if she was a little reluctant, he would rather not treat her than sacrifice her happiness. Chen Guiying rolled her eyes and said, "Third brother there is no such thing as liking at the beginning. Isn't it necessary to get along? But Zhang Guodong told me personally. Zhang Kuei said that this life is not xiaoxi, not marry people that is sincere." Xiao Shi is not in love now, just can make a pair. And in the future, no worries about food and clothing. You do not have to go to work, just enjoy the blessings every day. This is how good Bai Jianyang also advised, third brother, your disease I have heard people say, in order to cure that have to replace the kidney, or else in the future have to lie down, and life cannot take care of themselves, but the money I and my big brother and I cannot take care of themselves, but the money I and my big brother and I cannot take care of ourselves, but the money for kidney transplantation and I and my big brother and second brother they cannot get. Now there is just the Zhang family this opportunity, we must grasp. Think about it, the Zhang family is willing to pay for the cure of your disease, and Xiaoxi also married into a rich family. By then maybe Zhang will also arrange a job for the small Qi. It is simply 3 birds with 1 stone Where is such a good thing Bai Jianjun sighed. Xiao Shi, let's do it this way, why don't you two add a Weibo first, chat and see. If it's not suitable then say, what do you think? Chen Guiying looked at Bai Shi and asked. Right, you guys chat first. If it's not suitable then forget it, Bai Jianyong also said. Bai Shi just wanted to refuse, but seeing her father's face that was getting weaker by the day, and remembering what the doctor told her, she hesitated. She really didn't want to see her father lying on a hospital bed every day, relying on a dialysis machine to renew his life. Bai Shi closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her eyes filled with hardship. Dad, sis, I'm coming. Just then, Bai Chi, with a happy smile on his face, walked into the hospital room. Yo, fourth uncle. Fourth aunt, why are you guys here too? Seeing Bai Jianyang and Chen Guiying, Bai Qi was a bit surprised. He was aware of the matter of the 3 uncles pooling money to cure his father, but this matter was reasonably handled by the eldest uncle. How come it was these 2 who came? To the 4th uncle and 4th aunt, Bai Qi is very annoying, because the 2 of them always say that he is a bastard, secretly also said a lot of bad things about him. Xiao Qi, why are you here? Bai Qi looked at Bai Qi, a little puzzled. This point in time, should be at work how to sneak over. Going to work is not going to work properly. Running around all day. When the boss deducts your paycheck see how you cry. Chen Guiying taught. Bai Qi Quan when the Wangba read the sutra. Also do not care what the 2 said, but looked to the hospital bed by Jianjun. Asked, Dad, today better or not? Aha. Bai Jianjun nodded. For this son, he was both indebted and helpless. Since childhood is very naughty. Brain smart but the results just cannot. Junior high school will drop out of school did not read, but the good thing is that people are not bad, just do not know what to do in the future. Glancing at Bai Jianyang and Chen Guiying, Bai Qi directly pulled up Bai Shi's hand and walked outside. Sis, come out for a moment, I have good news for you. Although Bai Shi was puzzled, she let him pull her out. It was just right for her to calm down for a while. Where are you taking your sister? Bai Qi, we have some serious business to discuss. Hey, Chen Guiying hurriedly got up and shouted. But Bai Qi didn't give a damn about her, and she was so angry that she stomped her feet. This little brat, outside at the balcony, Bai Qi let go of his own sister's hand and smiled smugly. Sis, do you know how much your brother I'm worth now? Bai Qi rolled her eyes and said without a good mood. What, did you get paid? No, it's because I met a nobleman, Bai Qi said with some eyes full of adoration. Brain burned out again? Bai Qi frowned and brushed her hand on her stupid brother's forehead. Sis, I'm serious, I've really met a nobleman. Bai Qi said in a serious manner. Then tell me, what noble person? Bai Qi said with a light laugh. Bai Qi cleared his throat, and then spoke about what happened last night. After listening, Bai Qi asked with some concern, is your hand alright? Don't worry sis, it's just a random scratch, nothing serious. Bai Qi heatedly smiled. Bai Qi nodded, and frowned and asked, you said that person gave you $500,000? Right, if you don't believe me I'll show you the payment text messages alright. Bai Qi nodded seriously, then quickly tapped his cell phone. Bai Qi looked at the text message and was slow to speak. It's just a knife in the hand that gives you $500,000? Bai Qi asked with some uncertainty. Yeah, I was even more shocked than you. This is $500,000 it's enough to buy a BMW. Someone else even said they'd give it, Bai Qi said excitedly. Bai Qi rubbed her head and felt that this world was really too cruel. Some people worked their asses off for $10,000, while others casually offered hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sis, we don't have to worry about Dad's medical expenses, and I'm already looking for a kidney source for Dad, Bai Qi said, his eyes reddening a little. He was not only worshipping Lin Fei now, but more than that, he was also grateful. Bai Qi saw that her brother's eyes had teardrops welling up in them, and her own nose was also sore. At the same time, she also silently said thank you in her heart to the person who had given her brother $500,000. Chapter 45 Zheng Kuei's arrival. Sis, you didn't sleep last night? Bai Qi realized that his sister's face looked a little worse. Just didn't sleep well. It's fine. Bai Qi squeezed out a smile. Sis, did you go do the night shift of logistics sorting again? Bai Chi frowned. Bai Chi waved her hand and said, it's just one night, it's fine. Sis, you're not allowed to go anymore. Just leave Dad's medical bills to me, Bai Chi said with a serious face. He already had a close relative who had fallen ill. He didn't want to see a second one. Little Chi, you've grown up. Bai Chi gave a smile from the bottom of her heart. Sister, I'll transfer $20,000 to you first. You buy yourself some clothes and improve your life as well. Look at how skinny you've become. Bai Chi said, don't transfer it. Keep it to pay Dad's medical bills. Sis still has money there. Bai Chi quickly waved her hand and refused. Sis, don't worry. It's completely enough. Transferring this $20,000 won't affect it. Bai Chi also didn't care if her sister agreed or not, and directly opened WeChat to transfer $20,000 over. Sister, give me your cell phone. I'll collect it for you. Bai Chi stretched out his hand and said without question. He was afraid that she would give it back later. Don't worry, I'll collect it. Bai Chi helplessly smiled, opened her cell phone and clicked collect. Anyway, she probably won't be able to use it, so it's just like storing it here temporarily for emergencies. After seeing her sister collect the money, Bai Chi then revealed a happy smile. By the way, you should first pay back a few uncles when the time comes, lest Auntie and the girls chew their tongue behind their backs again. Bai Chi said, don't worry, I'll find a chance to tell them about this later. Bai Chi nodded. Then how should we tell Dad where this money came from? Bai Chi suddenly thought of something. Let's just say we won it by scratching the lottery. Bai Chi had already thought of a reason. Your kid has quite a lot of ghost ideas. Bai Chi couldn't help but laugh a little. Just walked to the outside of the ward. Bai Chi heard talking and laughing in the ward. Not only the voice of the fourth uncle and fourth aunt, but also the voice of a stranger. Once inside, as expected, there was an additional young man in the room. The man looks slightly mature. The body is relatively stout. The facial features are not considered ugly, but also cannot be said to be very handsome. However, all up and down all brand name authentic. Wrist also carries a piece of valuable mechanical watch. Looks quite a sense of family capital. On the bedside table on one side, there was also a bunch of extra supplements and fruits. Xiao Shi is here. Chen Guiying saw Bai Shi and instantly smiled with joy. Bai Shi, on the other hand, completely ignored her and instead looked towards the young man sitting beside her father's bed. Wasn't this the Zhang Kuwei that fourth aunt had just shown her? What Bai Shi didn't know was that from the time she came over today, Chen Guiying had secretly sent a message to Zhang Kuwei to come over. Zhang Kuwei, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, saw Bai Shi and his eyes were instantly captivated. This woman was simply perfect. Whether it was her body or features, it was almost impeccable. Moreover, with her simple dress and clear eyes, she looked like a woman of her own character. He hadn't gone back to his hometown much in the past few years, but when he went back once this summer, the moment he saw Bai Shi, he realized that there was such a beautiful woman in this world. When he was in junior high school, he didn't even think Bai Shi was that good looking because she dressed in dirt and often stayed in the classroom, but now it seems that he was simply blind at first. Zhang Kuwei stood up, stretched out his hand and revealed a confident smile, saying, Xiao Shi, it's been a long time, you're still so pretty. He, does my sister know you? You still haven't seen on in a long time. Bai Chi nonchalantly mocked. As soon as these words came out, Chen Guiying's face instantly changed, pointing at Bai Chi and cursing. Little brat, how do you talk? This is your brother Kuwei. Do I know him? Bai Chi looked at Chen Guiying, somewhat wanting to laugh. You. Chen Guiying was so angry that her face turned red, pointing at Bai Chi for a long time, unable to speak. Xiao Chi, be polite. Bai Jianjun snapped it this time. Okay. Bai Chi waved his hand, found a stool and sat down, looking at Zhang Kuwei with a displeased face. This little brat, Chen Guiying cursed in a low voice, then made a wink towards Zhang Kuwei. Zhang Kuwei hurriedly smiled and asked, Xiao Shi, which university are you studying in now? Hearing the other party call herself Xiao Shi, Bai Shi frowned slightly, but there were so many people here that she couldn't say anything, so she said faintly, Huayang Normal University. Zhang Kuwei immediately gave a thumbs up. Xiao Shi, you say you, not only are you pretty, you are also so outstanding. Unlike me, I didn't even go to high school, and now I can only fool around outside. Xiao Kuwei, you're wrong. You're not fooling around. You have your own company at a young age. I don't know how many college students you're better than. Chen Guiying immediately flattered. Aunt Chen, my company is a small company. It only earns $700,000 to $800,000 a year. What is it? Zhang Kuwei waved his hand in a humble manner. What are you pretending? Cut. Bai Chi rolled his eyes in his heart. From the first time he saw this Zhang Kuwei, he was very unhappy, and at the same time, he also felt that there was a saying that made perfect sense. Some people don't do anything. Just sitting there makes others want to beat him up. Egu. $70,000 to $80,000 isn't much. Our family hasn't even earned this much in 3 years. Chen Guiying laughed so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. Bai Shi wasn't interested in how much money Zhang Kuei earned in a year, but instead looked at Bai Qi and asked, Xiao Qi, are you working this afternoon? I took a day off today and won't go until tomorrow. Bai Qi said, then you take care of dad here. I'll leave first, I still have class in the afternoon. Bai Qi said, okay, sis, then you go first, just leave this place to me. Bai Qi nodded, Dad, then I'll go back to school first. I'll come back to see you in the evening. Bai Qi looked at her father and said, Bai Jianjun nodded, Xiao Shi, then hurry back, don't be late. Hearing Bai Shi wanting to leave, Bai Jianyong and his wife were instantly a little unhappy. This Zhang Kuei just came and you want to leave, it can't be on purpose. Xiao Shi, why don't you sit down for a while? Zhang Kuei just came, you two haven't even chatted for a few sentences. Chen Guiying said, Fourth auntie, I really need to go back to class, besides, we don't have much to talk about. Bai Shi said. When these words came out, Zhang Kuei's face on the side was slightly embarrassed. Seeing this, Chen Guiying's eyes rolled, and she hurriedly said, then why don't you let Zhang Kuei send you back? He just happens to have a car, so you don't have to squeeze the subway either. No need fourth aunt, it's too much trouble. Bai Shi politely refused. It's fine, I happen to be free. It's no trouble to send you off, and by the way, I'm going to see what it's like in the university. Zhang Kuei hurriedly smiled and said, there's really no need. Thank you for your kindness. Bai Shi still politely refused. Xiao Shi, people Zhang Kuei doesn't mind the trouble, so just let him send it off. It's not like he's going to eat you up. Chen Guiying assisted. Yeah, he Zhang Kuei is also kind. Bai Jianyong also said. Bai Jianjun looked at the expensive tonic on the side, and felt that he couldn't be too disrespectful. So he said, Xiao Shi, then let Zhang Kuei send you. Chapter 46. What do you want? Send what? It's not like my sister doesn't know the way. Bai Qi was a little unhappy. He always felt that this man was plotting against his old sister. Xiao Qi, shut up. What does a little kid know? Bai Jianyong glared at him. Bai Qi's head twisted, taking it all as a fart. Xiao Shi, your father has given the word. Just go. People Zhang Kuei is specially taking time off today to see your father. Look at those tonic. They are all thousands of dollars of good stuff. Chen Guiying began to morally kidnap. Bai Shi looked at her father, and then looked at those tonic, and in her heart, she also felt that she really should give a little face, so she nodded her head. Zhang Kuei instantly had a happy face, and quickly said, then let's go. I happen to go to the Master's University to have a look. I heard that the scenery there is good. Bai Shi didn't say anything, just nodded casually and walked towards the door. Zhang Kuei hurriedly followed quickly, and when he reached the door, he turned his head again and smiled. Third Uncle Bai, fourth Uncle Bai, fourth auntie, then I'll send Xiaoxi back to school first. If you dare to plot against my sister, I will definitely kill you. Bai Qi stood up and warned with a serious face. At these words, everyone present was startled. Even the patient who had been sleeping in the next bed opened his eyes. Zhang Kuei froze, his eyes flashed with a slightly fleeting coldness, but he quickly laughed dryly twice. He, what are you talking about? Xiao Qi, what nonsense are you talking? Bai Jianyong lowered his voice and snapped. You bastard, what the hell are you saying? Chen Guiying slapped Bai Qi's shoulder. Xiao Qi, don't talk nonsense. Bai Jianjun also said with a straight face. Although he actually supported Bai Qi's words, he couldn't show it on his face. Humph. Bai Qi snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Although it was now a society with the rule of law, and his old sister had such a high IQ that she should be fine, he just wanted to warn. Alright, go quickly. Chen Guiying hurriedly smiled and rounded up the situation. Zhang Kuei had promised her that if she could set the two up as a couple, she would give a big red packet of $33,000 at that time. Go quickly go. Bai Jianyong also hurriedly waved his hand and said. Zhang Kuei nodded and turned to leave. He was really worried about being bad by Bai Qi, that little thing. On the way from the inpatient department to the hospital parking lot, Bai Qi walked especially fast, always in front of Zhang Kuei, avoiding walking side by side with him. Although Zhang Kuei knew that Bai Qi was very wary of himself, but adhering to the true saying that if you have thick skin, you will be able to chase the goddess, he also sped up his speed and walked on. Finally, Zhang Kuei finally walked next to Bai Qi. As he walked quickly, he tried to pull off a conversation. Xiao Shi, which middle school did you go to in high school? Hearing the name Xiao Shi again, Bai Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, but thinking that she was now going to take his car to go back. After all, she was still eating people's mouths short, so she didn't show it, so she faintly said, Nanchang no, one middle school. Zhang Kuei had an adoring look on his face and said, awesome, I knew you were good. Back then in junior high school, every semester's top 10 in your grade had you. No wonder you were able to go to Nanchang no, one middle school. Bai Qi sighed in her heart and stopped talking. but Zhang Kuei acted as if he couldn't see the impatience on her face, and kept looking for her to strike up a conversation. Bai Shi was perfunctory all the way until she came to the parking lot, and only then did Zhang Kuei finally stop talking. Zhang Kuei walked over to a black Cadillac CT5 and skillfully pulled out the car key before opening the door. Driving the car to Bai Shi's side, Zhang Kuei opened the passenger door and shouted towards Bai Shi, "Xiao Shi, come on up." Bai Shi frowned slightly. Some do not want to sit in the front, but sitting in the back row she would get carsick, so she could only sit up with a hard head. Anyway, now is the rule of law society. The amount of his guts again will not do something to himself in broad daylight. Just as the car door closed, Zhang Kuei brought his body forward and reached out to Bai Shi with one hand. "What are you going to do?" Bai Shi immediately cried out in fear. Zhang Kuei was taken aback and quickly said, "Don't misunderstand. I'll fasten your seatbelt for you. I'll do it myself," Bai Shi said in a hurry before fastening the seatbelt for herself. Zhang Kuei laughed awkwardly twice and sat back in his seat. The car drove away from the hospital and entered a main road. While driving, Zhang Kuei peeked at Bai Shi on the side. Although this girl is thin, but the capital is also very strong. Well, those two legs are even more thin and long. Suction Zhang Kuei in her already demented smile up. Without makeup, skin are so moist and white. Simply the very best. At the same time, his mind suddenly remembered the things that his friend told him. What kind of good boy water and so on. If you can get those things, and then ask this woman out to dinner or something, then it is not. And then use the camera to leave some evidence. Then wouldn't it be all? Thinking about it, Zhang Kuei's eyes more and more evil. But what he does not know is that Bai Shi also saw his expression through the rearview mirror. Bai Shi's face changed slightly and tapped her cell phone to dial. If Zhang Kuei dared to do anything to her, she would not hesitate to call the police. Zhang Kuei seemed to have noticed Bai Shi's expression and immediately returned to his usual normal appearance. "Xiao Shi, because of Uncle Bai San's illness, your family owes a lot of money, right?" Zhang Kuei asked intentionally. Bai Shi nodded. Because her father, Bai Jianjun, did borrow a total of $70,000 from his workers and friends, but now that Bai Qi had money, this money would soon be paid off. "Alas, I don't even know what you're going to do as a weak woman, and there's a younger brother to juggle." Zhang Kuei had a heartbroken look on his face. "If you have any difficulties, you must talk to me. I, Zhang Kuei, will help you even if I spend all my family's wealth," Zhang Kuei said with a sincere face. Bai Shi sneered in her heart, but on the surface, she still had a bland look. "There's no difficulty for now. We already have a solution," Bai Shi said. At these words, Zhang Kuei just laughed. He felt that Bai Shi just couldn't put her foot down. However, he wouldn't take the initiative to help Bai Shi. He would wait until this woman couldn't hold on before he made his move. "Right, Xiao Shi, you haven't bought new clothes for a long time, right? Why don't we go to the mall together one day, and I'll buy you some better clothes, and then buy you a bag. How about it?" Zhang Kuei said smilingly. "These don't need you to worry about," Bai Shi said faintly. "Xiao Shi, do you really not understand my heart?" Zhang Kuei said meaningfully. A big hand was even more presumptuous to climb on Bai Shi's thigh. "What are you doing?" Bai Shi's face changed and she hurriedly shouted, and forcefully slapped his hand away. Zhang Kuei hurriedly smiled and said, Sorry, I was going to shift gears." Bai Shi took a deep breath, moved her position towards the window, and looked at Zhang Kuei with a guarded face. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the gate of Huayang Normal University. Along the way, Zhang Kuei kept looking for Bai Shi to strike up a conversation and was always looking for an opportunity to make a move. And if it wasn't for the fact that Bai Shi yelled at him loudly, he was afraid that he would have gotten even more aggressive. After the car stopped, Bai Shi quickly opened the door and stepped out of the car, then said through the passenger window, "I'm leaving first, you go back." "I'm not busy leaving yet. I happen to want to go inside the university to have a look. Why don't we both go together?" Zhang Kuei smiled and said, "I'm about to go to class. You stroll around on your own." Bai Shi refused. Chapter 47, Bai Shi, the second school flower of the normal university. Just now, Zhang Kuei had been moving his hands and feet towards her, causing the disgust in Bai Shi's heart to have reached its peak. "Xiao Shi, I really want to go into the university to have a look. I've never been to a university, but I've actually really always wanted to go in and have a look," Zhang Kuei said with a sincere face. "I'm really going to class soon, so you can stroll around by yourself." Bai Shi finished and left without looking back. But how could Zhang Kuei just give up like that? He directly found a place to park his car and then quickly followed. But just as he reached the entrance of the security room, Zhang Kuei was stopped by the security uncle. Although Huasher University didn't have face swipe access control, it wouldn't just let any member of the community enter. With a glance, the security uncle could tell that Zhang Kuei was not a university student and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Are you a student of Huasher University?" Zhang Kuei's eyes rolled and he nodded his head in a hurry. "Yes, I'm a student of normal university. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can there be any students in their 30s in the master teacher's university? The security uncle scolded. Over 30 years old? Who's over 30? Zhang Kuei looked confused. Who else do you think is here? The security uncle glared at him. Put. Ha 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 ha. The two female college students passing by on the side covered their mouths and snickered. Zhang Kuei's old face reddened. Then he looked at the security guard with an annoyed expression. Am I not just a bit darker and dressed a bit more maturely, and you're saying I look like I'm in my 30s? Zhang Kuei's voice was relatively loud. Even Bai Shi, who had already walked more than 10 meters away, heard it. Bai Shi turned back to see Zhang Kuei being stopped and let out a sigh of relief. The security uncle sneered before extending his hand. Then show me your student ID card? Zhang Kuei was instantly embarrassed and tactically scratched his head as he grimaced. Who goes out every day with a student ID card? Then open up a student letter outlet. The security uncle seemed to have guessed that the other party would say this, and directly pointed to his cell phone, saying, "What's the school letter network?" Zhang Kuei was confused. The security uncle sniffed. Then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You don't even know what a school letter network is, and you're posing as a college student? Hurry up and go. People from outside the school have to make an appointment first to enter the school. You don't have an appointment at a glance. Wait until the next time you make an appointment before you come in. The security uncle waved his hand. Zhang Kuei's eyes saw that he was exposed. His eyes turned again, then pointed to Bai Shi not far away and shouted, I came here with my sister this time. Look, the one in front is. You say it is? The security uncle laughed. If you don't believe me, I'll have her come over and talk to you. Zhang Kuei snorted coldly and directly rushed over when the security guard wasn't paying attention. You hurry back. Holy, are you trying to eat an electric stick? Seeing that he couldn't call back, the security guard directly rushed into the house and copied an electric baton, then chased after him on his electric bike. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This old man moves so fast? Zhang Kuei's face changed and hurriedly shouted towards Bai Shi. Xiao Shi, wait for me. Bai Shi frowned and wanted to pretend she couldn't hear, but she vaguely heard the security uncle keep shouting, Stop! Unable to hold back her curiosity, Bai Shi finally turned around to look. As soon as she turned back, Bai Shi saw this picture. The security uncle was riding a battery car with one hand, holding a baton, chasing after Zhang Kuei and beating him. Zhang Kuei held his head and ran in a sorry state. The security uncle hit 2 batons in a row, and was also happy. Yo, you still have body skills? After saying that, the security uncle twisted the handlebar, raised a few points of speed, almost parallel to Zhang Kuei, and then stabbed Zhang Kuei's waist with 2 sticks. Agoo! Zhang Kuei instantly screamed from being stabbed, while the security uncle laughed out loud and continued to stab Zhang Kuei's buttocks with his batons. Xiao Shi, your school security guards were found by going triad, right? Zhang Kuei raised his head and shouted. Bai Shi looked at this scene and let out a cold snort. Her heart was even more very relieved. But it's not a good thing to go on like this. If you really hurt someone, I'm afraid you'll get the security uncle involved. Uncle Chen, don't fight. Be careful of fighting. Bai Shi hurriedly shouted. The security uncle froze, then put away his baton. He thought there was no one around. Zhang Kuei also ran to the side of Bai Shi at this time, panting heavily. Nima, this security guard mixed society, right? Zhang Kuei gasped a few mouthfuls of rough air, then spat out with an annoyed face. This old deng had just thrown 2 sticks on his back and stabbed him in the waist and ass. You forced your way into our school. It's considered good that human Uncle Chen didn't fork you with a fork. Bai Shi sneered. I don't want to come in and take a look. Zhang Kuei smiled awkwardly. Xiao Shi, is this your relative? At this time, the security uncle rode over on his electric bicycle and asked. As much as Bai Shi didn't want to admit it, the two of them were indeed related to each other. After all, in China, a lot of people in a small town basically have a lot of relatives counting upwards for 3 generations. Maybe your grandfather's cousin married a certain family, or your grandmother's cousin married a certain family's daughter. But a few generations down, a lot of people don't recognize each other. Yes, Uncle Chen, he's a distant relative of mine who wants to come to Shifu University to take a look. Bai Shi looked at the security uncle and said, then it was really a misunderstanding just now. The security uncle smiled in embarrassment. It's fine, Uncle Chen, you go and get busy. Bai Shi waved her hand. That's good. I'll leave first. You guys take your time to stroll around. The security uncle said smilingly, then rode his battery bike back to the security room. Alright, go stroll by yourself. Bai Shi looked at Zhang Kuei and faintly said. After saying that, she left quickly. Wait for me, Zhang Kuei shouted, then followed with a quick step as well. What are you following me for? Bai Shi was displeased to see Zhang Kuei follow. I want to take a look at the classroom first, Zhang Kuei said cheekily. Baishi silently rolled her eyes and sighed helplessly. There were still more than 10 minutes left before class started, and she didn't want to continue wasting time with him. Seeing Baishi no longer expelling herself, Zhang Kuei's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and he quickly followed, walking side by side with Baishi. Baishi glanced at him in disgust and deliberately pulled the distance apart, because it was near class time. The further they walked, the more students there were. Quick look, that's the one I told you about. The number one school flower in my heart. Baishi. So she's Baishi. I heard someone say she was pretty once before, but I didn't care about it at the time. But now that I look at her, she's really amazing. It's just that her outfit doesn't look too good. Otherwise she would be the number one school beauty. Holy, that's our school's second school flower. Baishi, isn't it? She's really beautiful. On the road, many students recognized Baishi. However, Baishi rarely participated in events or made public appearances, and she was able to be recognized by many people in school because she was once secretly photographed on the confession wall in the library. After that time, many people went to the library just to meet her. However, Baishi knew the truth that there were many right and wrongs, and since the number of people who went to the library to talk to her increased, she stopped going to the library. Even if she wants to study, she just goes to find an empty classroom by herself. Chapter 48. Two sister-in-laws appear at the same time again. Zhang Kuei naturally noticed that a lot of gazes were looking their way. His eyes immediately flashed with a hint of smugness, and his body couldn't help but move a little closer to Baishi. Baishi was holding her cell phone to check out the sign-in posted in the study pass, and did not notice that the distance between Zhang Kuei and her was only 20 centimeters. Holy, you guys, look at that guy beside school lady Bai. Asterisk. It can't be a boyfriend. I don't think it should be. That guy looks like he's afraid he's almost 30. Even if schoolmistress Bai is blind, she wouldn't be this far gone. Many passing boys frowned and spat. If Baishi had found a handsome man, they would have recognized it. But what's the deal with finding such a thing? But most of them didn't think that Zhang Kuei was Baishi's boyfriend, because Baishi was famously cold in school, and many of the so-called school herbs had pursued her, but all of them were rejected. Moreover, there is no lack of those who are handsome and rich, but Baishi refused all of them. After signing in, Baishi noticed that Zhang Kuei, who was so proud of himself, had gotten a few points closer to her. Are you going to follow me to class? Baishi said in a cold voice. Seeing that Baishi's face was not right, Zhang Kuei hurriedly said, No, I'll leave right away. I'll go over there to take a look. After saying that, Zhang Kuei hurriedly left. Baishi watched him go far away and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As Zhang Kuei walked away, he summarized his thoughts. In the past, he had taken down quite a few young women by relying on his dead skin and bold movements on his hands, but now what he got in return was resentment. Damn, this nymphet school chick is still really tricky. Zhang Kuei somewhat regretted making a move on Baishi today and chasing her over with a deadpan face. It seems that I still have to find an opportunity, but, you must be mine. Zhang Kuei's mouth corner raised an evil smile, turned his head, and took a deep look at Baishi's departing back. However, there are really a lot of beautiful women in this university. Zhang Kuei looked at the pairs of big white legs passing by, and his saliva couldn't stop a bit. Although he had played around a lot over the years, seeing it in school was another flavor. At this time, Zhang Kuei suddenly saw a pretty girl wearing JK over black silk stockings walking towards him. The girl was about 1 meter 6 tall and looked relatively small and delicate, but her looks were very sweet and her figure was slim and slender. Zhang Kuei wiped his hair and straightened his clothes again, then cleared his throat and walked forward with a confident stride, stopping the JK sweet girl. This uncle, what is your business? JK sweet sister looked at the man in front of her and asked with some confusion. Zhang Kuei instantly froze in place. Big, uncle. Time flickered and came to the evening. The playground of Huayan University was very lively at this time, because there was no need for military training tonight, and there was also a free soccer match to watch. Taking advantage of this time, everyone was also changing their military training uniforms and then changed into a fresh and cool civilian clothes and came to the playground. At 7 o'clock sharp in the evening, it would be the freshman combined team versus the varsity football team. Lin Fei also participated in this match, because he hadn't played soccer for a year. And if he didn't play one more game, I'm afraid that he would have to forget all his childish skills. The bleachers at the side of the playground were full of spectators at the moment, either holding snacks, wearing jerseys, or holding up the military training company flag. Even the plastic runway below was filled with students sitting on the ground. The atmosphere of the entire soccer stadium was very shocking. Lin Fei, clad in a blue vest with the number 9 printed on it and wearing a pair of white shorts, sat on the plastic runway at the edge of the soccer field, talking and laughing with the few roommates beside him. Classmate, give way. Classmate, give way. At this time, Song Jiai carried a bag of fruit snacks, carefully walked to the side, afraid of stepping on the people sitting on the edge of the field. Beauty, be careful don't fall. If you want to fall, can you fall towards me? Brothers, I feel that this beauty is not much worse than the 10 school beauties in our school. Right. I think so too. And she has the air of a Jiangnan beauty. You know, the male compatriots, seeing that it was a beauty, took the initiative to get out of the way and even joked about it, while quite a few had already been firmly attracted by Song Chioi's face value. Song Chioi's face blushed slightly as she heard this and hurriedly ran quickly to Lin Fei's side. When Lin Fei saw Song Chioi appear, he couldn't help but laugh. Where did you come from again? Don't want to care about you. Song Jiai gave him a blank look, but still obediently sat down next to Lin Fei, then placed a large bag of snacks next to her. Quickly take it and eat it. Don't be polite. Song Jiai greeted Zhao Feng and the others with a smile. Sister-in-law, thanks. Zhao Feng smiled and picked up a banana, and started peeling it. Quickly eat. Free snacks. Don't be shy. Eat it all for me, don't leave it for her. Lin Fei said smilingly. As soon as the words fell, Song Jiai fiercely pinched his waist. Gu, what are you doing? Lin Fei wailed in pain. Little Blackie. Song Jiai blanked him. Don't you too? You have more dove emoticons than me. Lin Fei bristled. That's not my. Song Jiai blushed and snorted coldly, but the bottom line was clearly lacking, as she was indeed a little black fan. Look, isn't that Kai Xinyan? Holy, Sister Xinyan is wearing black silk today. Holy, Kai Xinyan short skirt with black silk. Today's match is really the right one. Is this leg real? At this time, the boys on the sidelines once again boiled up, because the third school flower Kai Xinyan, the president of the dance club, wore a short skirt with black silk today. This was a rare and stunning sight. Lin Fei's ears twitched, then frowned. Kai Xinyan? Black silk? Short skirt? Turning his head, as expected, Kai Xinyan covered her skirt and carefully walked over this way. Even though she was wearing safety pants inside her skirt, Kai Xinyan was still covered tightly. In her hand, she was carrying a bag of drinks and snacks. When Kai Xinyan saw Lin Fei, she immediately revealed a smile and quickly waved her hand. Lin Fei, then walked over quickly. Seeing this scene, the men had a confused look on their faces, then looked towards Lin Fei in unison. Asterisk. Surprisingly, it's him. Who is he? Is it famous? Are you stupid asterisk? He's the boy who was kissed by Kai Xinyan last time. By the looks of it, he should be Kai Xinyan's boyfriend, right? A few of the boys who had watched the modeling show closely last time recognized Lin Fei at a glance and explained to the people around them. Looking at a murderous gaze towards himself, Lin Fei just skimmed his lips. How come it's you again? When Song Jiai saw Kai Xinyan, she was furious. When Kai Xinyan saw Song Jiai, she let out a cold snort, then turned her head towards Zhao Feng and greeted him warmly. Hello guys, hello again. Kai Xinyan revealed a warm and generous smile. Zhao Feng, Lu Dachao, and Xia Shiyang looked at me, as if they were asking, shall we call out to second sister-in-law? Chapter 49. It's okay, have fun. Thank you, senior sister Kai, Xia Shiyang said in a hurry. Yes, thank you senior sister Kai. Zhao Feng heatedly laughed. Kai Xinyan didn't seem to care about the title of sister-in-law either. She just smiled and waved her hand. You're welcome. Afterwards, Kai Xinyan looked towards Song Jiai, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Senior sister Jiai, you're here too? Lin Fei is competing today. Of course I had to come over. Song Jiai skimmed her lips, and even deliberately stuck a few points closer to Lin Fei. I don't know why. Once she saw Kai Xinyan, she especially wanted to get close to Lin Fei, with a feeling of declaring her sovereignty. Kai Xinyan snorted coldly, equally unwilling to show weakness, directly sat down next to Lin Fei, laying a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk flat on the plastic track. After sitting down, Kai Xinyan picked up another bottle of drink, personally unscrewing it and handing it to Lin Fei. You're going to have to exercise strenuously later. Drink some to replenish it first. Seeing this scene, Song Jiai immediately frowned, then used a bamboo stick to fork up a piece of cantaloupe and gamely said, Lin Fei, come on, have a piece of fruit. Lin Fei was in a dilemma, so he just closed his eyes and ignored everyone. Dear students, our game is about to begin. Please keep quiet. Just at this moment, a boy in a suit on the sidelines of the field, holding a microphone, said, yes. On the playground, a sound like a thunderous tremor erupted. The match is about to start? Lin Fei, aren't you going on? Song Jiai asked anxiously. Kai Xinyan was also puzzled. I'll go on in the second half. Let's see the ball first. Lin Fei smiled. He was worried that once he went up, he would beat the opposite side into autism and waste such a good atmosphere today. Kai Xinyan glanced at Lin Fei and felt that Lin Fei might not be strong enough to start on, so she gently patted Lin Fei's hand and softly consoled. It's fine. It's okay to substitute. It's just for fun anyway. Song Jiai also flattened her mouth, some regret that Lin Fei was not able to start the game. After all, there were almost 20,000 people present. The first much scenery but they didn't know that Lin Fei was not only a national-level soccer player, but also the main center of the former provincial high school league championship team. With the host's long and smelly introductory speech over, it was finally time for the players to enter the arena. At the head were 4 referees, and behind them were 22 athletes, standing at the edge of the field, ready to go, accompanied by a piece of highly combustible background music. The referees and players slowly entered the field. The 11 people on the varsity side wore uniform white jerseys and black shorts, looking very professional. On the other hand, the freshman team looked a bit shabby, simply putting on blue vests with printed numbers and white shorts with different styles, but at least the colors of the vest and shorts were unified, so it wasn't too hard for people to tell. On the varsity side, Chao Shuayu was wearing the captain's armband, clad in the No. 10 jersey, chewing gum in his mouth and looking proud. On the other hand, on the freshman team side, there was no captain's armband, just the player at the head tied it with a red band. As the players slowly stood apart in the center circle, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly raised to the highest level, with cheers and shouts rising and falling. Chao Sukwu, I love you. Sukwu, go for it. Take down the freshman junior. Chao Chao, go for it. Defeat them. At the side of the playground, many girls with delicate figures and good looks shouted with excitement, and among them, there were also a few girls holding up posters of Chao Shuayu. On the field, Chao Shuayu's eyes were filled with complacency and satisfaction. He wanted this effect, the attention of 10,000 people. At this time, Song Jiai came up to Lin Fei's ear, pointing at Chao Shuayu on the field, whispering, "It's that number 10, who came to harass me last time." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully sized up Chao Shuayu. With just a glance, Lin Fei felt that this person must be an expert, but as to whether or not he was as strong as he thought, it would have to depend on the actual battle later. I think he might have a bit of an eye problem. To come over and harass you, Lin Fei deliberately said. Go to hell. Song Jiai cursed under her breath. Watching the two muttering and whispering, Kai Xinyan's eyes were suddenly filled with jealousy. Soon, it was time for the national anthem ceremony, and the entire crowd rose to sing the national anthem. I don't know why, everyone sang exceptionally loudly and emotionally, compared to the usual deliberate raising of the national flag when the spirit is not 1 star half a point better. After playing the national anthem and high-fiving each other, the captains of both teams started to flip a coin to decide the ball under the guidance of the referee. The freshman team was lucky and got the kickoff. After the kickoff, the game officially started. The spectators on the sidelines started to shout passionately. The fans of the varsity team shouted very loudly, but the freshmen were not vegetarian. Both sides did not give in to each other. Inside the freshman team, there were quite a few who knew how to play soccer, such as No. 10 Yang Yong, No. 8 Pan Yu and others. After getting the possession of the ball, a few starters did not panic and started to play a pass and control game, gradually advancing forward. However, the last pass was headed off by the varsity defender, and then the ball came to the feet of the varsity midfielder. Varsity's offense and defense transition is very fast. Just on a few passes, Chao Shuayu and 2 varsity strikers approached the penalty area. The freshman team rushed back to the defense, but Chao Shuayu and varsity No. 11 Zhang Chao had a collision with the wall, violently brought the ball into the penalty area, and then kicked a powerful shot. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball hung like a cannonball right into the dead center. Swish! The goalkeeper couldn't save in time. The ball was already in the net. Chao Shuayu's face was happy, immediately ran to the side of the field to celebrate, and in the meantime to find the prey. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Great! My God is really too handsome. Chao Shuayu, I want to marry you. The spectators on the sidelines erupted into a chorus of shouts. Men and women were all amazed by this goal. As a soccer person, Lin Fei also had to admit that this kick was really beautiful. The game soon continued. After the goal of the varsity team morale, attack more fierce. The freshman team can only be in a passive defensive situation, but this is a temporary team. The defense has no rules. The varsity side soon found a loophole. Chao Shuayu's side rode with the ball burst to the front field. A few consecutive cuts plus rhythm changes shake down 4 defenders, and then kicked the goal. The ball arced through the air and fell into the goal again. 2 o'clock. This goal, once again, made the atmosphere on the sidelines high. There were almost 20,000 people on the field today, and the shouts were simply shocking. Chao Shuayu was also in the limelight. The school's digital media club's camera was clicking on him, and many of the girls on the sidelines were even looking at him with glowing eyes. On the other hand, on the side of the freshman team, the team lost 2 goals in a short period of time. The morale was very low, and the teammates even blamed each other. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you not hesitate in starting the kick? Can you not keep losing the ball in front of you? Can the goalkeeper look at the position of his teammates when he takes a big kick? Even the freshman on the sidelines also bitterly smiled and shook his head. The strength gap is too big. This is completely impossible to win. Chapter 50 Normal Confrontation. The game came to 30 minutes. The score on the field had come to 5 o'clock. In addition to Chao Shuayu scored 4 goals, Zhang Chao also scored a goal. The freshman team was completely pressed, and couldn't even get out of their own half of the field, and the players were all disoriented. Chao Shuayu's fans on the sidelines were even mocking. Very arrogant. At this time, Chao Shuayu on the field suddenly saw Song Jiai sitting on the sidelines, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ever since he failed to pick up Song Jiai last time, he had been asking about her, but in the end, he couldn't find her. He didn't expect to meet her at the soccer field today. Wait, who's the guy next to him? Chao Shuayu's face turned ugly when he saw Song Jiai and Lin Fei behaving intimately. When he saw the blue vest on Lin Fei's body, he was even more furious and clenched his teeth. Marred, you're also worthy of picking up the girl that old man has his eye on? If I don't kick your double digits today, I won't be surnamed Chao. Chao Shuayu, eyes fierce, directly raised his hand to his teammate to ask for the ball. After receiving the ball from his teammates, Chao Shuayu directly broke through with the ball, again passing 3 people in a row, and then a skillful world wave. Awesome, brother, you can score from so far away. Sisters, does anyone know his name? I realized I'm in love with him. This senior is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Many of the freshmen on the sidelines were starting to fall to the varsity side. After Chao Shuayu scored, he directly took off his clothes, revealing his toned muscles. Then he ran to the side of the playground and made a 6 gesture in a provocative manner towards Lin Fei's direction. In an instant, the field of freshman male compatriots all cannot help it, have stood up to point at Chao Shuayu. Cursed. What are you pretending to do? The varsity team is still playing superiority when they are playing the grade team. Mad. I'll kick your asses in the second half. Have the guts to come back tomorrow night. Even Kai Xinyan and Song Jiai's faces were a little sulky. Although Kai Xinyan was a sophomore, she was not used to seeing the other team being so provocative. Of course, the more important thing was that Lin Fei was a freshman combine, and the other party was mocking Lin Fei by doing this. Too much simply. Song Jiai was so angry that her little face turned red, but the freshman side had just cursed out, and the sophomores and juniors on the opposite side of the playground as well as in the stands were also firing back. Freshmen, if you can't beat them, sit down obediently. Don't stand up and lose the game and the people. If you have the ability, score a goal. Don't just shoot your mouth off. Our Sukwu will kick you double digits today. Let's see if you're still tough talking then. Practice more if you're good. Thank you. For a while, the fans on both sides had started to bicker, and the host hurriedly took the microphone to persuade them to make peace. Fortunately, everyone was a student. The host said 3 words and everyone calmed down. The match continued. Just after the start, the freshman team got a good opportunity. No, 10 Yang over the opponent after a midfielder. From the middle of the speed breakthrough straight into the penalty area. When he was about to enter the penalty area, a defender from the other team suddenly accelerated, and he directly knocked Yang to the ground with the ball. Yang rolled twice on the ground, fell to the ground, covering his ankle with a painful face. Seeing the bad situation, the opponent's defender also pretended to be in pain and fell on the ground. The referee hurriedly blew his whistle and then rushed over. Asterisk. It's too dirty. Laying a black foot? Can the varsities have some face? Yang was shoveled over. The freshmen on the sidelines had angry faces, and many of the sophomores and juniors also felt that the kick was just too hard. After all, this was a recreational match. There was no need for this. Even Lin Fei on the sidelines, his face also had anger, and directly stood up from the ground. But the female fans of the varsity team didn't see it that way, and had a face that said rightfully, that's how soccer is. Don't play if you can't afford to play against it. This is called the spirit of the iron-blooded defender. What do you know? This is a normal confrontation. You are losing the broken defense. Right. So, the two sides began to quarrel again, because the opposing defender was the first to touch the ball and then put down the person. The referee can only show a yellow card, and this yellow card is because Yang injury is more serious to give the fans to appease the card. Soon, Yang was assisted by 2 teammates to Lin Fei's side. Yang looked at Lin Fei and smiled bitterly. Lin Fei, why don't you go on now? I really can't play anymore. Lin Fei took out a bottle of drink from his bag and handed it to him, then patted the latter's back. Rest well, just leave it to me. Yang took the drink and nodded, although he wasn't sure about Lin Fei's strength. Judging from the other party's robust figure, his strength shouldn't be bad. Lin Fei stretched in place twice before trotting into the stadium. Brother, cheers. Brother, be careful. The opposite side is kicking dirty. Lin Fei had just stepped onto the field, and the freshman boys on the sidelines shouted, Brother Fei, go for it. Go Lin Fei. Zhao Feng and Kai Xinyan. They were also excitedly cheering for Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled and nodded, then started observing the situation on the court and communicating with his teammates. However, the fans on the opposite side of the field didn't put Lin Fei in their eyes at all, and in their opinion, replacing anyone wouldn't change the fact that they were losing, because the score is already 6 o'clock, and the first half will end in only 10 minutes, even if you add the injury time, at most 13 minutes or so. Even if you add the injury time, it's still about 13 minutes at the most. Even if you let the king of the ball come, you can't save it. In the stands, Lu Jinglan was slightly surprised to see Lin Fei, who had entered. Not only can this guy play guitar, he can actually play soccer too. On the varsity fans' side of the stands, Luo Xiaoqi, who was wearing a black halter dress, sneered when she saw Lin Fei, who was wearing a blue vest on the field. Humph, I didn't expect you to be a freshman and participate in the game. Later on, I'll see how Chao Shuayu crushes you. Yu Miaoling, the JK Sweet's sister on the side, saw that her best friend didn't look right and asked curiously, Xiao Shi, what's wrong with you? Look who that number 9 is. Luo Xiao Shi grunted. Yu Miaoling took a look and froze. Wasn't that the boy who rejected her bestie that day? I can't wait to see him get smashed by Chao Shuayu. Luo Xiaoshi laughed with a face full of triumph. On the other side, Irina was sitting and chatting with a few international students of different skin colors, and when she saw Lin Fei on the court, she instantly stood up in excitement and shouted, Lin, go for it. Hearing this unique tongue-flicking sound, Lin Fei turned his head, and when he saw that it was Irina, Lin Fei smiled and nodded. Chao Shuayu looked at Lin Fei, his face filled with disdain. In his opinion, Lin Fei was the kind of striker that ate his height. His feet were definitely brown as hell, and he was simply not something to be feared. Moreover, because of Song Qiyi, Chao Shuayu's desire to score was even stronger. He wanted to kick the opposite side double digits in front of Song Jiayi today. Chapter 51, Korean Beauty Lee Eun-hee. The game started quickly. Lin Fei had already discussed with a few of his teammates and was given the right to unlimited fire in front of the field. After kicking off, the ball came to Lin Fei's feet, and Lin Fei didn't pass the ball directly and quickly brought the ball forward to break through. Now, everyone present felt that Lin Fei is not a brain problem. The opposite 11 people have not crossed the midfield. You now bring the ball up is not brain damage. The left forward on the varsity side had a disdainful look on his face. Break out. Let's see if you can get past me. However, just as he stepped forward to intercept, Lin Fei directly made his soup, hard using his speed to eat him alive. This left forward was instantly confused. Lin Fei's speed was so fast that he quickly burst into the opponent's backfield, and a few defenders' faces changed drastically as they rushed forward to intercept. But Lin Fei was waiting for this moment, only to see a few people quickly rushing forward to intercept. Lin Fei suddenly had a sunken shoulder, then suddenly changed direction. A few people reacted very quickly and hurriedly intercepted in the direction Lin Fei had changed direction. But Lin Fei suddenly sneered and made another sharp stop and changed direction. A few people's center of gravity was immediately deceived and directly fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, Lin Fei directly took a shot near the arc of the penalty area. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball was like a cannonball launched straight into the dead center of the goal. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to move his legs. The ball had already fallen into the net. The entire stadium erupted in a burst of shouts. In the stands, Luo Xiaoxi saw Lin Fei score and snorted coldly. It's just luck. Lin Fei didn't celebrate, but quickly ran towards the goal, picked up the soccer ball and ran towards the center circle. On the varsity side, Chao Shuayu's face changed slightly, looking at Lin Fei with a somewhat serious look. Keep an eye on that number 9, Chao Shuayu said to a few teammates. After the kickoff, the varsity team was cautious with the ball and didn't attack as quickly as before. However, after a sudden pass error on the varsity side, Lin Fei broke through with the ball and then scored twice. Now, the varsity side panicked. Who is this 9 on the opposite side? He was a scary goal machine. Then, Lin Fei is even more like chicken blood. As soon as he gets the ball, he will take the ball to break through, just like the immortal. Pendulum over, rainbow over, speed raw eat. Lin Fei frequently staged a series of difficult operations, although the varsity side has played defense, but still let Lin Fei completed the big four. In the last minute of the first half of the game, Lin Fei brought the ball into the penalty area and pushed a shot, whistling the goal. Lin Fei made it 5. The score came to 6-5. The entire stadium was first dead silent, then a loud cry erupted. Bull batch, bulls. I said you immortal, this is more exciting than the World Cup. Bro, you're my dad. Oh my god, this is too handsome. Next to Irina, a beautiful woman with a perfect body, excitedly shouted in Korean, her eyes smiling into crescent moons. On the sidelines, Song Qiyi jumped up and down with joy, her small hands clapping non-stop. Lin Fei, Kai Sinyan was also excited, her eyes full of little stars. After a 10-minute halftime break, Lin Fei casually drank a little sports drink and interacted with the spectators on the sidelines for a few more moments before going back on the field. In the second half of the game, the varsity team had changed their formation and played defense. They couldn't afford to concede any more goals or the varsity team would lose face. They had to play hard to keep the score at 6-5. However, in the second half, Lin Fei truly explained what the bomber kicking style was. As soon as he got the ball, he didn't care what the distance was. He took 2 steps forward and shot vigorously. But the angle, the power is not bad. 9 out of 10 kicks scored. There is also a shot. Several times the opposite side was forced to look for an opportunity to black kick. But not only did not put down Lin Fei, but instead, he got himself seriously injured. Without realizing it, the score was already 15-6. Lin Fei also started to let his teammates move forward and help feed them cakes himself. In the last 30 seconds of the game, Lin Fei burst forward with the ball from outside the home penalty area, getting rid of 7 defenders along the way before breaking through with a stone-cold 47-meter-long distance shot that rocked the entire stadium. Brother you Carlos this is a completely one-sided massacre. One person scored 16 goals and assisted his teammates to score 8 more. What the hell is this called? A 16-degree game. Brother, I won't watch the national team without you. Handsome man, what's your name? I want to marry you. Sisters, in 10 minutes. I want all the information on number 9. The varsity side had been completely dumbfounded. One by one, they were spreading their hands to each other to express their helplessness. Even the group of fans in the stands were silent. For the final exit ceremony, on the freshman varsity team side, each and every one of them had smiles on their faces. Kai Sinyan and Song Jiayi were so excited that they jumped up, and both forgot about their grudges with each other, happily embracing each other. Irina and the Korean beauty who had been giving Lin Fei crazy chants just now hugged each other, happy as if they had won the match. On the sidelines, Yen Zhaojiu held a flower in one hand and covered her mouth with the other. There were already excited teardrops rolling in her eyes. Although Lu Jinglan didn't know anything about soccer, but looking at Lin Fei standing proudly on the field, she was a little stunned. On the stands, Luo Xiaoxi looked at Lin Fei standing proudly on the field, her face full of disbelief. She had wanted to see Lin Fei get beaten up by Chao Shuayu, but now even the entire school team was beaten up by Lin Fei alone. But for some reason, she now felt that Lin Fei was extraordinarily smooth. Xiao sure, he's really handsome. Yu Miaoling, her best friend on the side, said with a florid face. Meanwhile, a few students from the digital media club on the sidelines were already discussing editing a video for Lin Fei. After the exit ceremony, Kai Sinyan and Song Jiayi could no longer hold back their excitement and rushed into the arena to hug Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei could only give a simple hug in order to consider the impact. Chao Shuayu was already having an extremely hard time losing the match, and when he saw Song Jiayi and Lin Fei hugging, he was even more furious and almost spat out blood. Not far away, Yen Zhaojiu had wanted to go forward with flowers at this point, but when she saw Kai Sinyan and Song Jiayi, she stopped again. Forget it, I'll give it to Lin Fei later. Yen Zhaojiu quietly left the soccer field. At this time, Irina brought that Korean beauty and came to Lin Fei's side. Lin, congratulations, Irina said enthusiastically in Chinese and opened her arms to have a simple hug with Lin Fei. Thanks, Lin Fei smiled and nodded. Song Jiayi and Kai Sinyan were both a little confused when they saw Irina. When had Lin Fei met another foreign beauty? At this moment, Irina blinked her big beautiful Kaziran eyes and smiled rather fondly at Lin Fei. Lin, I have a Korean friend who wants to get to know you. Lin Fei froze. A Korean friend? At this moment, the pretty girl standing next to Irina extended her hand to Lin Fei and smiled warmly. Oba, my name is Lin Fei. Nice to meet you. Chapter 52, Kids Don't Make Trouble. What surprised Lin Fei was that this Korean girl's Chinese was very good. But when you think about it, it's normal. People have to use Chinese for their names on their ID cards. Plus coming over to study, it's normal to know some. Because of the Korean epithet, if you don't use Chinese markers, there may be different words for the same sound, so you have to use Chinese for a specific name. Otherwise Li Enshi may be called Li Enshi, Li Enshi, Li Unshi. Moreover, Lin Fei realized that this Korean girl was not much worse than any of those famous Korean actresses, and was a bit more pure and natural. Li Eunhee was wearing a white navel-exposing camisole undershirt with a beige knit sweater on the outside, showing off her slim figure and proud peaks perfectly. Underneath was a pair of short jeans that showed off a pair of long and slender legs perfectly, paired with knee-high white lace stockings. Very sexy. A head of curly hair dyed brown was draped over her shoulders. Her features were the kind of natural sense and softness of a purely natural Korean beauty, and her slightly powdered face was very infectious when she smiled. System found target 010. About to be automatically bound. Name, Li Eunhee. Age, 20. Height, 171. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 9.5. Body, 9.8. Comprehensive score, 9.65. Purity, 100. Goddess rating funds, 99. 9 billion. Current favorability to host, 30 points. I don't know how to bind 10. I don't know how to bind 10. I don't feel like I have enough time. Lin Fei inwardly laughed bitterly. Forget it, take a step and see what happens. Meeting is fate. Making money is not the only purpose. Adjusting his mood, Lin Fei generously stretched out his hand and shook it with her, smiling lightly. Hello, my name is Lin Fei. Okay, I'll remember. Lianxi revealed a smile before nodding. Afterwards, she asked curiously, Lin Fei, you're really good at playing soccer. It feels as good as our Korean son Xingyu. By the way, are you a member of the national team? Ha ha ha, I'm just a rookie, but I do hope to play against your son. Lin Fei grinned. If it was before, his skills might only be at the level of a national youth team substitute, but since he had obtained that ball mastery skill reward, Lin Fei was now at the level of a world superstar. If he had the chance, he really wanted to go to the international arena to shine, and in the process, fight for his country's glory. When Song Jiayi and Kai Xinyan saw that Lianxi had only come over to get to know Lin Fei because he was so good at kicking a soccer ball, the hostility in their eyes lessened by a few points. You're so good, but you didn't make the national team? Li Yunhe felt a bit unimaginable. Maybe no one has discovered my talent yet. Ha! Lin Fei smiled. He was good enough to equalize the score before he received the skill bonus. That's a shame, Lianxi said with some regret. She felt that Lin Fei should have stood on the international stage and shown this beautiful lady. Give way, give way. At this moment, a few members of the digital media club wearing little red vests and carrying cameras squeezed in front of Lin Fei. A white, chubby boy came up to Lin Fei and asked with a smile, Classmate, we're from the school's digital media club. Can we interview you? Can I be interviewed? Song Jiayi jumped in front of Lin Fei and asked with an excited face. Kids don't make trouble. Play on the side. Lin Fei moved Song Jiayi to one side, then cleared his throat and said, Yes, you guys can interview me. The fat boy's eyes immediately lit up when he saw that he could interview, and he hurriedly greeted a few club members to get ready. Song Jiayi took Lin Fei's hand and pouted. I want an interview too. Ask you how many meals you ate this afternoon? Look at you. Your little belly is sticking out. Kai Xinyan clasped her hands on her chest and teased. Song Jiayi was not happy when she heard this, and was about to retort, when her eyes suddenly glanced at the slightly protruding little tummy, and her bottom suddenly weakened a few points. That's just a little propped up from drinking. It'll be fine tomorrow. Song Jiayi said unconvincingly. Then how come I'm fine? Kai Xinyan proudly displayed her waistline. When Song Jiayi saw it, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. What a perfect body. But as soon as she thought that the other party was Kai Xinyan, she pouted again. Che, thin out. The corner of Kai Xinyan's mouth rose slightly. She felt that teasing this elementary schoolgirl was still quite interesting. At this time, the digital media club side was completely ready. Classmate, may I ask if you have any thoughts about today's match? Lin Fei mused for a moment and said in a serious manner. Actually, I've already let go of the water. Lin Fei was telling the truth. If he had used his full strength today, he wouldn't have just scored this penalty. The reporter from the digital media agency froze at once. You scored more than 10 goals, and you still say you let go of the water? You don't insult people like that, do you? Clearing his throat, the reporter asked. Then you think your strength can enter the national team? Of course. Lin Fei shrugged. Then do you think you'll be able to take the national soccer team into the World Cup if you're given a chance? Should be able to. Lin Fei answered with some hesitation this time. After a few more questions, the interview ended, and the people from the digital media club ran off to interview the people from the varsity side. A few members of the digital media club, while walking, laughed and said, This person is talking too wildly. I think the video we posted will definitely catch fire. Lin Fei, I also like to play soccer. Can I add one of your WeChat? We can play soccer together if we have time. Lianxi blinked and said with anticipation. Of course. Lin Fei directly tapped the QR code and let Lianxi add WeChat. Kai Xinyan and Song Jiayi immediately looked jealous, but they couldn't say anything. After all, they weren't Lin Fei's girlfriends. Sure enough, Xiaoya was right. When dealing with a man, you have to want to catch him, one moment hot, one moment cold, in order to make him want you. In the future, you can't be too good to this guy. Kai Xinyan thought inwardly. Adding WeChat, Lianxi looked at Lin Fei and invited. Lin Fei, tonight we're having a party for international students. Do you want to go play with us? Irina also looked at Lin Fei, her face full of anticipation. Forget it, I have military training tomorrow, so I won't go. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Alright then, Next time we get together again, we'll call you Lin, she said. Lin Fei wasn't going. The two didn't stay any longer. After all, there were still people waiting for them. After saying goodbye to Lin Fei, Irina and Lin she left. Not long after the two left, Kai Xinyan was also gone. Song Jai was just about to go out for a barbecue with Lin Fei when a video call suddenly came from inside her home, and she could only hurry back to her dorm room. In the end, only Lin Fei was left alone in the wind. However, what Lin Fei didn't expect was that several of his roommates hadn't gone back yet and were waiting for him not far away. Brother Fei, you're really too good today. Yeah, I'd like to call you a ball king. The three roommates walked up and put their arms around Lin Fei's shoulders, saying excitedly, hee, Baystone 6. Lin Fei waved his hand and said with an underhanded expression. Back downstairs in the boys' dormitory, Lin Fei suddenly saw that on the edge of the flower pool, Yan Jiaju was sitting there alone, holding a large cupped flower in a daze. Chapter 53, Star Ocean Media. Lin Fei. At this time, Yan Jiaju also saw Lin Fei and hurriedly jogged over. Seeing this, Zhao Feng and the others also had the good sense to rush into the dormitory building first. Yan Jiaju held a flower and came to Lin Fei, saying with a happy face, Lin Fei, I personally wrapped this flower for you. You're really too handsome today. It had to be said that Yan Jiajiao's level of flower wrapping was very good. The distance and color combination of each flower was well grasped. What's more, there were 2 photos of the two of them from their last meal on it. Lin Fei received the flowers. His heart warmed. It seemed that she had really put some thought into it. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't say anything, Yan Jiajiao carefully asked, Lin Fei, don't you like it? No, I like it a lot. Thanks for the trouble. Lin Fei revealed a smile. Only after hearing this did Yan Jiajiao reveal a sweet smile. However, since you were there, why didn't you send it just now? Lin Fei queried. I was afraid of being beaten. Yan Jiajiao teased, her eyes full of derision. Lin Fei instantly realized what was going on and his old face flushed. Cough. That's all, friends. Lin Fei coughed awkwardly. Alright, what are you explaining to me? It's not like I'm jealous. Yan Jiaji pouted. She really didn't care right now. Lin Fei gave her money, bought her a car and a house, gave her warmth and security. She was already content. Even if Lin Fei left her in the future, she would be good and wouldn't pester Lin Fei, finding a place alone where no one was, and living out her life. However, I didn't expect you to have even hooked up with Kai Xinyan. It's worthy of being the man I'm looking at. Yan Jiajiao said with some pride as she pressed up against Lin Fei's chest. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. Yan Jiajiao's character was something he really couldn't fathom. Right, the person who rewarded a few million in Kai Xinyan's live broadcast a few days ago. It was you, right? Yan Jiajiao asked. How do you know about this? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Little cutie, this matter is spreading like crazy. It's just that you freshmen don't know much about it. Yan Jiajiao couldn't help but laugh. Dare to call me stupid? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly as he gently pinched her face. It hurts. Yan Jiajiao raised her head and looked at Lin Fei with a grumpy face. Looking at that seductive look, Lin Fei only felt his body burst into flames. Although it was already rather late and there weren't many people outside, there were still occasional people passing by. Lin Fei was really worried that someone would hear the commotion here and then be sent to the confession wall to cyberstorm. Lin Fei, you pay attention. At this time, Yan Jiajiao blushed and whispered, Ahem, it's not your fault. Lin Fei said awkwardly, it's not like I did anything. Yan Jiajiao flattened her mouth and said, how dare you argue? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Boing. Yan Jiajiao boinged. Go on. Yan Jiajiao wrapped her arms around Lin Fei's neck and exhaled hot air. Lin Fei hurriedly took a deep breath. If he didn't calm down, he might have to make a mistake here. Jiajiao, stop it. Go back to bed now, Lin Fei said. Then kiss first. Yan Jiaji pouted. Without saying a word, Lin Fei lowered his head and kissed her face. Just about to raise his head, Yan Jiajiao hung onto his neck. Lin Fei wanted to speak had already been gagged. For a long time, the two people were separated. Okay, quickly go back to sleep. Lin Fei gently patted her back. Let's pick a villa this week. I'll give you some rewards. How about it? Yan Jiajiao came to Lin Fei's ear and said meaningfully. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly. What kind of reward? Secrecy. Yan Jiajiao winked and smiled mysteriously. Back in the dormitory, the three roommates were all looking at Lin Fei with deep meaning, as if asking, how does it feel? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of eyes are you guys looking at? Lin Fei scolded with a laugh. Ahem, brother Fei, lipstick marks, wipe them off. Xia Shiyang pointed to the corner of her mouth and said. Lin Fei was instantly a little embarrassed. After taking a shower and sitting on the bed to blow off some steam with a few roommates, Lin Fei opened his cell phone and found that there were quite a few more messages. Among them, Ni Shuman sent the most, so Lin Fei was the first to click on hers. Lin Fei, This necklace is over $700,000, but it's really pretty. I like it so much. Unfortunately, Mom told me to return the necklace. I told her you won the lottery. She just wouldn't listen. Pissed me off. What to do? Lin Fei looked at it and burst into tears. But think about it. You're a freshman sending someone a necklace of more than $700,000. Non-relative. How could someone else take it? Tell you what. Just tell Auntie Jean that you've returned it to me. Lin Fei replied. Nishu Man's side also replied in seconds. Right, yeah. Anyway, the two of us are peas in a pod. And Mom doesn't know that I haven't returned it yet. You're still smart. What raccoon of a hill? What language did you learn? Lin Fei said back. Don't worry about the details. Nishu Man returned. After chatting a few more times, that girl went to bed. Then, Lin Fei went to reply to Song Jiayi and Kai Xinyan's messages. After replying to the messages, Lin Fei intended to go to sleep, but after tossing and turning, he couldn't sleep, so he opened Douyin again. Just after clicking in, Lin Fei swiped to the live room of a beautiful lawyer that he used to follow. As usual, the female lawyer was wearing her uniform and live streaming, interacting with her fans and answering all sorts of strange questions. Although there are more than 2,000 people in the live broadcast room, there are not a lot of gifts, and the list one has brushed a few $1,000s. Ma awesome, Lawyer Gao. What are the offenses that are legal? Sun Xiaochuan, Lawyer Gao. Will I be expelled directly if I'm written up in prison? AA building material Mr. Wang, Gao lawyer. My employee voluntarily worked overtime and died suddenly, affecting the progress of my project. How can I claim compensation from his parents? Conscientious entrepreneur, Lawyer Gao. I let my employees work 12 hours, but the state only allows them to work 8 hours. Can I sue them for illegal income? A little bit in. Lin Fei saw a few anticlimactic pop-ups. On the screen, Lawyer Gao was wearing a uniform, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, extraordinarily feminine, although already 30 years old, but the skin is well maintained. Not only white and red but also very moist. Features are also impeccable. A head of shoulder-length short hair slightly curled hot, ear hanging 2 gold earrings. Seeing the live broadcast of these anticlimactic legal advice, she is also giggling straight up. Looking at the beautiful young woman who laughed daintily, the corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly. It's more sensational than before. Tapping into the homepage to take a look, Lin Fei actually found that in the other party's profile, there was even one more, the Star Ocean Media. Chapter 54, End of Military Training. Seeing this label, Lin Fei was a bit surprised. He remembered that when he had clicked on her homepage before, there wasn't such a label in it. I didn't expect to join my own company. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Right. I remember that there are many other big anchors who are Star Ocean Medias. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up and he started searching for them one by one. As expected, a large portion of those female netizens that he used to watch regularly were all under Star Ocean. The thought of becoming their boss in the future. Lin Fei couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth, and had the feeling of having a harem of 3,000 beauties at his disposal. Putting away his evil thoughts, Lin Fei returned to Lawyer Gao's live room. It had to be said that this woman was very flavorful, despite being a bit old. An old A8 is still an A8. When he goes to the company, he might be able to communicate with her. Not long after, Lawyer Gao matched an anchor to play PK. The opposite side is also a big anchor with millions of fans, and there is also Big Brother support. So Lawyer Gao's side is at a disadvantage at the beginning. Lin Fei did not say anything, directly charged $1 million, and then directly a carnival bombing. At least it's his own anchor, so it's only right that he, the boss, supports him. The opposite side of the anchor at first still feels stable to take the high lawyer, but when Lin Fei's carnival bombing opened, he was immediately confused. Old bastard loves to eat Quin Quin Castle sends out Carnival X10. Old Buster loves to eat Koen Koen Burger sends out Carnival X20. Lawyer Gao's live broadcast room, at this time, had been turned into light pollution by the special effects of the carnival. The pop-up area, which was originally still sending out anticlimactic legal advice, had also exploded in an instant. Asterisk. Here comes Big Brother. It's over. Gao Law is being targeted by Big Brother. It's over. Brother Cohen, do you lack a dog at home? I'm an especially good watchdog. Brother Quinn, Gao Lu is my goddess. Can you call out my name when you stomp? So I can feel a little involved too. The netizens were heartbroken as they watched the anchor woman they had been guarding. When the cake list of Big Brother appears, that means that this female anchor, Lin Fei's hand speed had been practiced very fast, and more than 300 carnivals were quickly delivered. In the end, Lawyer Gao also smoothly won the PK. However, Lawyer Gao obviously hadn't reacted yet, and was just covering her mouth as her body trembled slightly. After a few moments, she finally couldn't control her excitement and thanked him hastily in the live broadcast. Thank you, Brother Cohen. Thank you, Brother Cohen, for the carnival. She had been counting when Lin Fei had sent her gifts just now, and finally realized that the other party had actually sent 1,000,000 gifts to her. Although she was an anchor under Star Ocean, she was only a newcomer, so her traffic hadn't been very high. Although her monthly income wasn't huge, $1,000,000 gift was a huge amount of money for her. After saying a bunch of words of thanks, Lawyer Gao then followed Lin Fei's Douyin and sent a private message in the background. This was a big gold father. He couldn't just let himself go. Brother Cohen, I'm really very grateful for your gift today. I've never received so many gifts before. Can I add a WeChat of yours? Looking at the private message sent by Lawyer Gao in the background, Lin Fei smiled and then sent a, no need, we'll meet. Lawyer Gao looked at the message Lin Fei replied to and was a bit confused. What do you mean we'll meet again? 7 days passed by in a flash, and the content of the military training in these days was basically very homogeneous. It was either kicking the front step or marching in unison, because when the time came, they had to put on a good show in front of the leaders. Lin Fei's company was not bad. The other unlucky companies had to engage in some kind of square formation and the formation of those messy. It was not until Saturday morning, after the whole school parade, that the military training finally ended. At that moment, the freshmen's faces revealed the most genuine smiles in 14 days. However, one by one, they were all tanned to charcoal, even with sunscreen. Afternoon, in Lin Fei's class group, the counselor also sent out the class schedule. What made Lin Fei a little surprised was that he didn't have many classes this semester, but they were all pretty hard. What with high math, line algebra, C language, data structures, and so on, but there were only 2 classes on Friday day, and it was a water class that was only available for 2 weeks, 9 to 10 weeks. In other words, he would have 3 days off a week from now on. After taking a shower, Lin Fei changed into some clothes and drove to downtown Huayang. He had to make a trip home because his parents had called at noon today to tell him that there were guests at home. And just as his military training was over, they asked him to go back and have a meal together. But even without this, Lin Fei would still make a trip home. He hadn't been idle for the past few days, and had been looking for someone to help him make fake information. Presumably, it was just fake information about him winning a few $1,000,000 in 8 strings of the soccer lottery. What lottery center certificate now? What fake lottery tickets now? With these things, he can give money to his parents, but it can only be given to his mom, because his dad works in the education bureau. And it is not appropriate to give too much money to himself at once. Lin Fei's family lives in Huayang City's North City district of Hualongnu City, which is a middle to low-end district. The price of the house is not too high, and it's only about 8,000 a flat. But the good thing is that the environment and transportation are not bad, so there are quite a few households over here. After parking his car, Lin Fei took the elevator to the upper floors. 2 minutes later, Lin Fei arrived at the door of his house, and after fingerprinting, Lin Fei opened the door and walked in. Just inside, Lin Fei smelled a burst of fragrance. There was no need to think. It must be his old mom frying vegetables in the kitchen. Dad, Mom, your son Lin Fei is back, Lin Fei shouted as he changed his shoes. The living room. Lu Jinglan was sitting on the sofa getting high on melon seeds. When he heard this familiar voice, he stopped moving at once, his expression instantly frozen. Lin Fei's father, Lin Guodong. When he heard his son yelling as soon as he returned, his old face instantly slumped, itching to whip out the 7 wolves right now. Lu Jinglan's father, Lu Jigang, on the other hand, looked towards Lin Jigua and said smilingly, "Is it your family's little Fei who came back? It's not that brat." Lin Guodong laughed and cursed. At this time, Lin Fei changed his shoes and came to the living room, and just as his eyes looked towards the coffee table, Lin Fei instantly widened his eyes in shock. Senior sister Jinglan? Lin Fei. Lu Jinglan was equally shocked. Just now she thought she was hallucinating, but it turned out to be true. Lin Guodong, Lin Fei. Could it be that Lin Fei was that son of his dad's good brother? Before, she did know that her dad had a good brother's son named Lin Fei, but she really didn't know that it would be this Lin Fei. This is too much of a coincidence. Lin Guodong and Lu Jigang, who were on the side, were even more stunned. This, Xiao Fei, you and Jinglan know each other? Lin Guodong was somewhat incredulous. He but clearly remembered that the 2 children had only met once, and both of them were only 1.5 years old at that time. Although Lu Jinglan had come over here to attend college for a year, he had only come for a dinner a few months ago, and at that time, Lin Fei was living at the school, so the 2 hadn't actually met. Lu Jigang was also filled with shock, somewhat confused as to how the 2 knew each other. We actually knew each other not long ago. Lin Fei scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. Chapter 55, This is Fate Na. Then, Lin Fei told the story about borrowing Lu Jinglan's guitar that day at school. Ha 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 ha. Old Lin, look, this is Fate Na. After hearing this, Lu Jigang looked at Lin and laughed. He had purposely called Lu Jinglan over from school today because he wanted Lin Fei and Lu Jinglan to get to know each other. After all, the 2 of them were now at the same university. Lin Guodong, on the other hand, looked at Lin Fei and said suspiciously, "You brat can still play the guitar? Self-taught?" "No?" Lin Fei bristled, then sat down on the sofa. Lin Guodong was quite proud in his heart, but on his lips, he still snorted coldly, "Count on you learning something decent." Lu Jigang, on the other hand, looked at Lin Fei with a smile on his face, nodding his head in praising, "Little Fei, not bad, being able to learn the guitar on your own. He, still Uncle Lu speaks well." Lin Fei nodded with a smile. "Right, you and Jinglan were both born in the same year, and you're still a month older than her. If it wasn't for the fact that you were delayed for a year in junior high school in order to take the test for Huayang Experimental Middle School, the two of you would be in the same grade right now, so don't call her anything like Jinglan's senior sister, just call her Jinglan," Lu Jigang said. As soon as Lu Jinglan heard that Lin Fei was 1 month older than himself, the melon in his hand suddenly stopped smelling good. His elementary school brother had turned into an older brother all of a sudden. It was a strange feeling. I'm a month older than junior sister Jinglan? Lin Fei was a bit incredulous. Forgot what I said? Call Jinglan, don't be a school sister, Lu Jigang said with a stern face. Lin Fei hurriedly nodded. "Okay, Uncle Lu, I'll pay attention next time." Lu Jinglan sat on the sofa with a very unnatural expression, his gaze looking at Lin Fei from time to time. Lin Fei, on the other hand, continued to get high on melon seeds and picked up his cell phone to swipe videos. "You're still high on melon seeds? Hurry up and go in and give your mom a hand," Lin Guodong said with a stern face. Got it. Lin Fei nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, then got up and walked into the kitchen. "Xiaolan, you go give your Auntie Chen a hand too," Lu Jigang said to his daughter. Lu Jinglan froze, then obediently nodded. "Old Lu, no, let Xiaolan sit. I just don't like the look of that brat. I'm actually not busy," Lin Guodong said in a hurry. "It's fine, let Xiaolan go in and take a look. This girl hasn't cooked since she grew up. It's also just the right time for her to learn." Lu Jigang waved his hand and said, "Xiaolan, quickly go and learn from your Auntie Chen," Lu Jigang urged. Lu Jinglan let out a hum, then headed towards the kitchen. As soon as Lin Fei entered the kitchen, he saw his old mom, Chen Yuejun, cutting salami. Not caring about the hot hands, Lin Fei directly went up and picked up a slice and sent it into his mouth. Fragrant, Lin Fei chewed while not forgetting to praise. Compared to those big fish and meat outside, home-cooked small dishes were more suitable for his appetite. It wasn't that the ones outside weren't necessarily tasty, it was just that it was easy to get tired of eating them. "Yo, why did you glutton come to the kitchen?" Chen Yuejun looked at her son and teased with a smile. "Came to help." Lin Fei picked up another slice of bacon and put it in his mouth. "Quickly go peel the garlic, I'm going to make cold-skinned eggs soon." Chen Yuejun saw that her son was still eating and said in a hurry, Right away. Lin Fei nodded his head hurriedly before picking up another slice of sausage. He was about to send it into his mouth when a silhouette suddenly appeared in the kitchen. Lu Jinglan looked at the mother and son duo with some urgency and asked, "Auntie Chen, my dad asked me to come over to help. Do you have anything else to cut or wash here?" Before Chen Yuejun could say anything, Lin Fei picked up a garlic and handed it to Lu Jinglan, smilingly saying, "You're just in time. Peel this garlic." "Oh, okay." Lu Jinglan took the garlic and obediently nodded. Seeing this, Chen Yuejun immediately glared at her son. "People are guests. You take garlic and peel it for others? Xiaolan, don't pay attention to Xiao Fei. He's just joking with you. Give him the garlic to peel." Chen Yuejun quickly said, "It's okay Auntie Chen. I can do it. You let Lin Fei do the rest." Lu Jinglan shook his head in a hurry. "Mom, I'll peel the skinned eggs." Lin Fei hurriedly picked up 2 peeled eggs and shouted. Chen Yuejun rolled her eyes. "You brat, you pick the easy ones to do right?" At this time, Chen Yuejun suddenly realized that the vinegar in the house had run out. "I'll go downstairs and buy a bottle of vinegar. You peel the eggs later. Stir the garlic for me. Pay attention. Don't stir me too fine. Also, wash and cut the cilantro and green onions into segments for me as well." "And," Chen Yuejun said while loosening her apron. Got it. Listening to a whole bunch of requests, Lin Fei felt his head getting big and could only keep nodding his head. Lu Jinglan was carefully peeling garlic, and when he heard the conversation between mother and son, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Soon, Lin Fei's peeled eggs were done. Then, Lin Fei picked up the kitchen knife and started cutting the skinned eggs. Cutting the skinned egg was actually a skill job, and it could shatter if one wasn't careful, but Lin Fei was clearly skilled. Not only did he cut them in the same size, but he didn't break them. This was due to the fact that since he was a kid, he liked to watch other people cook, and would go and carefully observe other people's movements and think about what effect those movements would bring. After cutting up the skinned eggs, Lin Fei started washing the green onions and cilantro again. With a glance of his afterglow, Lin Fei realized that Lu Jinglan had only finished peeling 3 cloves of garlic, and the 3 cloves were full of pits dug out by his fingernails. Lin Fei was happy and asked with a smile, "Jinglan, did you never enter the kitchen when you were at home?" Lu Jinglan turned his head and looked at Lin Fei, somewhat embarrassed. "When I was a kid, I accidentally went into the kitchen and knocked over a frying pan once, and I almost got a massive burn, and since then, my dad and my mom haven't let me into the kitchen, so that's how it is." Lin Fei nodded. "I feel like my nails are so spicy." Lu Jinglan peeled, and suddenly her eyebrows knitted. "Why don't you use a knife to shoot it?" Lin Fei said. "Knife tap?" Lu Jinglan was puzzled. "Give me the garlic and I'll show you." Lin Fei winked. "Here." Lu Jinglan handed the garlic to Lin Fei, then hurriedly washed his hands. Lin Fei put the garlic on the counter, then raised the kitchen knife. Snap, slap, with 2 slaps of the knife, 7 or 8 cloves of garlic instantly cracked. Then Lin Fei picked up the garlic and easily peeled it. "Ah, so fast?" As if Lu Jinglan had discovered a new continent, his eyes lit up. "Alright, you peel it quickly. I'll cut the green onions first." Lin Fei laughed. Lu Jinglan nodded, then started peeling the garlic. The patted garlic peeled especially quickly. Lu Jinglan peeled it all in 3 tries. "Come over and help me cut the green onions. I'll go stir the garlic." Lin Fei put down the chopper, then turned around to get the meat grinder. "Okay." Lu Jinglan had long wanted to try what it was like to chop vegetables, so he quickly nodded his head. Then, Lu Jinglan picked up the kitchen knife and began to carefully cut, but her hand with the knife was very unsteady. The green onion segments that came out from 2 cuts were either 3 centimeters or 2 centimeters. "Cut smaller. Cut a tiny bit," Lin Fei said with a sudden cry. Chapter 56, Lu Jinglan entering Lin Fei's room. "Also, it's chopping scallions, not butchering them. I'm really afraid you'll accidentally butcher your fingers," Lin Fei teased. "Then, how is it going to be cut?" Lu Jinglan said with some embarrassment. "Watch this." Lin Fei picked up the chopper and pressed the scallions down, then started teaching. Lu Jinglan wasn't stupid and quickly understood how to cut it, so he immediately nodded and said, "I'll do it." Lin Fei nodded and handed her the knife, then placed the washed cilantro on the counter. "By the way, cut the cilantro as well. The cilantro can be cut larger." With that, Lin Fei continued over to beat the minced garlic. After beating the minced garlic, Lin Fei began to plate the skinned eggs again. By the time Chen Yuejun came back, Lin Fei had already made 2 cold dishes, the cold skinned egg and the cold cucumber. "You, so diligent today?" Chen Yuejun smilingly patted her son's head. "When am I not diligent?" "Your son," Lin Fei said triumphantly. "Alright, you're so dejected after praising you." Chen Yuejun rolled her eyes. "Auntie Chen, does Lin Fei know how to cook?" Lu Jinglan asked curiously. Chen Yuejun froze, not expecting Lu Jinglan to take the initiative to mention her son. "Yes, little Fei, he's been cooking and eating by himself since elementary school." Chen Yuejun smiled and nodded, a hint of pride showing in her eyes. "So you're so good." Lu Jinglan looked at Lin Fei and joked. "That was all learned from my mom." Lin Fei hemmed and hawed. Half an hour later, Chen Yuejun finally finished being busy. The entire 18 dishes were served on the table one after another. The ones serving the dishes were naturally the mother and son duo as well as Lu Jinglan. After all the dishes were served, the 5 of them sat around the table, and Chen Yuejun began to feed everyone. Looking at a large table of scrumptious and delicious dishes, Lin Fei's eyes were glowing. His saliva couldn't stop. Those delicacies from the outside, no matter how flavorful they couldn't compare to the plain food at home. "Sister-in-law, I'm really troubling you today," Lu Jigang said with some embarrassment. "Brother Jigang, you're out of line to say that." Chen Yuejun laughed. "We need to drink more tonight." Lin Guodong put his arm around Lu Jigang's shoulder and laughed brightly. "That's a must." Lu Jigang also nodded heavily. After serving the meal, Chen Yuejun hurriedly greeted everyone, "All eat quickly." Lin Fei had long been unable to wait, but due to his dad's presence, he could only wait for Lu Jigang to move his chopsticks first. Lu Jigang picked up a piece of braised pork and sent it into his mouth, and while eating, he didn't forget to praise Chen Yuejun for her good cooking skills. Lin Fei also completely stopped pretending this time, picked up his chopsticks and started to wolf down his food, eating extraordinarily flavorfully. When Lu Jinglan saw Lin Fei eating so favorably, he also felt his appetite increase, so he also began to move his chopsticks. Lu Jigang and Lin Guodong, on the other hand, drank wine and chatted about the interesting things they did in the army back then, making Lu Jinglan and Lin Fei laugh. Speaking of Lu Jigang and Lin Guodong, they were both classmates and comrades in the Border Defense Force back then, and their relationship was very deep. Later on, Lu Jigang settled over in Nanchang because of Lu Jinglan's her mother's work problems. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Jigang's face is a little red. He held Lin Guodong, grinning. "Old Lin ah, You remember when we bragged about what we said? What words? Lin Guodong also had some trouble remembering. It was more than 20 years ago. Who still remembers what we bragged about? I said later if you give birth to a son, you give birth to a daughter, we will be married to the family. At that time you heard this, but also take the stone. Throw old man. But who knows actually your kid gave birth to a son. Hiccup I gave birth to a daughter. Lu Jigang drunkenly laughed. Your memory is quite good. Lin Guodong wanted to laugh a little when he remembered this. Lin Fei, who was picking up his food on the side, heard Lu Jigang's words and all but almost didn't spurt out in laughter. Lu Jinglan on the other hand, her small face was slightly red. Just now when she heard those words from her dad, her mind actually really automatically brainstormed herself and Lin Fei together. What are you thinking about Lu Jinglan? Have you been single for too long and horny and bad? Lu Jinglan hurriedly shook her head and inwardly cursed herself. How could one possibly have such ridiculous thoughts? After picking up 2 more bowls of rice, Lin Fei then leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. Propped me up. Seeing this, Chen Yuejun rolled her eyes. Big eyes. Small stomach. Lin Fei bristled. Stood up. Went to the sofa and had a kudzu lie. Then turned on the TV and tuned in a random program. Lu Jinglan also came out of the restroom at this time. Came to the sofa and sat down. Watching TV while getting high on melon seeds. What kind of is this TV show that's being made nowadays? This director put his brain in his pants pocket to make it. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Lin Fei spat out. Put. Lu Jinglan also couldn't help but laugh out when he heard Lin Fei's words. Indeed, the anti-Japanese dramas nowadays were really too outrageous. Forget it, play the game. Lin Fei sighed and got up, walking towards his room. Coming to his room and turning on his computer, Lin Fei opened CSGO and started playing. But playing, Lin Fei suddenly felt eerie behind him, turned around and looked. Lu Jinglan didn't know when he stood behind him. I'll go. You want to scare me to death, Lin Fei exclaimed. Sorry, it's Auntie Chen who told me to come over and play with you. Lu Jinglan laughed bitterly. Lin Fei's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. His mom was good at everything. It was the fact that as soon as guests came over to the house, she always liked to let herself bring people over to play. Last year, his mom's colleague brought a little kid, a room into his yelling to play chicken. Lin Fei was noisy want to die. Directly to the door a lock will be pressed on the bed to tickle the armpits for more than 10 minutes. In the end, that child cried and sued his mother, but also let Lin Fei received a scolding, and finally sent an armor warrior's transformer before coaxing good. You sit on my bed and watch me play. Wait for me to finish this game and we'll play a 2-player minigame. Lin Fei finished speaking and continued playing the game. Lu Jinglan's cheeks blushed slightly when she heard playing a 2-player game, but she quickly shook her head to warn herself not to think the wrong way. Lu Jinglan gently sat on the edge of Lin Fei's bed, and then began to look around Lin Fei's room. Lin Fei's room was very small, probably maybe around a dozen square feet, but it had a cozy feeling to it. The bed was clean and tidy, the room was odorless, and the walls were plastered with posters of various ball players. Of course, what Lu Jinglan didn't know was that this room was organized by Lin Fei's mom later, and it wouldn't be too much to say that the room was a pigsty when Lin Fei left. Lin Fei cursed while playing, and finally once he took off his headphones, he turned back to Lu Jinglan. Come over here, let's play a 2-player minigame. Lu Jinglan nodded, then got up and sat on the small chair next to Lin Fei, just like a little sister next door attitude. Lin Fei skillfully clicked on the 43.99 minigame, then asked, Jinglan, what do you want to play? Big fish eat small fish. Lu Jinglan pointed at the screen and said, hearing another big fish eating small fish. Lin Fei's forehead was instantly covered with black lines. How come girls like to play this? Coughing lightly, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and said, this is so boring. Why don't we play King of Fighters? Lu Jinglan silently rolled his eyes. Why are you asking me then? The King of Fighters I haven't played. Lu Jinglan pursed his lips. It's okay, I'll teach you. It's very simple. Lin Fei heatedly smiled and quickly clicked on a certain King of Fighters Invincible version. Looking at so many characters on it, Lu Jinglan was also curious and asked Lin Fei what their skills were. Lin Fei was also very patient to explain to her. After listening, Lu Jinglan also came to a few points of interest. Chapter 57 The feel is not right. After a round of explanation, Lu Jinglan is also roughly know how to play. That is, nothing cares, a mess of pressing on the line. This is also true. The King of Fighters Invincible version and then adjust to simple mode. Let the chicken come up and peck twice can casually zoom in. Okay, then it's on ha. Lin Fei picked a big snake and then looked at Lu Jinglan. Lu Jinglan had already chosen the Ice Woman Kara in advance, so she nodded with some excitement. It was her first time playing this game, and she couldn't help but feel some anticipation inside. The game just started. Lu Jinglan's fingers just kept pressing on the keyboard in a flurry, and soon released a big move and some skills, beating Lin Fei to the point where he couldn't return the favor. Seeing Lin Fei's bloodline keep dropping, the corner of Lu Jinglan's mouth rose slightly. It seems that I still have some talent, but Lin Fei didn't panic at all and just let her fight first. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to hang up, Lu Jinglan was also very understanding and let a little bit of water out of his eyes, deliberately pausing his skills for a moment. However, it was this moment that Lin Fei's great snake suddenly released a move with a screen full of special effects, instantly causing her character's bloodstain to almost drop. Ah, why are you doing so much damage? Lu Jinglan exclaimed in shock. She immediately pressed another flurry of presses to try to amplify her move, but no matter how much she pressed, she simply couldn't release the move. In the end, under the big snake's consecutive moves, Lu Jinglan's ice woman was powerless and died through and through. Lu Jinglan was a little unconvinced. It must be that just now he let go of his own water and was caught by him in a break. I must not let go of my water next time. What? Still coming? Lin Fei looked at her and heatedly smiled. Come. Lu Jinglan nodded heavily. She just couldn't believe it. The next hand soon started again, but this time, before Lu Jinglan could even move, she was blown up by Lin Fei's big snake with a big move and took off. KO. Another hand ended, and Lin Fei hadn't even lost a single frame of blood. Thinking that it wasn't fun to keep abusing, Lin Fei proposed to play big fish eat small fish, but Lu Jinglan's desire to win and lose also came, pulling Lin Fei to continue again. Half an hour later, Lu Jinglan looked at the computer screen on the word KO, is also completely convinced. Forget it, I can't beat you, I'm not playing anymore. Lu Jinglan hung his head in shame and said, then let's play big fish eat small fish. It just so happens that playing hasn't been done for a long time either. Lin Fei said smilingly, good, I'm in favor of it. When Lu Jinglan heard this, she immediately rekindled her hopes of defeating Lin Fei. Big fish eat small fish she had played since she was a child. She didn't believe that she couldn't play with Lin Fei. Lin Fei exited the King of Fighters, then gave the mouse to Lu Jinglan, who quickly found a big fish eating small fish game. Soon after entering the game, the two began to eat small fish step by step. Lu Jinglan's operation is very skillful, and soon ate the boss. For Lin Fei, this game is simply simple, cannot be more simple. Soon ate in Lu Jinglan almost big, but thinking that he had already abused her just now, he began to let go. After playing a dozen or so games, Lu Jinglan was first every time, and also finally revealed a victor-like smile. But a small game is still a small game. Playing for a long time will be meaningless. After playing another hand, the two didn't play anymore. But outside, Lin Guodong and Lu Jigang were still drinking, and Lin Fei's mom was watching a TV series, so the two couldn't find anything to do. Watching a zombie movie? Lin Fei asked with a raised eyebrow. Watch. Lu Jinglan nodded, just in time to relive his childhood. Then help tune it out for a bit. I'll go get something, Lin Fei said, already leaving the room. Lu Jinglan nodded, then started looking for horror movies on the video software. But after picking and choosing, Lu Jinglan couldn't find anything satisfactory, and could only click on a zombie movie starring Uncle Ling. Although he had seen quite a few of them as a child, a classic is a classic, and he never tires of watching them. Of course, this was mainly because all the horror movies made in recent years were basically a load of. Soon, Lin Fei walked in with a few cans of chilled drinks, placing the drinks on the computer desk. Lin Fei then opened the closet and took out a few large bags of potato chips from it. Seeing this wave of Lin Fei's operation, Lu Jinglan didn't know that inexplicably he wanted to laugh a little. How can you watch a movie without chips and drinks? Lin Fei opened a few packets of chips and then placed them on the table, then opened 2 cans of drinks and handed one to Lu Jinglan. Thanks. Lu Jinglan took the drinks and smiled. Lu Jinglan, favorability plus 10. After turning the lights off, Lin Fei played the movie. But watching a zombie movie now was purely and simply as a comedy movie. After watching it for more than half an hour, the two of them not only weren't scared, they also let out a gegegi of laughter every now and then. Chen Yuejun, who was watching a TV series outside, heard the laughter of the two, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily revealed a touch of Auntie's smile. This brat is really self-conscious. However, this girl Jinglan is really good, well versed in books and manners. She is also pretty. If she becomes her daughter-in-law, how nice it would be. It's up to you to seize the opportunity. On the other side, Lin Guodong and Lu Jigang both drank their faces red, but from the content of the chat, it had come to the level of the country's great power, indicating that they were already close to not being able to drink anymore. Chen Yuejun was also keeping an eye on the amount of alcohol the two were drinking, fearing that the two would drink themselves over. Inside the room, Lin Fei and Lu Jinglan watched half a day and felt that it was not too scary, so they changed to a small-day ghost movie. To say which current Asian country's horror movies are still worth watching, it's only Little Daylight and Tyrant. Shortly after the movie started, it was a scary scene. Lu Jinglan held his breath and didn't dare to move, while Lin Fei rested his cheeks on one hand, completely unconcerned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ah! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying face suddenly appeared on the screen, scaring the two into a frenzy. What's wrong? Outside, Chen Yuejun asked. Nothing, watching a ghost movie, Lin Fei said hurriedly, afraid that his mom would misunderstand. After watching for another 10 minutes or so, the movie suddenly became quiet again. Lin Fei knew that the ghosts were coming, and immediately prepared himself mentally. Lu Jinglan also covered his eyes, leaving only 2 small slits, but to the surprise of the two, nothing scary at all appeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Playing a trick, Lin Fei cursed. Lu Jinglan was also relieved and put his hands down. Just then, in the movie, the originally empty corridor of the villa suddenly flashed with the figure of a terrifying female ghost. Ah! Lu Jinglan's eyes instantly closed and she directly jumped headfirst into Lin Fei's arms, letting out a scream. Holy! Lin Fei hadn't been scared by the ghost just now, but this hug from Lu Jinglan almost caused him to be scared to death. Subconsciously, he reached out and hugged the latter. Ah! In the darkness, the two of them let out sharp popping sounds at the same time. Lin Fei reacted and hurriedly turned the lights on. The lights turned on. Lu Jinglan first froze, then immediately stood up and flashed to the side, her originally fair face turning red, and her eyes didn't dare to look at Lin Fei. At this time, Chen Yuejun arrived at the sound. Lu Jinglan heard the footsteps and quickly adjusted. Chen Yuejun walked into the room and saw that the two of them didn't look too natural. A hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes at once. Watching a horror movie, a bit scary, couldn't help but scream twice. Ha! Lin Fei explained with a dry smile. Chen Yuejun inwardly rolled her eyes. Watching a horror movie, her face can still look red? Chapter 58 expired. Auntie Chen, it's fine, it's just that we were scared just now, Lu Jinglan said. Chen Yuejun nodded and left the room after saying for the two to turn on the lights and look. Once Chen Yuejun left, the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. Lu Jinglan lowered her head, her face flushed red, not daring to look at Lin Fei, while Lin Fei tactically looked around. A moment later, Lin Fei lightly coughed twice before saying, Sorry Ha Dinglan, just now the black lights were blind, really didn't pay attention to see. Lin Fei did not say okay. This said Lu Jinglan's face even more red. No, it's okay, you didn't do it on purpose, Lu Jinglan whispered. Seeing the other party forgive himself, Lin Fei was also relieved. If Lu Jinglan went to complain, then he had to be broken hands. Outside the house, the two of them, Lin Guodong and Lu Jigang, were drunk and collapsed on the sofa, their mouths still chanting. Chen Yuejun muttered something about wine monkeys twice and started to clean up the dining table. After tidying up the dining table, Chen Yuejun called Lin Fei out and asked him to help Lu Jigang to the guest room, while she herself helped Lin Guodong back to his room. After settling the two, Chen Yuejun returned to the living room and said to Lu Jinglan with an apologetic face, Xiaolan Na, I'm really sorry, there are only 3 rooms in the house, so I might have to commission you to stay outside for the night tonight. Lu Jinglan quickly shook his head and said, It's okay Auntie Chen. Mom, just let Jinglan sleep in my room, Lin Fei said in a shocking way. As soon as these words came out, Lu Jinglan's face, which had already returned to normal, suddenly turned red again, while Chen Yuejun stepped forward and grabbed Lin Fei's ears. What nonsense are you saying you brat? Pain. I mean, I'll sleep on the sofa, Jinglan will sleep in my room. It's not the two of us sleeping together, Lin Fei hurriedly explained. Hearing her son explain in this way, Chen Yuejun then let go of her hand and said in a bad mood, Next time, don't talk nonsense. Got it. Lin Fei rubbed his ears and nodded his head in a hurry. Jinglan, then why don't you sleep in Xiao Fei's room? After all, it's also too late now, and it's troublesome to stay outside. Don't worry, the quilt covers and pillowcases and whatnot in there are all newly changed by me a few days ago, and they're all clean. Chen Yuejun looked at Lu Jinglan and said. Lu Jinglan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Well, anyway, the quilt covers and everything were newly changed. If he refused, others might still think it was too much. Just think of it as staying at a youth hostel. Lu Jinglan thought so. Well, then I'll go get you some toiletries first. Chen Yuejun nodded, then went to the bedroom to get Lu Jinglan a pair of sandals that could be bathed in and clean towels, as well as disposable toothbrushes and toothpaste. 11:30 at night, Lu Jinglan leaned on her bed, unable to sleep for a long time. The thought that this was Lin Fei's bed gave her an indescribably strange feeling. One is actually lying in a boy's bed. Lu Jinglan looked at the ceiling and muttered to herself. Then when she thought of Lin Fei's hands pushing herself there today, her pretty face once again floated with a touch of redness. But at that time, she surprisingly didn't feel particularly angry. She didn't know why, but ever since she realized today that Lin Fei was her dad's good brother's son, she had inexplicably felt a trace of affection towards Lin Fei. Forget it, sleep. Lu Jinglan shook his head and stopped playing with his cell phone. turning off the light and planning to sleep. But after more than 10 minutes had passed, Lu Jinglan couldn't sleep, and I don't know if it's because she drank too many drinks. She felt a little hard on her stomach. Goo 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 goo. At this time, a growl came from her stomach. Lu Jinglan felt bad, hurriedly picked up her cell phone, got up and left the room to run to the toilet. Squeak! Lu Jinglan quickly pushed open the toilet door. One hand had already pulled the edge of his pants, and was about to prepare to take off his pants, but just as he looked up, he saw Lin Fei sitting on the toilet without an inch of clothing, holding a small pair of scissors in his hand, one hand covering his lower body. His face flushed red as he looked at himself. Lu Jinglan's face swished red, her eyes snapped wide, her lips quickly opened, and a high decibel scream was about to rush out of her throat. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Fei quickly threw away the scissors with one hand, lifted his pants and rushed forward with one arrow step. However, before she could scream out, a large warm hand quickly covered her mouth, blocking that scream back raw. Lu Jinglan was instantly panicked, her eyelashes fluttering unceasingly, her chest rising and falling violently, and her vision turning in panic. Lin Fei covered Lu Jinglan's mouth to death, afraid that this girl would make a single sound. Don't scream, or it'll be bad if you're misunderstood. Lin Fei stared into Lu Jinglan's eyes and said, "Oh." Lu Jinglan hurriedly nodded. She was a little breathless. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly let go. After letting go, Lu Jinglan hurriedly took a big gulp of fresh air. Just now, Lin Fei had covered her really tightly, almost suffocating her. "Aren't you sleeping? Why did you come in?" Lin Fei asked with a frown. "I have to go to the restroom," Lu Jinglan whispered with a blushing face. Under the warm light of the bathroom, Lin Fei's toned muscles were visible, and with his wheat-colored skin, it revealed a man's masculinity. Lu Jinglan just glanced at him, his small heart immediately fluttered, not expecting him to have such a good body. "You have diarrhea?" Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Lu Jinglan somewhat awkwardly averted his eyes, gently nodded and whispered, "Well, I don't know what I ate bad. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It really is expired." Lin Fei slapped his head and cursed. "What expired?" Lu Jinglan looked at Lin Fei. "Potato chips." Lin Fei smiled awkwardly. I really want to slap you to death." Sparing a lady like Lu Jinglan, she was so angry at this moment that she didn't care about her image. At this moment, Lin Fei's face suddenly changed, and he hastily made a shushing motion. "Wait, don't talk." Lu Jinglan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but soon the sound of footsteps was also heard. Lu Jinglan instantly panicked, because what else could it be to leave the room at this point in time, if not to go to the toilet? Moreover, there was no telling who was coming. If it was her father, she didn't know what to do. She and Lin Fei were alone in the toilet in the middle of the night, and one of them was still only wearing pants. When the time came, it was really mud falling into the crotch of her pants. It was either or not. Lin Fei also encountered this situation for the first time, and his face was also slightly flustered. Being ordered up by the teacher to do math problems hasn't been this tense. As the footsteps got closer and closer, a hint of determination flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Immediately, Lin Fei rushed behind the toilet door with an arrow step, then pulled over Lu Jinglan to hold him firmly. "Don't talk," Lin Fei hurriedly reminded, his expression very serious, completely without the slightest intention of deliberately taking advantage of him. Then, Lin Fei carefully pulled the door closer, trying to make it cover as much of his area as possible. Attachment, Lu Jinglan reference picture. Chapter 59, Save It for a Daughter-in-Law. Lu Jinglan was hugged by Lin Fei in such a way that his pretty face instantly reddened to the base of his neck. Then when she thought about Lin Fei and him being so close, Lu Jinglan's heart suddenly raced and her entire body didn't dare to move. Lu Jinglan's nostrils were constantly patting at Lin Fei's neck, and coupled with the fact that Lin Fei was at zero distance from Lu Jinglan at this moment, that charming body fragrance simply made him a little nervous for a moment as well. Lu Jinglan's body fragrance was a light jasmine fragrance, coupled with a soft and boneless body. Hugging it was like hugging a piece of warm and soft jade. Moreover, at this moment, Lu Jinglan's shy and flustered expression added a few points of different flavor. Just at this moment, that person entered the bathroom. The two people's heart instantly raced to the throat. When that person walked to the toilet, Lin Fei was also able to see that person's back. Uncle Lu, what a fear of what will come. Lin Fei's heart was instantly shocked and his breath was held. The two of them stared nervously in the direction of the toilet, not daring to make a single sound. The sound of their heartbeats could be clearly heard in the small space. Lu Jinglan subconsciously shrunk inside, but suddenly she felt her feet stepping on something. She hurriedly looked down. When she saw what was going on, she hurriedly retracted her feet, and then looked up to cast an apologetic look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was wearing a pair of sandals. His toes had all been stepped on by Lu Jinglan just now, and it hurt so much that he almost screamed out, "Auntie, it almost hurt me," Lin Fei said with his lips. At this time, outside, Lu Jigang had already finished going to the toilet, lifted up his pants and left, but presumably because he was a bit drunk, he was walking a bit staggered, not to mention seeing the two behind the door. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief and waited until he heard the footsteps completely disappear before the two walked out from behind the door. Only because of what had just happened, both of them were embarrassed and neither of them spoke. Lin Fei hurriedly picked up his own small scissors, then laughed dryly. By the way, don't you need to go to the restroom? Go ahead and do it. I'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Fei quickly left and closed the toilet door behind him. Lu Jinglan stood in place and slowed down for a while before calming down. Just now it was simply humiliating. Early the next morning, the five people sat around the dining table eating breakfast. When Lu Jigang learned that Lin Fei had voluntarily slept on the sofa last night giving up his bed to Lu Jinglan, he immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a look of appreciation, "Not bad, Fei, a man. I wasn't wrong about you." Lin Fei saw Lu Jigang. His heart was a little weak. He smiled sarcastically and nodded. "I should." On the side, Lu Jinglan glanced at Lin Fei's look of weakness, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. After breakfast, Lu Jigang also left with Lu Jinglan. He didn't just come over to catch up with Lin this time, but had other things going on as well. Lin Fei and his dad also sent the two of them all the way downstairs. After sending the two of them, Lin Fei first let his dad go upstairs, while he himself went to the car to get those lottery tickets. After taking the information, Lin Fei hurriedly returned home. Chen Yuejun saw her son holding a bunch of things in his hands and asked, "Xiaofei, what are those in your hands?" Lin Guodong, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, also turned his head with a curious expression. "Dad, Mom, do you believe me when I say I won a few million in the soccer lottery?" Lin Fei cleared his throat and said. When Chen Yuejun and Lin Guodong heard this, they were first stunned, then they both rolled their eyes. "What disease have you committed again?" Chen Yuejun didn't have the good sense to say, "I'm serious. If you don't believe me, look." Lin Fei put all those lottery tickets and the lottery center's winning vouchers on the coffee table. Chen Yuejun and Lin Guodong looked at each other, then both took them and looked at them. Lin Fei wasn't worried that his parents would be able to tell if it was real or fake, because the information was created to be even more real than the real thing. "Hey yo, your kid actually won the score 8 strings of 1. Lin Guodong let out an exclamation of surprise. He had seen quite a few people who had won 8 strings of 1, but 99% of them had bought the winning 8 strings of 1, and almost no one had won the score 8 strings of 1. Why? Because the probability is too low. The probability of winning the score in 8 strings of 1 was about the same as the probability of a person being struck by lightning. What score 8 series 1? Chen Yuejun hadn't come into contact with the soccer lottery and asked with a puzzled face. "Mom, the score 8 strings of 1 means that I bought the soccer lottery and guessed the score results of 8 matches. Put it this way, you understand, right?" Lin Fei said with a smile. "Guessed all 8 matches?" Chen Yuejun said in shock. "Right." Lin Fei shrugged. "This brat even guessed a few cold games. What a load of luck. Only spent over $100 and won over $5 million. Lin Guodong said smilingly. He also bought football lottery, but basically never won. Did not expect his son actually won a few million, but even though it was over 5 million, he didn't look overly excited or thrilled. More than 5 million? Chen Yuejun was a little slightly surprised when she heard this, but she didn't look too excited either. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to deposit all of this money inside Mom's bank card, and leave it for your retirement in the future," Lin Fei said. When Lin Guodong and Chen Yuejun heard this, they looked at each other and laughed, then looked at Lin Fei. "Your parents aren't short of money to spend. Keep that money for yourself to get a wife later." After saying that, he continued to watch the TV, as if what he had won was not more than $5 million, but more than $50. This made Lin Fei a little embarrassed for a moment, but when he thought about it, it was indeed true that Mom had more than 8,000 a month, and Dad was about the same, so the two of them really didn't lack money to spend. The biggest expense was probably going out on vacations. "It's not like I'm in a hurry to spend money now, and you guys can at least give me a chance to do my filial duty." Lin Fei laughed bitterly. "It's not like Mom and Dad are spending money on anything in particular. It's useless to bring it." Chen Yuejun looked at her son and helplessly laughed. "Don't you guys like to go out on vacations? How about this? I'll transfer $1 million to you guys first, just as travel funds?" Lin Fei said in a hurry. "If you guys don't take it, I'll donate all the money," Lin Fei threatened. Chen Yuejun and Lin Guodong were both a little confused. Was their son being switched? He used to die when he confiscated his New Year's money, but now he was begging to give the two of them money to spend instead. Okay, then you hit Mom's card." Chen Yuejun waved her hand and said, "Anyway, this money is in the hands of her own family. She does not spend on the line." Chapter 60. Little Potato can still drive a motorcycle. Time flashed to the afternoon. Lin Fei drove his car to the Jingchen Huafu Villa area. Yan Jiaojiu had called him at noon to let him go over. She was going to personally cook today. Jingchen Huafu was located next to Moon Lake Park in the northwest of Huayang City, with beautiful scenery and a pleasant environment. It was one of the rich areas in Huayang City. At that time, Lin Fei had spent $110 million to take the villa there. Halfway through the drive, Lin Fei suddenly turned the car around and headed to Wanda Plaza in the city, intending to buy a little gift for Yan Jiaojiao. Yan Jiaojiao sent him flowers last time, and this time she personally cooked, and at night there was the reward, she said. After all, it is also his own woman. Send gifts or necessary. Although this girl was to see him driving a McLaren to add his WeChat, but now is really sincere like him. Moreover, his own 15 billion or so was still obtained from the other party. When he came to Wanda Plaza, Lin Fei was also not stingy and spent more than $1 million, buying a few LV bags and a diamond necklace from Zhou Mofu. This rich and generous operation is also led a few counter-sisters to Lin Fei's secret eyes, and finally also secretly handed Lin Fei small note, but are some vulgar powder. Lin Fei out after the note will be all thrown away. A crossroads, Lin Fei parked his car and waited for the traffic light, and suddenly glanced at a familiar figure next to him. The latter seemed to have seen Lin Fei as well, and quickly took off her helmet, a pure and sweet face instantly unfolding, and then she said in astonishment, "It's you! Yo, can't tell, you little potato will still ride a motorcycle?" Lin Fei looked over at her and raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hearing Lin Fei call himself a little potato, Luo Xiaoxi was instantly furious and clenched her silver teeth, angrily pointing at Lin Fei. "Who are you calling a little potato?" As she yelled, the few young men and women around her who were also riding motorcycles also came with sideways glances. "Who's that guy? Looks like he knows Sister Xiao Shi." "I don't know, but looking at him driving a McLaren P1, he might be a friend of Sister Shai, but he's quite handsome." Beside Luo Xiao Shi, several young men and women whispered. Different from her usual sweet style, today's Luo Xiao Shi was dressed very sexy. A small white camisole undershirt, revealing white lotus root-like jade arms, a pair of white and slender jade legs under a pair of light blue short jeans, plus a head of ice blue curly hair spread out, and some sass. Moreover, Lin Fei noticed that this chick is still riding a Ducati V4 worth about $600,000. Turns out it's still a little rich girl. Of course I'm calling you Luo Little Potato, Lin Fei said smilingly. "How do you know my surname is Luo?" Luo Xiaoshi frowned, her gaze unkind, and said, "Blind guess." Lin Fei smiled. Luo Xiaoshi's eyes definitely wouldn't believe such words. Her eyes rolled, and she suddenly thought of a possibility. Could this guy have liked me after seeing me last time? At that time, he pretended not to like it, but in reality, he was trying to catch me off guard, so that I would become interested in him. But secretly, he had already started to secretly investigate my information. Right, it must be like this. Thus, Luo Xiaoshi snorted coldly and said, "Are you secretly in love with me?" When Lin Fei heard this, he first froze, then burst into laughter. This chick's brain circuits were a bit peculiar. Seeing that Lin Fei was on the verge of bursting into laughter, Luo Xiaoshi was so angry that her face turned red and she pointed at Lin Fei and said, "What do you mean?" Chasing her, Luo Xiaoshi stared to see a lot. Laughing at her, Luo Xiaoshi was the first time she had seen it. Lin Fei held back a few moments of laughter and waved his hand. "Nothing, thought of something happy." Seeing the way he was forcibly stifling his laughter, Luo Xiaoshi became even more furious. And just as she was about to step on the gas and hit Lin Fei's car's butt, Lin Fei sped off with a kick of the gas pedal. Pissed off, Luo Xiaoshi was shaking with anger, pointing at the McLaren that had already driven 100 meters away, shouting. With that, she put on her helmet and accelerated to follow. Lin Fei had just driven onto a wide avenue when he saw the speeding Luo Xiaoshi in the rearview mirror. What does this chick want? Lin Fei frowned. Soon after, Luo Xiaoshi overtook Lin Fei's car and even turned around and angled her head provocatively. Lin Fei laughed. If it wasn't for the speed limit here, he wouldn't have blown up her little Ducati today. Although the Ducati V4R's 100 km acceleration is faster than the P1, the P1's ability to run long distances is not something the Ducati V4R can compare to. Seeing that Lin Fei still had no intention of accelerating, Luo Xiaoshi cursed the coward and turned to the right to leave. Luo Xiaoshi, favorability -10, current favorability, -9 points. Lin Fei bristled. How did it still somehow drop? When he succeeds in raiding this chick in the future, he'll have to give her a taste of power. Half an hour later, because Yan Jiaojiao had already told him the password to his room door in advance, Lin Fei quickly entered the villa. Although he had bought it, he hadn't come in to stay for a day. However, judging from the situation inside the villa, Yan Jiaojiao had probably already come and stayed and cleaned in advance. Hearing the sounds coming from within the kitchen, the corners of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly, and after placing the gift on the sofa, he quietly walked towards the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Yan Jiaojiao was wearing a maid's outfit and an apron, and was concentrating on chopping vegetables. Seeing that she hadn't noticed that she had come in, Lin Fei directly hugged her from behind. But to Lin Fei's surprise, Yan Jiajiao didn't show any panic. Instead, she flirted with her head and said, "What? Still want to scare me? Why don't you even scream? How meaningless." Lin Fei bristled. "Boo." Yan Jiajiao tilted her head and kissed Lin Fei on the cheek before winking. "Is it fun yet? That's more like it." Lin Fei let out a bad laugh. "Don't you make a scene?" Being hugged by Lin Fei, Yan Jiajiao whispered with a scarlet face. "Jiajiao, you're playing this refusal to welcome back quite well." Lin Fei came to Yan Jiajiao's ear and said, "Dead ghost." Yan Jiajiao rolled her eyes in a flamboyant manner, then put down the kitchen knife, turned around and wrapped her arms around Lin Fei's neck, and took the initiative to one-up. But Lin Fei still had basic restraint and didn't go any further, kissing for a while before releasing Yan Jiajiao. Although Yan Jiajiao was already a little bit confused, but thinking that this was the kitchen and the two of them would have to dine later, she also hurriedly straightened up her appearance and continued cooking. "Lin Fei, go out and sit for a while. I'll be done soon," Yan Jiajiao softly said. "Good." Lin Fei gently touched the latter's face before turning around and leaving the kitchen. "I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist putting Yan Jiajiao on the spot here, so it would be better to take this time to take a look at the villa." Although he had already gotten a preliminary understanding of the villa through photos and videos back then, it was yet another view to see in person. Inside the villa, there is not only a private swimming pool, there is also a large balcony and a large lawn that is big enough for dozens of people to have a party. Even the underground garage has 2 full floors. Moreover, inside the room, all kinds of facilities are available, such as piano, oversized TV, movie room, etc. All in all, Lin Fei felt quite good. After strolling through the villa and returning to the hall, Yan Jiajiao had already prepared the dishes and started to set up the table. In the end, it's a woman, or like to be romantic, just meet Lin Fei so uninterested in the main, can only do it themselves. Chapter 61. It doesn't matter whose it is. After setting the table, Yan Jiajiao undid her apron, untied the tied double ponytail, and ran her hands backward, freeing a head of thick hair. With her hair draped over her shoulders, the sweet girl instantly turned into a royal sister. "Wait for me." Yan Jiajiao looked towards Lin Fei and revealed a mysterious smile before turning around and walking into a room. "What does this little goblin want to do?" Lin Fei looked at Yan Jiajiao's back and muttered with a raised eyebrow. Since Yan Jiajiao went in and didn't come out for several minutes, Lin Fei simply took a nap on the sofa first. Just a few minutes after falling asleep, Lin Fei heard the clattering sound of high heels. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Fei's gaze froze a little, only to see Yan Jiajiao walking towards him with elegant steps. The original maid's outfit had long since faded away, and what she had replaced it with was a very sexy black halter wraparound dress that perfectly outlined her delicate figure. A head of slightly curly hair with a sharp clip on the back of the head, but also add a few points of charming flavor. Black stockings will be 2 white tender jade legs completely wrapped, with Valentino high heels. Which man look at it is not blood boiling. Yan Jiajiao walked up, wrapped her arms around Lin Fei's neck, looked at Lin Fei with deep affection, and said in a delicate voice, "Hubby, it's time to dine." Hearing this sweet husband, Lin Fei's goosebumps rose, but he couldn't help but still be a little hungry, so Lin Fei could only hold back first. Then a princess hug picked Yan Jiajiao up towards the dining table and said with a bad smile, "I won't spare you after dinner." On the dining table, there was a beautifully patterned milk-white lace tablecloth, and a vase with several bunches of red roses was placed in the center. The candles on the silver candlestick were flickering, and the candlelight was reflected through the wine cups containing red wine, reflecting absolutely beautiful light and shadow, which was quite romantic. Paired with the several beautifully plated Chinese dishes on the table, it also appeared to have a unique flavor. Yan Jiajiao's dishes were all on the delicate side, and the quantity wasn't large, but for 2 people, it was actually more or less the same. After all, the main purpose of today was not to eat in the first place. After each of them dried a glass, the 2 of them then began to enjoy their dinner. "How's the flavor?" Yan Jiajiao wiped her mouth and fluttered her pretty eyes as she asked. "It's really good." "No kidding." Lin Fei revealed a satisfied smile. Yan Jiajiao's dishes were tastier than he had imagined. Just now, when he saw that the dishes felt too light, he subconsciously assumed that they didn't have much flavor, but they turned out to be surprisingly delicious. Yan Jiajiao could also see that Lin Fei wasn't cajoling himself. Moreover, she had some confidence in her cooking skills. "It's good that you like it." Yan Jiajiao smiled sweetly. Lin Fei was already a bit hungry, plus the flavor was good, so he ate extra roughly. Yan Jiajiao, on the other hand, rested her cheeks on one hand and watched with a face full of happiness as Lin Fei enjoyed the dinner she had made, occasionally forking a bit of salad and chewing it, then drinking a bit of red wine, eating to the back. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his head and muttered something, then got up and quickly walked towards the sofa. Soon, Lin Fei walked over with a jewelry box that had a delicate and high-grade appearance. When Yan Jiaojiao saw the jewelry box in Lin Fei's hands, her eyes suddenly filled with anticipation. Lin Fei walked over to the dining table and opened the jewelry box before sending it to Yan Jiaojiao. "Do you like it?" Lin Fei asked smilingly, looking at the dazzling diamond necklace inside. Yan Jiaojiao's heart warmed. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Lin Fei and nodded heavily. "I like it a lot. Lin Fei, can you help me put it on?" Yan Jiaojiao looked at Lin Fei with love and softly said. Lin Fei naturally had no problem, then picked up the necklace and carefully put it on Yan Jiaojiao. "It's so pretty." After putting it on, Lin Fei complimented. "Thank you, husband." Yan Jiaojiao sniffed, the corner of her mouth raising a sweet smile. The atmosphere was here. Lin Fei didn't have much of an appetite anymore, and after picking up the wine glass and drinking it all in one go, he picked up Yan Jiaojiao by the waist. "Yeah, what are you doing?" Yan Jiaojiao let out a cry. Lin Fei didn't talk nonsense and directly lowered his head. Yan Jiaojiao also smoothly wrapped her arms around Lin Fei's neck and responded passionately. 2 hours later, Lin Fei lit a huazi, leaned back on his pillow and began to gulp down the smoke. He didn't really have much of a smoking habit, he just felt relaxed to have one once in a while. Yan Jiaojiao's pretty face was full of redness as she leaned on Lin Fei's chest, one hand constantly drawing circles. After resting for a while, the two of them went to take a shower again. Then they leaned on the bed and watched TV. As it happened, Lin Fei also took this opportunity to tell Yan Jiaojiao about the things he had done to buy Yan Jiaojiao a house at home and abroad as well as acquiring properties. After hearing this, Yan Jiaojiao was slow to speak. After an unknown amount of time, she said with a worried look on her face, "Lin Fei, tell me honestly, are you helping others to launder money?" Yan Jiaojiao, who had seen a similar movie, was a little flustered all of a sudden. She was worried that Lin Fei was really helping others launder money. "Silly girl, what are you thinking?" Lin Fei smiled and rubbed her head. "But, this must be at least tens of billions even if you're Mr. Ma's own son, you can't squander it like this." Yan Jiaojiao felt like her worldview had collapsed. Seeing this, Lin Fei had no choice but to bring out a trope that could be called a canon within a canon. "Actually, it's that I have a cousin uncle abroad who has a $10 billion inheritance that he left to me, but the requirement is that I must first spend all $5 billion. But who knows that after Yan Jiaojiao heard this, she just rolled her eyes. "You think I'm like a little cutie, do I?" Lin Fei was slightly embarrassed. Indeed, this was too outrageous. "Actually, I have a system," Lin Fei said smilingly, but Yan Jiaojiao felt even more absurd, so she tricked herself into believing that Lin Fei had a cousin uncle abroad. Moreover, the fact that Lin Fei hadn't been investigated yet for spending so much money meant that the money should have come from a regular source, and there was really no need for himself to keep digging deeper. Maybe Lin Fei is a direct descendant of some of the country's large consortium families. These people usually kept a low profile, but the wealth behind them was so much that it was scary. Even the richest man in China was a hair's breadth of hair on 9 cows in front of them. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Keep watching TV, anyway, what's mine is yours. In the future those things are still not us together. Yan Jiaojiao ruffled her hair and said, for Lin Fei to buy her so many things, it would be false for her to say she wasn't panicked, but since it was legal she didn't really need to think about it much more. Not to mention that she was Lin Fei's woman now. Did it even matter whose it was? Chapter 62, The Angry Yan Jiaojiao. After watching TV for a while, Yan Jiaojiao picked up her cell phone and swiped Douyin. Just after opening Douyin and brushing to the first video, Yan Jiaojiao's eyes suddenly widened because the image in the video was actually the University of China. Then look at the likes, 109W. Yan Jiaojiao immediately became interested, but as she watched, she suddenly realized that it seemed to be the video of the soccer game that day, and the person in the know. 9 undershirt that the camera had been tracking. Who was it if not Lin Fei? Lin Fei. Look at it, look at it. Yan Jiaojiao excitedly brought her cell phone in front of Lin Fei. What? Lin Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw how excited the woman was. But when he saw the familiar back on the phone, he was confused. The video was a goal highlights that was over 3 minutes long, recording every single goal Lin Fei scored. And coupled with that highly combustible BGM, it gave Lin Fei all lit up watching it. But presumably to protect Lin Fei's privacy, the person who sent the video didn't give close-up shots. Taking another look at the 109W of likes next to it, Lin Fei was even more shocked. Holy, I didn't watch Douyin for a few days and I'm on fire? Wait, this seems to be the official number of our school's digital media club. Yan Jiaojiao then noticed the name of the account that posted the video. Clicking into the homepage to take a look, it was true. I didn't think that I'd experience the feeling of being a netizen one day. Lin Fei stroked his hair and laughed. So handsome. Yan Jiaojiao looked at Lin Fei in the video, her eyes filled with infatuation. Click on the comments section and take a look. Lin Fei was a little curious about what people thought of him. Yan Jiaojiao let out a hum, then clicked on the comments section. Netizen 1, this kind of actually just abuses the vegetables in school. Really needs professional players. It's all part of being abused. Netizen 2, the level of these defenders is too bad. If I change me, this kid cannot even pass the midfield. Netizen 3, I was much stronger than him in high school. Just didn't leave a video at that time. Netizen 4, I think this dude is pretty strong. That stride is really fast. Netizen 5, I feel that this brother are strong enough to enter the national team. At Hwacha Football Association quickly recruit him into the team. The entire comment section was a mixed bag. Some people felt that Lin Fei was just abusing vegetables, not even comparable to the lowest level of professional players. But there were also people who felt that Lin Fei was super strong and should be called up to the national team on an exceptional basis. And a lot of people even at the official number of the Hwacha Soccer Association. Seeing those bad comments, Yen Jiaojiu was so angry that her face turned red as she angrily cursed. This group of people, they are simply a bunch of big. Alright, just watch for fun. Lin Fei said smilingly. Pissed me off. No, I'm going to help you dislike them. Yen Jiaojia couldn't get enough of it and took her cell phone and started outputting it one by one to those who posted bad comments in the comment section. Lin Fei laughed, sent a message to his roommate to remember to bring him a book, and fell back to sleep. He was truly exhausted today. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that Yen Jiaojia was too sleepy to bear, so she stopped the keyboard and drilled into Lin Fei's arms and fell asleep. The next morning, since both of them had classes, they went back to school together. Lin Fei parked his car and went to the classroom. Just at 10:30, the limit jam. This class is linear algebra. The lecturer looks 50 or 60 years old, wearing a pair of glasses. People are a little chubby. Seeing Lin Fei jammed into, he didn't say anything. Lin Fei swept the classroom and quickly found Zhao Feng and the others in the back row with a reserved spot next to them. Good brothers. Lin Fei threw a satisfied look at the few people. Only after Lin Fei sat down did that old professor start speaking. My name is Lu Ping. I'm your linear algebra teacher this semester. For my class, I don't have too many requirements. As long as you guys finish your homework. Linear algebra is probably one of the easiest main courses for you guys in the next 4 years. Of course, it's compared to discrete math and higher math. It's not easy to really learn it well. Lupin, old professor said, gradually began to run away from the usual percentage of grades to speak to his experience in the Magnesium Country Carnegie Mellon University further study. More than half an hour had passed before Lupin ended his small talk. Next, he was talking about some of the basic concepts of linear algebra and learning methods. Listening to Lin Fei was sleepy. On the other side, Kai Xinyan, who was taking a math class, rested her cheeks on one hand and looked out the window in a daze. She has not contacted Lin Fei recently, because her girlfriend Jean Shoya said that cold and hot is a surefire way to pin down a man. As long as the beginning of his very good and very enthusiastic, then suddenly love to ignore will certainly let him produce a sense of disparity, and thus began to unconsciously think of you. Kai Xinyan tried, but it is not the case. She just loved to ignore Lin Fei. The latter is like directly to her as a person to forget. Thinking about it, Kai Xinyan finally figured it out. Lin Fei was different from other guys. There was absolutely no shortage of girls around him. Playing tricks on herself wouldn't end up making the other party pay attention to her. It would only make the other party leave her out in the cold. Moreover, seeing Lin Fei surrounded by so many girls, Kai Xinyan was instead aroused by the desire to win. Sometimes girls are like this. For a boy that no one likes, they simply won't understand, and subconsciously feel that this boy has no face to take out. But the more the girls are pursued by the favorite boys, the more they like, will automatically put a layer of filters, will be the boys imagine how good. The more you can't get, the better, and I'll take what others are taking. Moreover, although there had been rich second generation chasing her before, but either their face value was not up to par or their brains were not up to par. Lin Fei was the first man she had ever had her heart set on, and she wasn't willing to just let it go to someone else. Till noon, Lin Fei is finally liberated. Listening to that old man lecture hurt his brain dizzy. However, just after leaving the classroom, the counselor called and asked him to come to the dean's office. Lin Fei thought he had committed something, and couldn't help but be a little flustered, and then asked if there was a big shot looking for him. This makes Lin Fei a little confused. Big man looking for himself? Andy Lau? Jackie Chan? With a curious mind, Lin Fei came to the office of Zhu Baichuan, the dean of the School of Information Engineering. After knocking on the door, it was quickly opened by a young man in a suit. Lin Fei walked in and found 4 people inside. The one sitting on that chair behind the desk was Dean Zhu Baichuan, who he had seen on the bulletin board. The other 3, on the other hand, didn't look like people from the school, because one of them, the middle-aged man in athleisure where Lin Fei recognized, was a former member of the national soccer team who had made it to the 02 World Cup, and was also a famous member of the English Premier League club Manchester City. The other 2 should be his assistants or something like that. looking somewhat young and suited and booted. Mr. Lin, you're here, Shu Baichuan greeted smilingly. Good day, Dean. Lin Fei smiled sarcastically and nodded. This is Coach Sun, a former member of the national soccer team. The other two are his assistants. They watched your video on the internet and made a special trip here to meet you, Shu Baichuan introduced with a smile. Chapter 63, I won't borrow it if it's not a brother. Only then did Lin Fei look at Coach Sun over there, only to realize that the other party was also sizing himself up. Hello, Coach Sun. Lin Fei took the initiative to greet him. He still had a good feeling about this person. Hello, Coach Sun smiled back. Have a seat, Student Lin. No need to be too formal. Shu Baichuan smiled and waved his hand. All right. Lin Fei grinned. Then he was not polite and directly sat on the sofa. Student Lin, can I conveniently ask you a question? Coach Sun said smilingly. Lin Fei nodded. Go ahead. Are you interested in trying out for the national team? Coach Sun asked directly. Before he came, Coach Sun had carefully watched Lin Fei's video a dozen times with many of the biggest names in soccer in the country, and had also invited quite a few professionals from abroad to evaluate it. In the end, they realized that Lin Fei had never scored more than 10 goals because of abuse, but rather, it was real skill and footwork. After that, they also quickly called the president of the UW to inquire about the strength of the varsity team. In the end, it was found that this varsity team of the University of China was full of national first and second level soccer players, and monopolized the championship of the province's college league for many years, which was also one of the top levels in the country. It can be said that the overall strength is not inferior to the third level of the domestic league, and Lin Fei was able to completely crush this group of people with his own strength, beating them until they were powerless to fight back. Such a record, even the strongest striker in the country right now, was completely unattainable. Thus, Coach Sun immediately decided to personally come over to meet Lin Fei and do his best to persuade him to play for his country. The draft hasn't started yet for this period, right? Lin Fei froze. Coach Sun nodded and then said, we've already communicated with the FA. If you're willing to try out for the national team, then they'll specially call you up for the next training list. This decision was actually a big gamble by the FA. After all, although Lin Fei was great, after their investigation they found that the highest level of competition Lin Fei had participated in was the province's high school league. Of course, in fact, Lin Fei was fully qualified to represent Huayang City Experimental High School to participate in the National High School Student League, but because of the reason of stepping into his senior year of high school, under the persuasion of his family, Lin Fei withdrew early. Okay. Lin Fei felt that it was only a few days anyway, so it was still acceptable. National team matches weren't frequent, and it wouldn't take much time. Good. You definitely won't regret your decision today. What awaits you must be a great honor, Coach Sun portrayed with some excitement. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. He had thought that Lin Fei would refuse to enlist for fear of trouble, but he hadn't expected to agree so readily. Shu Baichuan on the side was even smiling. Lin Fei's promise meant that students from Huayang University would appear in the national team training list a month later. As one of the leaders of the school, he also had a glowing face. Student Lin, I'm very much looking forward to you competing for your country in the future. Shu Baichuan smiled and patted Lin Fei's shoulder. At this time, Lin Fei said, Coach Sun, I have a request. That is, don't publicize any information about me during the training period. Is that okay? Coach Sun nodded and said, that's certainly no problem. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't expose him too much during the intensive training, and intentionally darken his skin a bit during the competition, and change his hairstyle throughout his tattoos, he shouldn't be recognized on the streets in the future. After all, people nowadays were face-blind. After conversing for a while longer, Lin Fei then left the office. After having a meal, it was already more than 10 minutes past 1, only 40 minutes from class time. Lin Fei simply didn't go back to his dorm room, intending to go directly to the classroom where the class was held to sleep first. Since Bai Chi had gotten Lin Fei's $500,000 last time, he had paid back all the money he owed from his previous visit to the doctor. After learning from Bai Jianjun that the fourth uncle and the fourth aunt came to the hospital to say those words, Bai Chi even directly called the fourth uncle and the fourth aunt scolded. Bai Chi think anyway, he is a bastard image, so directly mixed to the end, and then found Zhang Kuei warned not to harass Bai Chi, or do not blame him for the murder. However, because of the repayment of money, Bai Chi's hands only left more than $300,000, and he entrusted someone to find a kidney source, the other side of the price of $55 million. Bai Chi has been bargaining, but the other party bites the bullet to $55 million. Bai Chi had no choice but to call around to borrow money. Billiard hall friends, relatives at home, and even a long time no contact with his uncle. But in the end, only borrowed $30,000, but Bai Chi did not complain. After all, the economy is not good these days, and then again, who dares to borrow big money to a minor kid? can borrow a few $1,000s has been to give face. Bai Chi hands now a total of 400,000, only 15 million short, but 150,000 looks less. In fact, for ordinary people has been a big number. Most of the family's annual income cannot reach this number. To get this 150,000 is really not easy. At this time, Bai Chi suddenly thought of his junior high school classmate Yu Kong. When he recently brushed his friend's circle, he saw that the other party often sunshined some photos of playing on the yacht, and a big pile of cash. He remembered that the other party's family is also penniless. I did not expect that now can play on the yacht. It is estimated that these years to mix the Hall of Fame. Maybe he can find the other party to borrow a little. After all, the relationship between the two people in the past is not bad. So, Bai Chi quickly dialed Yu Kang's WeChat phone, but a series of several calls are not answered. Bai Chi cannot help but laugh bitterly. I'm afraid they already know I want to borrow money, but just put the phone into the pocket. The phone rang again. Bai Chi thought it was his sister's call, picked up the phone to see, but it was Yu Kong called him back. Hello, old Yu. Bai Chi answered the phone and immediately shouted enthusiastically, trying to imply that we were once good brothers. Yo, why are you suddenly contacting me here? On the other end of the phone, Yu Kong teased. Bai Chi dryly laughed twice, then carefully opened his mouth. Just want to find you to do a favor. What favor? Say it, brother, I will definitely help you. Yu Kong said cheerfully. Can you lend me some money? Bai Chi was a little embarrassed to even say this sentence. After all, since Yu Kong dropped out of school in the first semester of his second year, the two had rarely contacted each other. Now borrowing money as soon as they contacted each other was more or less that. Yu Kong, who had been so forthcoming just now, also lost his voice when he heard the word borrow money. After a long time of silence, the phone only came Yu Kang's voice. Is not a brother, I do not borrow, but I now hand really tight. I just built a villa in my hometown, and now the decoration is only installed to half. My hand is left more than 100,000. You say I how to lend. Chapter 64, I'll make you rich. Bai Chi seemed to have expected the other party to say this, so he just sighed. There's no money to borrow, but I can bring you money, provided you have the capital. On the other end of the phone, Yu Kong continued. When Bai Chi heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Bring me money? To be honest, he had long been curious about what Yu Kong had been doing these past few years out, even lifting cars and building houses, giving him envy. Old Yu, really? You're willing to take me? Bai Chi was a little excited. You have the principal? Yu Kong questioned. Yes, Bai Chi said in a rush. How much? $20,000. Bai Chi originally wanted to say hundreds of thousands, but then thought about the reason that the wealth is not exposed, so he casually said 20,000. 20,000. Can also be, you are now in Huayan, right? You give a location. Let's meet and talk. An hour later, Bai Chi was already sitting in the passenger side of Yu Kang's Volkswagen Maiden, looking at Yu Kong, who was only 2 years older than himself, had already driven a sedan. It would be false for Bai Chi to say he wasn't envious. Old Yu, it seems that you've really gotten money in these years. You're driving a Maytag. Bai Chi looked around at the car. He had once fantasized about having a car to protect him from the wind and rain, and then taking his sister and dad around. But the reality is cruel. 15-year-old school dropout. He came out of society for 2 years, not a penny saved, but because of his father's illness owed a butt of debt, a broken maiden only, if not a while ago business losses. I now drive E300. Yu Kong bristled. What about you? Where have you gotten rich recently? Yu Kong raised his eyebrows and said, it's the billiard club over in the university town that works. Bai Chi said with some embarrassment. The same as a dropout. He also than others Yu Kong late dropout 1.5 years, received a junior high school diploma, who knows not as good as others mixed. 5,000 a month? Yu Kong couldn't help but laugh. More than 4,000 points. Bai Chi face a little red. What do you mix this Yu Kong shook his head and laughed. The laughter could not be heard whether it was a mockery or a joke. No way. No way. Can only do these. Bai Chi laughed bitterly. It's okay, brother, I'll take you to get rich. Yu Kong smiled and patted Bai Chi's shoulder, just like a generous and righteous look. Bai Chi saw Yu Kang's sincere look, and also nodded his head heavily. Yu Kong can make a name for himself. So can he. Bai Chi. He also wants to build a villa in his hometown, and he also wants to drive a maiden. Right, old Yu, where are we going now? Bai Chi was so focused on daydreaming that he forgot about business. Don't you want to make a lot of money? Let's go make big money now, Yu Kong said smilingly. More than an hour later, the car came to the entrance of a hotel by the river. After getting out of the car, Yu Kong led Bai Chi into the hotel. The hotel lobby manager seemed to recognize Yu Kong, and greeted him with a smile. Bai Chi followed the side. Also feel quite some face. The The two first took the elevator to the 5th floor, and then circled around a few times to a small room, and then took the elevator to the -3RD floor in the small room. When they reached the -3RD floor, just as they exited the elevator, Bai Chi heard a burst of popping high music coming from the room. Is this a bar down here? Bai Chi wondered. Ha! Yukong laughed and didn't say anything. Soon, Bai Chi followed Yukong to the place where that music sound came from. Sure enough, it was a bar, but it was a bit bigger than the average bar, not only in size, but also in scale. Bai Chi just went in, and saw a lot of differently dressed beauties dancing, each surrounded by a few men who were going up and down on them. This is not all. Bai Chi also saw a lot of sexy beautiful women, just wearing a tulle dress on the top of the twist. The lights are shaking what can be seen clearly. This bar people also special more, and most for young people. This is a formal bar? Bai Chi are somewhat skeptical that this is a chicken coop. Don't talk nonsense here, Yukong reminded. Okay, Bai Chi immediately nodded. Yukong led Bai Chi to the far corner of the bar, then opened an iron door and walked down the stairs. Bai Chi was still a little nervous in his heart, afraid that this go waste would have to be lost. But when he came to the bottom, Bai Chi was finally relieved, because this is below, very lively. But when saw the doorway rows and rows of neat slot machines, as well as people around the gambling table shouting bets, Bai Chi realized that this is an underground casino. Old you, what you said about making money is gambling? Bai Chi asked with a frown. Don't worry, this is a regular casino. Many college students and white-collar workers love to come over here to play. Yukong also knew what Bai Chi was worried about and quickly said. Bai Chi swept a glance inside the casino and did see quite a few fashionably dressed young people, as well as white-shirt office workers. Let's go. I'll take you to play a few games first. Yukong put his arm around Bai Chi's shoulders and said. Soon, Yukong went and exchanged $10,000 in chips, then brought Bai Chi to a gambling table to play. This table was the simplest to play. 3 dice were shaken by the dealer, and after shaking them, they were pressed for size. The sum of the dice numbers is less than or equal to 10 is considered small, greater than or equal to 11 is considered large. The odds are calculated according to the amount of bets on both sides. Yukong first and Bai Chi watched a game. By the way, to explain the rules to Bai Chi, and then began to bet. I'll bet on big. I'll bet big too. Press big. At the betting table, several big men shouted and placed their chips. I'll press small. Yukong was extremely bold and placed $10,000 on small in one go. As the dice shook, the crowd at the table tensed up. Bai Chi also had a close eye on the dice cup, somewhat curious about the outcome. Soon, the dealer cleaned up the table, uncovered the dice cup. 1, 1, 3, small. Under the extremely high odds, Yukong instantly got $60,000 with profit. Awesome. Bai Chi was all of a sudden thrilled beyond measure. How about it? Do you want to have a hand? Yukong egged on. Bai Chi hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Just play a hand should be fine. A loss I will close. Then, Bai Chi and Yukong went to exchange 10,000 chips, and then returned to the table just now. Old you, are you betting big or small? Bai Chi looked at Yukong and asked. Big this time. Yukong thought about it and said. Upon hearing this, Bai Chi immediately took out a $1,000 chip and Yukong pressed big. While placing his bet, Yukong secretly winked at the dealer. Soon, the dealer lifted the dice cup. 4, 5, 5. Big. Asterisk. 1. Bai Chi had an incredulous look on his face. Surrounding people see Bai Chi this appearance, immediately have cast a disdainful look. Down $1,000. Happy into this bird? Where is the bumpkin from? Although the odds are only 1:1, but look at 1,000 into 2,000. Bai Chi is still happy. Won the money. White Chi also began to bold up. The second game directly bet 2,000. Chapter 65. How did this happen? Seeing Bai Chi directly bet 2,000, a cold smile flashed across Yukong's eyes. This puts the two of them on small, while many people around them are on big. People are like this. Sometimes there will be an inexplicable rebellious mind, just like to go against the grain. Moreover, I don't know if this side is too lively. There are 5 or 6 more unfamiliar faces at the gambling table all of a sudden, also following the bet. The odds were as high as 1:5 with all the money being thrown at the table. As long as Bai Chi won this hand, he would be able to get $12,000 with interest. After the crowd had finished placing their bets, the dealer began to shake the dice. Listening to the constant crashing sound, Bai Chi was a little nervous and trembling, but when he saw the 3 dice points revealed after the Dutchman uncovered the dice cup, he was so excited that he shouted. Guessed it. Seeing this, Yukong also hurriedly smiled and said, how is it? Brother didn't lie to you, right? Looking at more than 10,000 chips into his hands, Bai Chi smiled from ear to ear, looking at Yukong's eyes full of gratitude. Old you this brother I didn't recognize wrong. At the same time, Bai Qi also some secretly regret only invested 2,000. If invested 20,000, is not it still 100,000? Thinking of this, Bai Qi is somewhat remorseful. Asterisk. This brother today really lucky Yes, $1,000 all of a sudden became more than 10,000. Luck is indeed good. If you vote 10,000, then it is estimated to have 100,000. Right, I'm just too timid. At the gambling table, several people looked at Bai Qi and said, hearing these words, Bai Qi also felt that his own bet is indeed too small. Others are 10,000, 20,000. Only his own 1,000,2,000. At this time, Yukong has also said, you this 1,000 2,000 under, do not know when to earn. If I say directly 10,000 down, lost the big deal to start again. One that can be 5 or 6 million. Bai Qi heard, also feel very reasonable. The larger the amount, the more you win, and you don't have a gambling addiction, as long as you win enough 15 million to run away. Moreover, he now won $10,000. This $10,000 can be taken out to try. Lose no loss. Win blood profit. Old you, I'll bet 10,000 on this one. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, not bad, I wasn't wrong about you. Yukong gave a thumbs up, then turned around and started placing bets with Bai Qi. This time the two pressed continued to be small, and the few raw faces beside them also came over to follow suit. Just like that, the odds became 1:1. Shake the dice. Reveal the cup. 1, 1, 1. Small. The gamblers on the sidelines all of a sudden had different faces, and some began to regret not placing a bet with Yukong and the others. The 10,000 that Bai Qi had placed had instantly turned into 20,000. Many of the surrounding gamblers saw the two win 3 times in a row. They also came to the side of the two want to bet together. Bai Qi this time is also some drift. Directly out of 20,000 and Yukong continued to pressure small. Only because too many people followed the small pressure. The odds all of a sudden became 5:1. With the dealer unveiled the dice cup. Just now and Bai Qi and their pressure small people suddenly jumped up excitedly. Because again guessed. Bai Qi stared blankly at the 40,000 chips. His heart was excited. He felt that 2 more hands, 150,000 will be in hand. However, as soon as the next hand started, everyone went for the big bet. After all, after 3 consecutive small hands, the risk is still a bit high if you press small again. Seeing this, the corner of Yukong's mouth rose slightly, and after glancing at the dealer, he directly bet 50,000 to press small. This person still presses small? Still presses this much? Crazy, right? This kind of young man, drifting off after a few times of good luck. Normal. Those gamblers around them were looking at the little cutie. The same eyes looked at Yukong. Bai Qi was also a little worried. Why don't we press big this time? To earn big money, you have to dare to bet. This hand pressure small odds about 1:6. Win a hand will earn over 10,000 into 60,000. 60,000 into 36,000. This kind of opportunity is not always available. Yukong came to Bai Qi's ear and said, 1:6 odds. Bai Qi thought of this, suddenly eyes are a little light. So, Bai Qi went to change another 10,000 chips, plus the 50,000 chips in his hand. Exactly 60,000. 66 big luck, just as a good luck. This time, as long as Yukong and Bai Qi and the other two pressure small, the other are all pressure big. Bai Qi's heart also constantly hinted to himself, the truth must be in the hands of a few people. As the dice cup was slowly unveiled, the hearts of the crowd were immediately in their throats. 4, 6, 4, big, Bai Qi's face went white all of a sudden. How could this happen? $60,000, just gone? Yukong saw Bai Qi's 20,000 yuan principal lost, and quickly said, alright, the casino is like this. There are losses and wins. The big thing is to borrow some money to start again Bai Qi is now simply difficult. Had I known just won the 40,000 on the go, now not only all gone, but also lost 20,000. Forget it old you I do not play. Bai Qi felt that he could not gamble anymore. Alas, this vigor of yours? No wonder you are now mixed up in this be like. Yukong also said with hatred, and then turned around and directly $50,000 to press small. Bai Qi laughed bitterly and watched from the sidelines. The odds were 1:3. Not as high as last time, but it was okay. But after uncovering the dice cup, Bai Qi was dumbfounded. Surprisingly small. Yukong's $50,000 all of a sudden became $200,000 with interest. Yukong turned around and glanced at Bai Qi proudly, and then pressed the $200,000 all down again. The 200,000 turned into 600,000. 600,000 turned into 1,200,000. Yukong won 3 times in a row, but Bai Qi was not happy at all. He felt that if he had just pressed with Yukong, he would have several 100,000 by now. If you want to get your capital back, hurry up and go borrow money, or else you've come for nothing today, Yukong urged. Bai Qi only hesitated for a second this time before running over to the counter to change chips. Change 60,000. Gamble. Get your capital back and leave. Bai Qi thought this way. Soon, Bai Qi exchanged 60,000 chips and returned to the gambling table. When Yukong saw him take so much, he was skeptical. How could he, a newcomer, borrow 60,000? Are you lying to me? Your principal is more than 20,000? Yukong was a bit unhappy. The 60,000 that was exchanged was money from my dad's card that I secretly used. Bai Qi had already thought of an excuse. Yukong secretly cursed a loser, but on the surface, he smiled and said, not bad, it's you who need this vigor. Making big money is like this. This time, the two continued to press small, but Yukong only pressed $100,000. Bai Qi originally wanted to only press $30,000, but looking at the odds of 1:2, he again thought of betting. Winning with profit $180,000 to hand, then directly run away. However, when he looked at the dice with anticipation, his face froze. 4, 6, 6, big. The Dutchman's voice woke him up. My day, how could this be? Bai Qi was so angry that he scratched his ears and rose up. Chapter 66, Guts to be enlarged. But the next hand, Yukong pressed hit again. Just lost money all of a sudden back to the capital also made some. Gambling is to enlarge the guts. Those who are afraid after losing two hands won't be able to win, Yukong said intentionally as he proceeded to place his bets. He knew that this Bai Qi kid must still have money, since he had dared to embezzle the money from his old man's card. It meant that it was more than that. At this time, the betting game was about to begin, and the odds were again as high as 1:4. Bai Qi gritted his teeth. I'll give up. I'll bet on this one. Then, went to change another 50,000 yuan of chips, all in Yukong pressure the same. However, again lost. Seeing the 13 million so lost, Bai Qi is more and more think the more unwilling, and went to change the 10,000 chips, intends to play steadily. The third hand, odds 1:3. This time, Bai Qi finally won, but looking at the extra $30,000, Bai Qi instantly regretted the pressure less. If just a moment to pressure 5 or 6 million, not all of a sudden back to the capital. Thinking of this, Bai Qi next hand and will bet to 60,000, but this time actually lost again. After a dozen, Bai Qi pressure less to win, pressure more to lose, but every time in his despair, and suddenly won a few big ones, and, after winning, there are many girls over to give him courtesies. Around the people are also have to tout what to bottom rebound, but just rekindled hope, put big money, Bai Qi lost hemp again. In the end, Bai Qi even with the money in the card and the hands of the chips only left 20,000. No, today must return to the capital. Bai Qi eyes covered with blood. Anyway, are almost lost, and now in addition to gambling, there is no faster way back to capital. The last hand, Bai Qi will be the last 20,000 full pressure out. However, the result is the same. All blew away. Bai Qi instantly panicked. More than 300,000. 300,000 just like this is gone. Money lost. Dad's disease how to do. It is not easy to get the money. Not yet hot so gone. No, I don't believe I can't return to the capital. Bai Qi felt that he had just missed several opportunities. Otherwise he would have won $1 million. Coupled with the sight of the Yukong incited the fire. Bai Qi brain hot. Directly to the front desk to borrow 10,000 chips. And Bai Qi is also a spell. Only pressure odds high, but less than 10 minutes. All lost. Borrowed another 10,000. But still a hand not win. Bai Qi suddenly had two black eyes and was paralyzed on the ground. Sure enough, you guys have problems with the dice. Look everyone, their dice have a remote control. Everyone, look. At this moment, in the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing wax-colored short sleeves and a gray face suddenly yelled and stood up, holding a small remote control in his hand. In an instant, the entire casino was abuzz, and everyone turned their gazes towards this man. At this time, the surroundings suddenly rushed out a few tough-looking big man, without saying directly went forward to punch and kick him. Martyr is another blackmailer. Nemas can't afford to lose, don't play. The middle-aged man received a beating, and immediately lay on the ground and begged for mercy, hastily saying that the remote control was his. At this time, Bai Qi suddenly glimpsed that the dealer of the table he had been playing at, took away the dice on the table at once with extremely fast hand speed, followed by taking out several identical dice. The quickness of the movement was simply terrifying as hell. Moreover, the people around were all watching the fun, completely not noticing the laughter. Nema. Thinking of the words of that person just now, Bai Qi cursed angrily and got up to pounce on that beautiful dealer. Thunk! With a muffled sound, The female lotter was pounced on by Bai Chi. "Ah, what are you doing?" The female lotter immediately cried out. This cry immediately attracted the attention of many people in the casino. Bai Chi didn't care, and directly groped her body with both hands. Around a few gamblers see this. Immediately face changed. At this time, Bai Chi touched the Lotus officer's cuffs have hard objects. Directly opened his mouth to tear. A sound. The cuff broke open. A few dice fell out from inside. Bai Chi quickly grabbed those dice in one hand and just got up and shouted, "I can guarantee it. There must be something wrong with the dice in this casino." In an instant, hundreds of gazes looked towards him. In order to prove his suspicion, Bai Chi even placed a dice on the ground and was ready to step on it. But when he was ready to do it, Bai Chi felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, and before he could react, his person had already flown out backwards. Then, a few big men came forward to surround Bai Chi, and constantly punched and kicked at Bai Chi. While fighting, he shouted, "Nima's another one who came to smash the scene. I told you to come and smash the place. I told you to come and smash the place. You're in league with that old bastard, aren't you?" Bai Chi was curled up on the ground, holding his head with both hands, and continuously letting out gurgling screams. In the midst of the chaos, a big man quickly stuffed a small plastic pocket into Bai Chi's pants bag, and then continued to punch and kick. Fighting, a few people suddenly and deliberately let out a gap, so that onlookers can see clearly inside Bai Chi. Then, a burly man with an inch haircut and an over-the-shoulder dragon tattoo picked Bai Chi up, then pulled out a plastic bag from his pants bag. "Everyone, look, what's on this person?" The burly man raised the plastic bag high in the air. The onlookers all looked towards the plastic bag. The burly man let out a cold smile, then tore the plastic bag open, and several dice and a remote control fell out all of a sudden. This is really here to smash the scene. Well played." Seeing this, the onlookers also cursed at Bai Chi. "If you all don't believe me, you can check the dice and all the equipment on the gambling table," the burly man continued. As soon as these words came out, everyone picked up the dice and checked them, and checked around the gambling table. But in the end, nothing was found to be wrong. After all, the casino had already gotten everything done during the effort of watching the action just now. "I'm really sorry for bringing everyone such a farce today. In order to express my apologies, when everyone cashes in today, the casino should not take a cut," the burly man then said. As soon as the words fell, the casino was abuzz with excitement. For a moment, they were all immersed in joy, completely forgetting about the dice and remote control just now. On the other hand, Bai Chi's side, his nose was bleeding, and his face was even more blue and purple. But that's not all. The few strong men see things calm down. Directly a drag up Bai Chi and the middle-aged man to the casino room at the end of the room. Just after entering the room, the two were thrown to the ground. Asterisk, give it to me and keep fighting. Just don't beat them to death. The strong man tattooed with an over-the-shoulder dragon gave an order, and 7 or 8 strong men once again stepped forward to deliver a burst of output to the two men. This time it was even more ruthless than outside. Bai Chi was directly fainted to death in the end. Chapter 67 Angry Bai Chi. Wow! A basin of cold water was poured down, and the fainting Bai Chi slowly opened his eyes. He had been beaten to the point where his face was covered in blood. Bruises and hideous wounds were all over his body, and there were bouts of severe pain coming from many parts of his body. Bai Chi felt like he was about to die. He didn't even have the strength to speak. He didn't want to ask for money anymore. He just wanted to hurry and leave. Snap! You even dare to smash Luo's field. You don't want to live. At this time, Yukong in the crowd walked up and ruthlessly gave Bai Chi a slap and cursed. The other few burly men just snorted coldly when they saw this. "Next time you bring this kind of brainwashed in, I'll be the first to clean you up first." The burly man with the over-the-shoulder dragon tattoo walked over and patted Yukong's shoulder. Yes, brother Luo." Yukong hurriedly nodded his head with a compensatory smile. After hearing this, the man called Brother Luo stepped forward and grabbed Bai Chi's collar, sneering, "I heard that you have an old man and a very pretty-looking sister, right?" When Bai Chi heard this, he immediately raised his head and looked at Yukong with a murderous gaze. If he didn't have an ounce of strength, he couldn't wait to rush up and strangle Yukong. This beast, at the expense of Lousy still treating him as a brother. If you don't want your father and your sister to have any accidents, if you don't want anything to happen to your father and your sister, there's no need for me to say more about these things today, right? The strong man took out a small knife and gently scraped at Bai Chi's chin. Feeling the coldness at his chin, Bai Chi could only nod in humiliation. "The $20,000 owed to the casino. I'll give you 2 months to pay it back. Our daily interest rate is 10%. If you can't come up with the money after 2 months, we'll have to go to your father for it." The strong man slapped Bai Chi's face and said, "No, didn't it say 1% per day?" Bai Chi's voice hissed. He remembered that when he went to borrow the money, the woman at the counter had said 1% per day herself. "Oh, then maybe she remembered it wrong. The burly man sneered. At 8 o'clock in the evening, inside the ward of a private hospital in Huayang City, Bai Qi was lying on the hospital bed, his head wrapped in several circles of gauze, and his hands and legs were also wrapped in gauze in several places. Yukong sent him to the hospital, paid the medical bills, and left $5,000 before leaving. A female nurse wearing a mask was standing next to him adjusting the bottle and preparing to give him an infusion. The female nurse was a young woman in her 20s, somewhat serious looking. Looking at Bai Qi on the hospital bed, the nurse sighed. These injuries, at first glance, were from a fight, but she had already seen it before. She saw such a situation almost every day. Nostalgia na are you thaw. At this time, Bai Qi's phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, sis, but he couldn't move at all, and could only throw a look of help at the nurse. Seeing this, the nurse could only help Bai Qi pick up the cell phone to connect the call, and then put it on Bai Qi's pillow. Xiao Qi, are you at Dad's? On the other end of the phone, came Bai Qi's voice. No, I'm outside. Bai Qi tried to make his voice sound normal, but Bai Qi was no cutie pie. Immediately heard that Bai Qi didn't sound right. Xiao Qi, what's wrong with your voice? Bai Qi's voice was instantly serious for a few moments. Nothing, sister. Just a cold. Bai Qi tried to smile and speak louder, but he simply couldn't make it work, and his body tugged and hurt when he did. Give me a video call. Bai Qi suddenly speechless. At this time, the nurse on the side really can't stand to watch, directly picked up Bai Qi's phone and said, your brother is now in Ward 705 of Huakong Hospital. He is seriously injured and needs to be taken care of. Who are you? Why is my brother's phone in your hands? On the other end of the phone, Bai Qi asked in a hurry. I am the nurse of Huakong Hospital. Your brother is now hospitalized in our hospital. He is seriously injured and needs someone to take care of him. Do you understand? The nurse said seriously. My brother, how is he? On the other end of the phone, Bai Qi's voice was trembling a little. No danger for now. You hurry and come. The nurse finished speaking and directly hung up the phone. The nurse placed the phone on a side cabinet and then looked at Bai Qi, only to find the latter looking at her with eyes full of anger, as if she wanted to cut her alive. How are you going to go to the bathroom like this? How are you going to eat? Who's going to pay your medical bills? Who will sign the family signature? The nurse instead asked back with a bashful face. Mu Ting could tell that the youth in the hospital bed had difficult feelings, but more than that, he needed someone to take care of him now. Bai Qi was instantly silent, but was still offended that this nurse was salty. Alright, don't move for now. At this time, Mu Ting was also ready to give Bai Qi an infusion. Bai Qi, however, gamely fidgeted his fingers around. Mu Ting blankly glanced at him, then directly pressed Bai Qi's hand. Feeling a soft and cool touch coming from the back of his hand, Bai Qi's face under the gauze couldn't help but blush. Not having held the hand of a person of the opposite sex other than his sister, his heartbeat accelerated a bit. Mu Ting, on the other hand, continued to concentrate on giving Bai Qi the needle. The needle stuck into a blood vessel. Bai Qi's body couldn't help but tremble, but this tremble pulled the wound, almost giving him pain to faint. Hiss! Bai Qi sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Young and not learning to fight, now know the pain? Mu Ting lectured. Bai Qi glared at her and didn't say anything. After the infusion, Mu Ting checked Bai Qi's physical condition again before leaving the ward. Since Huakong Hospital wasn't that far away from Shide, Bai Qi arrived here in half an hour. When she pushed open the door of Ward 705 and saw Bai Qi, who was wrapped in gauze and almost unrecognizable on the hospital bed, tears instantly came out of her eyes. With trembling lips, she quickly walked to the bedside, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. Xiao Qi, what's going on here? How did you get hurt like this? Bai Qi's eyes were full of heartache and anger. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Bai Qi, but she was afraid of hurting him. Sis, I'm fine. Bai Qi tried to squeeze out a smile, but the face that was almost half wrapped in gauze, the smile was a bit funny. Still saying you're fine? Look at all your injuries. Bai Qi's tears couldn't stop flowing. What the hell is going on? You got into a fight with someone else. She gripped Bai Qi's hand tightly, her body trembling slightly from anger and worry. Bai Qi's heart was filled with guilt as he watched his sister being so sad and upset. Sis, it's me who made the mistake, so don't mind. Shut up, you are my brother. How can I not care? Bai Qi raised her voice. If you have a long or short life, what will you let me and Dad do? Bai Qi looked at his sister so sad and angry. His heart became more and more guilty, but he didn't dare to tell the truth. He knew his sister too well, usually a gentle and quiet image, but once it came to his problems, she never stopped. When he was in elementary school and was charged protection money by others, her sister had even wrestled with others over it. Family members free love power to give it. Please, chapter 68 can help you take care of it. Sister, all blame me. I was obsessed with wanting to make quick money, went to the casino. As a result, Not only did I lose all my money, but I also got into debt. In the end I was angry and made a scene, so I was beaten by others. Bai Qi did not dare to meet his sister's eyes at all. Since childhood, as long as he lied, he was bound to be seen by his sister. Just now Yukong sent him back on the road. Has been talking about that Luo brother in Huayang City is very powerful. Pro-uncle is a district of the Public Security Bureau secretary. Thinking of the other side black and white, and under the hands of many outlaws, Bai Qi is really some fear. If he is all alone, then he may on the other side of the fight or die in the end to get the money back, but he also has a family, so the teeth can only be broken into the stomach. Bai Qi heard this, the whole person as if suffered a lightning strike frozen, eyes full of disbelief and deep despair. Shao Qi, you, how could you touch gambling? Her voice became hoarse from pain. She couldn't believe that her honest brother would embark on the road of gambling. For a moment, she was somewhat tempted to raise her hand and slap Bai Qi. Sis, it's my momentary confusion. I was thinking that this could make fast money to give Dad a new kidney. That's why I had no choice. Bai Qi choked, tears in his eyes. I really know I'm wrong. Sis, you can scold me and hit me, then they can't beat you like this, Bai Qi said angrily while wiping her tears. Sis, it was me who hit the person first. That person was hit too badly by me, so the other party just laid down a cruel hand. Bai Qi bull ******* Ted. After saying this, he felt that he wanted to cry a little, being cheated by others without money, and being beaten severely, and as a result, he also had to excuse others. A nameless fire of hatred quietly ignited in Bai Qi's heart. Here is the younger brother firsthand. Bai Qi can no longer hold back, raised his hand to slap away. She is really angry. Bai Qi also closed his eyes in pain, preparing for the slap, but after a long time, the slap did not calm down. Bai Qi forced herself to hold back the grief and anger within her, taking a deep breath in an effort to calm herself down. So how much do you really owe? Bai Qi opened his eyes. His voice was as thin as a mosquito fly. Oh, 20,000. Bai Qi heard this and was slightly relieved. The last time Bai Qi transferred her the $10,000 she has not used, the remaining 10,000, their own odd jobs, should be able to pay back. But when she thought of her father's kidney replacement problem was thus delayed, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing again. But soon, Bai Qi tried to calm down her emotions, wiped her tears, and looked at Bai Qi with firm eyes. Shao Qi, don't be afraid. My sister will find a way to help you out even if she puts her life on the line. You just get well. Right. You're hungry, right? Want to eat something? Sister will go buy it for you. Bai Qi sat on the edge of the bed and softly inquired, her eyes full of pain. Bai Qi didn't want to trouble her sister, but her stomach indisputably let out a few gurgles. A bowl of skinny meat porridge. I can't eat anything else in this situation, Bai Qi said with a bitter smile. Bai Qi looked at the gauze on her brother's head and face, sighed helplessly, and then nodded. Then you rest first. Sis will be back soon, Bai Qi tenderly instructed before getting up and leaving the hospital room. Although Huakan Hospital was a private hospital, it wasn't small in scale, plus there were a few little-known experts within the hospital, so even though it was more expensive, there were quite a lot of people who came to ask for medical attention. The hospital inpatient department downstairs there is a large cafeteria, so Bai Qi is also directly in the cafeteria to buy eggs and thin meat porridge, but the prices within this hospital cafeteria were extremely high. A bowl of skin egg and thin meat porridge charged her $13, and the portions were still average. It's so expensive Bai Qi sighed as she walked. $13 was already almost enough to cover her living expenses for a day. She ate the cheapest 3-vegetable, 1 soup set meal for $5 almost every day at school, and only occasionally would she go for a stir-fried meal with meat. But it's not that Bai Qi didn't suffer hard to eat, but there is really no way. Her father now has no income. Her brother's salary basically has to be used in the medical expenses, and all the money left over from her student loans is also used in her father's medical expenses. Her monthly living expenses almost come from her part-time job on weekends. At school, she was even nicknamed the poor schoolgirl. Back in the hospital room, Bai Qi sat on the edge of the bed, opened the eggs and thin meat congee, picked up a spoon and began to feed Bai Qi. Before feeding also did not forget to blow. When Bai Qi saw the scene, he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose, but adhering to the principle of a man's bloodshed not tears, he still endured it. He secretly swore inwardly that in the future, he would definitely make a name for himself. He would return the bullies one by one. His family must live a good life. Taking a bite of the skin and egg thin meat congee, Bai Qi felt a warm current pass through his body, and the pain was eased quite a bit. How is it? Is it good? Bai Qi asked while feeding, not forgetting to ask. Bai Qi gently nodded. His heart felt even more guilty. His sister had really paid too much for this family. Sister, after eating you go back. Tomorrow you still have to go to class, Bai Qi said. You are like this. How can sis rest assured? Bai Qi said bitterly. It's okay sis. I just got a little bit of trauma. I can still barely get out of bed. Besides, if there's a problem you can still call the nurse. Bai Qi tried to squeeze out a smile. Bai Qi was silent. She did have 2 professional classes tomorrow morning, and because of her father's matter before she had already taken quite a few days off, it really wasn't a good idea to take any more. Her brother was not in any danger at the moment, plus there was a nurse. There really wasn't much use in staying by herself, but the 2 didn't notice that there was already one more person in the room. Mu Ting stood in the doorway and looked at the 2. When she saw Bai Qi who was feeding Kanji by the bedside, she, a woman, had a flash of amazement in her eyes. There was such a beautiful woman? However, when seeing the cheap-feeling pink t-shirt and washed to the point of whiteness jeans on Bai Qi's body, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Growing up so pretty, how could she dress so plainly? In her impression, the female college students nowadays are all flamboyant. Such a plain image is really a bit subversive to her perception. However, she quickly stopped thinking too much and walked up to ask, "You are her sister, right?" Bai Qi was so focused on feeding the kanji that she didn't even notice that someone had entered the room, and when she heard someone speak, she hastily raised her head. Upon seeing Mu Ting in a white nurse's uniform, she asked, "Hello nurse, is it time to change the medicine?" But soon, Bai Qi reacted that this voice was a bit familiar, and asked with some uncertainty, You are the nurse who called with me in the afternoon, right? That's how you heard it?" Mu Ting snickered, then started changing Bai Qi's bottle. At that time, "This kid wasn't going to tell you. I saw him alone and pitiful, so I had to be the villain for a while," Mu Ting joked. After Bai Qi heard this, she also instantly understood what was going on, and after glaring at Bai Qi, she hurriedly thanked Mu Ting. "Thank you, nurse. If it wasn't for you informing me, I might have really been tricked by him." "It's fine." Mu Ting waved her hand. "Right, just now I overheard your brother say that you still have to attend class tomorrow. Why don't you go back first? He's not in any danger, and since I'm on duty tonight, I can help you take care of him." Mu Ting continued. Chapter 69, Encountering Bai Qi again. Mixed feelings. Bai Qi listened to Mu Ting's words and after hesitating for a while, she finally nodded her head in agreement. "Then I'll sit for a while longer before leaving. Miss Nurse, I'll trouble you tonight." "It's fine." Mu Ting waved her hand and said, and left after changing the hanging bottle. On the hospital bed, Bai Qi was fuming, and suddenly thought of something. Looking at Bai Qi, he said, "Sister, the matter of my injury, you must not tell Dad." Bai Qi nodded, and said in a good humor, "Don't worry, even if you don't say it, I won't tell Dad about this. If this matter really let Father know, his condition would not know how much it would worsen." Bai Qi sat on the edge of the bed and accompanied Bai Qi for a while longer, repeatedly urging him to be obedient and recuperate from his injuries. After dilly-dallying for a while, it wasn't until around 9:30 that she left full of reluctance and worry. Not long after Bai Qi left, Bai Qi suddenly felt a rush of urination coming on. He gritted his teeth, laboriously propped himself up, forced himself to endure the pain and lifted the bottle, staggeringly moving towards the toilet. But just into the toilet, Bai Qi suddenly legs soft, thud sound, fell heavily on the ground. Hiss. Originally, the body was in severe pain. This fall is more so that Bai Qi instantly pained to suffocation, almost did not gasp for air. Asterisk 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 had, and then look at the hands of the needle, has long been disengaged. Bai Qi is even more angry, burst foul mouth. Just at this time, Mu Ting's figure suddenly appeared. She just passed by from the doorway, did not see Bai Qi on the hospital bed, then felt that the heart is not good. Seeing Bai Qi grimacing in pain, Mu Ting sighed helplessly and hurriedly helped him up. "You brat, what are you trying to be so strong for?" Mu Ting said with a slight reproach. Bai Qi's face reddened, a little embarrassed. "Need to go to the restroom? Want some help?" Mu Ting frowned. Bai Qi quickly refused. "It's fine, I can do it myself. If you really can't, just yell out. Nothing to be ashamed of. Got it?" Mu Ting instructed and walked out of the restroom, closing the door behind her. Bai Qi took a deep breath and trembled as he began to urinate. Today, both of his hands had been smashed many times by others with a board. The pain was too much to bear, and only the fingers of his left hand could still move. Forcibly enduring the severe pain, he used his left hand to complete a difficult urination, but still dripped and spilled a few on his pants. When Bai Qi came out of the toilet, he raised his eyes and saw Mu Ting standing quietly in the doorway, his gaze seeming to carry a few moments of concern, as if he was waiting for him on purpose. Mu Ting walked forward, reached out and steadily held Bai Qi in place, her movements gentle but strong, slowly helping him towards the bed. "Next time you need to go to the restroom, remember to call for help. If you really fall out accidentally, the hospital doesn't have that much money to pay you," Mu Ting said with a slight frown, though there was some reproach in her tone. Bai Qi's face turned slightly red, nodding with some embarrassment. After helping Bai Qi to the bed to lie down, Mu Ting went to get the needle again to give Bai Qi an infusion. Seeing the serious-looking Mu Ting, who was looking for a blood vessel for himself, Bai Qi ghostly said, "Thank you, nurse sister." Mu Ting laughed softly, then teased, "The little mouth is quite good at talking." On the other hand, after Bai Qi left Huakan Hospital, she took the bus back to school. There were basically not many people on the bus at night. Bai Qi sat in the last row by the window, staring blankly out of the window at the receding street scene, with some crystals in her eyes. Father is bedridden. Her brother was seriously injured. She is still a schoolgirl. She really do not know what to do. Thinking about it, 2 lines of tears slid down from the white face, but Bai Qi knows she cannot collapse. She is the only hope of this family. At this time, her mind suddenly remembered the sentence in The Secret Story of a Small Window. Heaven is thin on my blessings. I am thick on my virtue to meet them. Heaven labors on my form. I am free on my heart to make up for it. Heaven is bad on my encounters. I am prosperous on my way to get through them. This book, which she had read in the library inadvertently, gave her strength again at this moment. When the bus sounded, "Stop ahead, Huayang Normal University," Bai Qi slowly got up, organized her appearance, took a deep breath, and returned to her normal appearance. The moment she got off the bus, a cool breeze brushed by. Bai Qi felt a lot more relaxed in her heart. Since there was still a distance between the bus stop and the school gate, Bai Qi could only walk back. This section of the road are some stall vendors. Every night is particularly lively. All kinds of snacks are available, full of fireworks. Bai Qi did not eat dinner, and at this time to go back to the cafeteria's 5 yuan fast food is also closed. So they looked for the cheapest wonton stall, ready to buy a bowl of 6 yuan wonton pad stomach. Bai Qi walked to the front of the stall, said to the owner, "Boss, I want a small bowl of wontons, packaged to take away." "Okay, Le Beauty." The stall owner was a fat middle-aged uncle, smiling brightly. Bai Qi nodded, then stood on the side of the road quietly waiting. Absolute beauty, even without powder, just stand there, can attract the road 90% of the male compatriots' gaze. I go, "You guys see, just now wonton stall standing on the pink clothes of that, too damn beautiful." Yeah, I saw it just now too, and she didn't put on any makeup. I don't know if she's from the University of Finance or the normal university. Why don't we go back and follow her? Several sets of people who passed by the side couldn't help but turn their heads back to take another look, for fear of missing out on the 4 years of college and then being hard to see. Although there are a lot of beautiful women in the university, but basically it's all about makeup and wearing additions. It's really not common to see them being pretty on their face. Bai Qi, on the other hand, lowered her head to check some notices in the class group, not caring at all about the gazes of passers-by. Next to the wonton stand, there is an authentic Western Xinjiang grilled lamb kebabs. The kebabs were roaring on the charcoal fire, golden drops of oil splattered, and the aroma of cumin and chili powder filled the air, as the 2 hands of the Xinjiang-looking chef kept on working. At this time, a man and a woman walked in front of the stall. The woman was sweet and gentle, and the man was also a person. "Boss, give me 3 skewers of grilled lamb kebabs. Don't pay for the spicy sprinkles galore." He. The girl stretched out 3 fingers, smilingly learned from the short video and said, "Okay, little beauty." Grilled lamb kebab master smilingly said, "This was." The girl suddenly thought of something, looked at the man on the side and asked, "Right, Lin Fei, do you want it?" Lin Fei was actually already very full, but in order not to spoil the fun, he still nodded. "1 skewer then." "Boss, add another skewer." "Oh." Song Jiai smiled sweetly. It had to be said that kebabs were really born with their own program effects. After Song Jiai ordered, she kept staring at that master playing with fancy kebabs. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had his hands in his pockets, humming a little song as he looked around. Right at this moment, his body suddenly froze and his gaze was fixed at 10 o'clock. The expression on his face instantly shifted from the original relaxed idleness to extreme shock and disbelief. It was a complex look mixed with surprise, doubt and disbelief. Chapter 70, No Safety Precautions That Day. How come it's her? Could it be that she also goes to school in a university town? Lin Fei stared closely at Bai Qi and muttered, "Her? Who is it?" Song Jiai's small ears also had good hearing, and she raised her head to look at Lin Fei with a puzzled expression. When she saw Lin Fei's gaze fixed on a direction, she also looked over. When she saw Bai Qi, Song Jiai's small mouth opened slightly, her eyes lit up, and she marveled. Wow, what a pretty girl! Even though Bai Qi had kept her head down, that vaguely visible silhouette still exuded a charming charm. Moreover, sometimes even if you couldn't see a girl's face, you would subconsciously feel that she was beautiful. This was because the other party's delicate figure, elegant physique, exquisite bone phase, and the unique temperament that emanated from the inside out, had long been sending a message of beauty to your brain. Lin Fei didn't respond to Song Jiai, but walked straight towards Bai Qi without hesitation. When Song Jiai took a look, She was instantly jealous and hastily reached out to pull Lin Fei back, flattening her mouth and pouting. Hey, where are you going? The lamb kebabs will be ready soon. You eat first, I have something to do. Lin Fei turned back and gently patted the back of Song Jiayi's head, looking unusually serious, his gaze firm and persistent. Seeing Lin Fei's serious demeanor, which didn't look like he was going for a casual pickup, Song Jiayi nodded obediently as well. Oh okay, little beauty, your lamb kebabs are ready. At this time, that kebab master shouted at the top of his voice. I'm coming. Song Jiayi hurriedly jogged all the way over and excitedly directed the master to put in the seasonings. Lin Fei, on the other hand, took a deep breath as if he wanted to inhale all his courage into his chest before walking towards Bai Shi. Seeing Bai Shi again, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous, although what happened between the two of them was at best an accident or a one-night stand. But the other party was the first time, and he, a traditional man in his bones, still had some shortcomings in his heart. But halfway there, Lin Fei suddenly stopped in his tracks again, thinking in his heart, what to say? Beauty, do you put chili in your wontons? Do you put cilantro? Do you put? At this time, the owner of that wonton stall asked enthusiastically. Bai Shi heard, hurriedly put away the phone, said quickly to the stall owner, cilantro a little less, a little more chili, vinegar also. Good Lou. The stall owner hands and feet numbly according to the requirements to put the seasoning. Will be steaming wontons handed to Bai Shi. Bai Shi said thank you, took the wontons, then took out her cell phone and prepared to scan the code to pay. I'll do it. But right at this moment, a figure like lightning blocked in front of her, took the lead in scanning the collection code, and quickly paid the money. When the stall owner saw this scene, he also gave Lin Fei a promising smile, as if to say, you kid can do it. WeChat collection 6 yuan. Before Bai Shi could react to what was going on, the wonton stall's collection announcement rang out. Bai Shi frowned and looked confused, not understanding what the hell this person in front of her was doing. At this moment, Lin Fei took a deep breath and turned around to look at Bai Shi. In a blink of an eye, the two of them were simultaneously stunned in place. A moment later, Bai Shi's eyes instantly became as cold as frost. In her eyes, there was shame and anger that was hard to hide, bitter hatred, and deep disgust. She had already tried to find ways to make herself forget this face and that memory, but she never thought that the heavens would let her meet this man again. What a coincidence, running into you here, Lin Fei said somewhat awkwardly, his heart straightening up. Bai Shi ignored him, but took out her cell phone and continued to scan the collection code, then paid the money over. After paying, Bai Shi turned her head and left. Lin Fei hurriedly pulled him back and said with a serious look, I know you don't want to see me, but can you wait first? I have something very important to say to you. Being pulled by a boy's hand in public, Bai Shi was instantly filled with shame and indignation, and hurriedly chanted, let go of me. This petulant cry immediately attracted the gazes of many people around. Aya, there's another melon to eat. Look at this, it should be the male cheating again. Asterisk. This beauty is so beautiful. This male still splits his legs? Simply an animal. Even though the matter had no head or tail, the people around had already started discussing it. It wasn't that they didn't have a brain, but they had seen too many things like this, and when they saw this kind of thing, they instantly subconsciously brainstormed about it. Being watched by so many people, even Lin Fei, a thick-skinned man, blushed, and hurriedly said, I really have something very important to tell you. Can you take it easy? I don't want to see you, and I don't want to hear anything from you. Please hurry up and let go. Bai Shi said with an icy expression. Lin Fei had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. He was practically holding Bai Shi without a clue. At this time, Song Jiayi walked over with a small bag and a skewer of mutton kebabs in her hand to eat. Seeing that Lin Fei was holding someone else's girl's hand and not letting go, she instantly huffed. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Quickly let go of someone else. Saying this, she went forward to pull Lin Fei's hand, trying to get him to let go. This scene even caused another heated discussion to erupt around them, and they all verbally attacked Lin Fei. Bai Shi glanced at the sweet-looking Song Jiayi, who had an outstanding temperament, and then glanced at Lin Fei, the disgust in her eyes increasing by a few more points. Lin Fei frowned, then pushed Song Jiayi's hand away, then said to Bai Shi with a serious expression, I'm not joking with you, things are important. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't look like he was joking, coupled with the fact that the people around him were all looking this way, Bai Shi hesitated for a long time before finally nodding her head. Seeing Bai Shi nod, Lin Fei then let go of his hand. Jiayi, wait for me here first, I'm going to take care of something first. Lin Fei said to Song Jiayi, then you come back quickly. Although Song Jiayi was curious as to what was going on between Lin Fei and this girl, she didn't ask too many questions and just nodded. Follow me. Lin Fei stepped forward and yanked Bai Shi up as he walked towards the footbridge. I can walk by myself. Bai Shi struggled as Lin Fei tugged on her arm. Lin Fei glanced at her and released his hand, then walked behind Bai Shi, afraid that she would run away. Bai Shi sighed breathlessly and honestly walked towards the overpass. Only when she reached the catwalk did Bai Shi turn back, her gaze icy cold as she looked at Lin Fei, her beautiful brows furrowed as she asked, "Don't you have something important to say? Say it." Lin Fei cleared his throat, and was ready to speak straight, but when the words came out, he felt a little unable to speak. When Bai Shi saw him like this, she also frowned. "If you don't say it again, I'm leaving." Finished, made a gesture to turn around and leave. You wait for me to think of a more euphemistic sentence." Lin Fei coughed lightly and laughed sardonically. "Just say it straight." Bai Shi turned her head away and said indifferently, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Lin Fei nodded and took a deep breath, as if he had made some decision to go against his ancestors. "Alright, you're the one who told me to say it straight. That day, when we did it, we didn't wear safety measures." Lin Fei's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. Chapter 71, You Go Buy It. When Bai Shi heard Lin Fei's words, her face instantly turned white. Her body almost lost its strength all of a sudden, nearly falling to the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Fei, her lips trembling as she said, "What did you say? That day, I didn't wear that thing." Lin Fei repeated again, but didn't even dare to look at Bai Shi's murderous gaze. "You were safe that day, no?" Lin Fei asked carefully. To be honest, he was really afraid. What would Bai Shi do if she really got pregnant? Give birth? Or not? If she gave birth, she'd go home with a child, and his father wouldn't believe him if he didn't break his legs. If you don't want to, then you can only go to the medical abortion. But Bai Shi is pregnant for the first time. The medical abortion on her body will certainly have damage. Bai Shi's brain at this time has been a mess. A moment really cannot think of. After a deep breath, Bai Shi closed her eyes and reminded Lin Fei not to speak so that she can think about it. Lin Fei hurriedly shut up and looked at Bai Shi nervously. After a long time, Bai Shi violently opened her eyes and said with a pale face, "That day, I seemed to be ovulating." When she said ovulation, Bai Shi's voice was much lower, and if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei was right in front of her, she really wouldn't have heard it. When Lin Fei heard this, his eyes went black and he almost didn't faint. "Then, what if I'm pregnant?" Lin Fei swallowed his saliva and spoke with some nervousness. "It's not because of you, asshole. You figure it out yourself." Bai Shi's eyes reddened and she said with some crying. Bai Shi couldn't imagine what she would do after she got pregnant. Her brother and father both needed to take care of themselves, and she was still in school. Lin Fei hurriedly said, "No matter what, I'll be responsible." Bai Shi's tears were welling up in her eyes. She bit her lip and tried to keep herself calm, but she still couldn't control her emotions. "Responsible? What are you taking responsibility for? I really want to beat you to death." As soon as the words fell, Bai Shi raised her hand and wanted to slap Lin Fei. Lin Fei quickly sidestepped away, smiled sarcastically and said, "One day husband and wife. Don't be so angry." Bai Shi glared angrily, her chest rising and falling violently. Seeing her like this, Lin Fei also hurriedly collected his joking demeanor and carefully said, "Then should we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Bai Shi gritted her teeth, her face blushing, and said hatefully, "There's a clinic nearby. Just go to buy a pregnancy test stick and take a look." Lin Fei nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Afterward, the two were silent and the atmosphere was heavy as they walked in the direction of the clinic. After the two arrived at the clinic, Bai Shi stood at the doorway, her face full of entanglement and embarrassment. Her feet felt like they were being dragged heavily by a lead block. How could she not step in? She bit her lip, turned her head to look at Lin Fei and whispered, "I'm too embarrassed to go in. You go get it." Lin Fei's forehead was instantly covered with black lines. "Sis, are you too embarrassed for me?" But thinking that it was his own sins that he couldn't control his lower body, Lin Fei also nodded helplessly, and after taking a deep breath, he walked into the clinic with a stiff upper lip. The clinic at this time there are still many people in the prescription. Lin Fei went in. The clinic of a middle-aged woman wearing a white coat asked smilingly, "Young man, prescription or injection?" I prescribe medicine." Lin Fei was a bit embarrassed and said in a hurry, "Oh, where are you uncomfortable?" the female doctor asked. Lin Fei looked around, then came to the female doctor and whispered, "Doctor, do you have pregnancy tests for sale here?" When the female doctor heard this, she was instantly happy. "Yes, so old and still so shy." The female doctor joked, "How many do you need?" the female doctor asked. "One will do," Lin Fei said in a hurry. It was useless to bring more. The female doctor nodded, then turned around and walked towards the inner room. Lin Fei smiled in embarrassment, then looked around again, confirming that no one had heard him before he let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the female doctor walked into the inner room and started rummaging around for a pregnancy test. She hadn't sold this thing for a long time, so it was really hard to find it for a while. but after a lot of rummaging, she finally found a box of pregnancy tests that had been opened for an unknown period of time. Regardless of the expiration date or dampness, the female doctor directly picked up a pregnancy test stick and walked out. The accuracy of the test is not important. The inventory is the most important thing. Anyway, it is not her pregnancy. Moreover, even if it's not accurate in the end, it can only be blamed on this scummy guy who can't be bothered to take a girl to the hospital. Seeing the female doctor come out, Lin Fei rushed forward and asked, "How much?" He couldn't wait to take it and leave right now. He didn't want to delay at all. "Just sweep a random $5. The female doctor waved her hand, then handed the pregnancy test stick to Lin Fei. Lin Fei hurriedly took the pregnancy test stick and put it into his pocket, then hurriedly swept the money to leave. Walking out of the clinic, Lin Fei handed the pregnancy test stick to Bai Shi. "You find a place to take a test, right? Can you use it?" Bai Shi took the pregnancy test stick and coldly said, "I still have this basic common sense." Taking a look at the package, Bai Shi frowned slightly, with a hint of worry hidden in her heart. "I hope not to carry it. There just happens to be a public restroom in front. Why don't you go there and test it?" said Lin Fei, pointing to the public restroom not far away. Bai Shi nodded, then walked over, and Lin Fei followed. After casually placing the wontons under a tree on the side of the road, Bai Shi walked towards the restroom with trepidation. When she arrived outside the public restroom, her body was trembling slightly, and she took a few deep breaths before she walked in. Lin Fei, on the other hand, took the initiative to lift Bai Shi's ravioli and stood under the tree quietly waiting with some apprehension in his heart. 5 minutes later, Bai Shi walked out from inside the toilet, her face a little pale. Lin Fei hurriedly greeted, and quickly asked, "How is it? Didn't harbor it?" Bai Shi swept Lin Fei a glance and gently nodded. "It's negative." Lin Fei was instantly relieved, and his tense expression eased a little. "Your ravioli, here." Lin Fei handed the ravioli to Bai Shi. The latter coldly swept Lin Fei a glance and took the wontons. "By the way, do you also go to school in a university town?" Lin Fei asked tentatively. "What's it to you?" Bai Shi coldly left behind a sentence, then turned to leave without hesitation. Wait, but just 2 steps out, her wrist was firmly grabbed. "What are you doing?" Bai Shi turned around and stared at Lin Fei dead in the face. Lin Fei stared at Bai Shi's fair but somewhat haggard-looking pretty face and said with a serious expression, "I know that this matter has hurt you a lot, and I'm willing to do everything to make it up to you, but I'm not doing this to appear that I'm righteous and noble, merely to make myself feel more at peace in my heart." Both he and Bai Shi were each other's first time, and in the end he still had some special feelings for her in his heart. If the other party was a watery girl who liked to mess around, then he might have already patted his ass and left, but Bai Shi is a good girl who is peaceful. Her first time was taken away by him like this, and she may have a shadow in her life. Lin Fei is not a good thing, but he is also by no means a brute who raises his pants and denies it. Chapter 72, As You Like It. But when Bai Shi heard this, she just bit her lip, her eyes filled with anger and aggression. "Compensation? Can you return my innocence?" Lin Fei was silent for a moment, then said, "Anything but this." Bai Shi smiled miserably, then coldly said, "I don't need your compensation, and I don't want to have anything more to do with you. Thanks." Lin Fei frowned, also feeling a bit upset. He truly wanted to make compensation, but with Bai Shi in this state, what could he do? "Fine, then do as you please." Lin Fei also got a little upset and directly turned around to leave. Seeing Lin Fei suddenly like this, Bai Shi inexplicably felt a little hard in her heart, smiled to herself, then forcefully broke away from Lin Fei's hand and left quickly without looking back. Lin Fei looked at her distant back, also somewhat inexplicably annoyed. Taking out a huazi and lighting it up, Lin Fei sat down on the curb and smoked it depressingly, but after a few puffs, he still couldn't help but look towards Bai Shi. Watching Bai Shi walk in the direction of the University of Finance, Lin Fei silently memorized it in his heart. At this moment, a faint orchid scent carried the breeze and entered Lin Fei's nostrils. Lin Fei turned his head and squeezed out a smile. "Jiai, why are you here?" Song Jiai was dressed in a light pink knit sweater with a half-body white floral skirt, looking exceptionally beautiful and touching under the streetlights. It was just that she was carrying Lin Fei's uneaten lamb kebabs as well as the grilled cold noodles she had just bought in her hand, which was a bit of a scene stealer. Hearing Lin Fei call her, she skimmed her lips and said, "Casually come over to take a look." However, her eyes still couldn't help but look towards Bai Shi, who had already walked far away. With curiosity in her eyes, Lin Fei smiled and didn't say anything, continuing to smoke. Song Jiai snorted coldly, then walked over to Lin Fei's side, not afraid of her skirt getting dirty, and directly sat next to Lin Fei. "Not afraid of getting dirty?" Lin Fei asked while poking out his cigarette. "Just wash it." Song Jiai was full of disinterest, throwing the cigarette precisely into the trash can. Lin Fei directly took the lamb skewer from Song Jiai's hand and ate it. "It's not bad, it's just a bit cold." Lin Fei ate while not forgetting to comment, baked cold noodles to eat or not? I just bought them. They're still hot. Song Jiayi took out the baked cold noodles and asked with big blinking eyes. Eat it, it won't rob you. Lin Fei bristled. I can't finish this much by myself. You can help me share it. Song Jiayi pushed Lin Fei. Lin Fei had no choice but to agree, and Song Jiayi began to eat the baked cold noodles. Just after eating a piece, Song Jiayi flashed her pretty eyes and said with a curious face, Lin Fei, that girl just now is your ex-girlfriend? Lin Fei was just about to swallow when Song Jiayi almost choked him to death with this question. After pounding his back twice to smooth things down, Lin Fei then shook his head. No. Song Jiayi frowned, puzzled. Then why is she looking at you like a negative man? Pry less into the affairs of society. Lin Fei bristled and said in a serious manner. Put. Song Jiayi couldn't help but laugh at once, giving Lin Fei a blank look before continuing. Tell me about it. I'm very curious. Tell me. Hurry up and leave after eating. It's almost 11 o'clock. Lin Fei flicked Song Jiayi's brain hard and said in a bad mood. So painful. Don't know how to show mercy at all. Song Jiayi covered her forehead and looked at Lin Fei with a grudging face. Still want to hear it? I'll give you 2 more hits if you want to hear it. Lin Fei said viciously. Song Jiayi hurriedly shook her head, some fear in her eyes. Don't listen no more. Let's go. Back to school. Lin Fei stood up and said. Is it too late for us to walk back this late? Song Jiayi said with some concern. What do you want then? A room nearby? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Lin Fei, what are you babbling about? Song Jiayi instantly blushed with shame. I didn't say it was the 2 of us together. Lin Fei laughed. Go to hell. Song Jiayi instantly huffed and went up and pinched Lin Fei's waist. Lin Fei also stood still, letting this little potato bounce around. After tossing a few more words, Song Jiayi suddenly pointed to the little yellow car on the side and said, Lin Fei, why don't we ride that little car back? Lin Fei looked at the small yellow car on the side, then nodded. This distance was not far, not close. Riding a small yellow car was indeed just right. Alright, then ride this. Lin Fei nodded, then directly went over to sweep the car. When Lin Fei all rode over, he realized that Song Jiayi was just standing in place, her face full of anticipation. You're not riding? Lin Fei asked. After Song Jiayi heard this, she was slightly embarrassed. Her small face slightly reddened and said, I didn't say I would. I meant for you to drive me. Why another won't? Lin Fei stroked his forehead and smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Is there anyone else who won't? Song Jiayi said suspiciously. Lin Fei waved his hand. Nothing, if you don't know how. I'll just drive you. However, he didn't let Song Jiayi sit in front of him, but sat in the back. The last time Kai Xinyan sat in front of him, he almost reacted, and it was a bit awkward when he should have said no. You hold on to my shoulders, or you'll be in trouble if you fall. Lin Fei reminded. Got it. Song Jiayi said with some excitement. She had never ridden a small yellow bike before, and even public transportation was rarely taken. The first time she rode this kind of gadget, she was still a little excited. In order to make Song Jiayi sit comfortably, Lin Fei was almost squatting in a horse stance as he rode the bike, with only a small portion of his butt on the seat bag. On the contrary, Song Jiayi was quite enjoying this process of riding a small tram at night with a cool breeze. Her eyes were smiling into a crescent moon, and her cute little dimples were showing. Lin Fei, ride faster. The wind is getting lighter. Song Jiayi urged. Miss Song, the handlebars of my car are almost twisted off. That's the speed of this car. And there are 2 of us. It's good that it can start. Lin Fei laughed in a humorless manner. Good blah. Song Jiayi nodded with some regret. Clang. At this moment, the car ran over a manhole cover, and there was a violent shaking. Song Jiayi didn't hold it steady and almost fell, but luckily she clasped Lin Fei's shoulder in time. Holy, lighten up. Your nails are almost embedded. Lin Fei cried out in pain. I'm sorry Lin Fei. Song Jiayi said in a hurry. Lin Fei, my grip isn't too steady. Why don't I put my arm around your waist? Song Jiayi's face turned red, and she said as thin as a mosquito fly. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fei to agree, she directly wrapped her hands around Lin Fei's waist. Lin Fei, who's good looking between me and the one surnamed Kai? At this time, Song Jiayi, who was behind her, asked slightly shyly. Both are good looking. Hearing Song Jiayi call Kai Xinyan as the one surnamed Kai, Lin Fei almost didn't laugh out loud. Can't all be good looking. You have to split the best looking ones. Song Jiayi grunted. You look good. Lin Fei said in a hurry. He. Song Jiayi immediately revealed a sweet smile, her heart feeling as if she had eaten honey.